with the plains and the plains with the desert, the savannah and the Amazon and call it one thing. It's not. Bro, it's not one thing, man.
Wait a minute. He came in with the whole straight line thing, saying the straight line is a mathematical construct. Now he's using the word flat. What's flat in a mathematical construct, Pete?
Well, flat in a mathematical construct, okay, well, we know it. A basketball surface is curved, contoured. It's not flat, it's not level, in the sense that we
explain something by something that it isn't.
Wow.
Okay,
Again.
so I was asking a question. Flat in a real context.
You know who else does that, Pete? You know what other type of people I've been talking to that do exactly what you just did?
Hang on, please.
Do you know who they are?
I'm actually agreeing with you.
They're the ones obsessed with
all of.
Yeah.
Okay, can I step in? Pete, you have to settle down, man. I love your energy, but come on. All right? We agree? So I'm going to take you off of mute, but you got to calm down, let some other people get in, and, be more calm when you do get in.
Okay, listen, let me clarify then. Give me 30 seconds to clarify my position for Bev, Emma, anyone else here as well. We live on a flat and a stationary surface. I agree with your ideas of straight. I absolutely do. I say that the biggest variation from absolute horizontal over water, especially, right, all the oceans of the earth, is the biggest variation between high and low tide, which is up in Alaska somewhere, which is about 100 meters. That's foregoing swells, etc. So that's the biggest variation from absolutely straight and horizontal as we experience on the flat and stationary Earth's surface. But that's only the surface of the Earth. What Earth actually is what I'm trying to get at. Do you understand? Earth for me, that's. Let me one more thing, please. That's what I was just getting into. Maybe it would help if I told you what I thought Earth was.
Can you describe flat, please?
Last thing, Beb. Last thing, please.
No, that's what you were asked to
describe
do.
Flat. Flat is when
mathematically.
Okay. I'll tell you flat. How flat is a natural truth. If we all point in if every one of us on Earth point in a vertical position.
Pete, it's two-dimensional. Is Earth two-dimensional? No.
It's not. Of course it is not.
Right.
Don't
so
help him
let's
out,
go
Rob.
with that. I have to help him. I'm getting sick of listening to the waffling.
No, it sounds like he is one of that other group of people that can't answer a simple question about straight and flat.
Because
they don't actually know what it is.
I was answering that. For God's sake, the last thing I was going to say was that if everyone on the surface of the flat Earth pointed vertically in at the same time, we would all be pointing in the same direction. That's my best encompassment of what flat represents in relation to horizontal as well. Come on, Bev, you're all wronging me here for some reason. You're all wronging me here for some reason.
Yeah, but you can have, picture you had a wave, right? A wave of ground, and everybody, one person at the crest, one person at the bottom, they could all point up into the same direction, but that what they're standing on is not flat.
Well, it would be in relation to the scale of the Earth. Someone in Australia might be 100 meters above me in Ireland, but fundamentally we were still flat in relation to the greater scale.
My only problem was when you came in here with the conversation, you started it off with straight as a mathematical construct, and then you keep using the word flat, and I'm asking, what's the mathematical definition of flat? Because you came in with the straight being a construct.
Okay, well, let me clarify why I came in, because no one else can answer Bev's argument. Bev has fantastic arguments and very developed arguments. No one was answering. No one was counteracting here. So I came in with that intention in mind. I'm talking about more, I guess, a sort of philosophical. Which idealism, a straight line only exists on paper. Would everyone agree with that? That's the sort of angle I was approaching at beyond.
What about flat?
Well, flat is flat is an adjective, right? It's an adjective that every point is at equal elevation in relation to every other point in relation to a fixed benchmark. That's what flat means, but
no,
it can be different.
That sounds like horizontal, Pete.
Well, hang on. If Earth, right? Imagine.
What's
well,
flat?
okay.
Is the question.
Yes, but there's so many. Okay, I know that. Well, flat. What do you mean flat? You're not a flat earther. Is the Earth flat?
Wow, that's really bad, that, Pete. Please, just try and answer the question. What is flat?
I say we give him one more chance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obvious what's going on here, but I'm gonna unmute you, Pete. Last chance to answer the question. If someone wants to restate it, maybe Buster, and then give Pete a chance to answer it again. We'll see how it goes.
I'll just reiterate, try to keep it quick. She came in with straight as being a mathematical construct, and I was asking what's flat. In that same line of definition of flat mathematically.
Okay. A perfect answer as well. Something that's straight is two-dimensional. Something that's flat has to be three-dimensional. It's an extension of two-dimensionality. Is that good? That's fucking brilliant, my friends. Pay attention.
What's a two-dimensional straight, Pete?
Well, this is where the very definition of line comes into it. Is a line straight? Is it the very embodiment of what it means to be straight?
Yeah.
Yes. So the direct connection between two points.
Where's the 2D come from?
Is a line flat? Is a line flat?
Where's 2D come from, Pete?
Well, flat. Okay. Well, flat relates to three-dimensional, right? When you expand it 2D. You can't have a
2D.
Okay, hang on. I have it wrong. Sorry.
You say 2Ds are straight.
No, hang on. I reduced that down by so 2D. A line is 1D, right? So a line is one-dimensional. Okay. A flat plane is two-dimensional.
Now we're learning, right?
Sorry, no, not we're not. I just misspoke, Bev.
No, I mean everybody else that's listening, right? Because you might have just misspoke, but they did hear you say straight was 2D, right? So we have to make sure that nobody actually thought now that straight is 2D, because some people might have done, right, Pete? That there are people out there that listen to what people say.
Okay,
and
so
think that's real. Just because they say it.
I understood it in my brain. I misspoke. A line is 1D. A flat plane is two-dimensional.
Okay.
So that's my only correction there.
So straight line being 1D.
Right.
What's 1D? Can you give us an idea on that?
It's a mathematical representation. It's an idealism.
Yeah. And do you know why it's 1D? Do you know why it's 1D,
how is a line?
Pete? Do you know why it's 1D, Pete? I'll give everybody a chance to learn now.
Okay, Bev. Mm-hmm. How is a line defined in Euclidean geometry?
It's length without breadth. That's why it's one-dimensional. It only has length. That's it. So in geometry, it's one-dimensional because it is length without breadth. Now, you add the other dimension in, you have length and breadth, like a square. And
if that surface is level, would you describe that surface as flat?
Whoa, you went way too far, right? It's a two-dimensional surface, Pete.
Right.
You would class that as flat, wouldn't you? A two-dimensional surface.
On paper, you could draw two parallel lines and two wavy lines connecting both. It's representative, right? Or can be viewed as representative.
The lines on the paper.
Yes.
But the lines would only ever be 1D, like we've just said. It's the two dimensions, the length and the breadth together. Now, that paper.
Okay.
Would you say that paper's flat?
Okay. Okay, that's a good 2D. That's a good question. No, it cannot be flat. Okay. Because that paper itself is made up of something material. So if you say something is flat, it's an ideal transference from the line, which is one-dimensional, which is a connection. The straight is the how would you say, the shortest connection between 2 points of 0 dimension, which is another interesting concept. But hang on, that is the ideal transference of 1D, which is the line, to 2D, which is the surface, which is the plane.
Yeah, mathematically,
right.
the 2D is the plane, and it contains all of the straight lines within that plane, right?
And can we say that the real world equivalent would be the distance? Like a straight line in the real world would be the distance between two spots.
Yeah. Distance between 2 points, yeah.
That's your straight line.
In your imagination, that occurs, right?
The shortest straight line would be obviously horizontal, because that's the best way. Any deviance from that horizontal would make a hypotenuse, which is longer, obviously, than the side of the length.
But so you're transferring from.
But Pete, please, we're sticking with flat. So you would say flat would be a 2-dimensional type surface, right?
It's
I know
an ideal
you can't have you can't have that,
2D.
right? Okay, so this is where I say when I say flat is a visual surface condition, right? Because you just look at it and you go, "Ooh, that looks flat." Obviously, if you then start to measure it and get a microscope on it, right, and then touch it, you can feel it, right? So then it starts becoming a visual surface condition, and it's something you're interacting with, right?
No,
so flat in reality, right? Otherwise, it makes no meaning of the word flat. If you just say there's a word there, right, but it never exists, I'm going to put that word in front of Earth and say I'm that. So you're that which doesn't ever exist in reality, Earth. Right, Pete?
Take it easy, Bev.
No, I'm just saying.
Man.
Hold on, did I just hear 2-dimensional
ultimately
exist
hang on, please,
in
before
reality? Is that what he just said?
Let me just say this. When you point, okay, let me look.
Okay.
Who was it? Dicelo.
When you point,
me.
Wait, okay, go on. Answer that question then, if it was aimed at you.
Did you say a 2-dimensional surface exists in reality?
It can.
No, he
I'm
said
saying
the
no, it
opposite.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing that.
Are you talking to Pete?
I just thought I heard somebody say something
Okay,
along
I
those
didn't
lines.
say that. I said,
sure that
okay, Dicelo. Let me clarify then. Let me answer Bev at the same time. I say, Bev, when you transfer from one dimensionality a line, remember a flat surface would just be a connection of 4 lines, right? In any orientation. Right. So when you say that something is flat in reality, you are transferring from the ideal world, the imaginative, one-dimensional world on paper. Of course, paper has thickness, but you're transferring that in your imagination to something that you know isn't real in reality, but you're ascribing reality to it. And let me just finish by saying that when you point to your friend across the road, right? You are imagining a straight line between you and him of 0 thickness and of 1 dimensionality, which is length. That's all.
Wow, you must have a vivid imagination.
Bev. I told
I
you
mean,
that.
don't worry about it. It's simple, basic geometry. We did this at the beginning. This is where everybody has to start. With the concepts of what they understand things to be.
But what do you think I'm saying? That's what I want to know.
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about.
That's what I'm thinking.
It sounds like you're lost and you don't really know what a line is in reality and you don't know how to represent it.
Oh, so you're saying a line exists in reality?
Yeah, it's let it be granted that, right? It's part of the postulates.
Oh, what do you mean let it be granted? By Bev?
No.
By Plato? By Euclid?
Well, whoever wrote it, right? It's the logic, isn't it? Like in order to conceive,
there's a 3-dimensional line.
Think about what you're saying, Bev. For God's sake.
Yeah.
Go on, something else. Are you saying there's a 8-legged spider?
Can you tie me up? Can you tie me up with your 2-dimensional line?
Because you say it exists in reality,
There's a
Bev.
two-dimensional line, is there? He's talking to you, Pete.
No, he was talking to you.
No, you were the one that had a two-dimensional line. I got you
guarantee
earlier.
I guarantee
it sounds like
Dicelo
Dicelo still got it in his head that you
Listen,
told
Bev,
him
I
about the
guarantee you Dicelo was
two-dimensional
asking
line.
you that question. Let's see if I was right.
I'm not pointing any fingers, folks. I'm asking the crowd here if they can show me this 2D line.
Yeah, see, we sorted it out. There's no such thing. Even Pete said he went back on it. A line within geometry, mathematics.
Hang on, so since it's confusion, let me clarify. Hang on,
length
Bev.
without breadth.
Hang on, Bev. Let me clarify since it's confusion. You said that a line exists in reality. Dicelo suddenly asked you,
line can be represented in reality, can't it?
No,
That's
the
what I'm
second
saying to you, man.
hold on. I'll clear this up. The second you represent,
for goodness sake.
Hold on, Pete. The second you
He's
represent
helping you, Pete. He's helping you.
He's not helping anybody.
Yeah,
just let me share this really quickly.
Go on.
The second a two-dimensional line is manifested and represented within reality, it exists only in the third dimension. You can never have a two-dimensional line exist to show someone else other than yourself in your own mind, conceived within your own mind. Okay, the second you manifest that into reality, it's always within the third dimension.
Of course it is.
You can manifest 2D lines into reality, can you?
Nobody can manifest a two-dimensional line into reality. That's not possible.
That's why you don't know if you're a flat earther or not, Bev. You don't know where you stand.
2D is a surface, right? Length times breadth. The superficial.
You said a line exists in reality.
But the second that line hits the paper or hits the computer screen, it's in the third dimension.
In other words, if I had Peter, if I had a 2D nail and I told you, can you pass me a 2D hammer so I can nail it in? Obviously, that's ridiculous, right?
Yes, you're right.
So we could all agree on that. Great.
Right. So 1D doesn't transfer to 2D, which doesn't transfer to 3D.
Yeah, of course it does.
How does it so? You're disagreeing with SE Montreal and Dicelo.
Straight line and a plane.
Show me a straight line in reality, Bev. Give me an example of a straight line.
Transfer doesn't mean is, right? Like if I have this idea of if I have this idea of a skateboard and I make a I didn't make a 2D imaginational object a 3D one. I transferred the idea. I transferred that conceptual idea.
Yeah, a 2D only exists within words or conceptually within one's mind. The second it's brought into prototype or to an example in any fashion, it falls into the third dimension automatically.
Exactly. So
a bit like when you use a water level, isn't it? Yeah.
But hang on, suddenly
there's 2
points,
right?
Yeah.
Suddenly
straight line and a plane all in one. Ba-boom.
Hang on, Bev. Suddenly Dicelo turns from being your friend to your enemy and on my side, and I need
Who
backing
said that? What are you talking about, Pete?
I'm not picking sides here.
When I said that
I'm not picking
Dicelo's
sides.
question was aimed at you, man, not me.
There's no sides, Peter. We're all trying to learn off each other. There's no sides here, man.
Listening to SE Montreal.
Yeah, there's no sides, man. Pete, just get away from this whole against each other. Let's get to a better understanding together.
Well, me and you agree, Dicelo, that you cannot, in reality, transfer 1 dimension to 2 dimensions. It's
Nobody said you can, Pete.
You're
having an argument with yourself.
Reality.
You're having an argument with yourself, Pete.
Okay, let me clarify, Bev. Can you show me a line in does a line exist in reality? 3-dimensional reality.
Yes.
You fucking idiot! Then you missed the point.
Come on, Pete, man.
That's very constructive, dude.
I tell you what, I'll get you a picture. We're on live stream.
Well, ask Dicelo then. That's why Dicelo
I'll show you a line.
Those questions, man.
We don't need
like the hand.
I'm saying what he's saying. It's just other people have different interpretations of what he says. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, but he came along and said that I had saviors coming in on my behalf. And what the question that Dicelo asked.
Pete, can you have a look in live stream 3?
Yeah.
Now,
No,
would you
what's
call
that about?
Would you call that lines on your screen?
Well, Dicelo already clarified that. If it's on your screen, there's a physicality involved.
Yeah.
So
would you call those lines in reality, Pete?
Hang on. I have to fucking go. Why can't you post them in the main stream here? The main
Livestream
text?
3. We're in Livestream 3, so I posted it in Livestream 3 text.
Okay, I didn't realize we were in Livestream 3. Okay. Let me see that. No, of course I would not.
You wouldn't call
hold
those
on.
lines, Pete.
Yeah.
No.
Let me.
Okay.
Anytime you have something you can see, you're representing that line. It's 3D. Are
It's
you
still
talking
a
about
line.
yeah, it's a line, but this
there you go.
This is 3D.
But how can you have a 2D line, for goodness sake, when a line is defined as 1D, Bev?
Is that a line on the screen, Pete, or is it not a line? What
Yeah,
do you
so
call
Pete,
that on the screen?
Pete, Pete, you have to have the line reside within a medium to have, I guess, I don't know if that helps your mind at all, but
Sounds like you've been Penrosed. You've Penrosed yourself, Pete. I mean, of course lines exist. How do you represent geometry if you can't represent a line?
Can I
It's
draw
ridiculous.
What if I draw a line?
Maybe you see, I'm always on Dave Rakia. I don't like threats, Dave. I wasn't speaking out of turn or anything like that. I'm been attacked by 3 or 4 people.
what's the difference
based on
here? Let me ask
misunderstanding in the
this.
first place.
Pete,
I don't like
hold
that
on,
sort of
Pete.
stuff.
Hold on, Pete. What's the difference between a segment and a line?
Are you asking me that?
No, just anybody who can help me.
Okay.
The line goes on to infinity.
It's up to you.
A line
What's
carries on. Hold on, somebody just answered it. A line carries on to infinity, right?
What
So
do you
it has
mean?
a starting point. It has a starting point and a non-ending point. A segment has a starting point and an end point. So let's be hyper concise when we're talking about these things.
Well, wait. Let's get hyper precise. The line segments points are on the line. A line is between 2 points. That's the difference.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's a starting point and an end point.
You can have a line. You can
on.
have a line with a start and an end point, and then you can have a line segment of that line with its 2 points being on the line.
Okay. What is a line? What is a line?
Line
Write the hand.
segment
What
is
is a
part of a
line?
line.
Write the hand.
Yeah.
What is a line? Dicelo,
Exactly.
what is a line? And
He
Bev,
said it.
what is a
Can
line?
I-
He said
just add?
He said infinity is involved. Infinity
Can I
is
just
involved.
add, though, within Euclidean geometry, the geometry we all deal with, lines are finite, right? In definition 3, the extremities of a line are points.
And 2,
there's
a
end
line is
points.
A line is length. A length must be measured. You can't have an infinite length because that's not a length. You what is it? You're just saying infinite. You're not giving me anything to work with. So the line is like you said, between the points, the length between the points.
Yeah. And do we see anything moving in this fashion from A to B in this straight vector? Because as far as I'm aware, everything in reality is always in a curved linear motion from A to B.
Have you seen a spider propelling down a spider web?
Linear.
Yeah.
Isn't there a linear relationship between?
Hang on, please.
The sizes.
SC Montreal, that spider's thread that's dropping down, is that not a tube?
Is it straight?
What?
It's
Is it a
3D.
tube?
It's a line.
Is it a 3D straight line?
How can it be a line if it has dimensionality? For goodness sake!
It has a start and an end point. That's exactly
hang on,
it.
what
That's
is
what
a
a
line,
line is,
Bev?
Pete. Let's not go
Hang
back
on,
into
Bev.
that
We'll go
again.
back to Euclid. So how does Euclid define a line? Please,
This
Bev.
guy is so boring,
A
man.
line is length without breadth.
So is
And
a
the
spider
extremities of a line are points.
Is a spider thread length
A
without
straight
breadth?
line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points.
Fair enough. Is a straight line like a spider's thread? Is a straight line length without breadth?
He asked for a 3D line in reality. That's what he asked for.
how can a spider's web be a line? Or spider's
It's straight.
thread?
It's straight.
But if it's straight, that's fair enough. What do you mean? It's not curving in the wind. It's not curving anywhere.
Stupid semantical argument, Pete. You should know better than this.
Hang on, we have don't be on your high horse here, man.
It's not me being on my high horse. This is just an argument we've all been over. God knows how many times. But
I don't know if this has been addressed. I haven't spoken to you before.
Right. I'm saying we've all been over this argument many times before.
Yeah, but you might be missing some things here, Bev. That's what he's trying to tell you.
You guys have it, but we're going to be going and doing the UFC in a bit. Make it quick. Make it as distinct as you can, quickly, because there's quite a few people that want a lot to say. Go.
I hope you're going to do the UFC live for all of us to enjoy.
There you go. Your ulterior motives here, Bev. That you can't be fucking straight up intellectually. All fucking reality stems from the mind.
Oh my god. Look at this.
Come on, dude. Let's not go there.
Oh, head.
Let's not go there.
He's still here.
Everybody gets triggered by straight lines.
I would like to jump in, please, and say a few things. Wide receiver, tight end.
Go ahead, Rocky.
Hang on.
That's a direct mute. Everyone knows it. Pete knows it. And if he doesn't know it, he knows it now. Let's not do that.
I want to say something. For all the people that come in to these servers and bash Bev, they have no idea how genuine he acts. He is the most honest guy that I've seen, and you guys all try to pigeonhole him into stupid sayings. Y'all need to stop that shit.
Yeah, well said. Let's move on.
Exactly.
Scrat is flat. Wanted permission to speak in here. He sent me a direct message. I don't know if he left, but I just wanted to share that.
Can I make a statement that I think we could all agree on? Nothing, and I mean nothing, does not exist in 3D. In other words, everything in reality only and will always and ever always exist in 3D.
3D Euclidean space.
Yes, sir.
Well said.
Right. SC Montreal, by very day.
I literally take him off of mute, and he's the first person to. I mean, come on, man. There's like 30 people in here.
Everybody gets triggered by this.
Where's this
He did
Quidian
broke
located?
the rule of no talking.
What's your opinion, Lori?
Sorry.
What is your opinion?
On
the conversation we're having.
You broke in and made a comment, Lori, so you must have an opinion on the subject, right?
Yeah,
I gave my comment. If you didn't understand, then maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, man, sound off like
you need to leave.
No, I didn't mean to be confrontational. I was just asking. If you don't want to, no problem, Lori.
Yeah, he doesn't want to.
Well, I was trying to clarify what you're asking me about, but no one wants to clarify, so I guess I cannot comment it on it then.
Well, I made a comment that everything and all things only and will always forever exist in 3D. What's your opinion on that?
Sure, if you want to say so.
If I want to say so, no. We're asking you what you would say, but like I said, I'm not putting you on the spot. Just ask your question since you piped in.
Well, I could personally take offense to that. But what you're saying is that my mind is, my thoughts are non-existent and irrelevant.
Are your thoughts in 3D?
Nope, they're not.
Your thoughts are not in 3. Where are they?
They're in my mind. That doesn't exist in three-dimensional reality.
So you
that
take
you just
offense,
denied.
did you say?
You just told me I don't have a mind of my own.
Yeah.
So Dicelo, your brain, right, which is a neurological electronic mishmash of matter, that's not in 3D?
The brain, the physicalities of the brain, sure, but my perceived conscious thoughts aren't within my brain necessarily, but within my mind, which doesn't have a Cartesianal location within
Where does the mind
a
come
particular
from?
spot within my body.
Yeah,
Well,
where
look,
does the mind
technically,
come from?
hold on. Let me just say one thing. Technically, Dice Low is right if we want to go into the spiritual world. But my point is, this is all taking place in 3D. Your mind, your physical mind, your brain is in 3D. That's my point.
I get you, and you get me, and that's all that matters. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem, bro. Understood. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the way Dyslo said that. I've never really thought about that in that way, so that was pretty cool.
Me too. That's why instantly I agreed with him, because nobody knows what the actual mind process, the thought when we dream, and that nobody knows that. So yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot, actually. You guys admit that your mind is not in your brain. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
We
that
didn't
was
say
a great
that
addition.
exactly.
No, he's just obfuscating. Another one.
So it's not what you said then?
Oh,
What was
No,
Dice Low's
what I
argument for
said,
Gia?
what I said was
consciousness,
the consciousness, that part of it, the thought, what Dyslo said, is what I said is nobody really knows what that is. Yeah, it happens in 3D space, but the dreaming part and that part, consciousness, nobody knows what that is.
Yeah, so it's not happening in your brain then?
Can you show me? Can you show
Yes,
me
it is.
exactly? Do you have a soul, Ed?
Well, SE, that's the problem.
Can we
Dyslo
please
said
not
it's not
engage
happening in
with
your
Ed,
brain.
because we know where this goes.
You have a soul, Ed?
No, I'm just pointing out that Dyslo said
I'm
it's
just
not in your
curious.
brain. And
But
SE,
you
you
have a
said
soul?
you agreed with Dyslo, but now you're telling me it is inside the brain.
No, he said the activity, the actual dreaming part, that part. Do you understand? The spiritual, the metaphysical part, the part that we don't know.
What do you mean we don't know? What don't we know?
This is
Okay, Ed, what is a dream,
What
Ed?
do you mean
What is a dream? Go ahead.
We don't. What do you mean?
What is a dream, Ed?
What is a dream? What do you mean?
It's a result of shit going on in your brain.
Now that was
conscious.
technical and spiritual. Yeah.
Where's consciousness located, Ed?
Well, I wouldn't call it spiritual. It's happening in the brain.
Where's the soul
What's
located,
spiritual
Ed?
about that?
I think it's time.
Show me your Cartesianal location
Ed just
for the
came in
mind
to
and the soul.
confiscate.
You over the UFC night.
Deuces.
I would like to know where your soul is.
I don't have one.
On your foot.
Your emotions are in your kidneys.
What?
Hey, Ed, is Earth two-dimensional?
Is what two-dimensional?
Earth.
Earth. Well, the surface is, yeah.
Really?
Can you
Hills, mountains, valleys.
Talking
I
about the
think you're wrong.
surface of the mountain or the volume?
How do you measure the
That's-
surface? If it's
Is this surface consistent, Ed?
Right, so if you're talking about the surface and not the volume, then how can it be anything more than 2D?
Is there dust on this surface, Ed? Is the dust on the surface or is it the surface, Ed?
Rob, did you get what I said?
Weren't we just arguing 1D, one-dimensional earlier, and how that exists? So I mean, what the hell? What is?
I think you guys need to listen to SE Montreal's statement again.
Well, anyway, I think the 2D surface thing. I think it exists like a line does. Okay, it's whether it physically exists, in this 3D world is, something else. But the surface of things is effectively 2D, I would say.
So is the surface consistent, or does the surface depth change?
What does depth have to do with it? That's volume. That's the third dimension. Why are you asking about that if we're talking about the
so
surface?
there's no volume? There's no volume in reality? Is that what you said?
No, we're talking about the surface, and you're talking about volume. You're not
we're
talking about the
reality.
same thing, Dicelo. That's the
We're
problem.
talking about reality.
So can I ask you a question? Have you ever bought a house?
Irrelevant.
Okay, have you ever rented an apartment, bought a house, and had it been described in?
I fly around like with the butterflies. I mean.
Oh, come on, Dicelo.
Come on, man.
But
what's your point? Let's get to it.
You've heard the area be described as the square footage, right?
Sure thing.
That's the surface.
The surface of what? The surface of the numbers? Is that what you're telling me?
Land you own.
Right.
So
your house, like you have a 30,000 square foot house.
Yeah.
You
So
have
when you buy something, you don't buy a 2-dimensional object. You buy a 3-dimensional object. And if you want to give it some type of calculable measure, sure, you can conceptualize your square footage for the purpose of like maybe paint. But when you go to measure paint, right? Measure paint in square footage only? Or is there
you measure how much you're going to paint in square footage. You don't measure the paint itself in square footage.
Yeah, you measure
the Dicelo.
Yeah. So when you go to try to figure out how many gallons of paint one is going to need based upon the square footage.
Yeah, how much the surface will be covered by the paint.
How much of the surface will be covered by the paint, exactly. And the thickness of that paint is going to be applicable to how much it's going to cover, meaning the viscosity. So the
thickness is going to apply if you want to calculate the volume of paint you need. That's correct. But you want to calculate the surface.
The volume, listen, the volume of that, the viscosity of that paint determines the square footage at which it could be applied. It's not the other way around, bud.
When there's a break, let me just respond briefly to SE Montreal. And I agree with you. In the 3D reality, everything has to be three-dimensionalized. This is why I asked about the spider's thread. It has to be three-dimensional. But Bev reverted back to the line being a reality in the three-dimensional reality, even though, according to Euclid's axioms, a line is one-dimensionality or a connection between 2 points. So this was the contradiction I was exposing. I was muted for that. But SE Montreal, I'd like to hear your response to that, because if you agree with me, then you dispute Bev, and if you agree with Bev, then you dispute yourself.
Oh, you're both right, because a line is a concept, right? But he showed you a line in 3D, right? The crosshairs. So it's both.
But the screen, the screen has depth, right? So the screen is made of glass on the computer. In reality, can you show me a transference from one-dimensionality to three-dimensionality?
When you look at that screen, just because that screen's flat to the touch doesn't mean that there's not something, not only A, going on the backside, but B, going on the side that you're touching, called light. And if you're saying that light...
Glass's thickness as well, right?
Well, that too, but they only want to focus on that the positive side, the A side of the surface. They don't want to talk about the B side. So let's just focus on the surface that we can interact with, the A side. And they're saying that this is two-dimensional flat, and the line across the screen is being represented two-dimensionally. But that's only a fantasy, due to the fact that there are things taking place on both sides of that surface. And if there's anything taking place on both sides of that surface, that can only happen three-dimensionally. So your two-dimensional representation of that line across that screen is literally a three-dimensional.
Can you please put something on the underside of the surface of the ground I'm standing on? Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, do it. Show me.
Put something what on the subsurface of where you're standing?
No. You said we're just talking about the top side of the surface, but you can also place something on the bottom, on the other side of the surface. So please show me how you are going to place something on the bottom of the surface of the ground I'm standing on. Go ahead.
I just did. You did it yourself. You did it yourself just now. You said the fact that you're standing on the surface implies that there's something supporting the
so
surface
place
below.
something on the bottom of the surface of the ground I'm standing on. Go ahead.
But you already
Show
did
me.
it. You just
hold
did
on
it.
a
You said
second.
you're standing.
Die slow. Hold
If
on
you
a
were
second.
falling,
Ed, hold on.
if
Die
you were
slow. Hold on.
falling, that would be different.
Die slow. Can you hear me? Hold on one second. Ed, I just got in here. I don't know what's been happening, but just don't overtalk, please.
Oh, please.
He's triggered.
Everyone does it.
He's triggered.
I think they try to set a standard though in here. But I got
also, is he talking about dirt? Is he talking about soil? That's something we need to grasp.
Standing on the soil.
Can
the
you
fact that
present
you're standing, the
ever
fact that
in
you're standing
two-dimensional?
on the surface logically implies there's something supporting the surface at which you're residing upon. Thank you. It's called logic and rational.
Yeah, it's the
common
surface
sense.
of something, right?
I have
Can you
something.
present anything that's only in 2D in this world, in this realm? Can you present anything other than it being in 3D?
That's a different claim though than what was said.
Unless
What was
you
claimed
present it on a
before was that everything
Bev,
is in 3D.
Kosho,
But,
Bev says a line is real in reality, but a line in Euclidean geometry and according to its axioms is one-dimensional. So how does he resolve that if a line is one-dimensional according to definition actually exists in reality, which is three-dimensional? Who do you agree with, me or him?
Well, I agree with. Well, I'll tell you my opinion, and then you just tell me who I agree with, because I think that I want to offer you guys something that's kind of trippy to think about. But if you imagine that in reality, we only have 3Ds, but imagine there's 10 dimensions of space, but we don't have access to them.
There's
But
no
we do have
10
access-
dimensions, bro.
We do have access. I don't know, just imagine. It's not real, but just imagine.
I'm imagining in
Yeah, but-
in the eighth dimension,
hold on,
I'm
Pete,
shagging a
hold on.
lovely bird.
Hold on, Pete. But we do have access to the 3 dimensions, and we can experience those 3 dimensions, and we can we experience all the coordinates of those 3 dimensions. Everything's placement and everything.
I'm sorry, but we don't have access to the second
Oh,
dimension.
boy.
Hold
I'm
on,
sorry,
hold on.
but you're wrong.
Holy cannoli.
3D, okay? That's X, Y, and Z. So even though there's multiple more dimensions, what we experience is in 3D. And that's the same thing that, in this 3D world, all these 3 dimensions exist in the 10-dimensional world. It's just we only experience these 3.
No.
So if you turned off the lights in your bedroom
All
right
right,
now,
I figured
and
it
you just
out.
turned
You
them
know what's
off,
gonna fix this? Kosho, when you're done speaking, hold on, Kosho, when you're done speaking, say over and out. That way heads will know you're done and it's their turn to talk.
Yeah, this is the finish. This is the punchline. But yeah, in our 3D world, everything's 3D. Even the things that the surfaces, the lines, they all exist in 3D space as well. But because we're in 3D, all the levels below 3D, we're able to explain. We're able to describe any of these things in any of those dimensions. You can describe the surface of an object in 2 dimensions.
What's the dimensionality of your thought, Kosho? That's a reality in 3 dimensions.
What the fuck,
over
bro?
Over now.
Kosho, if you turned off the
Yeah,
lights in your bedroom right
preempted
now,
him, Jeremy.
would you be able to find? If you turned off the lights in your bedroom, would you be able to find Euclidean?
What does it mean?
Would you be able to find Euclidean?
No, hang on, Dicelo. Let me ask him a better question. He says that we all agree that we live in a 3D reality. What's the dimensionality of your thought? Are you saying that it has no place in reality? Can you measure your thought with a meter stick, Kosho?
Possibly. I'm
Possibly. You have
I
a big
different
thought.
opinion than what was said earlier in here. I do think that our thoughts exist in 3D space.
Hang on. Doesn't 3-dimensionality and recognition or cognizance of that come from I will say this 2-dimension. Let me sum it up briefly.
Did you just miss what he said?
Hang on, Dicelo. Let me. I cut it short. I will say this. It is 3-dimensional. There's 2 dimensions. There's the 3-dimensionality and there's the 0-dimensionality. The thought fits in within the 0-dimensionality, and the only way the 3-dimensionality come into place is because the thought exists.
Hey, Kosho, how many dimensions does space have?
The space that we experience has 3 dimensions.
There will never be more than 3 spatial dimensions. Where would you go?
I can't say that.
Well, what would it be like?
Where do you think you'd go, right, Jeremy?
If you were a character drawn on a piece of paper in a 2D world, finding out there's a 3D world and wondering what it'd be like, but it's just another another dimension. Like if there were a
Right.
sphere in 3D space, and if you were living in 2D space, and you experienced this sphere interacting with your space, it would appear as a circle that was getting bigger and bigger and bigger and smaller and smaller.
Osho, buddy, once again, I find myself correcting you on your own model. Did you say your model has 3D only?
3 dimensions of space, yeah.
And how about the other one there, the T?
The temporal dimension?
Uh-huh.
That's not a dimension of space, is it?
According to your model, it is. Yes, it bends, it warps, it creates a fabric. Yes, sir. It's most certainly is.
I promise you it isn't, but you can correct
And then the 5th dimension. How do you explain Buckaroo Banzai?
See, we're going into fantasy La La Land now. Yeah.
They make it clear that those are spatial dimensions. There's 3 spatial dimensions.
Posho, you have us imagining things here, but doesn't all the imagining stem from the 0 dimensionality of our thought? And then we sort of encompass the 3-dimensionality, which you were trying to reference, which we can all relate to in terms of our bodily experiences. But do you not accept that there's a different dimensionality in the thought alone? If not, I'd like you to explain why, and are you denying that the thought exists?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, Pete. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and adopt it myself. I agree with you.
Excellent, man. Excellent. I'd love to hear your further thoughts on the 2015 magazine cover as well, by the way. And I'll help you at every hand's turn if you want.
Yeah, that was fun, man. If you have more of those, let me know. But actually, what Pete said, I mean, I'm not even joking. I think I kind of do agree with it a little bit because, like I said, all the smaller dimensions exist in the 3-dimensional world. So you can describe a surface of something in 2D in a 3D world, and it would be valid. Just like you can describe a number line or something like that in 1D.
Listen to me very carefully if you want, please, for a brief second. I don't say many of the things that I've considered. I've considered all this stuff years ago, but everything reduces down to the chessboard and the dartboard. If you reduce the chessboard to its base component, it's the 1, right? If you reduce the dartboard to the same, it's the 0. The 0 represents the 0 dimensionality of thought, greater spirit, greater immaterial nature to us, and the 1 represents this 3-dimensionality. Because remember, if you extend the 1 in 3 orthogonal directions, you get X, Y, and Z axis, which encompasses 3-dimensionality within our minds, within the 0 dimensionality to begin with.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's what I was going to say, is I think, like I said, lines can be defined. And if you think about it, I was going to say that your thoughts are just connections in your neural network in your brain, which exists in 3D. But those connections are happening at the synapses in your brain and the axons or whatever they're called. And I mean, that has happened at a distinct point. So it's possible that you're right. They happen.
Posho, consider this, friends. Einstein, he figured the universe from his head, but he spent his life trying to figure the GUT, the GUT, the grand unifying theory. Our brain is our gut is half our brain. We need to establish the connection. Understanding will lead us there, but we have to repair the bridge, which is the broken heart in the center. That's the crux of the matter. Find out how Einstein died, by the way, and his brain was cut into 240 pieces. It's all nonsense. It's not true, but it's symbolically true. 240 is 10 times 24, which is 24 is 888, the number of Jesus. Anyway, you get what I'm saying there? You get what I'm saying? And I think actually in our own brains, in our 0 dimensionality, we can quite easily consider that our half brain at top is an inverted version of our gut itself. And remember one more thing. We're told we have a left hemisphere of brain and a right hemisphere of brain. When you put a left hemisphere, a hemisphere plus a hemisphere gives us a sphere, right? SE Montreal, according to the math. But my brain is only a half a sphere, if it's anything.
You only have one hemisphere, or what?
So our left brain is the left hemisphere. Our right brain is the right hemisphere. When you add in ordinary mathematics a half a sphere with the hemisphere to a half a sphere, you get a sphere. But when I add a left brain and right brain together in my own brain, I still only see a half a sphere, which is a hemisphere. So our left brain is a demi-hemisphere.
Your brain.
Well, maybe. Well, how's your brain look?
I don't know. I never seen it.
Well. How do you imagine it to look? I've been a bowler for a minute.
I will agree with you, Pete. A full brain looks like half the sphere.
Right. Now imagine this. What do we search for all our lives? We search for a partner, for a pairing, a repairing. So if you add back to back the female counterpart, if you're a male, or vice versa, that brain to your brain, then you get more something akin to a whole sphere, right? Now if you turn that upside down, it's like a pod. It's like we're uprooted, isn't it? So you have the central pod, and then you have the spine coming out of it. It's like we're plants, like plant Earth or planet Earth. Well, what do you reckon? Let me just say this as well. We can heal ourselves. So the half the pineal is isolated at the top. It's too high. We got to bring it down a bit low. Ultimately, we should be on all fours, and that would orientate our brains in a different relation to the ether above. But when we co-join the two divided aspects, we connect the two pineals, and that's why our gut is almost a primary sort of guide in reality, in 3D reality, because there is this center of knowing there, which is cut in half. And one more thing I will say, this is why fasting is so important in religious sort of texts and just guides, I guess. Because when I speak from personal experience as well, when you fast, I fast for 18 days, your stomach acid completely dries up. So anything that goes into your system will go through. Whereas if you're just like eating stuff, your stomach fills up with acid, so anything that goes in there will be immediately resolved or dissolved. But that's getting back to our basic fluids, internal fluids, ultimately spinal fluid, semen, and urine and blood. So where the cutoff is, you've got to imagine that yourself, because this is all of our story. This is the whole point of all of this, flat Earth and beyond. As far as I've come to understand, anyway, everything must go back to you, because you're representative. If you're male of Adam and female of Eve. But I know I can talk, man. I don't mean to upset anybody as well. But
I like
yeah, you can talk. Alright.
Thing is, Pete's wise now in his older age, and he's got a lot of knowledge to share. Knowledge that I have not yet gained myself.
knowledge will make you miserable, though. I reckon it has to, though. If this world is a lie, we have to let everything go, and that's the crux.
Pete, do you want to hear something that's true? From
I do, of course, Kosho.
This is the truth. Personally, oh damn it, I have a lot of wax feeling. Anyways, this is the truth personally for me. People sometimes ask you what's purpose of your life, or what's the purpose of life, or something like that. And I personally don't think there's a single purpose for everybody. I have my own, and I personally think my purpose is, besides a legacy, children and stuff, is to learn as much truth as I can, learn as many truth things as I can possibly learn. So whatever true information there is, my goal is to collect all of it.
I like that.
Do you value truth? Hang on, though. Do you value truth, Kosho?
Of course, yeah.
Excellent. So, because you said that, and I take you at your word because you said that, please work harder on that 2015 Economist cover. And you know where to start. Have you got the start going? If not...
Yeah, I saved the picture, yeah.
Okay, if not, I can help you along. I'll give you 3 clues. And remember, I have the solution to it. But I had that like 3 or 4 years ago, so I developed upon the solution to it, because it's not the ultimate solution. But is it part of the truth? Of course it is. It is part of the truth. So please continue to work on that, and I'll grant you 3. Not that I'll grant you anything, but I'll say I'll give you 3 clues. You know what I mean? That if you're stuck at any point, ask me a clue, and then I'll think about it and deliver it. Okay, bud? Because that's all. The truth is what counts. TRUTH. TH is the S tone. It's the stone. S tone.
Oh.
Pronounce it. take the sword from the stone is to take the sword is the S word, which is to be or not to be, is the power of is. If you are a creator, when you deem something to be, well then maybe there's a potential that it can
Yeah,
be.
to be or not to be, yeah.
Right. So to take the sword from the stone is to take the S word is from the S tone, which is TH, which is this. This is the word THIS. And would you believe Michael Jackson faked his death? He left us with the "This is it" tour. It was actually giving us the answer. This is the answer. THIS is it. He returned. He's still active today. All these characters are active in the greater scene here. He's still active today, but he returned, giving clues to people who weren't flat earthers, who weren't me, I guess, who put different clues together. He returned as the 5 Alive Dodo. Would you believe that? 5 Alive Dodo. Jackson 5, first of all, but the Dodo more especially, because, well, that's when you come to flat Earth. Well, the Gleason's map was presented to us. But the dodo never existed is what you got to understand in your brain, and it's representative, a greater symbol, which ultimately reverts back to who? Who the fuck else is there outside of you yourself? That zero dimensionality within this 3-dimensionality bound.
Aristarchus.
Right? So, private message me if you want, Kosho. And it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it because that's not the end of it as well, remember.
Oh, we know.
You know, I've always been a huge Aristarchus fan.
Well, you just gave away the answer now, man.
I mean, I gotta tell you. I mean, honestly, if he's a real person, he's probably up there with Newton and I don't even want to say Einstein, but Newton.
And if he's not real as a person, which of course he isn't, and he's one of the greatest. You're actually Kosho. And you know what? It's very interesting that you have Phi as a second letter there. Don't get me talking about Phi or my thoughts on it anyway. Pi in motion. Pi in motion, the spiral. We're the sine wave. So imagine the sine wave and also it mirrored. It will give you an 8 between the two lines, right, and the central line dropping down. That's I8 if you rotate it 90 degrees, or, 8 and H are equivalent as well. So these are all interconnected. We're all born into sin or sign, but we're divided. We're in a divided state. But that's a different matter. Just focus on the 2015 interest. And if you do, man, you fucking better than anyone else might be able to help me with the 2018. So 3 years in division there, and then 2021 Economist yearly cover, which I have made certain progress towards, but I still haven't solved them. And I realize that we're all in this together. And we never know where the next sort of help will arrive to progress us along the path to truth. And if what you say is true and you value and you love the truth, Kosho, oh man, I loved you already. I love you more, dog, you know.
I think the truth
that's the truth.
Truth is paramount. I mean, if you want to know, you probably don't want to know the details, but I do think that we're all fractions of this eternal spirit God or whatever. And I actually don't think God is all powerful. I think his extent to his power is the things that are in the universe, like the people. And his knowledge is the extent of all the things that have been experienced and known. And only things that have, like I said, been experienced or known, can he collect and add to his catalog of information. And so, yeah, exactly.
Well, let me tell you this, right? I made, and it's not that it's fucking, none of this is difficult. When I look and greet a child, which I did yesterday, and local neighbors or whatever, I understand that massive potential within everybody. I'm a fucking fool. I don't know anything. But anything I've come to find, I've understood that it's in a proper context. By taking everything step by step, a context is sort of provided, and there's a prevailing pathway that we are all ultimately, I wouldn't say encouraged, we're all destined to travel down, because ultimately, first of all, I take it that we're greater than the material, so we're having an experience here. I've long since accepted that there's a series of clues laid down for us. But if you're at any particular point, yeah, you never know where your next clue is going to present itself. But the thing is here, you have to be of an honest heart, I think. If you're not an honest heart, an honest mind, then you're going to be waylaid. That's the way it works. You know, we all know the truth in our hearts from the very earliest of times. We know our whole lifetime when we've done something right or something wrong. Now, we might have done something
Yeah, I think you cut out.
Why don't we, leave it there and pick up when he returns, because I do agree with Pete, and I agree with you too, Jeremy. I agree with what did you say? Did you say you have a grill? I agree.
I agree. I agree that you agree.
I should wear a grill and go find Witsit in Austin and pretend that I'm you, Jeremy.
All right, it's kind of expensive. This isn't one of those cheap things on Amazon for $20.
My friend actually got one made like 12 years ago. Oh, you wear it all the time?
Not all the time, but when I go out places, like I'm not wearing it right now. I'm in the house.
Yeah, of course. That would scare the kids, probably.
It's not good for your teeth to wear it all the time.
Of course. You wear it when you're driving?
Coach, I assume you saw the M Stone confrontation yesterday.
Well, I heard about it from Stone. I just heard Stone's accounts from it.
It was pretty heated.
Yeah, that dude is triggered, man. M Stone's into an endless spiral ever since he heard someone suggest Earth is flat.
He said Witsit was triggering it.
Who seeked out who? Did Witsit drive all the way to Austin to find M Stone, or did M Stone just sit on the edge of a seat just waiting?
I mean, if you're being perfectly clear about what happened, Stone lives there, and Witsit traveled there, so.
Witsit's been traveling across the country speaking, though. I
know.
think
What
Stone
a
had to make the decision
disinformation agent.
to go choose to
You're
go
so full of shit.
actually be there, right?
Yeah, I know, but I was just answering Crit's.
Yeah, so you're going to pretend that Witsit just drove to Austin just to be, oh, where do you live, Stone? Oh, I live in Austin? Okay,
No,
sure, I'll be over there.
You're the one who asked the question, man.
He didn't even know. I don't think Witsit even knew it was M Stone. Basically, M Stone knew that Witsit was going to be there. He was kind of standing in the background, kind of scoffing and shaking his head or whatever as Witsit was speaking. And then it looks like he was going to leave. And so he said, bye, Witsit. And then Witsit said, oh, no, man, come over. Even though I don't think Witsit even knew who it was. Even when he was talking to him, he didn't know it was M Stone. But M Stone did mention something about Jim Panda's server. So then Witsit said, oh, who are you on there? But after that, after Witsit kind of pulled him, told him to come over, then it was all the threats of punching each other and all that kind of stuff that they were doing.
That's what he was saying. But he also said that somebody else was talking to Witsit. It was getting kind of heated, and then he said he said this was like this was the first time he said anything, but he said, oh, he does this all the time. He does this for money or something like that.
Stone does?
No.
I thought he just does it because he's a complete loser.
That's what Stone
he was just using all the classic toxic abuse, bizarre, just calling him stupid. Yeah, M Stone was just doing all the same stuff he does on Discord, but just in person.
Yeah, I was gonna go up and not admit who I was and just pretend like I was convinced, like I got convinced by.
LARP it up.
I thought Witsit was a pretty big dude.
No, he's lost a lot of weight in this community.
Well, no, I'm just saying, as far as physically being, you're saying somebody went up to him and was trash talking him to his face?
Yeah, he weighs like 140 pounds.
Oh. Shit, that doesn't sound healthy.
He used to be pretty healthy looking though, but
I don't think that's true. I think he seems bigger now than he was before. Like I think he's been working out a little. I'm not sure, but I've never seen his body, I guess, but I don't think he weighs that. I don't know. I don't know what he weighs actually.
I thought he was a football player or something, wasn't he? Like a college or?
Yeah, he was a high school football player or something, or even in college, maybe. I don't know.
You're not going to be little playing college or high school ball, dude.
back
You're not going to be little, bro.
That's what I'm saying back then. But you can see him. You can see the difference between then and now.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, bro. Once you gain real strength, bro, just because you're not physically showing it doesn't mean you don't possess that strength still, dude. It's called muscle memory, bro.
Right.
I guarantee, dude, if what the person I saw, bro, from the picture looked like a pretty big dude. I haven't seen Witsit recently, but guarantee if shit were to go to blows, dude, someone's gonna get hurt.
Well, that's what I mean. I personally am not in any of the kind of fighting stuff, of course, but like my personal viewpoint, I've never supported it. But in terms of that interaction, Witsit was definitely taller than him, and Witsit was being much more threatening. And it seems like M. Stone was backing down. Like it kind of did seem like M. Stone realized, like, yeah, it might not work out for him if that were to happen.
He said he was purposely touching. He said to stop touching him, or he's going to kick his ass. And he said he just kept touching him.
Yeah, it's funny how like conversations over the internet can be of one way, and then when shit gets real in real life, like people tend to not be talking with the same tone that they're normally used to talking with.
The thing there, M. Stone looked for trouble, and then when he found it, tried to play the victim.
Well, no,
he's like, dude, you were looking for trouble, you found trouble, then you act surprised that you found trouble. You wanted trouble.
He said he was instigating it. He said that he told him to stop touching him or whatever, and then he said he kept purposely touching him.
And that's the thing, too, the social credit score. Then run over to a server and talk about, oh, look at what I did today. Yay, science.
People were asking him about it because they obviously saw it, but yeah, regardless, I mean, glad it didn't go to blows. But yeah, he did the same thing at the conference. Like I forgot whose hat he flipped off. I think it was Flat Earth Fokker or somebody like that. Like
no, he did go to that. Well, he went to that one of those Flat Earth conferences. M. Stone did, and he got into some yelling, screaming match with Karen B. I remember seeing that live. I think she was streaming it and screaming and swearing, and then there was some other interactions. Yeah, it seems like he's a stalker. You know, he's got a real strong stalking energy and wants to stalk people and try to berate them in person, I guess, is maybe his main interest in all this.
I don't know. I think he's just fascinated by all of it. And, I mean, he was in the Dallas thing because he lives in Dallas, and then he was here today or yesterday with Witsit because he lives in Dallas. I think it's normal to want to go see him, but yeah, I don't think there's any need to be nasty or whatever.
Kosho, consider this as a name. What's in a name? Maybe something's everything. M Stone or Am Stone. I just talked about the stone being the TH. So M Stone is Am. TH was an anagram of math, which is your language, right? You have us in the imaginative world of math trying to encompass the 3D reality. Is that true or not?
Yes, it's true. Yeah.
Very good, Red. Very good. Just something to consider.
Mathematics, Latin, Hebrew.
Who gave us math in that sense? Well, that goes back to heliocentrism. And you know where that leads? Aristarchus of Samos, right?
Yeah, he was a very fruitful, insightful person.
He was, and the name, the most mysterious crater on the moon, as flat earthers, the moon is the greatest blueprint in existence because everything is reflection. But they named the most mysterious crater on the moon, which is the most mysterious object in the universe, crater Aristarchus.
I'm surprised, Pete, you're so into some random character from the history from people that have deceived us. It's surprising to me that you are so into that.
Gio, the man didn't exist, man.
Well, I don't know what did or didn't exist, but we're talking about some human being or something. I'm just surprised you're so into it. I don't know. It just seems weird.
No. I'm not into the literal, but I'm into the whole story doesn't exist. The story exists, but the reality, the historicity of it doesn't exist. So the characters are crafted I guess ultimately for our own benefit, the mind of the inquirer, the zero infinite mind of the inquirer, for an aspect of God, all this shit is easy for us, so it was laid out for us. So it's in that context that Aristarchus doesn't exist, but Aristarchus absolutely does exist at the same time. What I'm saying to you is once we follow a certain pathway, the original stepping off point is coming away from the low birth, which was given to us by Aristarchus of Samos. All the ballers here are cult members of the cult of Aristarchus. So as we come to flat earth, then Aristarchus takes a new significance, which is what I just mentioned, the primary crater on the moon. So when we delve further into it, though, Aristarchus becomes something different indeed. And if you want me to just sprout it out, which I've said many times as well, I say Aristarchus is the tree of life, man.
No, I'm good.
It's the divided tree of life that we live on the stump of it. The tree is intact, the other side, and that's why we have to connect the dots. So that's all. I don't take anything literal in that sense, but at the same time, everything applies to us in a really, really literal sense.
That's what's up.
What you gonna do?
I'm working on a riddle right now, man. I've been working on this riddle for a couple months.
Hit us with the riddle, Kosho. Honestly, I love riddles.
I finished it.
All right, I have to ask, Pete, why the hell do you have fireworks every day?
It's a riddle. Life is a riddle, man.
What?
Every single day your mic is open, we hear fireworks. And I just want to know why there's fireworks going off outside your house constantly.
I meant to say that.
Neighborhood mad. In Ireland here,
same
fireworks are banned from the southern republic, but apparently they're all coming in from the north, and people are just setting them off by the new time because they're so cheap and available, and everything is. That's all. That's all.
Like Kite Runner, right? Once the government made something legal when it was illegal, you want to do it now.
Chris, you know it in your own state. You can smoke it if you're driving from state to state. You can be smoking a doobie in one state, and before you know it, then you're in prison in the next state, surrounded by 12. Well, I'm gonna say black men, but that's been racist. Any men, not big sized dicks. In prison. You know what I mean. That's ridiculous. Everything is fucking strange. If anyone's happy in this world, if you're happy within your, honest to God, that's why I wasn't pissed off with Silent Zero. You know, let's be what we are from the inside out. But if we're happy intrinsically with your reality or with your being right now, you're doing something wrong. You have to be, because there's so much wrong. But it's not the end, right? It's not the end. We're coming back to happiness. That's what I reckon. Kosho, hit us with your riddle, man. I hit you with loads of riddles. Let me give a riddle for people, a very brief one. So life is to root, as death is to blank 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 or dot dot dot. That's just a general riddle, but I have many other riddles as well. I reckon I solved the riddle of the ages, which is why is a raven like a writing desk, which is a riddle from Alice in Wonderland. Anyone else interested in that? Good.
Why is a raven like a wiring desk? I think I've heard this one. Let me focus on your first one first. Hold on.
Well, here's another one I also solved. The answer to the life, the universe, and everything is 42. What is the question? I've given the question as well. So,
well, 6 times 9.
Well, you see, that's no. If you read the books, right? That was okay. If you read the books, the ultimate question was, what do you get if you multiply 6 by 9? And it was obviously that's 54. So it's the wrong answer. So they knew they were waylaid in some way, as we know we're waylaid, because the spinning ball Earth is part of the matrix. So that question is posed to us, like posed, not opposed, posed to us, like the question, why is a raven like a riding dance? That's posed to us. These are all questions to us as individuals.
Was the one you said about the life and death? Is the answer dirt?
No, life. So life is to root, as death is to, what do you call it? Blank. It's not dirt. It's not dirt. Well, that's a good answer in the sense dirt and death are equivalent, except for the or. We forgot to read properly, understanding that the word is powerful, but even more powerful is the letter and the order of the letter. But it's not dirt. But that's a good answer, man. That's a very good answer. When I tell you the answer, it'll be obvious as well. Remember, we're all of us in Underland. Everything is inverted. Up is down.
Did it go quiet? Testing.
Yeah, you're good, Crit.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Crit, what do you think if Slyman Dan were coming to your town and he were speaking in public? Do you think you would take the time to go seek him out and confront him?
No, I just get a sandwich. Why would you care to listen to someone who doesn't care what you think? It'd be like the best sort of unconditional acceptance. All they want to do is talk about flat Earth. They don't care to know. They want to disagree with zero understanding. It's the ultimate form of ignorance. And the most hilarious part is flat Earth should have been their starting point. So they can't even recreate the bullshit they believe in. I was thinking about this the other day, like why do they do this? Why do they act the way they act? And for a long time I was thinking, well, it's atheism, it's globalism, it's an agenda-driven worldview. They really don't care what the shape of the Earth is. What they really care about is they think this model gives them some sort of nihilism, some sort of way that they can support their actions as unjust because they have a alternative facts on justice. And then I started thinking, well, they also kind of act like animals. They throw shit. They do a lot of like weird antisocial things. They kind of undermining civil society. So I'm like, well, that because they're evolution, And finally, I said, you know what? Maybe it's not that difficult. They're just assholes. They're just, like they're just a town idiot with a microphone that can access more people than they did before.
Okay, can we have like a real debate, like an actual debate, and not just shitting on people? Like this is boring.
Who would I shit on? Some guy who tried to start a street fight over someone doing like a world tour?
Oh, never mind then. But still, I mean, this is boring though. We had a bunch of like Just none of this has been debate. We've just been talking, and I mean that's fine. You know, I mean it's whatever.
That would be like indirectly. I'm not naming anyone. I could name some names, but like everyone knows who they are.
Okay, but we should debate. That'd be a lot funner.
I agree with you, Armour. I mean, there's no point just casting shade on people who aren't here to defend themselves.
Guys, this is Triggered Anonymous, okay? Everybody gets to say what
Is that a
triggers
form
them.
of geometry?
That's right.
Well, I find it fascinating, examining people that indulge in something that they completely disagree with.
That they don't even know, too. They completely disagree, and they have no concept of it whatsoever. It'd be like this saying, hey, like QRT, and the person's like, QRT triggers me. QRT killed my mother and raped my dog. And I'm talking about a keyboard style.
What the hell are you even talking about, man?
Nobody knows.
That was valid.
No one knows. I can repeat it. I can just tell me what part you didn't understand, and I can say it again.
Yeah, please repeat everything, Chris. We want to hear the same bullshit again.
Well,
that's what they're talking about.
One thing I'll say, it does seem like you have certain like frustrations with things, and then it does seem like you generalize those things as if everybody's doing those things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, the shoe fits, right? That's why my base axiom is that you do you. If someone's not doing it, don't worry about it. If they want to get worked up and pretend like, oh, I disagree with what Crit just said, with zero concept, like Left Lane just did. Left Lane's like, Crit, what the hell are you talking about? Whatever it was, I disagree.
Well, what's the content right now? Like, what's the thing that you've said that someone else could respond to and build on?
Anything, whatever they want to. Well, how about that one? Can you disagree with something you don't even understand? Just as an axiomatic truth. Can someone just be like, here's
you might not be rational doing it, but certainly you can disagree with anything you want to. That's perfectly fine. Doesn't mean you have a good reason for that disagreement, which I think is what you actually mean.
Okay, like right here, I'm just doing jazz hands in the air. Do you disagree with it?
Congratulations.
So you agree with it then?
Well, what's to agree with? Jazz hands is an action. What's to agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, it means something though, right? I'm doing jazz hands right now. Yeah.
What does it mean to you?
It makes it's making a lot of sense here.
Maybe in a part of the world, that's how they guide planes in an airport. I don't know. What does it mean to you? You're assuming that everybody in every part of the world has the same definition of what you mean by doing jazz hands, or what jazz hands
No,
mean.
it's starting to make sense. It's all starting to make sense.
So if I describe the Earth, the surface of the Earth, as flat, that should what? Should you disagree with that? You can't describe the surface as flat.
I don't think you can describe the surface as flat. I mean, as a lot of flat earthers point out, it's got topology, so it's not flat.
Yeah, but surfaces have 2 degrees of freedom only.
And describe the Earth as stationary.
Might feel like that to you.
Excuse me.
Describe basically humanity as just advanced cavemen, still tribalistic.
Yeah, wouldn't really disagree too much with that. I mean, it's a pretty short time since we've had writing in the scheme of things. 4,500 years maybe.
And all these observations fit which model? I would say it fits flat Earth. Perfect to a T. Exactly what the flat Earth would predict. Completely debunked by the globe.
That's making a huge leap, but again, you can have that point of view if you want. It's your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Which is why I said you do you, right? It's my understanding that once people realize that the whole thing is kind of messed up, they'll start to think, well, how can I make it better? Because right now you got this idea that somehow Just if government can just get outside of low orbit, all humanity's problems will go away. Just like that, boom. If we could
I
just
don't
put a
think that.
colony on Mars, everything will just all of a sudden people will or come across an alien or interact with an alien consciousness. That's all it would take, and people would be like, "Oh shit, that's the way to do it."
No, I don't think that will solve all our problems either. I think, we can look at many pieces of fiction that talks about the struggle of humanity and in many different situations. Obviously, these are fictitious ones, but I think there's lots of things that we can draw on to demonstrate that having a colony on Mars won't make everything cool, getting out of low Earth orbit won't make everything cool, contacting aliens and having chats with them won't make everything cool. We'll still
So
have
nothing
those base
changes.
problems of our tribalistic nature. Yeah, there is a fundamental problem in the way society is structured. I kind of agree with you on that, Chris. Not often I agree with you on stuff, but I do kind of agree with that.
Yeah, and so nothing changes around here.
No, I think things changes a lot.
Okay, what's something you see that has changed?
Yeah, I'll give you one positive change. So back in the Middle Ages, if you were a debtor, you owed money to someone, they'd either put you in jail or cut your nose off. We kind of don't cut people's noses off generally anymore in the West. That's
No,
a
you
good
still do.
improvement.
Yeah, what they'll do this time around is they'll if you owe money like to the government, they'll cancel your library card, your driver's license. They'll withhold on your house and then eventually just take your house. So you'll end up virtually like on the street. They'll cut their nose off, right, despite their face, to show that this person is just they just ruined them for no reason other than that they owed money for
That
not
may be
wearing a
America,
seatbelt.
but I don't think that's all Western countries. I think some Western countries have great social systems that act in a way to try and protect citizenry and help them in times of difficulty rather than basically just throwing them under a bus or an underpass. That is a problem you have in the US, but I don't think that's indicative of all countries in the West.
They can't even do that now. Now they under underpasses and stuff like that where people used to go. They put spikes there, so you can't lay there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Then they set up a tent city, and then people complain about these tent cities.
Mm-hmm.
So then some dude tries to build like there's a dilapidated hotel. He just tried to make it as best he could, get running water, power to it, and stuff like that. And said it's completely open to anyone. Just come and use it. Then the city shuts it down. You get people who try.
I mean, you're right. I mean, the social welfare system in America is virtually non-existent. I mean, it's the same way as the way we treat the mentally ill in the UK. There is not enough provision for it. That is a problem that I'm quite active in campaigning about.
This is stuff that church used to do.
There are social problems, but it's not the same everywhere. Different countries have different problems, and in America, the problems you have is very, very low job security. Very little in the way of decent social welfare to actually help people. A system that likes to fine before pretty much anything else. Hey, right on a citation. And these cause problems. So you have fear of losing your job, fear of losing your house. Much worse. If I lost my job here, yeah, I've been in a bit of trouble, but I, probably keep my house, keep where I live. Security.
Well, good,
That's one of the ways that we start to solve these problems, Chris. We actually give people, in general, a certain level of security to build from. And then you work out the wankers that don't want to work and want to abuse the system, and then you have to deal with them, a small minority in general cases, and you enable the people who do want to contribute.
Yeah, and then you've got a little bit more advanced culture that isn't built on violence. And your culture doesn't claim a space agency.
No, we do. We have
that tells you something else.
UK has a space agency.
No, you got France has a space agency.
No, we have our own space agency now.
You still don't, dude.
Yeah, since we left the EU, that was a new government department that has been set up. It's still early doors for it.
Sure,
they're
sure
getting
about
on
that?
with it. Yeah, because an awful lot of the shit that Europe wants to use is made in Stevenage and Hertfordshire. That's one of the places. We've got stuff down in Cornwall that's going on.
So you've got a space agency that started this year.
No, it's like about 4 or 5 years ago.
No, I'm looking at it right now.
But
Oh wait, no, okay, I got it. Yeah, okay. The budget. I'm sorry. The budget for this year is $469 million. Dude, that doesn't even get you to lunch in
Well,
America.
maybe in America where you got to, give backhanders and bribes to everybody. We kind of crushed an awful lot of that shit here by getting rid of the quangos and actually having transparent accountability for our
Yeah,
politicians.
that's not a space agency, dude. You got nothing to show, no
Look, okay, we
astronauts,
don't
nothing.
have much money in it. So, Crit, so every time that you come up with a negative, I've tried to project a positive. What are your positives?
My positive is that the crying, the only thing is left to do is just watch and document the decline.
That's your positive?
That's a positive, yeah, and just take care of the people around you.
Wow. I will let someone else dive into this conversation because if that's the most positive thing that he can think of.
Dude, you got the same psychopathic idiots running all this stuff, controlling everything, and what their end game is? What? More control? At what point do you think they're going to let go?
I think you have a very myopic view of the world, Crit, and you really need to get out more, mate. Because every group has its shitheads.
Yep. Touche.
For evil to persist, good men need but do nothing, Crit. And at least if you try and do something positive, at least you're trying to be part of a solution rather than just whinging about a problem.
No, here we go.
We don't like whinging very much.
Here's a problem and a solution, right? I just a lot of times we just open the news and just say which model predicts this. Just headline, the top headline, Yahoo News. Riders stand by and do nothing while woman is gang raped on train. Suspects in custody after horrible act on a commuter train in suburban Philadelphia was witnessed by riders. No one called 911. Police chief says, "I'm shocked. I have no words for it."
Can we move to a different topic on that one?
Yeah, it's like that movie Soylent Green, where the guy said it just isn't enough. People just don't care anymore. They can only really care about one or two people, and that's it. This isn't getting better. This is getting worse.
I really hope you find something positive to latch onto, Crit. Because it's easy to moan about stuff. It's a lot harder to try and do something about it. Even if you're not successful, at least you've made the attempt. But isn't trying what the most important thing is?
Okay, here's a positive one. Stephen Chowder's YouTube account is suspended, supposedly, without until further notice, for hate speech. He has repeatedly violated the YouTube policies on transgender hate speech, and his platform has been suspended. There's this inclusive area, right? In 2021, why is the debate still about inclusive spaces for everybody? Why is that still a thing? But look there's a positive thing. Yeah, maybe the guy shouldn't. Yeah, maybe he shouldn't be completely deplatformed. He just should have not said derogatory comments towards people.
That's a good thing to think about, though, Crit.
Here's another one: Starlink mass cancellation of Starlink, including back payments from up to 9 months. They have received no service. There's something too.
Positives.
By the way, about the censorship, one Finnish kind of alternate video service was taken down yesterday, and that's pretty kind of in our country level. It's kind of big server or big site. They are building it back in the I don't know which country they are building the servers now, but the Finland is also going into this totalitarianism because they are just turning off their switches just like without any notice. They just turned it off.
Look, here, check this one out. NASA executive found guilty for the murdering of neighbor over loud music and dog poop. What an enlightened group of people work for the executive branch of government. You want these psychopaths in charge of pushing humanity's consciousness into space? They kill each other's neighbors over dog poop. No. Defund it. Okay? Put the money back in the hands of the people.
How can you extrapolate one individual's actions and broadcast it over everyone at NASA?
Yeah, because it's a NASA executive. This is where the head rots. The fish rots from the head down.
Yeah, these are our best and brightest.
Yeah, that's what they tell us too. That's a good point. They always say people who work for NASA are the best and brightest. They talk about a brain drain in the private economy because NASA's scooping up all the best people. No, they're not. They're scooping the people who shoot their neighbor over dog poop. Yeah, some of the stuff is like you just can't even read because it like for Geo it would just be too insane. And this is just headline news. The stuff that's going on in the world today. It only matches one model in my mind. All these stories are only possible on a flat stationary world where people just don't care. Because if it was a globe, in my understanding of a globe, maybe I got it wrong. Okay, my understanding of the globe is endless space. Anything's possible.
Yeah, here's a story for you. Here's a story for you. My daughter shot my neighbor over a domestic dispute. How about that? Do you want the rest of the story? Do you want to know the rest of the story of that? Or
No,
you just want
the important part is left lane. The Earth is flat because of that. You got
You
that,
can
right?
tell the rest of the story if you want to. I'm not going to stop you. Go ahead.
I posted a story, and I think this is one of the coolest stories that I saw coming out of America, in the last while. A few years ago now. But it was a guy who basically rescued a kid from a balcony, literally climbed up. It was the most amazing video. To me, that just shows humanity. Somebody didn't know, and he risked his life trying to do it. There was a guy who jumped off London Bridge to try and rescue a woman who jumped, and unfortunately, he drowned, and so did the woman. But he tried. That guy gave his life to try and save another human being. This is what I mean by positive stuff. If you just want to focus on the negative, you can find plenty of it because there are a lot of shitty people in this world. But there are also a lot of good people in this world, and I think those are the ones you're ignoring. And that's probably why you have a lot of contention with people.
Yeah. Yeah, in my story, that neighbor had stabbed his girlfriend and was coming at my daughter with a knife, so she shot him. So that was justified. She actually did a good thing by shooting that man.
Is that a thing? Can it be a positive in your mind? A positive thing to shoot someone?
Absolutely.
I think if you're protecting yourself, your family, from someone who is overtly trying to do harm, and I think that person by stabbing someone else has shown that he's overtly prepared to do another human being harm, then yeah, to protect yourself, to preserve your life, that I don't have a problem with that.
Right. Yeah, it was either he was coming at her with a knife and he had already stabbed his girlfriend. So yeah, she did a good thing because he would have stabbed her and then I would have killed him. Yeah.
Right. It's good that she did it. It's bad that she had to go through it. Those are different things.
I mean, the trauma that she's probably gone through actually shooting another human being has probably been horrible on her. But at least she's there to have that negative part of the experience and probably make her a stronger person in the long run. But it's what I mean. For every shitty event that we see, I see multiple events where people actually care. And that's what this is about. Is do you care about other human beings or not? Are you prepared to help? Crit, if you were having the crap kicked out of you for no particular reason, I'd try and step in and help. I might even risk myself doing it. It's something I've done in the past. I've been hurt doing it in the past, but I'd do it. The same way as if I saw what was happening on that train in Philadelphia, I would have tried to do something. I might have been hurt doing it, but I would have fucking tried. It's not just our actions we're responsible for, it's our inactions we're responsible for. It's when we choose not to do something, we should have responsibility as well. And if you want to know what I think the biggest problem in the world is, the single thing I would love to solve is that being a lying person has no consequences in society anymore. And I think that is the worst thing. It doesn't matter about the shape of the
Well,
earth.
in
People
fact,
have no value in their word.
so Jeranism actually covered this. He released a video this week. It was from a few years ago when he did this piece, but it was about how in the school curriculum they're teaching children that if you lie for the greater good, right? If you lie to help someone out, then you're doing a good thing.
Yeah, I think truth is always the best way. It's not always the easiest way, and it's not always the safest way. But I think if you reject trying to be honest, then that is a problem, and especially if you use it for gain. That's when it works. But it's basically if you give someone your word and you break your word, there should be consequences for it, in my view.
The most common question is that if you were in Germany in World War II and you have a couple of Jews under your house, would you reveal them, or so would you give them to Nazis, or would you lie that you don't have any Jews under your floor? That's very common.
That's
What
where
would
it
you
gets
do?
complicated, isn't it? Yeah, and I agree. I mean, yeah, in that case, I would say that the evil is being perpetrated by another set, and taking those kind of actions there, you can at least say there's justification for it, and
Well,
you
the
are
other
actually
part,
trying to do something. But yeah, that's where it becomes an issue.
the other part of that curriculum lesson, right, was that bringing the Nazis over to participate in the space program was justified, right? Because again, it's for a greater good. So doing a wrong thing, if for a greater good, is okay.
I mean, we had obviously, there's a lot of trouble between Britain and Northern Ireland, during the sort of 70s and 80s, and then there was the Storm and Peace Agreement, where an awful lot of people were released from jail, on both sides, the provisional IRA side, or the loyalists, and the loyalist side. These people had committed horrible acts, and the one thing that I find unforgivable is not only did they sort of knock on people's houses and blow them away, but they did it in front of their family. And that to me is a level of cruelty that really is kind of a little bit beyond forgivable.
Do you know about the oil spill?
Which one?
The one that's happening right now?
Oh, isn't there one happening in the Pacific somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot. I haven't
Okay,
seen a lot of
this
them.
is kind of like, just say you, right? You're in charge, and you detect an oil spill. Do you cover it up for about a week, hoping that it won't get bad enough that you can just maybe brush it under the rug or something like that? Or B, tell people, hey, this could develop into a very big issue, and let people get prepared to start, taking protective measures to protect the environment the best they can.
Yeah, and then we had when there was an oil spill off the East Coast. I was cleaning seabirds.
Listen, all you need to do is get the Dawn soap out there. You clean a couple ducks off, and you're good. I mean, they tried to cover up Chernobyl. They threw a parade a few days or a week after Chernobyl happened, saying, "Hey, we fixed it. It's all good. Don't worry," and it wasn't fixed.
No.
So Druss, what do you think about like that? There's so much deception from the media and the government and tech companies. What do you think about that?
I think deception is wrong. I think again, you have to define it, identify it, and then deal with it.
But it's sort of like cooked into the books, right? We're being propagandized from every angle.
Are you
I
running
think
for office,
that's
Chris?
kind of the point that Crit's trying to get at.
Yeah, getting there too, especially the biggest people who keep advancing this sort of toxic propaganda, like anti-human, anti-Western, like anti sort of just basic empathy. are the same people who are dead set that the Earth is a globe and it's heliocentric with endless space. It's almost a direct inverse. It's like the more they think heliocentric, the more they act like it's flat.
Yeah, I noticed that.
So here's
Yeah,
bowling.
it's interesting
Oh.
how I was just gonna say, just a thought. It's interesting how people, like in this modern era, will sort of think that flat Earth is like new or it's some kind of strange new idea or something. But it's actually the opposite. The globe is the strange new thing that's been pushed into this modern world. The Earth has always been known to be a stationary planar surface, a plane of existence, with the heavens above. That's the default. That's what. Well, I won't go on to all the reasons for that, but I'm just saying that that's what has been the default awareness of what the Earth is. So yeah, it's just
No,
interesting.
absolutely not.
Interesting how people now are like, oh, these like strange flat earthers, as if it's not the most ancient default cosmology since the dawn of humanity.
This is what's got me fired up, okay? Because I was waiting for another launch so I could make the point about how globalists act. They even act more batshit after a launch. They go even more bizarre, toxic towards flat Earth. They don't even take the day to just talk about the launch if the launch is a launch. And even more crazy was the same day Rob Skiba died. So you've got this idea in their head that they could talk about a launch or someone's death, and what do? They do these weird. There's 2 Facebook pages. One of them's taken down already. That was like rejoicing, like making fun of the situation. Yet they won't even talk about their own launch. They won't even think about it. What it means for an actor or whatever, a private citizen, to buy a ticket to go to space. They'd rather focus on, like the same thing when Mad Mike died, or Ted Gunderson. They did this weird sort of parade, like the atheists are this sort of Westboro Baptist Church. They want to see someone in the community die and then pick at their funeral.
You got a lot of hate.
Again, I think you're making very broad, sweeping claims for a few sick individuals, and every group has its shitheads.
Conspiracy Santa, I reckon they're paying the keenest of attention to what's going on in forums like this, as opposed to the boring mainstream news, which is blatantly transparent. So with the Rob Skiba recent launch of Jeff Bezos, maybe it's incidental, maybe it's coincidental, who knows? But I reckon this is where it's all at, right? Everyone's paying attention to here. Not Eric's Awakenings, but in general, just the whole arena and the argument.
I think it's very, very sad that someone's died and, he's got a family that he's left behind. He was recently remarried. He was recently having a new lease of life.
Here's one right here.
And I think that the problem, that you have is that, he died. And that's a horrible thing. And I wouldn't make fun of anybody that because I'd be thinking
making
about
fun
my
of
family.
anyone, Droz.
Yeah, how about this one? Why is fat shaming still a thing in 2021? Explain this, George Pinky, whatever. He's fat shaming William Shatner.
He's asking you that, Droz. He's asking you that.
Yeah, well, the same
Dude,
way
William
people
Shatner is
take
like
the piss-
90 years old.
I know,
the same way
seriously.
people take the piss out of people who wear glasses, or are bald, or a bit short,
old,
or
right?
a bit tall, or have funny shaped ears. It's unfortunate. Again.
Well, I'm sure Takai did it for likes and retweets, right?
Social media score, right? He wanted to get out there and make fun of the fat white guy who bought his ticket to space, like influenza or whatever they like the buzzword is for the day.
But Santa, if that's free game, so make fun of fat people, can we make fun of transgender people? Can we make fun of where does the limit begin or end?
You do something about being fat.
Well, you can do something about everything, can't you? Really?
I think again that's down to personal choice. If you choose to do that shit, then that's your responsibility.
If you choose to be fat, are you saying that shit in terms of fatness? or slagging off the fatness. Is that what you mean? I mean the genuine.
No,
I'm not saying...
choosing to slag somebody off because they look a bit different or they have an alternative lifestyle.
Yeah, but where does it stop? You know what I mean? Then, the more subtle sort of discrimination you have
It
in the
stops when we
individual's
stop doing it
mind,
to each
where does
other.
it stop? I mean, can I? How about gingers? That's a good one, isn't it? Gingers, are they okay now? You know what I mean?
This is like
you might genuinely hate gingers.
Well, I think a lot of this stuff comes from the opposite, having the opposite of compassion. Like to have compassion for someone is to understand. For example, maybe they have an eating disorder from triggered from a trauma from childhood. So it's like, yeah, they might be overweight or whatever it may be. I mean, also the foods that are available today. I mean, I won't even get started, but it's awful. I mean, just in terms of how addictive and the high fructose corn syrup and all this stuff. I mean, there's so many problems that make it difficult, even if you think you're eating okay. But my point is that I think ultimately there's kind of two options. Like we either have compassion for someone, or the opposite of that is when people need to attack and shame and go after different groups like that.
That's
I think a
Nixon,
lot of the time people take the piss out of somebody because they're just an unhappy, sad little individual, and they haven't got a lot else in life to do. And I think this is a way that they sort of get to feel a little bit important, or I don't have the problem that you have. It makes them feel better, and I think it's really sad.
Is there any point? Go on, Santa. Sorry.
I was gonna say that's people say, "Oh, I'm always talking about Nixon." Well, yeah, because all the Nixon era stuff continued. The sugar, all the sugar added, that was Nixon who did that. Gold standard, Nixon. War on drugs, Nixon. Domestic surveillance, Nixon. But space, right? Like he was the guy for space. As soon as he leaves office, manned spaceflight abruptly ends. No one cares anymore, and it just costs too much money. Even though the price tag is 5 times what it was.
Well, my point is similar in a sense. I think Nixon was a front man like the rest of them, but my point is similar. So at what point is there a cutoff line? Universal respect is one thing and seeing to the true heart of someone else. But if there is deception in play and someone is prone or bound to take advantage of that, when do you confront a liar, or how do you confront a liar who's been revealed as such, or someone who is playing a fraudulent role to take advantage of these new universally acceptable, in inverted commas, sort of rules and how to treat your fellow man? I guess that's an ideal as well, you know what I mean? But do you understand the question? At what point do we draw a line in the sand?
Yeah, really, that's what I get to, is that in the globe model, they should be able to see there's so much space out there, but there's nothing at the same time. But there's everything. So let's, like, in the whole universe, if what their story is true, there's no life outside it. So they should be able to think, you know what? I should treat my neighbor like myself. Right. Because they call it the Overwatch principle. But yet, in the Bible, it told you to do that 2,000 years ago. It said, treat your neighbor like yourself. So why are they that far behind a basic axiom that was presented to them? Because they don't want to be held accountable. They want their own subjective morality.
Isn't it the overlook principle as well, that when you go up into space, certain astronauts have reported to having this overwhelming feeling that because you're looking down like a high altitude balloon footage, right, you see your own greater insignificance in relation to the greater whole, which is ultimately all there is. So you have this awesome, overwhelming feeling that everything is one and we're all one and the same.
Is the overview effect.
Overview, okay, overview.
Overlook
Hotel was The Shining, right? Okay.
Scott Beach's uncle's one who came up with that.
I think when it comes to morality, all morality we have is subjective, because regardless of whether you have access to objective morality, if that's a faith position you hold, the application of it, you do it subjectively.
Drugs, where is morality seated, to the best of your ability to answer that question? In our within, where is morality?
Reason, compassion, and empathy.
Okay.
The pale blue dot. Carl Sagan said that. If like Veach is out there claiming credit for that, that's ridiculous too.
Carl Sagan never went to space, but Scott's uncle, Edgar Mitchell, did, and he was a poet sort of, and he wrote this like psychological stuff, or this he did a psychological test, but then he wrote this whole thing about his experience up there, and yeah, and then that became the overview effect.
Yeah, this Carl Sagan said in the Pale Blue Dot, the book he wrote, he goes, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another, to preserve and cherish the earth. It's the only home you'll ever know.
Yeah, he wrote that in the 90s.
Is there a core truth in that, though, outside of the individual's perceptions of their internal and external reality? Is there a core truth to that, and is that what's important?
Yeah, I would say the
central message that's to be gathered.
Yeah, the core truth would be like treat your neighbor as if yourself. The same truth that Jesus laid out.
Isn't that what we're coming to, though, Santa? Isn't that what we're coming to ultimately? We have different views here, but we ultimately and intrinsically, from our heart, this is why I was asking Dross that question, morality in an intellectual sense can lead us down many different paths, but from the heart, we know that we're all equal, right? Or we're all compassionate, we're all, in the same boat here, no matter what the nature of that boat.
I know you liked my response to your question, Pete. Put it that way.
Well, there's a greater story going. What do you think? Hang on, let me ask flat earthers here, outside of anything else. Do you think for a second that Albert Einstein didn't know the Earth is flat and stationary? Reading what's his name, Rowbotham's books, who was another Mason as well. But do you think he didn't know these things, or do you think Carl Sagan didn't know about the flat Earth? The Beatles knew about the flat Earth. So many. Anyway, but do you think that that's not the case?
Yeah, I think every person that's high in status like that knows,
right,
at least a bit. Yeah.
But that means there's a different game in play, and if they know that core reality, well, what else do they know? What's the raising behind the Earth? And I think they're led into that as well, and that's where the greater symbolism comes into things. Truth is transmitted, in a different way. I don't want to get back to the 2015 Economist magazine, but I talked about that earlier on today. Fact is fiction, fiction fact. Anyway.
Did you ever read the letters between Albert Einstein and Charles Hapgood?
No, go on, Russ. That would be interesting. Just give us a bones of that.
Charles Hapgood put forward a concept called rapid crust displacement. So, and this was all based, Hapgood was a bit of a Casey fan, if you know who Casey was. And actually thought that there was really good compelling evidence that Antarctica wasn't where it was 10,000 years ago. It was further north, and it had people living on it. And one of his theories that he put behind that was rapid crust displacement. And Albert Einstein really liked the theory, and they exchanged a few letters between themselves. So I find having read little bits of it. I'm not saying I've read everything and I can recall it verbatim, but I found that quite interesting. If you think he thinks the Earth is flat,
very interesting. Is Einstein a real historical character? No, he's not. I don't think. I'm of the mind that Nikola Tesla didn't exist. His counterpart to Einstein. But something very interesting you just reminded me of. I posted the Oculus mosaic here a few times in chat. One of the keys, it's the easiest puzzle in the world. This is just my own reckoning, right? Because no one else is talking about this, so I'm not pushing any agenda or anything. I'm just speaking from myself, as I always try to do. But one of the keys, as you mentioned, Antarctica. So within the Oculus mosaic, you have what is represented, what we recognize as the continent of Antarctica at the bottom of a ball. But what I say this is, right, is the frozen over Arctic Ocean. So if you think of that in terms of a sort of northern European, etc., hemisphere, and around, it's the frozen over Antarctic Ocean, and it's how would you say? I'd love for someone, maybe Dross, you're the best man to do this, and express what I'm going to say now in more concise, clear terms. But it is an inverted version of that. So everything that's inside is outside. It's like pulling a glove. Inside out, but in a more expanded sense. So in other words, the outline is it's the extreme ring. It's the Antarctic ice wall. But do you understand what I'm trying to say there? Uh, Maybe I confuse myself, not because I don't understand it, but it's how I represent it. It's a clue for us. It's the Arctic, the anti-Arctic, right? So one is an inversion of the other, and you have to kind of sort of think in terms of flat Earth and metaphysical reality. I view everything in a fractal sense, in a way. But do you understand what I'm trying to say? The basic level there.
Yeah,
Maybe I should post.
there's a landmass in the south, and there isn't one in the north. We
Yeah,
don't
but
have the same amount of landmass in the north.
yeah, but I know that that's what you hold to be in. But I'm saying that it's all metaphorical in a sense, a bit of transformation of what is represented as that landmass, which is Antarctica, will give you the ultimate outline or the outer rim or the ice wall of the flat Earth. It's an inversion of that compressed notion, like a tesseract. It's like a tesseract. Actually, that's brilliant, brilliant. A tesseract, in the sense we're asked to imagine 4 dimensions. So so the cube in the center is the Arctic Ocean frozen over, which is our Antarctic continent. But then when you tesseract it, you transform it in a flat Earth sense to the external rim around, which is the ice wall. So brilliant. Thank you very much, Druss. That's cleared my mind up.
I had nothing to do with that. That was all you
You did.
I'm
You
not,
did.
I'm not going to say
asked
any
you-
credit for it.
I asked you, and I was thinking about the Tesseract recently and why they would introduce that into our thoughts. So that's exactly what I was looking for. So,
Pete, are you now promoting Tesseract-shaped Earth?
No, I'm saying let me post the Oculus Mosaic, and you'll get a better picture of what I'm talking about. I know I can talk, and I apologize for that. So let me go on mute for a bit.
Yeah, here's the quote. I posted it for. This is a first part that was also something powerful. Yeah, Carl Sagan says it is said that astronomy is a humbling and character building experience. Right away, off the first sentence, these atheist globalists are off the reservation. They are the least humble and least character building when they do astronomy. They'll point up, but then point at you instead of self-reflect. It's supposed to be a self-reflection, right?
That's what the overview effect is all about. That's what he's saying when he's saying the humbling and character building experience. He's in the context of the overview effect. That's what they're claiming to feel is kind of his emotions that he's even writing about in the Pale Blue Dot. That it's like I think that's what Edgar Mitchell was saying, that he sees like the whole Earth as just single. That was like a weird feeling. And then Scott said his dad said the same thing, where he says he sees the whole Earth as like a single organism almost, and it's like everyone's on there. Everyone, that they love and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so if Scott's not even going to follow it, why would anyone follow it?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so he says get firsthand experience if you believe a story of people directly explaining to him from firsthand what this overview principle about humbling and character building. And he does the exact opposite. He says, you know what? Nah, right? I'll create an echo chamber safe space that's used all to advance tribalism. Because what? The Earth is flat, right?
I think Scott's a pretty nice person. I think he's a pretty humble person. He's pretty successful, and he could crow an awful lot more about what he does. The example I'd use is, I remember the first time that I actually went into the deep sea on a boat. And that to me was a humbling experience. It kind of taught me my place in the world. This boat that I got on felt really big to begin with, and a week later it felt an awful lot smaller. And that is a very humbling experience. It kind of teaches you your place in the world.
So you need a bigger boat.
Conspiracy Santa, if he was actually looking, imagine in reality both scenarios, if he was looking down on a flat Earth surface, seeing the same thing, which we can only relate to thanks to high altitude balloon footages, etc., would he say the exact same thing? I think they would all say the exact same thing, right?
Yeah, which really ties right back to God of the Bible. Treat your neighbors like yourself.
That's a leap.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, but this should have been their first. See, the first truth. Their first truth is the Earth appears flat and stationary. They should understand that. Treat your neighbor. Treat your neighbor like yourself.
If you want to go with the do unto others as they do unto you sort of motif, why aren't you going back to sort of philosophers like Lao Tzu and Confucius and and some of the Buddhist points of view, which was very much about how you treat other people.
No, that's about karma. It's about getting.
No, it's
You're
not
missing
about
the point.
karma.
Yes, it
It's
is.
not about
This is about
karma.
neighborhood, about society, about culture.
Yeah, and I'm
It's
saying,
about,
and Lao
those
Tzu
were
was
just
all
about don't.
culture. Okay,
That's about
carry on.
blowback. That was like if you do something bad in the world, bad stuff can happen to you because you added like a set of conditions out there. This is
So
about
you're now
community.
confusing
You know what this all
Tibetan
comes down
Buddhism.
to?
Yeah, you're now confusing Tibetan Buddhism with traditional Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhism is very different. That's where you get your karma and your dharma. In
Before you get into
Buddhism, you don't really get that, and that's what I'm saying. That Indian traditional Indian and Chinese Buddhism is quite different to Tibetan Buddhism, which is much more a religion as opposed to a philosophical framework.
Consider this before you get into that. I know someone else is waiting to get in, so I'll make it brief. But consider this because the Bible was brought straight into it. There's a difference between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. We're told about the division that we've entered into, which is in Genesis 2, and there's an overlap between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2. In Genesis 1, we were created in the image of God. God is indivisible. In the image of God created he, them. Male and female created he, them. In brackets, I say it is one in there. So in Genesis 2, we become divided, and God transforms to Lord God. So I think this is significant as well. So be careful where we sort of land at, I should think. And I think God always has the truth. Someone else was trying to get in there, so sorry about that.
Rick. You there, Rick?
Oh, I was just paving the way for you, Dodo.
Riggs, fair play to you, man. You're a funny man. I like you, man. Off you go.
I was just opening the doors for you, bro.
Thank you, man. And I just wanted to get that in as well. And
I saw it coming, so I was like, hey.
Okay, well, that's what you said last night.
No, but all these complaints I'm hearing, it all comes from the concept that there could be nothing. So whenever the last, 100 or 200 years or whenever the fuck this started, the concept that there is such a thing as nothing, that's where this all comes from. All of it. The psychology, the social dynamic, the perpetual lying platform, it all comes from the idea that there could be a nothing. Because then you can itemize everything instead of treating it as one object that interacts with everything else. You can itemize everything as separate.
That's brilliant, man. That is really brilliant. So you're saying nothing
Technically, you're
doesn't
absolutely
exist.
right. It's always been debated. If nothing, then why anything at all? This has been the longest, one of the longest debates in science.
Good. I take a contrary position to Riggs here, because you're sort of hinting at nothing exists and everything is being gauged in terms of this non-existent concept.
Well, that's the platform. That's the scientific platform.
Sure.
Actually.
No, you're wrong. No, I don't mean to say you're wrong, but let's see if you agree with me.
Like modern science, the
scientific platform is based on that the one exists, and all there is the one. So remember, we're dealing in a materialistic world where sort of the spirit, not that it's denied, but it's sort of put to the side. That's a good sort of way. But that's the scientific
the way it exists today is that all factors can be known, and so then we can control everything.
Yes.
The problem is we're leaving out the whole because everything is part of something else. Like if one person's happy here, then someone else is going to be sad somewhere else. So there's a constant balance.
I don't think that science proposes, it knows all things or has all answers. In fact, I think it directly says exactly the opposite. Is we have some ideas, and by God, are they fragile.
And I would say that scientists on an individual level, the majority of ones that I have interacted with, do not make claims. I think a lot of loud ones on social media do not make claims about there not being anything higher or supernatural in the universe, right? They just don't use their scientific methodologies to explore that, but they personally have quite a few either spiritual or straight up religious beliefs and or adherences.
Yeah, but if any of those influences exist, then everything that they currently understand doesn't work.
Well,
It doesn't work the way they think it does.
It's not true. You can
So it's a
listen to
premise. It's a
quite
problem
few-
with the premise.
Well, that's actually just not true, though. I think there are quite a few, even the ones who I took astronomy classes from.
Hey, where do
right?
magnets get their power from?
What?
Where do magnets get their power from?
Magnetism.
Yeah. What I'm getting at?
No,
what
I'm talking
getting at
about
is
something that intrinsically works. It works fine. It always works for the most part. And you don't know where the power comes from. So you just use it as a material functionality instead of realizing, okay, well, what if God is real and God is powering magnets?
Yeah, that would be like some type of a religious or spiritual
It's a
assertion.
premise problem.
What I'm simply saying, though, Riggs, is I don't know very many scientists, including astronomers, who will do things like dismiss their religious or spiritual adherences because of scientific truths that they recognize.
But hang on a second before
Well,
you
they have
stray
to.
too far from the point.
No, they don't, because they just don't.
They absolutely have to. If the Bible says
Riggs,
the Earth is it takes shape of like a stamp in clay or whatever the exact quote is, then they have to essentially believe science over a book, an old book.
No, they don't.
I think it all comes down to their interpretation.
Well, hang on. Let me
And
say
hold on,
because-
Job. If anyone wants that reference, it's Job 38:14. And now what I'd like anybody to do is to go and look at the variations in different texts. So if you're a St. James kind of guy, it's a very different statement in St. James as it is to the NIV.
Ross, that's twice you're after helping me tonight because Job, honest to God, I reckon there's an onus on all of us to answer the questions that God poses to Job, because we are Job. Remember, 9/11 was an inside Job, or inside the book of Job, or Job, well, whatever you pronounce it. Can I just say to Riggs,
An inside Job.
when science sort of incorporates a theory of everything, remember this, right? Everything is encompassed by one particular thing or symbol. Do you know what that is?
Bye.
No, it's not. It's infinity. It's infinity. It's infinity, man.
All right.
That's everything. But if you think about infinity, it's simply an endless series of ones. So infinity can be equated to ones, or the material, the countable, the atomic world, the atom,
Well, the
right?
infinity
Atom,
is the
atomic
uncountable.
world.
by
But here's the
definition.
point. Here's the point. Let me just. I'll finish by saying this. Here's the point. You said zero is the cause or the acceptance of zero as a sort of a concept, and as it relates to reality, is the cause of all our woes in a sense. But I say it's the root of all our. What's the opposite of woes? It's accepting that there is a zero in place and what it actually represents. Because remember this, the infinity is just the zero twisted once, right? If you keep twisting the zero, you'll get the one. So everything stems from the zero. So by denying the zero, we are led into ultimately where we're at now. I'm done.
All right. So Riggs, to get back to your original point here, like the fact that they like
What was my
scientists
original
have
point?
that
That was
scientists
his
have
original
to,
point.
Pete, can you shut up? The idea that scientists have to reject.
That wasn't my
What was
original
the
point.
topic? You said that scientists.
No, that
have
was
to
one of my points. My original point
Okay,
was
I'm
this all
sorry.
stems from zero, or the fact that nothing exists, or that there could
Exactly,
be a
so
quantity of
my
nothing.
point was proven.
So,
You fucking idiot, RC.
Oh my gosh, Pete, can you shut up? So Riggs, but to both of those points that nothing exists, I don't know very many scientists, including ones who I've interacted with, taken lots of classes from, that I think all of whom have at least some type of religious adherence, especially the university I went to, right? they would not subscribe to this idea that like nothing exists or that
They'd
their
have to,
religious views.
because in
Rick,
space, if you move something,
no,
then it can move forever.
no, Riggs, that's not the only way of looking at either the scientific evidence that we have or an interpretation of our, like, even religious, especially Christian worldview. They are not diametrically opposed as you're trying to put them out there as.
RC is scientific philosophy based on the determinism of three-dimensionality. Do you know what I mean by that? If you don't, I'll just go a brief bit further. But I think you can get what I mean.
No, I'd
right?
like to actually engage with like.
I know. Can you answer
back
that?
and forth.
But
No,
you already
no,
got the
I
last
don't
thing
want to
wrong,
go down
man.
50 pieces.
Already
Right
wrong,
now. I'd
vegan. Got
actually
the
like
last
to have
thing
a
wrong. I don't
coherent
want you.
conversation with Riggs here. If you'd like to ask somebody else, they're welcome to answer. This is not my chat room, but I'm trying to respond directly to Riggs that not only do scientists not follow what you're saying is that they have to follow, that most would find what you're saying completely illogical. That somehow because I believe in a supernatural being or God or like have a religious life, that therefore my scientific discoveries mean nothing, or that just because I adhere to scientific evidence about the universe, that therefore nothing is of value or true or exists. I don't know anybody who said something like that.
Well, what they have to do is they have to form their scientific findings to their religious understanding.
No,
That's
they
what they
don't.
do, right? Because the science supersedes their belief system, right? So they have to
No.
like find a way to make it fit.
No, not at all.
So you know scientists that reject the religion based on no, I'm sorry, they reject the science based on their religious beliefs.
No, every religious scientist who I know, like I went to Brigham Young University, every one of the
Religious
scientists,
scientists?
yes, that every one of the scientists who are well respected in their field, because that's a well respected university, every one of them are practicing members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, like Christians, right? Like believe in things like supernatural healing, believe in things like modern day prophets, believe in scripture like the Bible. And the reality is that they will say this over and over, that there are truths in the Bible and I understand them and I believe them. There are truths out in the universe. I'm learning to understand them and I believe them. My quest as a scientist and as a religious person is to understand how do those things work together. That's what a religious scientist can and does do, is they ask the question, what is out there in the universe, and then don't shy away from the answers, and then ask the question, hey, what do I believe and why do I believe that? And then the third question is, how do those things fit together? And I think one of the most beautiful things that I've seen these scientists do, have been my mentors, is they say, you know what, that is a journey in and of itself, and it's an amazing one.
Hey, what percentage of scientists do you think went to Brigham Young University?
Oh, I have no clue. But my point is that like Riggs, a very small percentage. My point is that like they are not alone, and they are definitely not only are they not alone, is like, you know, they sit together probably with quite a few atheist scientists who will to themselves and to each other say like, yeah, I don't share your view, but I see what you're coming from, and like they see that cause is both a philosophical one, so probably doesn't, you know, hit on their religious
entertaining a point shouldn't like gain you a trophy. Yeah, I know it's kind of rare these days, especially common sense, but entertaining a point isn't something we should be like, yay, good job.
No, but that's what I'm telling you, is like, yeah, they might not say, yeah, that's my thing, but no one is, you know, deriding them for this idea. In fact, I would say the majority, you would even hear some of these loudmouth atheists, so-called scientists say like, yeah, the majority, a lot of my colleagues, they have religious beliefs and I don't agree with them. And they'll say things like, you know, Carl Sagan
Agree with
himself
them
would
on
say,
religion, but they agree with them on the science, right?
Sure.
Because like I said, the science supersedes the religious beliefs. And then, like you said,
that's a philosophical point.
They're trying to find a way to make these ideas work together.
No, they're
right?
asking they're not trying to find a way. They're asking the question, how do these things work together? There's a big
What's the
difference
difference?
The difference is one is exploratory and the other one is suppositional. So saying that,
what's the result? The result's
Yeah.
the same though, right?
No, not at all. Because the result of one of them is saying like how do I make my religious beliefs fit the science? Right? That is suppositional. That my
Well,
religious
no,
beliefs
if they are religious, then they have to choose one, right? Like, am I going to let
no,
my
not at
religion
all.
decide the science, or am I going to let the science decide the science?
No, not at all. Because my
They
religion does not.
absolutely have to.
No, Riggs, unless you take some type of like fundamentalist interpretation of scriptures and say, okay, my religion asserts that the earth is 6,000 years old. Okay, well, like, yeah, that's something factual that I guess if you believe that as part of your religious
Have to make it work,
tradition.
right? So what do
No,
those people
not at
do?
all. But
How
that's
can they
just
be a
stepping stone
scientist
to.
if they believe the earth is only, 5,000 years old? But then science itself says it's billions of years old.
Well, then we ask ourselves, like, what is my
They
religious
have to
assumption?
make it work,
No,
right? They
they
have to
just
pick one.
they simply recognize that, for example, like I do, that the interpretation that Genesis is something that is literal in its chronology and historicity is just like that's not what Genesis is for, and that's not what Genesis is trying to convey. Now,
I
if
don't
you
know,
want to
man.
believe that, cool beans, but I don't know even most theologians or even religious studies people who are religious adherents themselves also say that. There's Kent Hovind, but like, okay, and then there's some preachers.
I'm just making the point that you can't worship two masters, right?
And I'm making the point that, like, if you deny all of the good books that Paul has talked about, and you deny the basic faculties that God has given you to try to explore the world around you, then you're denying the basic gifts that I think that we would all agree as Christians. Yeah, those are things that we probably shouldn't deny or
I mean,
deride.
I'm not saying any of that. I'm just making the point that there's a division there that is a personal division, and that it's a problem with this system. Is my religion doesn't coincide with the findings, and how do I interpret this?
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, why don't you question your assumptions as to even like your religious convictions, or question your assumptions as when it comes to like your interpretation of the scientific findings? Maybe you're interpreting things wrong, rather than wait a minute, everything fundamentally doesn't work, or like you're coming to the conclusion, wait a minute, these things are at odds.
Or
But what about
Or
questioning the astronomy's assumptions? Why is that
that's
not
fine.
suppositional? Okay,
That's what
so it's
science is all
supposition.
about.
It's
about
just as, but the whole point is it's just as suppositional as anything else.
I feel like Riggs
that's what
wanted to
science is.
respond to
That's
that.
what
Did you
science
want to
is
respond
about.
to that, Riggs?
It's fine. I mean, I think I've gotten to the end of what I can get Meisty to kind of follow. Like, I'm following down a logical path. It hasn't been acknowledged, so I'm just going to leave it there.
He took
Agree
you
to
away from
disagree.
the original point and he blamed me, Riggs. He put the onus on me.
I know.
He talked shit for 20 minutes.
I know.
What was interesting about it, though, is that I think what you were getting at is the suppositions of this larger, infinite, ever-expanding universe that scientists take as fact, or say is more exploratory, like he defined it, rather than suppositional. That clarification is important in this, because what moving the stars into an infinite spot did was spread everything out so that we couldn't connect everything in the way that astrology might, as opposed to astronomy.
Yeah, it would lean on the idea of nothing, which is what I brought up before. Is that whenever you exercise the idea of nothing, you get division. You get people who become separate from the whole. They can't appreciate the work that was put into something that they gained materially. It's all of this subliminal, subconscious acceptance of nothing that allows for that process to even take place in your mind.
Or can I throw this idea out there, Riggs?
Pursuit. Yeah.
Or can I throw this idea out there, Riggs? Maybe you're interpreting vastness as nothing, rather than interpreting
everyone
how. Hold up, Riggs.
in general is doing
Than,
that
hey,
as
Riggs,
a
can I finish
society.
my sentence, please? Like, or rather than, as I've heard many of my mentors in astronomy who have taken a couple of classes from say, no, actually, this is what we're looking at is omnipotence in its face, and we're seeing, wow, how great is God that He can
That's
do
the
all of
infinity.
things.
You've embraced the infinity, which is the twisted nothing. And you said that the infinity comes from nothing itself. You've admitted it via what?
I didn't say I didn't say infinity. What I
No,
said
but
is
that is
omnipotence.
the omnipotence is what's the best symbol you have for representing the infinite?
That's not what I'm talking about here.
It is the
No.
omnipotence, the everything, the opposite to what
Yeah. Do you know what
Riggs
the
is nothing
main
is.
antagonist of the never-ending story is? Do you remember?
No, I don't know it.
The nothing.
Okay.
And it took everything away that was wonderful.
Okay, and how about you switch that translation in the way that you're framing this for yourself and say, well, wait a minute, maybe it's not omnipotent, or no,
Well,
maybe
let
it's not
me
nothing
let
that
me
I'm
look in
sharing
the
in my brain.
toilet and
Maybe
think,
it's something.
maybe
it's
that's
something
not
greater
shit.
than. Oh, Riggs.
And
Or
I
you
can
could
just
say,
eat it.
why you keep
Hang on, Riggs.
cutting me off, man?
Marcy, answer my
Hey,
question.
Because
why
you're
are
twisting my points.
No, I'm trying to
You're
make a
saying
different
take
point.
less, accept less.
No, Riggs, I'm
I
trying to get.
don't.
Can I get my sentence out, man? All I'm trying to say is that, hey, there's another way of looking at this where it's not, wait a minute, they're trying to take goodness and lots of things and make it nothing. It's actually, well, wait a minute, maybe our very limited view, and this is something Christianity teaches us, we have a limited view on things. We have limited power. God has a much more expansive view, much more expansive power. Why don't you look at these discoveries as gifts of like insight into who God is and what he does, rather than as a bar at man's bar on like who he like how we actually understand
What is
reality.
God then, R.C. Meisty? What is God to you?
Yeah.
That's a different
You
question.
just advise Riggs to think in those terms, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Sure.
dude. You're my
Yeah, you know what?
advisor. Tell me, what's God?
What's God to you, though?
He's someone who
My
loves
salvation is in your hands.
No, your salvation is not in my hands. No, but what I am saying, Riggs, is this idea that like if you try to put God in a box of your understanding of Genesis, then guess what? That's as far as God is going to lead you, because he's like, well, that's the box Riggs has put me in, so I guess that's how I'm going to work with him. Now imagine you recognize the fact like, wow, God's done a lot more things than like I can even just perceive, but I can use the faculties that I'm given to explore the other things that he has in the universe and say, wow, he's a lot greater than I even
So what
thought.
are the
It's not
extents
just
of
about
God to
making
you?
trees. It's not just
Don't
about making trees and squirrels anymore. It's about freaking, he knows how to deal
don't
with
patronize him,
supernovas.
R.C.
I think what he's trying to get
to you?
what he's trying to get at is putting God in the suppositional box that you did when you explained exploratory as opposed to suppositional. You're putting
I see
God in the
exactly what he did.
suppositional
New
box.
perspective. He turned
No,
the zero into hang on, Riggs or R.C. Meisty. A new perspective. How you doing, by the way?
Good. How are you, brother?
What R.C. Meisty, and he wouldn't answer my direct question, but he turned Riggs nothing into everything, which is represented. I'll answer my own question by the mathematical symbol, the lemniscate, which is the infinity symbol. That's what you've done.
No,
Have
what
you
I'm
realized
saying
it or
is
not?
that like the God's creation, God's work is much beyond what the purview of one human mind can do, and us trying to put him in the box of 30 something chapters in Genesis and saying that's how I should understand God and creation. That's a really, really limiting way to
That's
look at something
conspiracy
that
Santas.
Scripture itself. Pete, stop cutting me off. That Scripture itself says, yeah, not the mind can't even imagine the things God has done. And you're saying, nope, I can imagine it. It's in 31 chapters of Genesis.
Well, you can imagine the
Well, hold on.
impossible, which is impossible for God. You can imagine yourself on a spinning ball Earth.
And what I think what he's trying to force you to do, Meisty, is to admit that the construct that you call exploratory, as if discoveries that we all are participating in through this faction of people that are claiming something that they can't prove and using deceptive means to create this infinite universe that isn't what we really see in any reality at all. And that it takes God away. It takes God away from this as the creation that's all encompassing and all integrated into one system. And you're seeing it as separate. The Big Bang does that. It's just the
No,
random
that's not how
chaos
I
that
see this
somehow
at all.
I'm not even saying
you're saying that this construct that you think is science is in no way constructed as its own religion that defies the religion that you might also try to accept at the same time.
Yeah, and that the science would have to supersede because they use the science to formulate their interpretation.
No,
But the science comes from a false premise, and so they've interpreted it to some extreme means, which has nothing to do with reality at that point.
No, science is one way of exploring our own experience here as human beings. Religion and spirituality is yet but another way of doing that. I don't know why in the world one would say that our faculties of validation inquiry, valid inquiry
Well,
is some way, and shared inquiry is somehow invalidating of other experiences we have. But we can't conflate the two. We can't say that, oh yeah, my spiritual life and my religious life is scientific. That's also not true. But
I have a
we
perfect
You just
say
said
that
that. You just said
neither
that
of them
science is about exploring our
neither of them.
experience.
Can I
And
finish my
what
sentence?
what the heliocentric
Why,
model
why
does
are we? Why
is
are
it,
you?
it, it
Can I at least
redefines,
finish
it
my
makes our
sentence, man?
experience.
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
go ahead.
All I was saying is, like, why would we then say, yeah, while they're not the same thing, they both they both at least offer us something to enrich in our experience. Why would I try to take away one of them just because, like, oh, my limited understanding here is somehow tries to find some contradiction? Those contradictions are contrived, not actual.
Okay, let me answer
But see,
briefly.
wait, the experience. Let
Okay,
me
go
say
on.
this real quick. You're saying that if science is about exploring our experience, and the whole idea that flat earthers talk about is that our direct experience is completely the opposite of what science claims.
That's true. Empty water,
And
astronomical speeds,
that's the whole
astronomical
division that
distances.
comes from this. If you have to
Your incredulity
rely
is
on
noted.
the experts, if you have to rely on the experts to tell
My
you if you're upside down
Your
or right side
incredulity
up or
is noted.
spinning or not.
Okay, my best rebuttal.
Incredulity, yeah. So right, exactly. Incredulity. I don't believe in your faith
One
of
second.
science
Yeah,
in the way that it has
NASA,
been defined.
your comments
incredulity
not
is noted.
appreciated.
Hang on.
I don't
New
care.
perspective.
You're adding nothing. You're
Let me
just
give my rebuttal to
Your
Orson
This is the
incredulity
perfect
is
comment.
duly limited.
What he says was incredulity. Yeah, because
write
people
it in
have
your journal,
incredulity
bro.
when it comes to God too, and people have incredulity when it comes to a faith.
Well,
Right. That makes sense,
listen.
right?
Hang on, new perspective. Orsi Maisty. So here's the problem. If we accept what you're saying, right, the problem with science is that they only determine things in terms of three-dimensionality. They don't incorporate this other aspect into their theorizing. Now,
So
this is a problem. If we live in a metaphysical reality, which you seem to admit, where there's interaction between the material and the immaterial, if science explains everything and claims to have the whole truth in terms of materialism, right, how can you swear or stand by that when you know that a whole half, which you admit to be in a potential existence, is completely and utterly omitted?
it's not completely and utterly omitted. What it is that science is a way for us to explore our physical reality and our physical world. I would not, like, if I'm given the faculty together with my fellow man to be able to explore that in ways that we can share, right, as a community, because that's what science is. It's actually a
Right.
community of people who are trying to look at observations and say, wait a minute, what is actually happening here within our physical reality? Like, then I'm gonna use that faculty, right? Because I believe it's a God-given.
So your brain is from God.
Hold up, because I believe it's a God-given faculty. And
Right.
just like I participate in a religious community, because similarly, I participate in that religious community in such a way where we have some shared experiences that we can
Okay.
build off of and, like, create a better society around, right? Now, science has nothing to do with that other thing, but I use both of them in order to advance myself and in order to advance society as a whole.
So your intrinsic core is your God-given brain, which is immaterial, right? And then it sort of decodes the material world. Now, of course, the material world, you're only born into this earth, right? Your brain mightn't function to its highest capabilities, except beyond a certain point. But the material world that we're offered up, you've imagined, fair enough, that the ground is moving beneath us, and then we gauge everything in terms of that mental, which is given from God, right? Speculation. Why can't you imagine if the ground is stationary, or Maisty, and a differing picture that will present itself to your God-given imagination? Why can't you do that?
I can imagine.
Wait, hold on. And
Oh my
if it is the case that it's stationary, then you would have to redefine what you're talking about as science as a construct to create this
Everything,
religious belief that separates you from
Everything
the
changes,
actuality of the nature of our world.
Excellent.
Science is not a belief system. Stop it right now.
Yeah, and that's
It is a
that's
belief system.
kind
You
of
think
on
you're
No, it
spinning,
isn't, sir.
but you're not.
Or see,
It is
Micey
It is a
not.
just
belief
said it
system.
was.
No,
Prove
it's
that
not
you're
a belief
spinning.
system, sir. It is
Well,
proven.
that's what you think.
Well, if it's not a
Well,
Proven.
belief
prove it.
system,
Okay,
NASA, why
prove
do
to
you
me that
believe
the
in
Earth is
science?
spinning.
We don't
Show me
believe in
something that
science.
proves the Earth is spinning besides the Foucault pendulum.
Besides the focal pendulum, ask Bob Nodell and his gyroscope. He knows.
Yeah, the
50
Or see,
gyroscope and
Micey
the
said he
Foucault,
has to
the two
explore his
man-made
God-given
devices
brain.
that somehow
other
make your
than
reality the opposite of what it seems. That
So
doesn't
I
seem
think we
belief.
got a good topic here, guys. Can we just
Yeah,
pick
other
hold
one guy at a
on. Yeah,
time, or
hold on.
at least
Yeah,
two?
exactly.
Shit.
Yeah, let's not just
other
be
than
stepping
that,
all over
what do
each
you
other.
have?
NASA, really, I'm gonna ride hard on you and mute you because it's been pretty
What?
calm.
I'm participating in this discussion. How come I'm the one who gets muted?
Because you tend to rumpus people.
You're not
We've
adding
literally been-
anything.
What do you mean
Yes.
I'm not
You're
adding
just
anything?
another voice.
He asked
But he
how
wasn't
we know
asking
the
you.
Earth is moving.
Don't
I gave
repeat
him
the same
2
thing over and
experiments.
over. You're gonna talk over me, NASA? Really? Just don't repeat the same thing over and over to keep other people from getting out their point, please.
Then have him stop asking the same question over and over again.
Anything about your direct experience tell you that the Earth is spinning?
Yes.
What?
The Foucault pendulum.
Yeah, that's not your experience. You experienced
Sure it
the
is.
Foucault pendulum. Right. You
Sure,
would
I can go to the
experience a spinning
I can go
if
to
you
the
were spinning. That's the
I
point. You would
can go
experience
to the
it, but you
museum.
don't.
I can watch the Foucault pendulum move and know
There
that
you
the Earth
go.
is spinning.
That's a religious symbol to you, isn't
No,
it?
it's not, sir. It's an
But surely,
scientific
Yeah, it is,
surely the
experiment.
because it
pendulum is
makes you
spinning.
think your reality is the opposite of what it is.
Surely the pendulum is spinning and the ground outside is stationary, bud.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
You don't know
when
how
you
the
really
Foucault
look at it,
pendulum
but
works.
you're
Son.
trying to say it's fact.
To respond to your question, Pete, I can imagine a flat Earth. I can imagine the Earth not spinning. But then my God-given faculties say, "All right, is that the case? And is there any evidence of that, or is there evidence of that it's spinning and that it's?" And
Well,
the
there is
answer
direct
is
evidence
yes.
that the Earth's surface is not
Why
moving.
are you talking over me?
Okay.
But there is evidence that it's spinning, and I don't have to deny that fact in
Where's
order
the
to then
evidence?
continue on to the next question that I might have, which is like,
Where's the
well, why is
Where's
it
the
spinning?
evidence?
How big is the Earth? What's
Mic
its
check,
radius?
mic check. What's going on, everyone?
We've just
Where's
given
the
you the
evidence?
evidence.
Micey,
Do I need to give
please?
you the evidence again? How come every
No,
time you
or
guys?
That's all you
says
need
there
is
is
this
evidence.
religious Foucault pendulum.
How come
Hang on a
it's not a
second.
religious? It's a
Don't
scientific
frustrate
experiment.
people.
You can do one yourself. You could do
Right.
one.
Don't frustrate people. Hang
You
on.
could do
Hang on.
one.
Push your
You could
religion.
do
Keep
one at
pushing
your
your
home.
Let me
religion.
clarify. Let me
Yeah,
clarify
keep
to R.C.
pushing it.
Meisty. R.C.
So
Meisty
let me
said,
get this straight. The sun moves, and we detect motion at the smallest scale. But we see motion in everything. So how is this little motion that we detect have anything to do with the Earth moving?
Explain it some other way. Why does the Foucault pendulum move then?
And also that it moves exactly in the way the model the model asserts it does.
That's
There's
correct.
no way of proving that.
Yes, there is.
That's called
That's called the
hypothesis,
proof
man.
right there. You've just
Yeah,
proved the
right. If
hypothesis.
something
There you
doesn't
go.
the
You
way a
must be
model
upside
You
down.
make a
dictates the spinning,
hypothesis.
that's called
In
a
all
You make a
directions.
hypothesis. Hold on a
What a
second.
leap of
This is
faith.
called. Wait a minute. This is even
Leap of
QE's
faith?
scientific experiment method.
Okay.
You make a hypothesis. You do an experiment. You show the hypothesis is true. That's even QE
Okay.
right
But
there.
you're jumping the
All right,
main
here's an
thing
experiment.
before. Hold
Do
on,
you
hold on.
feel
You're
like you're
jumping.
spinning? No.
You're
There you go.
jumping the
Experiment
thing
done.
before the hypothesis. People don't just have hypothesis out of the blue. They have to observe something first. They have
Yeah,
to
we
notice some
observe.
sort of pattern. You
Yeah, we
jump to
notice.
the hypothesis as if there is
No,
no
no.
pattern
Okay.
recognition before it.
We
Hang
notice the
on.
stars moving up in the sky.
Hang on, Matrix.
We
Hang
notice
on
the
a
sun moving
second.
across the sky.
Hang on a second, please. So when you look at the Foucault's pendulum, right, you already have a model to compare it against, right? Is
That's
that true?
correct. Very
Right.
good.
Yeah.
But that you just said
Post
that
diction.
the but hang on. But you just said that the Foucault pendulum is sufficient in itself to prove
Yes,
globe Earth. So
because
which
it
came
shows
from
that the
which?
Earth is
Which
moving.
came from which? Which came first?
You made an observation. The stars move across the sky. The sun moves across the sky.
Oh,
Then the question comes: is
There
the
you go.
Earth moving or is the sky moving? The Foucault
right.
pendulum proves that the Earth is moving.
How does it prove that?
So how so?
What's
How
your
does it prove?
natural observation
Stupid
within
shit.
our
Stupid shit,
within what's your natural observation here on Earth that you see all the time that the Foucault pendulum, besides the sky moving, because that's totally that's totally not proof that we're moving. What is it that you observe naturally in your everyday life that causes you to think you might be spinning that the Foucault pendulum would then confirm?
That's what it is. The sky moves. The sun moves.
Oh yeah, you must be moving, but you don't sense it at all.
Well, no.
And that's
There's
okay,
two.
because
There's
the math
two
says it's
possible.
okay.
There's two possible explanations. One is the sky is moving and the Earth is still. The other one is the sky is still and the Earth is moving.
There could be
There's
an infinite amount of explanations. That isn't logical to just say there's only two.
Jay,
He didn't say explanation.
Explain the
No, wait,
focal
no,
pendulum.
wait, he's right about that. There's two. So the sky says nothing
No,
about whether
there's
you're moving
three. There are
necessarily
three.
or not.
What's the third one?
Regardless,
They're both moving?
Yeah, there might be both moving. Yeah.
Well, okay,
And the-
regardless of that, there should be some natural observation that
There
causes
is.
us to think that we're moving besides
Yeah,
the
this.
so-called
Right.
pendulum
Yeah, the sky's moving.
and the gyro.
And
No,
the
I'm saying
gyro.
natural
So
observation.
other
you already
than
counted out the sky as the
other than the focal pendulum and the gyroscope, what do you have? Right?
Yeah, exactly. What do you have?
Other than two proofs of the hypothesis, what other proof do you have?
Well, but hold on a second.
So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight, Payne Nasser Shield.
Hey, let me ask you this real quick. Hold on. Well, Matrix, hold on. Matrix can go next because I want to jump in. But Paige, you mentioned two things that move. You didn't mention anything. There's nothing that indicates an Earth moving. You talked about two things that are moving. So how about proof that the Earth? Yeah, how about proof that the
Your
Earth?
hypothesis doesn't involve Earth rotation in it. If it
Yeah, it
does,
does.
let's hear it.
Well,
Okay, let's hear it.
There's two possible explanations of the stars moving above the sky. One is the Earth is still and the sky is moving. The other one is the sky is still and the Earth is moving. Go ask Bob Nodell what he proved.
So I have a simple question. I have a simple question.
Go ahead, Matrix. Yeah.
What came first? The gyroscope or the pendulum or the construction of the globe model? What came first?
Construction of the globe model.
So how is it possible that they had all the information to construct that globe model when the pendulum and the gyroscope, the thing that you are asserting that gives us a 100%
No,
proof
hold
of
on a second.
No, you just blew yourself up right now.
No, sorry. The globe is different. Now the question is the globe still and the sky is moving around the globe, or is the globe moving and the sky is still?
But all right, Paid, but just follow the logic. How is
That
it
is the
possible
proof.
to all right, how is it possible to come up with the model since the 1700s before the gyroscope and the pendulum was even conceived of, bro? How does that make sense? And now you're giving it to us as proof, man.
Because you can come up with a
Listen, this is
globe.
nonsense. Well, let's hear about how it's
put out there.
You can come up with a
Let's hear
globe
about-
and have it be still. That's one of the possible explanations. There was
Listen,
no
he
real
had a
proof. They
hypothesis, so you guys
thought.
aren't interested that he said that he has some pseudo. He said he had a hypothesis. You guys aren't interested in the fact that he's using pseudoscience right here, and it's not an
Not using
actual
pseudoscience. Sorry.
hypothesis. I mean, if no one's interested, that's fine. But
Why is this pseudoscience? Because you say it is?
Because you already had the model before. Because you already had the model before the instruments that you claim prove the model, bro.
You got it right. They got lucky.
You can have the globe model and have it be still. They thought that the Earth was moving, the sky was still.
How can it be still, man? If it's still, it wouldn't do the same things. Water wouldn't stick to it. There would be no force of gravity. What are you talking about?
No, gravity doesn't depend on whether the Earth is moving or not. Sorry.
Gravity's not a force, though, right?
Gravity is a force, actually.
No, it just acts like a force, right?
Well, it's okay. It acts like a force. Good enough for me.
No,
I
it's
think.
just okay. It's okay. Just call it a force, but not a force.
Well, it's very good. It's good enough.
Yeah. It's all kind
Well,
of
it's gra-
miscellaneous, but still proven, right?
It acts like a
Is
force.
gravity the effect of a force, right?
There's a lot of things that aren't forces, but you can ignore them. You just have to ignore this one because it
No.
disproves your model again.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is gravity an effect of a force.
Gravity is a force.
Oh, the gravity is the force in itself.
Gravity is an acceleration, but okay, that's good.
So
enough.
an effect of some unknown force, pretty much.
Yeah, good enough.
And
Like you're saying, how you
have
get
you
off
ever
of gravity,
questioned? Have you ever questioned what is this unknown force?
Yeah, if you know that, please tell me, and invite me when you go to Sweden to get the Nobel Prize if you know what gravity is, what causes
Well,
gravity.
you know what? That Nobel Prize for that force might be causing your pendulum to move as well as your gyroscope.
no.
Hey, how about that?
No, sorry.
How can you rule that out then? How can you rule that out that this unknown force is the thing that's causing your gyroscope and your pendulum to persist? How can you rule it out?
Explain it.
No. That's bullshit. That's
No,
bullshit.
if you think
How
there's
can you rule it out?
Jay, listen to me. If you think there's an unknown force that causes the focal pendulum to move in the manner it does, at different latitudes move different move different speeds, and in the southern hemisphere, move the other direction. Please explain that to me, and I'll be more than happy to listen.
This is such bullshit right now.
Let me just. You're saying it's known, but it is an unknown.
No. If he has a force that's known, if he thinks there's this force that'll explain this phenomena, then please tell me all about it, and we'll write it up in a science paper.
I'll tell you about it. Yeah, if the Earth is still and there's a force.
Benty? Everyone else is changing the topic. I'm trying to stay on topic.
Bacon is trying to respond.
Somebody says they have your Nobel Prize explanation. You're trying to cut them off. Go ahead.
Yeah, if the Earth is still and the pendulum precesses because some mysterious forces, those forces would actually have to be exactly the same as the Coriolis forces and the centrifugal force, because those combined is exactly what produces the pendulum's precession.
Well, but that brings us back to the beginning of the conversation. Right, this brings us back to the beginning of the conversation. We're talking about the spreading of the stars and the scaling of it out so that we didn't connect everything. So the stars are following a 15-degree rotation, and it's not them causing the pendulum to do that necessarily, but it's they're a sign of this force that everything works on. And it's within everything integrated, and whatever that is, to assume it's us spinning and being upside down without feeling it whatsoever is ridiculous.
It's an assumption.
You're demonstrating.
No, but it's an assumption that you can develop. But now
your incredulity is noted.
You have to develop other alternatives. If the Earth is flat and stationary as your starting position, and all the skylights move in unison, have you considered as a possibility in developing your model, you can decide later to disprove it or whatever, that there's a singular earthbound source? Because remember, the vacuum of empty space is done away with because it's only particular to the globe model, which is decided upon the Earth chosen to move. Have you developed those sort of thoughts, Bacon?
I don't know. Do you have those? Do you have that?
Let me ask yourself, the scientific man, the man of science. Have you developed?
Let me ask you something.
No, because it's a ridiculous theory. But
it's ridiculous because you know the truth is proven by the Foucault's pendulum and the gyroscope, which was invented after the globe was decided. The proof came before the proof.
No, hold on a second. The Foucault pendulum does not prove the Earth. The Foucault pendulum proves the Earth spins. There's a difference. Got it?
Prove something.
That's a hypothesis, not a proof.
No, actually, no. The Foucault pendulum. The Foucault pendulum is demonstration that the hypothesis is correct, and then that's Bob and his gyroscope.
You'd have to demonstrate that in natural world. You'd have to demonstrate the effects of that in a natural world besides the man-made device.
Well, Foucault's pendulum is not supernatural, is it?
So that should be ruled out, in my opinion.
No, the Foucault pendulum is in the natural world.
That's fine. That's
you can go to the museum.
Now these other hypotheses.
Where do you live, by the way?
Of an ether. I'm not going to start getting personal about this. Come on, you're talking
about where do you live? No, just tell me the city, a nearby city.
Okay?
How about a country? You can go to the nearest museum probably and see a Foucault pendulum.
Don't tell him that he just wants to get their job.
No, I just want to know where.
Lots of inconsistencies. What if it goes past the equator and it changes? Does that?
What we're saying is that
southern hemisphere.
That in your world, in your model, it might be evidence, but we don't consider it to be sufficient enough evidence to rule that what you're saying is accurate. So we're questioning. No. Listen, you have a thing of saying your incredulity is noted. The problem is you're asserting that we are incredulous of something that you can prove, which you cannot.
Yes, we did.
Exactly.
It is proven.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, because you would know if you're spinning. Period.
Yes, you do. Well, how would you know you're spinning?
You don't know it by a device.
How would you know
you
you're
have an
spinning?
indication of something moving? You don't
how
have
would you know
any
you're
proof that
spinning?
You're moving. Exactly. How would you know?
Exactly. How would you know you're spinning? You said you did. Wait, excuse me. You asserted. How? You asserted that you would know you're proving. How would you notice this?
Well, I would have all kinds of ways. I wouldn't be alive to begin with.
Hang on.
Why not? Why wouldn't you be alive?
Well, hang on.
Dude,
I have an
because
analogy.
the human body, we know, can't take these forces that they're saying that are happening.
So what's the force?
Especially.
Tell me.
How much?
Tell me what's the force?
The whole thing breaks down when we're talking.
How much
about
force?
Well, the forces are 11 different vectors moving at 1,000 miles per hour.
Stop with this 11 different vectors thing. If you knew,
Hey,
if you knew
well,
anything
listen to
about
this.
math,
What if
you would know that math
eclipses
that everything
change?
goes in one. That all vectors add up to 1. So stop with this 11.
Okay, yeah, all
Let me-
vectors have mathematics proves that we're spinning, right?
Let me
So then
hang
No,
what
on.
about
Let me
this?
give
What
you.
about if the
No,
eclipse
mathematics proves this
Let's go
11
back.
different vector stuff
Hey,
is
back to the
bullshit.
pendulum. What if the
Let's go
eclipse
back,
changes
please.
if the eclipse changes the direction of the pendulum? Does that negate
That
your
actually has been
hypothesis?
pretty
In
much disproven.
mathematics,
Oh, pretty much.
it
Okay,
thinks
so
it's
Yeah.
it's pretty
zero
much.
and
Yeah,
negatives
pretty
are
It's
much
never
real.
been.
backing
It
it
was
up.
observed once by this one guy and never observed
Hang on a
again.
second.
Sure,
Hang on a
right.
second.
So
Let me
that's
give an
enough
let
to
me
put
give
you
an
out.
analogy that will hang on, please. Let me give an analogy that will sort of satisfy both sides. NASA shell. Will I call you Paid? I know that's your birth name, but that's okay. Let me call you. Okay. So imagine, right? Because imagination is very powerful. All of us. Imagine we're in the center of a tornado, and it's rotating from left to right, so and clockwise in a clockwise fashion, and we're in the very center of it, right? But we're still within the influence of it because whatever. So you start to swing a little pendulum, a little weight hanging from a string, paid NASA shell especially, and bacon. So you start to just sing. You have infinite patience, infinite time, or whatever, but you're still within this greater form, right, which is spinning in a certain fashion. If you continue to seemingly to your own relative position, spin that in one axis, right, or not spin it. What do you call that? Swing
Plane.
it in one axis. Do you think that the prevailing conditions would have any effect, subtle or otherwise, on the swing which you maintain consistently in terms of your impulse parting force, which is
You're asking about the rotating wind?
That was a really long question. You mean?
You understand it though?
Yeah.
You're asking if
So
the
we're in the middle
wind
of a
would-
hurricane. Yeah, which in the middle of a tornado.
Yeah, you're in the very
What is
center, the heart of it.
You could just ask if a pendulum processes in in the middle of tornado.
Okay,
well, but I'm
regardless,
going to put you in the middle of a
hold on,
tornado
hey,
first
that's
of
a
all.
show.
You had no idea I was going to put you in there
That's
until
what
a
you
few
said.
seconds ago.
Hold on, wait. Besides that
That's
question,
a
let's
silly
just get
question
back. Let's
because
get down to the brass.
you wouldn't be doing an experiment like the focal pendulum in the middle of a tornado.
No, you
Sorry.
ruled out all
Regardless
other
of that,
possibility. Hang on.
What are you afraid of?
That's the wind.
Hey,
That's
that's
the
show.
wind.
The best you can do is say that you believe the pendulum proves that you're spinning. That's the best you
Actually,
can do.
no.
Say
The
it. You
pendulum
believe
proves we're spinning. We don't believe
Why,
that.
why
it
doesn't the
because
pendulum?
it's the difference between knowing and believing. You know it because you experience it. You believe it.
I
Because
have to ask you
associate
something.
with it.
I have to ask you something. You said we would know if you were spinning. I didn't still get that. I think we should dive deeper into that. You said there should be you wouldn't be alive because of forces, right?
Let me ask you this: is the core what is the Coriolis effect? Does the Coriolis effect say that a plane that sets a straight course would see or a moving ground underneath?
Can you answer my question, please, instead of bringing another subject?
We never see a moving
Yeah,
Earth
yes, you do.
underneath the plane. Therefore, we're not moving. That's
Yes,
what
Can you
you do.
answer my question? Can you answer my question?
Right.
Okay, how would you know we're spinning?
You would feel it.
You asked
How would you?
Google?
How does
You
that
have a
work? How do you
gyroscope.
feel a spin?
You have a gyroscope in your head. It's called the vestibular system. You know if you move
Sure.
or not.
And how precise is that?
It seems to be pretty good.
It's not.
Pretty good is not a number. How
Yeah.
precise is
Well,
that?
if you're moving, if you're in a car and you have your eyes closed and your dad turns the car, you know if the car's turning or not. Right?
Yeah, and
Right, that's pretty good.
yeah, that spin is like it takes how much? 3 seconds to make a full turn. It takes a day for the Earth to make a full turn. It's a way
It doesn't
weaker
change
spin.
1,000 miles per hour.
No,
you
that's
don't
not
spin
the
it
no, that's not the
1,000 miles per
spin.
hour.
See, this is where you're stuck.
You don't feel
can't
linear
think of it
motion.
any other way than mathematics. But you can
No,
prove
it's actually
No,
15
new perspective. New
You don't
perspective.
degrees
spin
an
in miles
hour.
per hour. You spin
New
at half
perspective.
the speed of an
How do
hour
you know
speed.
bacon?
You can
How do you know
mentally
bacon?
visualize it all you want.
Wait.
But if we observe things that
only
wait,
rotate
about it as
15
numbers.
degrees per hour,
Hang on a
why
minute.
would we not
Hang
start
on.
with that assumption?
Hang on a minute. Everybody's clipping. We can't hear anything anybody's saying because everybody's clipping.
Okay.
Sign of a good conversation. Don't worry about it.
We can't feel linear motion. We feel the change in the speed.
You don't have to explain this to me. I know the theories. They don't check out.
Well, it don't
Actually,
seem to.
you've never been in a barony chair, have you?
Hang on, bacon.
I've
You're
been in an
saying
airplane.
bacon.
I've been in an airplane and the ground doesn't move below me. Therefore,
Yeah. Did you feel that motion?
Period.
Did you feel the motion at 600 miles per hour the whole time?
I would if there's turbulence. Yeah.
Yeah, but if
Oh,
there's
so you would
turbulence,
feel the turbulence.
I feel some motion in a plane, yeah. Even if it's going really fast, I feel that I'm moving.
no.
Yes.
Actually,
But
If
it doesn't
you,
know that you're
if
moving.
you,
You have a
wait,
sense that
wait,
you're moving.
1 second. You know how
Even
that
that, even in one
gyroscope,
linear direction.
you know how the gyroscope beside your ear works.
No, he doesn't.
Dude, the airplane never sees the ground move below it. Therefore, the Earth is not spinning.
The airplane actually does see the ground move below.
Wait, wait.
Why do things that are at rest not
why we
conserve
don't.
momentum
Tell
then?
me,
The way
tell me,
Things at rest
tell
do
me why
conserve
the
momentum.
airplane never sees the ground moving below it.
Because
the way we
pilots
feel,
up front steering it.
the way the organ in our ears work is that it feels changes in, it feels
Dude, you don't have to
acceleration.
explain
It
this to
doesn't
me. I
feel
know it.
constant.
I've been over this a million times.
No, you
can tell
haven't.
me,
Then you
oh,
still don't
went
understand
through
it.
one linear
Yeah,
direction
you
at a
have to
certain
go
amount of
another
miles.
million then.
You can't minimalize it in my head, dude. It's over.
I'm
I'm
sorry
done
that
with
your head is
thinking
wrong.
about
Then.
it in the way you want me to think
Well,
about
hang
it
on then.
because
No,
it
just
doesn't
think
work.
about it in the correct way.
You're talking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
constant acceleration, and you're
You're
trying to
just
correct. You're trying to correct my senses.
Yes.
no.
You
I'm
don't
trying to
understand
correct
How
your.
ridiculous that is. You
Okay,
can't
hang
We're
know
on.
trying to
something
correct.
until you experience
Wait,
it.
Let me ask him a
wait.
question.
Wait.
Let me ask him a question.
We're
New
trying
perspective.
to. We're
Hang on,
we're
Bacon. Let me
trying.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Another long, blown out question.
No,
Yeah.
I'll make
Yeah,
it short. I'll
5
make it short
minutes ago.
then. I'll make it short. So, in reality, Bacon, would you recognize if you were 5 degrees off of vertical, like if you had one shoe shorter than the other, do you think you'd recognize that deviation automatically?
5
Yes or no?
degrees.
5
Yeah.
degrees, yeah.
No.
What about 2.5 degrees? What degree do you think it would become imperceptible to you to notice that you're off horizontal, or what you accept to be horizontal?
I don't
I'm
know.
getting to a point. I'm getting to a point.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how
It'd be
many
close. It'd be
degrees
very
would feel.
close to 1 or 0 degrees or something. You know intrinsically whether you're
Oh,
off natural balance, right? Anyway, we accept this basic principle. Now, this goes back to the vestibular system in our ear. Would you agree or disagree with that? And how it connects ultimately to our brain or processing system? Would you agree with that?
yeah. There are
Right.
crystals inside that
Your
liquid.
vestibular system is not as precise as you say. Just as there are visual
Okay.
illusions, there are also
Well,
vestibular illusions.
Well, hang on, please. So, hang
No,
on, Nasser
says
Shill.
anyone
Nasser
who has
Shill,
flown.
your mate is just after disagreeing with you because he said he would recognize a variation of 5 degrees and lower off of horizontal. Now, my ultimate point is, if we take it that we live on a spinning ball Earth, over the course of 12 hours, you know how much variation from horizontal at a starting position that vestibular system is forced to recognize according to your theorizing?
12 hours? Well, that actually is using your weight.
Over 12
so
hours.
that wouldn't be changing.
Over 12 hours, yes? Over 12
Over
hours.
12 hours, yeah.
That's pointing
I asked you
downwards.
what degree of variation?
You asked what degree of variation would it feel? And
It's
the answer
180
is
degrees,
none,
right? Because you're at the other side of the Earth. It's 180 degrees from its initial starting
because
position.
you're spinning
Over 12
with
hours.
the wait. The downward force is spinning
Right.
with you.
You're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour or 700 miles an hour.
You don't spin in
15
miles per
degrees
hour.
there.
Yeah,
But your
the
vestibular system, which is so sensitive, doesn't pick up any of this variation and then goes back to it again.
I just explained why. I just explained why it would.
Okay, wait a minute. I want to ask you guys this. Okay, so if a plane goes on course and it stays on its straight course and it doesn't correct for Coriolis, what's the reason for it to be off course? What's the reason
Flies
that it
over
would
a
end up in a
set
different
ground
spot than it
track.
aimed at?
The pilot
Hold on.
corrects. The pilot
I'm
corrects
asking
for
you.
it.
No, I'm asking you if the pilot doesn't correct for it and it stays in a straight path.
But he does
what would
correct
be the
for it.
reason? What would be the reason it would be off course if it didn't correct for it?
But he does correct for it.
I know. So you can't even say it.
No, because you're
Okay.
you're asking a silly question.
You believe in magic.
Can I try?
You know you understand how pilots fly? Pilots fly over the ground. They don't
I'm
fly
not asking
over
you how
from
pilots
God
fly. I'm asking you the reason that the
No, they
Coriolis
don't fly
force
over the
would cause
ground.
the
They
plane.
fly over
Yes,
the
they do.
ear.
Listen,
Hey,
you don't even.
perspective.
This is the magic that you believe in. You're saying.
What was the
you
question?
think-
Can you repeat the
but
question,
You can't
please?
even answer it. The
What was the
question is,
question?
if
He
a
wants
pilot
he
stays-
wants
if a
to think
pilot
that
stays on a straight course, why would it be off course?
define straight.
I'm saying if it stays in a straight path, what would be
Define
the
straight.
Just following the
displacement?
compass. Following
Following the
You can't-
compass?
You're trying to obfuscate this point because it proves you wrong.
No,
If
no,
the
it
pilot
doesn't prove you
stays in a
wrong.
straight path and doesn't correct
Define
the Coriolis,
straight.
what's the reason for the deviation?
Define straight.
Let me ask you this: does the Earth move independently of the plane?
perspective. Let me.
No.
Can I
Go
try?
ahead. Can you answer that? No, it
No,
doesn't.
the plane is granted. The plane is given the momentum of the Earth where it takes off.
Sure. Okay, but then it goes to a different latitude for a different tangential speed. Then
And
what
how long
happens?
does that take?
Doesn't matter. I'm saying,
Yes,
is
it
there a
does.
difference between the Earth moving and the plane moving?
The plane.
Because
What
you're
does
saying he
happen?
corrects for something. Wait, you're saying
Yes.
he corrects for something. What's he correcting for? What's he correcting
Crosswinds,
for?
path,
No, I'm talking
errors in the
about the
instrument.
place he ends up, the ground compared to the Earth to the plane movement. The
Really
ground
minor
movement
effect.
compared to the airplane movement. The
Very
reason that
minor
the
effect.
pilot would be, listen, the airplane would be off course because the Earth moves independently of the
No,
plane,
actually, pilot
which
corrects
would
for that.
change the destination point. And if you don't
The
understand
pilot
that, that's
corrects
your
for
religious
that.
belief. That's
It's
getting
not
in
a
the way of
religious
you
belief.
getting
It's not a
logically
religious
and
belief. It's understanding how planes work.
But
Pilots fly
it
over.
doesn't
You're not
matter.
allowing
It,
answers. You're not allowing answers,
it,
new perspective. You're just speaking and
What?
speaking.
Okay, but let me give you a good example of this. I'm gonna put a couple gifs in the live stream voice text. Okay.
First thing
There's
here that you got is you have a plane on a ballistic path. The planes don't fly on ballistic paths. Planes are not ballistic.
Okay,
Yes,
but
they
they
are.
could act like a ballistic path.
No,
Right?
they're not.
No, they do
They
not.
don't.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point here.
Planes are
Well,
not
why?
Well, no,
ballistic.
the point is
Well, why do
this.
planes
Look
have
at
ballasts?
So
Shut
planes
up.
follow the
look at
compass. Planes follow
guys,
the
Shut up,
compass.
Toby.
planes don't accelerate sideways like you're trying to say they would. Regardless. Okay,
What?
so this
Or
these two
what?
gifts. Look at the two
Don't they
gifts that I
curve?
put in. Look at the two.
Ho-
Look at the
Can't they
two
Hold
gifts
on.
that
curve
I put
left
in
or
the.
curve right?
Look at the two gifts that I put in the live stream voice text. Okay, so the
Guys, we're
plane goes
clipping.
from 1,000 miles per hour, even if I give you the 1,000 miles per hour conserved speed, right? Even if we give you that, it somehow is slowed down by these magical winds that make it seem like the Earth is stationary from the plane's view, no matter what, right? Even if we give you that, there's a difference. There's a bit of a correction that you always have to admit to, right? And therefore, that you should be able to stick a camera in the window and see that the Earth is moving independently of the plane, which never happens. The Earth doesn't move. That's the only reason that can happen. Always.
No, you won't
This
ever
plane
see
that I
that.
listen, if I
Why would
put
you
it,
see
if I
that?
put this, listen, there's a plane I put in there. It's the F-35B. It can go 1,200 miles per hour. It has 40,000 pounds of thrust when it hovers, right? So you're saying that this plane can't go fast enough to get to a point where the latitude, the tangential speed doesn't match the conserved speed of the plane. So therefore, the
You're
plane
not.
can't ever see the
You're
Earth
not.
moving independently. You're saying that's
No.
impossible?
You're not considering the atmosphere.
The
Regardless,
plane
dude.
flies over.
Regardless, I'll even give you that the atmosphere somehow magically keeps it in sync to the best of its ability.
So
You
what's
always
your
have
Not
to
question?
magically.
admit
It's called
that there's a
drag.
Coriolis displacement that you're having to account for. Whether you want to say the plane does it or the pilot does it, regardless
Yeah,
of
how
that,
much
there's a
and
difference
how
Pilot
much is
that
that
would be
corrects.
displacement?
noticeable
The
and
pilot will.
measurable
The pilot.
and
Will you shut up in just the
visible.
first second? The
Okay,
pilot
but you're not.
corrects
Go
for
ahead.
the Coriolis. It's a
Okay,
very
there you
small
go.
correction,
So
very
there's something to
minor.
correct for. There you go
Yeah,
for
but
it. So
very,
then
very
if there's
minor.
something to correct for,
Very minor.
it'd be easy enough for the pilot to see the ground moving independently of the
No, the
plane.
pilot, but the
No.
pilot doesn't see that. He's not in
Oh
orbit. He's
yeah,
not on a
magically
ballistic
doesn't
path.
see that, even though there's something to correct for.
Well, you
So
understand the Coriolis
What?
force is a very minor force compared to the crosswinds that
Even if it's
happen.
minor, you'd never see it, and you never see out the plane window that the ground is moving
What's
independently
your
of the plane's
problem?
motion.
Yeah,
You
wait a minute.
can.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I look out the pilot's window and I see the ground move every day. The
Here.
ground
Oh
moves
yeah,
underneath the
independently
airplane.
of the plane's movement. Yeah, it moves underneath it only
All
because
right,
the
I get.
plane's moving.
Yeah, the plane
Only
is
because the
no,
plane's
because
moving.
you're moving over the Earth. You
Oh,
fly
so you've
relative.
seen the ground.
You fly
So
relative to the Earth.
you've
New
flown north to
perspective.
south.
When you fly
You've
from
flown
New
north to
York to
south
Los
and seen
Angeles,
the ground moving west to east
when you
underneath you.
fly, hold on, will you shut up and just listen? When you fly from, let's say, New York to Los Angeles, you see the ground move underneath you. Yes,
I disagree.
But because the plane's moving or because the ground's moving?
because the plane's moving over the ground.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. You have a double talk of trying to get out of this.
No,
But you
What a
moron.
double talk.
no,
Motion
you
is
can't call me
You
a
relative.
are
moron,
really,
dude.
you really
Yeah,
don't know anything.
you're saying that the ground moves because the plane moves. You're not saying the ground moves independently of the plane.
All right, would you like the actual calculations now? Because I have a
Your
table for you.
calculations aren't going to solve it, dude. You can
Yes,
come
here's
up with
the
all the
actual
corrections
adjustment
you
that you
want.
make. So if you're going
Okay,
500
yeah,
miles
you're
per hour,
just by calling
oh,
it
you
an
don't want to hear it?
adjustment.
All right.
Just by calling it an adjustment means that the
No, they
ground
don't.
moves
They don't want to
independently
hear.
of the plane, and
Just
we would
Can
be
I
keep
able to
clipping
measure
me
that and
perspective.
see
It's
it and
fine.
observe it.
Just keep talking past it.
can
Okay,
I
you're going
make
to
a
say
question? Can I ask a
0.5
question?
miles per minute per hour, right? right? So then you're
Okay,
going
what's
to
your
say
question?
over a 5-hour trip, it would be a 450-mile declination.
I have a
A
question.
new
for you.
perspective. Can you
Over
just
5
shut up
hours.
for 1 minute?
Sure, go ahead.
Right. If you're driving blindfolded, how good of a straight line can you drive in?
Non sequitur. Plane's different than a.
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking a single question.
But see, I've gone through these thought
You
processes
don't understand.
No,
You
you
don't
don't.
understand
Not
aviation.
about
You
understanding.
don't
Wait,
understand.
it's
Yes,
already over.
it's not about
Just
understanding.
the fact
Okay,
that you
I'm
called it a
done. It's
correction
not about.
means that the ground moves independently of the plane, and that doesn't happen ever.
I'm not saying that.
listen,
That's not my analogy. That's not my analogy.
yeah, listen to this. You have 1 degree of change over 69 miles. So you're driving 69 miles an hour. That road that you're driving on has 8 inches or 1 degree of curve in 69 miles. Do you think you would realize that?
I'm not talking about realizing anything.
Let me
Talking
ask
about
you
the ground
something.
moving different at a different speed and a different direction than the plane.
New perspective. If I would alter your car in a way that is a little bit biased to the left, you would be able to drive straight lines just as well as you do now, unless you were blindfolded, right? And pilots are not blindfolded.
I'm not trying. You're totally missing the point. I'm not talking about if the pilot corrects for the Coriolis. I'm not even trying to argue if he corrects for it or if the plane corrects for it. I'm saying if there's something to correct for, we would be able to see this happening underneath us.
No,
Yeah, with a ballistic trajectory, not with an airplane.
We would. Yes, we would.
With the,
you can't
we
say
do.
it magically is somehow in sync with the Earth, so it never seems like the Earth is moving.
Can I get
We
really
do in
quick
ballistics.
You're
perspective
talking about a
what
different
you've
reference
seen?
frame, and you're not even acknowledging that it would be a different reference
Hey guys,
frame.
let Maisty talk. He actually has experience with this.
Yeah,
So
and I've heard it,
perspective.
and he says
Oh
that you
my
never
God.
have to correct for Coriolis, which is ridiculous.
Perspective. I listened to what I actually have to say. I tagged you in it in Livestream 3. So if you are for every freaking 30 degrees of latitude, you have about 7.5 or so knots that you have to correct for every 500 knots of ground speed that you have. So what you actually see it as is a deflection in your ground speed, because what you're doing is you basically have you have this Coriolis force that's acting in the opposite, to the right in the northern hemisphere, to the left in the southern hemisphere. And this is the actual correction that you'll see. Now, is it hard for me, if I'm going 500 miles an hour, to notice a 700 or 500 knots? Is it hard for me to notice a 7 knot difference? The answer is yes. It's very hard for me to notice a 7 knot difference. That's less. That's like barely a little over 1% of what my actual ground track is. So yeah, if you want to say I can notice 1% visually of my speed difference, then you're on crack.
But see, it doesn't matter. I'm saying that even if I give you all of those calculations and say, okay, go ahead, you have all of those things saying it's very minor, doesn't matter. If it's at all noticeable, if it's at all something to correct for, then we would be able to see the Earth moving independently of the plane, which never happens. If it has to land on a north to south runway, it would have to accelerate sideways to do it safely. Period. You can't get out of this.
No.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. Just
Okay,
imagine,
so total denial is your answer? Like a denial of this Coriolis effect?
No. I gave you very specifics. For every 500
I'm not saying
knots
would
of
it be
speed-
noticeable. I'm not even arguing if it'd be noticeable. I think it would be, but I'm not
Listen.
even trying to argue that. I'm saying if there's anything to notice, we would notice it.
Why do you just keep talking through me every time I start talking?
If you're just denying that a plane would have to
I'm not
accelerate
denying. I'm
sideways
giving
to
you
be able to land
specifics.
safely.
I'm giving you specifics about the calculation. For every freaking 500 knots of speed in the northern hemisphere, at every 30 degrees of latitude, you get about 7.5 knots of difference to your ground track. Now, if you're in let's just imagine you're trying to land at 500 knots, because I don't know, you're an idiot. Okay? If you're in the freaking northern hemisphere, do you think if you're going 500 knots across the ground, you're going to notice a 7 knot crosswind in a 200,000 pound airplane?
But you're trying to make this argument about whether we would notice it or not. And I'm saying if there's something to
That's
notice,
literally
we
your
would be able to
argument, is
see
whether
it.
we can see it or
That's not
notice
my
it.
argument. You're changing my argument. I'm
All
saying
right,
You
even that
said you would
7.5
see it.
knots, even that 7.95 knots, whatever you want to calculate it as, we would be able to see that there's a
No.
7.5 knots difference between the Earth moving and the plane moving. You're done.
I would like to add something.
Can someone
They're talking
unmute
about
NASA?
they're talking about things that can't be seen or whatever. It can only be calculated. So how do you prove it again?
You can with a pendulum.
Yeah, you can use the
Yeah,
photon pendulum to demonstrate
give me
this.
1 second.
Back to
I
the
heard his
pendulum.
answer.
Back to the
Pendulum. I don't
pendulum,
need
quick.
5. What is going on here? Where am I? Where did I just come into a shit show that
You're
no
in
one
live
knows how
stream
to?
3.
Yeah, is this Geo's live stream 3?
It's Rakia's live stream 3.
No, I think it's Geo's server.
I
So
think
why
Geo's
are
been
y'all
here the whole
not?
time.
It's a shit show.
Yeah, why are y'all not taking care of the situation here yourselves? You know how to act, right? So anyway, pendulums don't prove that planes deviate one way or the other, except how we know they actually do deviate, which is crosswinds, headwinds, whatever. So again, I'll ask my question: how do you prove the plane is doing that 7 knot whatever you want to calculate it at?
With a pendulum.
So,
I
so
Why
reject
don't you
your
just
the way
claim.
that
repeat
you
the
can
I
answer that I said is
can
not
I
existent
respond?
for how plane moves?
let me complete the answer. I
Can I
reject your
actually
claim.
respond? Can I respond to what he says with the airplane, not with the pendulum?
All right,
I
go.
wish you would.
So here I go. Please don't interrupt. So here's what you can do. If you would like to, if you get into an airplane that's going 500 knots, okay, at 30 degrees latitude, if you watch your ground track, you will have a true course calculation of, let's just say, 360 degrees, okay? You will see not a 360, you will see a 7 degree track, not a 360 track. That is how you can see it.
Well, then why couldn't you see the Earth moving independently of the plane outside your window?
Because you seeing 7 degrees of deviation is real freaking hard when you're going 500
Oh, but
miles
you'd
an hour.
still be able to see it, right?
Wouldn't I have to plan for that, RC?
You do if you're going 500 knots.
Can the plane
How do
fly
I
against the spin
plan
of the
for
Earth?
that? What instrument tells me to correct for this?
Exactly.
You can see it on your freaking directional gyro. Actually, is the easiest one to watch.
And isn't it just mixed
and I'm
in with the
correcting for
winds?
Coriolis in that aspect?
If you are going 500 knots with a 360 heading and at a 30 degree latitude, yes, you will see that.
Oh, okay, so Coriolis is totally in these instructions and
Jesus,
in these
bro.
manuals.
Who
right?
is this guy?
Sorry, go ahead.
Who's over talking everybody every
I
time
didn't
they
mean
speak?
to.
That's been but you've been
Every
talking for like an
perspective.
hour.
All right.
Yeah, you gotta chill, man.
Cool.
So my point being, if you take off from A and you're going to B, if you fly in a straight line without correcting, B is not going to be there when you get there, right? So you have to correct.
I told you have to correct for about 7 knots for every 30 degrees of latitude at every 500 ground speed knots.
7 knots is speed. It's not direction.
Yeah, I told you at a 360 heading at 500 knots because yes, the speed does matter if you're traveling on a rotating body. So if you're going 500 knots in ground speed for every 30 degrees of latitude, you're going to need 7.5 degrees to the right of directional
Yeah,
gyro.
you can repeat it over and over again. That's still not an answer to my question, and you know
That's
it.
it's an exact
Yeah,
answer
go
to your
ahead.
question.
Okay, so maybe repeat it again right in the middle of my sentence. So would it matter which direction you're heading?
Yes.
Okay, so which direction would I be heading where you would have to correct the most?
If you are at 90 degrees latitude going 500 knots, and if you are in the northern hemisphere heading to the north.
So if I'm heading north in the northern hemisphere, how
At
much
90
would I
degrees
have to
latitude.
correct? How much would the Earth be turning underneath that plane? Is basically what you're saying. Give us that amount.
30 miles.
No,
Oh,
no.
okay. Well, give us an amount. Quantify it.
The way that I can quantify it off the top of my head is the way that we do it as pilots, which I never fly 500 knots. This is only something that like we know that we do in like fighter jets, like when you're going 500 knots ground speed at these with these corrections here, or if you have a jetliner that's got a 500 knot ground speed, which is still really freaking fast for a jetliner. But anyway, the point is that if you have the 500 knots, I can give you a directional deviation. I like in terms of miles deviation, I would have to do a calculation for how long would you be traveling like that without the correction.
Right.
And give me a second and I could figure it out. Do you have any
Yeah,
numbers you'd like me to do?
but just another calculation, correct?
Do we have a real pilot here? I just got here.
RC says he's a pilot, but he doesn't fly jets. He flies Cessnas, which is fair. Paid
That's fine.
NASA Shield has flown multi-engine jets for a living for the Air Force, but somehow doesn't pipe up during these conversations and refers to pilots as them, not talking to himself. Also, before
that's
I
cool.
get
I
off,
just whenever.
yeah,
Oh, sorry,
hang
go
on
ahead.
1 second. Before I get off, RC, when you're talking about pilots that do fly at 500 miles an hour or that fly jets,
500 knots,
please don't, knots. Please don't refer to we. Thanks.
Why?
Because it's not me and it's definitely not you.
Well, I have flown right seat in a citation where, yeah, we have had a ground speed of 420 knots with a real good tailwind. So, like, yeah, I've been in that. I just don't fly it every day. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, it's not we though.
Oh, so
I got some,
so
you guys
I'm
are
not
done, I
allowed.
got
If
some
I've actually been
pilot.
right seat, if I've been right seat, you know, I'm not allowed to say we. Okay, got it. I'll hold to your weird standard, Ricky. No problem.
Whenever you get a chance, I've got a couple questions for you since you're a pilot.
You're roboting,
About,
by the way. You're roboting. You got a bad connection, bro.
Obviously, flat Earth.
Hey, Platypus, you got a bad connection, bro.
I love video games.
Hey, RC Meisty. RC Meisty, real quick. Isn't it the wind speeds that you're saying that would cause these corrections?
No, wind speed is different than your Coriolis correction.
Oh, okay, so it's a totally different set of things that you would be correcting for.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's usually at any given time, 6 or 7 things we're correcting for, right?
So with that scenario, with that plane, that F-35B that I put in the GIF of in the live stream, since it can fly 1,200 miles per hour and have 40,000 pounds of thrust as it hovers, it could get to a spot where it could plainly see that the Earth moves independently of the plane.
It's not that the Earth moves independently of the plane; it's that it's traveling on a rotating object. There's a difference.
Can the Earth move? Can the plane fly against the spin of the Earth?
Yeah, sure, yeah. I mean, in terms of
so then the
directional.
Earth moves independently of the plane, right?
No, that's not what that means.
See, but you can't say both, bro.
Yeah, because you don't understand the difference between something moving independently versus being on a rotating object and moving.
No, it's because you're not acknowledging the fact that there's different latitudes with different tangential speeds,
and that's what I just posted for you.
If you conserve your original momentum, you're going to go into a different latitude with a different tangential speed. Therefore, there should be a point where you could notice this Earth moving left to right underneath a north to south moving plane.
Yeah, and I told you that it's if you're moving north about 7 degrees to the right, if you're moving at 900, moving at 500 knots. Yeah, and I told you that's exactly.
So we should be able to
it's really hard to
see
it. Hey, why are you talking over me? Why are you keep talking over me? And I told you that it's really hard to see 7 degrees of difference when you're in an airplane. It's really hard to see.
Even if it was hard to see, you'd be able to see it.
Yeah, and you can detect it with your directional gyro, no problem, right?
Great. Yeah, so we should be able to stick a camera out the window and see the Earth moving below us at any point.
No, that's 7 degrees of difference. It's going to be really hard for you to visually see that. If you live in the Midwest, hey, perspective. If you live in the Midwest, come to Indianapolis sometime, and I'll take you flying, and I'll show you a 360 heading, and then we'll go to a 007 heading, and I'm going to tell you if you can tell the difference. We'll even film it, and we'll say, hey, can you tell the difference?
Don't go there; he'll kill you.
Hey, mic check. What's up, fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we all hear you. We hear you. You lovely voice.
Oh, thank you. Your lovely voice too. What's the name of our pilot? Sorry, I'm not looking at my screen here.
RC Meisty.
RC Meisty. Hey, man, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Good. I just have a couple of questions about how if we were on a planet, you'd have to. I think you'd have to turn, the nose down to go with the curve of the Earth.
No, you
right?
No.
Can you explain to me why?
Yeah, because the nose down versus nose up doesn't really have to do anything with the fact that if you are descending, that's when weight overcomes your lift, and that's not what's happening on the curvature of the Earth because because gravity is basically a vector that's keeping you at a given altitude that your lift is always compensating for.
Oh, okay. So gravity is pulling down on the plane?
Yes, that's what gives it the weight. Lift, weight, thrust, and drag is what makes it stay in level flight. It's the definition of level flight. Is when weight equals lift and thrust equals drag, that's what straight and level flight means.
And what part of the plane is gravity pulling down on? Is it the whole thing?
All of it.
All of it. It's not at the center of weight or the center of mass.
Well, center of gravity is what we call it, which is typically based on what the airplane load is. That's just a term for based on where your datum point is, where's the point of balance, right? So if you imagine a fulcrum, you can say, hey, where's my point of balance or my center of gravity? It's that gravity is acting on the entire thing, but there's a turning point that you can think of, or a fulcrum point, as we call it, and that's where all of the balance of that weight might be. But it's pulling down the entire thing, but there might be some weight towards the aft, which is the most dangerous part, or like towards the front. And that's going to affect the aerodynamics of the airplane.
Well, what doesn't make sense to me is that. Hold on. I got. Because if it was a missile traveling long distances and gravity was pulling down, I mean, I assume the principle would be the same. The missile would be pulled down by gravity. I just don't understand how the plane can fly in a specific direction or maintain a specific altitude if gravity's pulling down the entire plane as opposed to just at the, what did you call it, center of gravity?
Yeah, the fulcrum point, right? Yeah, the CG of the airplane. Yeah, the CG, it's because that there's lift always being generated with the wings. And that lift, based on the camber of the wing, is always 180 degrees to the weight.
What part of the plane do you adjust using your instruments to affect your altitude?
Typically, if you this is counterintuitive, but you learn it when you're training. It's power for altitude, pitch for airspeed. The reason that you do that,
I mean, like, is it your flaps? Is it your ailerons? Is it your rudder?
It's actually, if you want to descend, you're going to reduce your power because that will make it create less lift and make weight take over.
So is it possible then to, without increasing or decreasing your power, maintain altitude even though gravity is pulling you down as you go around this ball?
Yes, because the weight or the effect of gravity on the thing that in that vector is not getting any stronger, and therefore if you keep your thrust the same, the coefficient of lift will be the same, and therefore keep you in straight and level flight, which is defined as weight equals lift and thrust equals drag.
But you understand the problem that if gravity's pulling down on the entire airplane, it's not going, the nose is never going to tilt forward to stay with the curvature of the Earth. Eventually, you'd have, I'm sorry?
And that's why I told you that's where your just fundamental misunderstanding is. It's not about a tilt of a nose that is going to create your lift, although
no,
it has
I understand
it's about your thrust.
But the nose,
as long as
if you want to be flying,
as long as your thrust stays the same.
Hold on, and you interrupted me, and you're not understanding what I said.
didn't.
No, you're not understanding. Look, Mike, come from a family of pilots. I know what I'm fucking asking. So just
Well, I
be
doubt
quiet
it.
for 1
All right.
second. Okay. Well,
Apparently not.
so check it out. If gravity is pulling on the whole plane as opposed to the center of gravity on the plane, eventually your plane would be flying backwards because, yes, if a plane is flying in a straight line, but it wants to stay with the curve of an Earth or of a globe, the nose is going to have to point down at some point.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not.
will. Dude, are you
Hey,
serious?
okay,
Are you
here's what I want you to do. Hey, hold up, platypus. I want you to go to repeat that to one of your supposed family members who are pilots, and I want you to see their reaction.
No, I don't need to do that. I got a pilot right here. It's awesome.
Okay,
Once a pilot understands what I'm... No, dude, relax. I'm all by myself right now. I'm asking you, do you understand that if a plane is flying in a straight line over the surface of a globe, if it wants to keep flying propeller end first, the nose is going to have to go with the curvature of the Earth. You're a pilot. How do you not understand this?
Well, what RC is trying to say is, I don't mean to interrupt, but
Go ahead,
he's
Rick.
saying it can follow that path with its nose up. Like a descent can happen just by powering down, correct, RC? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, not only that, and because the vector of gravity is changing, the coefficient of lift because of the camber of the wing will always be 180 degrees to whatever the vector of that weight is. So there's no such thing as, number one, a need for nose down. It just will always be 180 degrees to the vector of lift. That's as easy it is, and that's what a camber of an airplane wing does. It just makes sure that that coefficient of lift, the direction of that force, is always there.
But you can still follow the supposed curve of a globe by pointing your nose down. That's one scenario of
Yeah,
achieving.
that's the point. Yep, you never have to adjust for what is like a change of vector of gravity, because the coefficient of lift is always 180 degrees to the direction of the weight.
Yep. That's simple.
I don't
It
think
really is incredibly simple.
Not really, when you realize that the gravity would be pulling the top of the plane to the ground if you never move the nose to go with the curvature of the Earth. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're just completely wrong.
Well, my problem always has been with the flight thing, not so much the noise, the nose pointing up or down, but it's more of the spin, not the curvature of the Earth, but rather the spin of the Earth, and how that works.
So, hold on.
I don't mean to move on. If you want to still add,
I really
another
need to
thing,
nail
go ahead.
this home, because if this guy is a pilot, he should be able to understand what I'm saying completely.
I do understand what you're saying. Your supposition that you would need to then nose over because the fact that the Earth curves is counteracted by the fact that the vector of gravity is always 90 degrees to the surface of Earth. Therefore, because 180 degrees is always the lift component to that weight, because of the camber of the wing, you never have to make an adjustment.
180 degrees vector from what? A parabolic arc? What are you talking about, dude?
So the camber of the wing creates.
I understand how a wing is designed.
Great. If you understand that, then
it's designed to work on. It's designed to work over a flat plane, dude.
No, which way does lift go then?
You're at 10,000 feet, right? You're maintaining that altitude, and you're flying east, due east, right? You're never gonna drop your throttle. You're not gonna drop power. You're never gonna push forward on the joystick to tilt the nose of the plane down.
The joystick.
How the yoke? Excuse me. How is the plane maintaining 10,000 foot altitude with the nose at the front and the tail at the back? How is that happening without any adjustment whatsoever to your throttle or your instruments?
Because the vector of gravity, as it changes, the vector of lift will always remain 180 degrees to that vector of weight.
It goes in a circle.
RC, you are about to explain it. You were going to ask a question about it to explain it. I think you're heading in the right direction to simplify it for
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
At least the audience that
hey, real quick, because I'm about to get off. But RC Meisty, you provided this screenshot or whatever it is that you put in there, claiming that there's an official manual that tells you how that you should correct for Coriolis that pilots are trained
yes.
with. Is that what you're?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so then
direct. That's
this
directly from
what's
the
what's the
that's
source
directly
for
from
this?
the
What's the
FAA.
source? What's
Yeah,
the source? Can you give me the official source?
Yes, the FAA Navigators Manual.
Okay, so then you're saying that they correct for Coriolis in this FAA Navigator's Manual, if I look at it.
Yep. So if you just go to just Google FAA manuals and put in Navigator's Manual, you'll see those screenshots. I was, in fact, I was just doing I was doing some study for my certified flight instructor stuff, and I had to read that manual just to make sure that I had everything covered for the exam that I was taking. And there it is. Like, I found that and I was like, wow, cool. I had never seen this table before. That's cool that they have
interesting
this
because
table here.
that would negate all of the other claims that there's all of these other manuals that do exist that never say anything about Coriolis correction for pilots to train under.
No.
There you go.
I'm sorry, but what's a manual got to do with anything or prove?
They wanted to
I'm not
know.
saying it
You
proves
can
or
say
anything. I'm
you can
saying-
count for
Yeah,
account for
Well,
it. But
regardless,
The
I gotta
claim
go,
was
but
that
I'm-
there is
but-
no. The claim was that
regardless, I'm
there's no
saying-
manual that ever mentions Coriolis, and here it is.
Okay, well, I'm not saying that claim that there was no manual. I'm saying there's other manuals that don't mention it, so that would be suspicious.
it's just the same thing like with the snipers, right? I mean the snipers manual or whatever they
Yeah,
call it.
right. I understand.
Some of them,
But
some of them mention it, some of them don't. It's
right, and
it's not a point to argue,
debatable.
I guess.
I
Yeah,
agree,
Yeah, but
but I'm saying
as
that
far as
my only
field
point-
application goes, like this is all theoretic, and most instructors will
Exactly.
tell you the
That's
same.
a point. Yeah. That's a point to make when
regardless,
bringing
if
up
that-
that.
my point is, I got to go, but my point is, Meisty, if you're saying there's a correction to be made, then we can see that this correction is this Earth spinning independently of the plane. And yeah, just stick your next time you see the Earth moving independently of the plane as you're going north to south, get video footage of the Earth moving, even for a split second, whatever you think it minimalizes to. You know?
He's already said you wouldn't see it.
Well, yeah,
Oh, okay,
exactly.
well, then it's not
That's the
moving.
point.
It's
Yeah,
not moving.
no, the
And
point of
there's nothing to
contention
correct
is.
for it.
Yeah, well, us flat earthers have the right understanding of Coriolis. Globers get into globiolis. They have their own understanding of Coriolis.
That's what I'm trying to point out. Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
Yeah.
Well, we should demonstrate that, not just claim we don't understand it.
Well, there's only the point of contention is that the globers think the plane or whatever object is traveling above the Earth is spinning with the Earth. That's why you only get the so-called Coriolis effect when traveling north or south. Right? Correct?
Meisty, are you still there? 'Cause I wanted to ask him. He spoke about the manual, but he didn't mention where it specifically was what we was addressing.
Can someone unmute Paydasa?
Anybody know the specific page of the manual that Meisty was talking about, so we could review it?
Chapter 3, line 13.
Paragraph 3, sentence 2. The Earth is flat. Citation.
Wow. That was the biggest amount of misunderstanding of aviation I've heard in quite a while.
Oh, okay, Mr. Pilot.
Huge amount of misunderstanding. Even back to the old push the nose down to maintain course bullshit. Oh, excuse me. I can't say that here. Aviation misunderstanding.
Go ahead and correct it then.
That
No,
added a
no,
lot
I'm
to
not.
the
I'm not
conversation.
I'm not going to
That's
correct
what
it.
I'm-
Yeah, he's not going to
You
correct
had-
it because
You had
yeah, he's not-
you had RC Meisty here telling you exactly
a
what.
pilot. So you might not want
You
to
had
comment
RC
on this. You're
I
not
think
a
that
pilot,
was
are
that
you?
was worth the 2 clicks it took me to unmute you. I think what you've said so far.
You had RC Meisty here telling you what was the correct answers, and you guys are going, nuh-uh.
And who is
No,
that? The
actually,
Jesus of
also-
aviation?
No,
Well, he
RC
is
also
actually-
said he couldn't imagine the Earth that isn't curved and rotating as he flies over an Earth that is flat and stationary.
Actually, it's not.
And NASA, do you have anything to add to the argument, or are you just?
It's a
Well, what do you want me
contradiction.
to add? What do you want me to
You
add?
really are. You really
Well, you
are
don't
the
have anything
Joby
to
of
add,
this
so-
server.
What do you want me to
just,
add? I mean, what do you want me to add that RC
I don't
hasn't
want you
said?
to add. I'm asking you. Do you have anything
mean,
to
what-
add? Because you're.
He's dealt with a lot of bullies in his real life, so he just does what they do to think it's the right thing to do.
Is that true?
You know,
Very
here you
true.
are. Here you are asking for the proof that the Earth is rotating. I give you the proof that the Earth is rotating, and you say, nuh-uh.
Well, I'll tell you why.
You're proof of shit.
That Foucault's pendulum, the largest one ever constructed, the Smithsonian, they took it down.
It's not the largest one ever corrected. They took the Smithsonian down because they had to put the flag exhibit up. So what? There's
Yeah.
another one.
Is that
All over the
interesting?
place.
So they had to showcase Jingoism.
So there's another one.
Explain Jingoism on the globe.
Djangoism.
That's a good point, Crit.
It is a good point.
Explain raisins on a globe. Cannot do it.
True. Another good point.
Okay, I've been meaning to ask this, but why does a pendulum not conserve momentum from the Earth's spin?
Well, it does. That's why it spins. That's why you.
But when it's at rest,
Because
doesn't
it's
move.
not the spin causing it to swing. I think it's just obvious.
Because
They have
there's
to start
no momentum.
swinging.
It does conserve momentum.
So
when
it's
not
conserving momentum, but only if it's already moving.
No,
right?
actually, if it's not moving, it is conserving momentum, but there's no momentum to conserve in its swing. Why would it just start swinging by itself?
Why would
Because
it
the
just start processing by itself? I don't know.
Conservation of momentum.
the actual movement of causing that thing to swing.
Prove momentum.
Prove momentum, yeah. Prove the conservation of momentum.
Prove conservation.
Wait, conservation of momentum. What kind of momentum is it conserving? Is it linear?
It's type B.
There is no motion, so they have to say it conserves the motion so that it appears as if everything is moving the same, as if the ground is stationary. And that's why they use stupid conservation of momentum. But the point is, they need to have Coriolis actually happen. Neil deGrasse Tyson says it happens with that football. So anything that leaves the earth, leaves the ground, should see some drift, depending on which way it's going. Doesn't matter whether it's powered or not. Everything that leaves the ground should see it.
Incorrect. What happens is you don't understand the difference between a ballistic path and a non-ballistic path.
There is no difference. We're talking about one
sir.
specific thing, the ground moving. When you are standing on the ground, you move with the ground because you're standing on it. But once you leave the ground, you jump in the air or something, it's just like an escalator. It will keep moving and you won't.
No.
What? I can't say incorrect now? Why can't I say incorrect? That's not overtly hostile. That's saying that you are incorrect.
That's a text trigger troll. Don't worry about it.
Well, what do you want me to say then? Tell me the sufficient word.
Just try to stop being so hostile. You know.
Just do Trump. Just lean into the microphone and yell wrong.
Oh, wait, is that better? Saying wrong?
Well, I mean, it's like your guy, right? If your guy
actually,
can do
he's
it.
not my guy. He's not my guy at all.
Well, why did you vote for him?
I didn't, but that's another question.
You voted for him twice.
No, actually, no. I lived in New Jersey too long.
Well, Paige,
How
in
do you
general,
have NASA instead of you're wrong or incorrect and just stopping, actually say, no, I understand it as being this and explain your stance instead of
I'd
just coming on and go, incorrect.
I've explained to you many times, Paige. What you don't understand is the difference.
Everybody's explained it to you many times. I'm not going to sit here and explain
The
it to
difference
you.
between a
Oh, you
ballistic.
correct.
How come?
That's funny.
Come on, guys.
How
Come on,
come?
guys.
How come I can tell you the difference between a ballistic path and a non-ballistic path is important?
You didn't. You
Because
didn't
you
tell us
can't.
what the difference is. You just
Difference
stated
is that on a
you don't
ballistic path,
know.
you have to put all the
No, wait.
corrections in at the beginning. On a
Paige
non-ballistic path,
Paige was talking about conservation of momentum. Paige, you've seen the guy jumping on the trampoline being pulled by the tractor, right? Where the guy's jumping on the trampoline and he stays with it.
That's a
You've seen that?
debunk. That's a debunk
no,
of
it hasn't
globe.
been debunked.
No, because
well,
air resistance.
I'm not through. That guy jumping on that trampoline is conserving the momentum that he's got moving with the tractor, the trampoline, right?
Is that
So where's
angular
Coriolis?
momentum, Howard, or linear momentum?
Yeah,
It's
but
just
air
linear.
drag.
It's momentum. Yeah, there's air
Yeah.
drag involved. That's why
So
you've got
there's no
Yeah, he goes
difference
straight
between
up and down.
linear and
yeah, but
angular
that's why they've
momentum.
got those big screens there.
He goes
Hold on.
above the screen.
Yeah,
Not
well, I
for
thought
long.
you
He's
said
also,
the air.
he's
Hold
also
on,
very
hold on,
he's also
guys,
doing the
guys.
Superman pose when he does that.
Yeah, you were asked a question by Bendy, and he said which type of momentum, and you
Doesn't matter.
brushed over.
Momentum
Yeah,
is
you said it doesn't matter. So linear is exactly the same as angular momentum. They're the same. That's what you're saying.
No, momentum is
Is that
momentum.
well? We
So
all know momentum
angular
is momentum,
speed
but
and linear
obviously
speed are the same
angular.
thing?
Yeah, angular and linear are the same. Is that what you're saying? Because that was a
Same
question.
momentum is momentum. It doesn't matter which one it is. They're conserved.
But it's not though.
It is too.
Besides, a ballistic path and a non-ballistic path get affected by Coriolis in exactly the same way. So you're full
Except
of shit.
that in a non-ballistic path, you're making small corrections over the entire path that you.
It doesn't matter. You said that the effect of Coriolis is different, and it's not.
No.
The
but
effect of Coriolis is identical.
You make the corrections differently.
You're adding other forces, but yet the effect of Coriolis is still the same.
We're not talking about the corrections.
You're making
we're
the
talking about
corrections. But
the effect of Coriolis ain't gonna change, my man. You're full of shit, bro.
You make the corrections on an airplane very gradually over the course of the flight.
Yeah, you see, you just
actually
admit it when you're wrong.
It's just you just trim the aircraft every once in a while.
No. When do you make those corrections? At what point during your flight are you correcting?
Constantly.
Every moment.
For Coriolis.
Every once in a while.
Constantly.
No, you have to constantly look at your gauges.
Yeah, but you don't know you're correcting. You only know you're correcting for certain things, and one of them is not Coriolis.
Coriolis is a very minor force.
So it's not detectable, right?
Coriolis is not a force.
Coriolis is a force.
But is it detectable by the pilot?
Most of the time,
yeah, I didn't
no.
think so.
I have seen
right,
people.
I didn't think so. We know it's not.
Wolfie's showing the 0.5 degree bank to correct.
So anyway, so not detected. There's no instrument that tells you this.
You want a Coriolis meter?
Yes. Well, yeah, if it's affecting my aircraft, I do. Yeah.
No, actually, no. There's a lot of things that affect your aircraft, and they're not gauges.
Yeah, and none of which are Coriolis. Correct.
So you want a Coriolis gauge?
But I do. Yeah, sure. If it's affecting my aircraft, did you hear me the first time?
No.
Anything that affects my aircraft, I want to know about. So there's many gauges on an aircraft. All of them are to do with direction, speed, thrust, lift, weight, right? But we can move past that. We know there's no meter. We've been through this. So it's just so minor we can't detect it. We can only calculate it. We got it. All right. We got that point. Now about the ballistic, about the ballistic and the airplane. Let's say you shoot a bullet. Is it going to fall to the earth?
Depends how fast you shoot it.
No, it's eventually going to. My goodness, son.
No,
it's eventually going to fall to the earth, right?
If you were to shoot it fast enough, you could have it not fall back down.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
You
if
shoot
we shoot
a bullet
it
that's
at
going
miles.
if you shoot a bullet that's going 500 knots, is it going to fall to the earth?
Yes.
Okay, an airplane flying at 500 knots, is it going to fall to the earth?
On a ballistic path? Yeah.
The airplane lift and wings. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about an airplane. Airplane traveling at 500 knots. Is it going to fall to the
Wait a
earth?
minute. But
No.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Raquel, you said something about an instrument to detect Coriolis. Is there a crosswind indicator on an airplane?
You detect crosswind, yeah.
But is there an indicator?
You can feel crosswinds, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Your own
but there's
senses can detect. Yeah, because
Yeah, but there's not an
Yeah, but what?
instrument crosswind detector.
Sure there is.
No.
What? No. No,
Yeah,
there's not.
well, people have admitted that there is. And there's different ways to track it. There's also different ways that you detect it with your own senses. But you never do that with Coriolis. So anyway, we can move on to that. But my point with the ballistic gun, you fire a bullet horizontally. You line up the gun and it's perfectly horizontal, and you fire that bullet. We're going to agree that it's going to fall to Earth, right? For whatever reason. So if you line up yeah, I'm getting there. So if you line up an airplane that's flying level flight horizontal, is it going to fall to Earth?
It hasn't. If it was like a bullet shaped, yeah.
An airplane flying horizontally.
Rocky,
Is it
I got
going
you.
to?
What's your point, please?
So is it?
It's got wings. No, it's generating lift.
So it's not.
different.
So it's not. It's generating lift to overcome
So what's
whatever.
that got to do? What's that
It
got
has
to do?
constant power.
Calm
It's not
down.
losing-
Calm
it's not
down.
losing
Calm
energy.
down, everyone. I'm almost there. He answered, no, it's not. A bullet will, but an airplane will not, because it creates lift and it has wings to correct for these things and all that. So why does the bullet fall to Earth like it's trying to travel around the Earth, but it's not going fast enough? But an airplane doesn't?
Lift.
Or does it?
The problem is, I think the bullet
Hang
is
on.
not self-powered.
Let Peyton ask the show.
Wings, lift.
Right, thrust. So why does it follow the curvature of the Earth then? If we're not correcting, if it's just flying in a horizontal path, no one's correcting thrust, any aileron, no gauges are moving.
Is it
We're
in
just
level
flying
flight?
horizontally.
It's in level
Horizontal
flight.
flight, yeah, just like the bullet was until
Then it stays.
started.
It stays in level flight.
Yeah, but you're saying level is curving, right?
That's correct.
Well, why would it curve if it's
Because
adjusting for what makes it curve?
You've trimmed it to stay at a certain altitude.
To overcome something to pull it back to Earth, right?
That's correct.
So why is it being pulled back to Earth?
Because gravity is always down.
Well, yeah, but you overcame gravity with the thrust and lift. That's
No,
how it
actually,
got
you
off the
balanced.
runway in the first place,
That's correct. Well, then in level flight, you power back.
right?
So that you have less lift, so that you can stay at altitude.
No, you power back once you get to altitude because there's less friction.
Oh, it's one of the reasons. But
Yeah, that's one of the
main reason
reasons.
is the main
But
reason
you're
is
flying horizontal.
to balance the lift and the gravity.
Oh, you're balancing for gravity now.
Yeah. What do you
Where's
think lift
that in the
does?
manual?
Page 1 when they talk about forces
Yeah,
on
yeah, I
lift.
guarantee it's not in there.
Okay, page 3 then when they talk about
You're pulling back on the thrust, Peyton Shield. So
Yeah.
to allow the airplane to be affected by gravity in a perfect
Gravity,
amount,
yeah.
to pull you in a perfect altitude around a sphere.
Yeah, to stay at
I'll
that
Blake
altitude.
sphere.
To stay at
Is
that
it
same altitude.
page 12 now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what
Is
that's
that your
talking
final answer? Because
pretty much.
Blue says it's air pressure. It's that gap that you're in between the different pressures, right? From the height of the
saying the
plane.
same
Let's say
thing.
the height of the plane is 30 feet tall, the underneath to the top. That difference in air pressure is keeping it in that gap, that 30-foot gap, even though it has tremendous amount of thrust and lift created by its engine and wings, which we all know. It's not overcoming that. It's being pulled around the Earth by the pressure. You're saying it's being pulled around by what?
We're
Gravity?
saying the same thing differently. Gravity is what gravity and lift are balanced when you're in level flight. You'll stay at the same altitude.
That's your final answer? So you disagree with Blue?
No, Blue's saying the same thing, only slightly
No,
different.
Blue said it's definitely not gravity. It's definitely pressure.
Okay, pressure is caused by the fact that we have this pressure gradient in
causes
the
lift.
atmosphere. Exactly,
Yeah,
and
pressure-
that pressure causes that lift, which
Lift
counteracts
counteracts
the
gravity.
force of weight, which is caused by gravity.
So the difference in pressure from below the plane and above the plane, even though it has all this lift capability and thrust, I mean, a lot of it, that difference in pressure differential is going to keep it at the exact altitude above a sphere. That's your answer?
We'll keep it at the exact altitude. Yes.
Okay, if that makes sense to you, that's fine with me. I just wanted you to say it.
I mean,
You've been
Rakia, your brother's a pilot, right?
Yeah.
But do you understand that lift?
Ask him how an airplane flies. Ask him, like, the first questions that we get on a freaking private pilot license exam is about aerodynamics, weight, lift, thrust, and drag.
Yeah, no one denies that.
And
That's
you
what
are,
straight.
though.
That's what straight and level flight is defined as.
When lift
Yeah,
counteracts,
he thinks he's flying over a horizontal plane. Is he stupid?
Does he actually think that the Earth is flat?
He thinks he's flying over a horizontal plane. Is he
but you're
stupid?
flying a Cessna.
Yes.
Yeah, you could probably think you're flying over a horizontal plane if you're flying a Cessna.
So he's not stupid.
Well,
I
you
mean,
know, you could
I haven't
think if you-
talked to him. Why would I judge your brother if I've never
Right,
talked?
exactly. Right, exactly.
And what
But
kind
just-
of plane would he need to figure out that it's a globe?
Yeah, yeah.
Once you get into a flight long enough that you start talking about great circle routes, that's when you start needing the globe.
And that even great circle routes, you're anything over about 350 nautical miles. By the way, that's why they put that 300 nautical mile kind of limit on a commercial pilot license. So one of the things that you have to do is do a solo flight of 300 nautical miles or greater from your home point with at least 3 stopping points along the way. The reason you have to do that is because it gets you into the idea of great circle courses.
Those are straight lines, right?
On a globe.
They're great circle routes.
Which is a straight line, right?
And in fact,
On a
if
globe.
you get your CP, if you actually get your commercial pilot's license, you talk about you talk about great circle routes all the time. You talk about even more in your ATPs.
Okay,
Yeah, which is a straight line.
We're getting 2 different answers. RC is not conceding it's a straight line on a globe, but NASA shows saying, oh, it is on a globe.
We use the term in
RC
aviation. We use the term in aviation colloquially, straight line distance, right?
Yeah, but you don't agree it's a straight line, right? It's a circle.
It's on the surface of a sphere.
It's not a straight line.
There's a straight line on
Not
Is
in
it?
absolute space. On a sphere, yeah, you call it a straight line. That's what a great circle route is on a sphere.
So it's a straight line. That was the question because you wouldn't answer the question.
In the sense
Straight
of
was,
shortest
straight was his
distance,
answer.
It's a straight line. You do not deviate left to right.
So it's
Just said that.
conceptual.
That's a straight
It's
line.
more of
You
a
do
it's
not
a
deviate
curving
left to right.
straight line. That's all. It's all agree.
It's a straight line.
Yeah, it curves.
On a
Yes.
sphere.
Yeah, you had to go down.
I agree with you, Joby. That makes sense.
No, you don't have to go down. You're automatically being pulled down, or you're automatically going down by air pressure. Oh, wait,
that
not
true,
air
Master
pressure.
No,
By gravitational pull.
Gravity.
Going down in aerodynamics
Down,
means
down.
that weight is greater than lift. That is
Mhm.
not what is happening. When you're going around the curvature of the Earth, that's what you're doing is going around the curvature of the Earth. That has nothing to do with the descent. Descent aerodynamics.
Down,
weight
RC,
is
you're totally wrong, bro. Down just means down. You could be moving upwards and still falling down.
You're telling me that
when
a
do you
pilot...
go over the curve of the earth?
I'll let you guys just talk about it.
RC Meisty.
Let
When
me
do you go?
finalize. Hang on, let me finalize my point.
Hold on. You've been talking
let
forever.
me finalize my point.
Let
I've
me
been going through for 10
finish.
minutes.
Let me ask my
Let
question.
me finish and finalize my point.
No,
and
you've
I'll
been
be done.
talking. I have a question.
Yeah, no, I'm going to finalize my point.
Fuck,
and
bro.
then I'll
What
be
the
done.
hell? No, you're
Yeah,
continuing.
You can be here for the next 5 hours. I don't care.
You
But I'm
can-
going to finalize my point.
Please.
So
Are you
my
fucking
point
Rakia,
is,
just mute him and move on. We're not gonna dwell.
My point
Wow,
is that we're told that the pilots adjust for Coriolis, right? But they don't adjust for gravity. It's weird.
You don't need to adjust for gravity. Gravity is always down, Rock, yeah?
So we are adjusting for gravity.
Gravity is always down.
So we, instead of being pulled to the earth, we're adjusting, right? So we're not pulled to the earth.
You always
Rakia.
adjust for gravity is you keep the same. You have to adjust slightly for your altitudes. Okay, you keep the altitude level.
So to fly in a horizontal path, to stay on that same horizontal line and not follow the curvature of the Earth, we would have to adjust, correct?
Horizontal line. What do you? Oh no, I'm not getting into this one. You don't fly off into space.
But you would if you adjusted and flew in a horizontal path and didn't follow let gravity
Don't
pull you
fly
around the curve, right?
horizontals. You don't fly horizontals though.
I mean, you're telling me I'm flying in a circle, right, around
Yeah.
a sphere.
You're flying it in a
Right.
good circle.
So if you
Well,
you can adjust.
Sorry, isn't
Yeah,
that
how
the
long
whole
does it take to find
difference?
a nice
Go
project?
ahead. I've made my point. Thank y'all.
NASA brought up the ballistic versus the non-ballistic.
No, I
path.
had a question before you, man. Because RC
Go
Micey
ahead.
said,
Sorry.
Yeah,
RC
he was
Micey,
definitely next.
RC Micey said that when they fly over the curve of the Earth. When do you do that, RC Micey? When have you done this?
Whenever you fly.
I asked RC Micey. When? I mean, where is a point where it says, okay, this is the curve of the Earth and I'm flying over it?
Did you take a picture?
Oh my gosh.
Not something you usually think about.
Why is everybody talking?
I mean, if you're flying horizontal, all of a sudden say, yeah, but we fly over the curve.
Why do you ask me a question and then you talk over me? I'm asking.
Somebody said
You
something
should.
and I was commenting over it.
Just shut up for a second and I'll actually talk.
Who you telling to
Yeah,
shut
be
up?
careful when you shut up.
Tell. Yeah, don't tell people to shut up. RC. You know
wanna
better,
answer or
RC.
not?
Yeah.
RC, he asked you a question. There was a long pause. Two or
I've
three
been
people
trying
talked.
to talk.
So do you want to answer?
I'd love to.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
get to the point.
So, surface of the Earth curves. That's freaking number one thing that we learn in long range navigation is that the Earth is a sphere. So when do we learn about it and when do we use it? Every damn day.
How? I mean, you're saying you're flight level
Exactly.
flight. Level flight. If you're fighting straight in level flight in a horizontal plane, when do you feel the curve?
Right there,
Well,
right there.
Well,
you just
his
made a mistake.
answer was obvious.
You just
that
made a
he
mistake.
learns about it. They tell him it's curved, so it must be curved. That's how he tells
just
it's
made a
curved.
mistake.
Conceptual geometry.
This is the first thing.
What they
Yeah,
do
the first
is
thing they learn.
they use Euclidean geometry, horizontal planes, level flight, and then they calculate what that would look like on a ball and say, oh no, there's a ball underneath this horizontal plane that we're actually measuring.
Level flight means nothing more than maintain your altitude. That's what level
Bob
flight.
TV was asking RC because he's a pilot. He does this a lot, so he's asking him how he does it. But RC's
maintain level
answer. Hold on. RC's answer was very clear. He only stated what he learned, i.e., not what he applies in his everyday flight.
No, that's what I said. I said
you
we
don't
use it
think
every day.
about
Hold up. Nash, so wait. I said literally that I applied. I said, and it's what I use every damn day.
Well, the question is
hold
how.
up, Evasion, and I'm going to answer. And the point is that we know that the Earth is not a flattened stationary plane. Number one, because these distances do not allow points that we know to be
RC,
planar. And then
you're not answering the question.
Can I answer my? Let me finish my sentence, and then maybe you can respond. And then the second thing is
filibustering.
I'm not. I'm literally speaking for 20 seconds and keep getting talked over. So, and the second thing is we know that the freaking Earth is spinning because, as I posted before,
We know that. That's the whole point.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, Paige, just keep yelling. That's fine. I'll go on mute.
No, RC, you were not asked what you know.
No,
you're asked when you fly. How do you figure it out? I.e.,
you guys want to just talk over everybody.
That's not
filibustering, dude. That's
Hold
why.
on, yeah, you are filibustering. It's just you're saying that you know because you do it every day, but this is what you learn, not what you've done.
Excuse me, but I need to make a point.
I mean, what you're gonna make in the middle of my sentence?
Was that the point? That you need to make a point?
Yep.
Holy shit!
I don't know, mods. Someone control this.
Well, you guys keep interrupting, so why shouldn't I?
There's a lady present, Lowry, and that is Paige. How you doing, Paige? I got a good laugh of your impression. I got a good laugh of your impression of NASA shills earlier on. I'm grand, Paige. I'd love to see more humor sort of thrown into the mix here, but yeah, I'll leave you to it for tonight.
Thanks, darling. It's a bit hard to get a word in edgewise with these guys around.
You fight your corner, my dear. You're doing great.
Oh, I do.
Hey,
I do.
Paige, can I get in real quick? Let's not forget that Paige NASA Shill is more of a pilot than RC is. He was a trained pilot by the Air Force for many years, flew multi-engine jets, refueled the SR-71, also flew for Pan Am. So can we direct some of the questions about piloting to him also, to be fair to
Really?
Paige NASA Shill? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Also,
didn't know
also,
that. I was asking him, is he a pilot? He didn't answer it.
I would love to remind, since he is
Later
more of
on,
a
he
pilot, you
applied
need
for
to interrupt
NASA,
him
but they
more.
told him he didn't have enough social media victories against flat earthers to be an astronaut. So that's why he's doing this.
I'm paid here. This is what I get paid for.
NASA,
Yes,
is any of that true? Are you a pilot in all those regards?
It's all true.
How many more social media victories do you need before they make you a full astronaut?
Well, you know, it's sort of a.
So
it's sort
let
of
me
like
ask you, Paige NASA. So you
unofficial.
don't adjust for curvature; it automatically does it for you.
Yeah, gravity does it automatically. I think they made that point.
That's the point.
Lori was kind of silenced. So, if he wants to get his point across, go ahead.
Oh no, I actually shouldn't talk too much. People are sleeping here, so you go ahead.
So
Really?
I mean, doesn't make any sense. So if you
Sorry,
don't
Nick,
adjust
go
for the curvature, it does it automatically. How do you know something is adjusting?
That you're staying at the same altitude.
So you stay at the same altitude, you're not adjusting it, it adjusts automatically. So how do you know? It's like saying I'm standing still, but I'm moving, but I'm still standing still.
It's because they know the Earth is a globe and it's spinning. So it must be following the curvature of the Earth, and it must be spinning with the Earth.
Oh, so it's
That's
like a begging the question thing.
Exactly.
It's not a big question thing.
No, it's not begging the question because we know, right? I mean,
Oh, he
and
didn't-
that's not
he
a
didn't make
flat
the
Earth
argument.
debate right now.
I mean, they're not adjusting for it,
We
so it
know.
automatically adjusts. But because we know it's curving, we know it's adjusting, even though we're not doing anything to adjust the curve.
That's not what they're trying to prove because they already know.
That's how he knows.
Well,
Hang on, NASA. If
that was the question, by the way.
No, there
was it
wasn't any
Bacon?
question in there. There wasn't any
Was
question in there.
No, the original question to RC is how do you know? Well, we know. That
I
was
think
the answer.
haven't we?
Hey, Egypt, you're a lot more honest than that. That's not what I said. I said we know because the distances between the points are not coplanar, based on the distances.
That's not what you said. Now you're saying something new.
Hey, no,
That's not what you said
I
back
did
then.
say, hey, Egypt, stop interrupting me. This is probably why you didn't hear it. When I
'Cause
said
you're
no,
calling me
I said,
dishonest.
No, Egypt, be
You're
quiet.
calling me out for being
No,
dishonest.
I'm calling you out because
How come flat
you keep
earthers can
talking
interrupt
over
us?
me.
I can't. How come I get
Because
muted?
you keep talking over me, and then you say I didn't say it. When I did say it, you were just talking over me.
Then you do this, and then you do that, and then you talk over me. Like, just keep talking, man. Finish your point.
I think we should all settle this over a ponut.
I did finish my point. The distances between the points show us that they are not coplanar, that there's no way they can be coplanar, and that we're definitely on a sphere.
ARC in your drawing. You just draw that arced line straight. If the time is any difference, you account for it with wind. It's not that hard.
Paige,
Now, you guys,
if you knew
when
anything
you
about
fly,
if you knew anything
flight at the same altitude, like you said before, NASA, the same altitude gives you a curved line, right? Level flight gives you a curved line.
no,
now,
level flight is level.
in reality, we measure a straight line. We measure it with a ruler, something straight. The only way you can then turn that measurement, that distance, into a curved line is conceptually. Now, you guys are failing to see that one geometry is used practically in real life with things around us like water. And then if you want to change things, make it a different conceptual model, you can by thinking about it differently. It doesn't make it real.
It does make it real, actually. Sorry.
Sorry, but it doesn't.
Water is not flat. Sorry. The Earth is a globe. We've proven it. If you don't believe it, well, you're on you, not me.
Post the proof.
Of course, it is definitely on me. I own this decision.
In the meantime, in the meantime, we have Qantas flying directly from Argentina to Australia over Antarctica. Why is that?
Over, you mean beside Antarctica?
Actually,
don't you?
over Antarctica.
No, it will
They were
not
flying
go to the
over
middle.
and
Nope.
not to the middle. They flew over Antarctica the same way that they're flying saying that I fly over Australia means I'm flying over Queensland.
Sorry, can you post that globe proof?
Yeah, the Sydney
They say
Santiago one is another one.
fly over Antarctica. You know that.
Qantas Flight 14, look it up.
They say it's too cold to go straight over the middle. They can go over the edge of it, which is quite.
Well, it's the same way when I'm flying over Queensland, I'm flying over Australia. Am I flying over the middle of
That's
Australia?
like
No.
flying along the coast of somewhere, NASA.
Well,
you
good.
can do that
On this
a
flight,
flat Earth too.
on
The
this
coast
flight,
of Antarctica exists.
but if you look at the distances on the flat Earth map, there's no way that they can fly it.
3 years took them to try and get around the whole thing. Those distances, are they the distances you're talking about?
Yeah, the
Maybe the
distances
flat Earth map
on
is
your
wrong.
flat Earth AE map.
Yeah, those distances that were
AE is not a flat Earth map.
Where's the
Globe
flat
map.
Earth map then?
Well, exactly. There is not
Map.
one. Is there?
Oh,
I wonder why.
wonder why there's not a flat Earth map.
Wonder all you want because people think the Earth is a globe. That's why.
What's that?
Because everyone thinks it's a globe. Why would there be
because
a
everyone
flat
knows
Earth
it's a
map?
globe. Well, if you're a flat Earther, you should have a flat Earth map, shouldn't you?
Why?
Why? I'm not a cartographer.
Do we have the
am I?
resources to actually go survey the whole
isn't there a
Earth?
flat?
Do you
Somewhere,
think I'm a
somewhere. You mean there's no
cartographer?
flat
Paid
Earth?
NASA chill. Do we have the
No flat
resources
Earth
to go?
cartographer?
Paid NASA chill. Chill,
We
bro.
already have sea
Hold
level
on,
measures.
hold on. Do we have the resources to actually go survey the whole entire Earth?
I don't know. You
I
say
have
it's a
to
flat Earth.
Okay then.
So there's no flat Earth cartographers anywhere?
Why are you arguing about whether we've got resources to do it or not when it's already been done? Sea level
Where?
is measured. Sea level. Everything's been measured. Like,
Yeah,
what
I
are you
know.
talking about that there's no flat maps?
Paige, can you
Zero.
try to use your
Across
normal
the whole-
voice instead of your whining voice, please?
Oh, and what about your voice? Oh, yeah, instead of this.
Well, let's not.
I'm sorry. I don't like
Come
your
on,
voice.
Ed.
Listen,
Like,
Paige.
come on.
Again, your inability to understand the globe is not my problem.
You know, everything I've said here has torn your balls off and smushed
No, it
them.
hasn't. No, it hasn't, Paige. It just shows you have no understanding of anything. That's all.
Great
So
job,
everything's
Paige.
measured, bro.
Great job. You really did set your balls off, bro. You should just give
Yeah.
up right now.
I know I
She's
should.
a bucket full of torn off balls.
That was the best thing she probably said all night.
No, she's been kidding you the whole night, man.
No,
You
she
should just
hasn't.
Give yourself a break.
It just
give
shows that
yourself a break.
It just shows her incredulity. That's all. She has
Exactly.
no understanding of the
You would
globe.
say that
In the
with your
meantime,
Oh,
balls.
it's funny. A Glober is telling you that he just destroyed you.
Branch, I just got in here. Give me a rundown, Branch. What just happened? I just got in.
Basically,
Oh, he's
Paige
not
NASA
bottom-
Shield did his normal bullshit. Paige
normal
stepped in,
bullshit.
totally
Just
schooled his
move the
ass,
globe.
and now he's trying to.
You spoke-
now
no,
he's
she
trying
didn't
to, now he's
spoke
trying to
fast.
regain a little
Hold
bit
on
of
a second.
credibility.
Hold on, Branch. Hold on. I'm gonna have to ask you to stop over talking, please, Fade. I can't hear Branch. Thank you.
He left, so it's not going to be funny anymore.
Why do y'all need to address all the piloting questions to Paid NASA Shield? This is the most qualified pilot that has ever come to this Discord. Pay your respect. He is a ex Air Force pilot. That is a highly decorated man in the military. Also flew for
In-flight-
Pan Am. One of the
in-flight
largest
refuel.
airlines ever. Yeah,
wasn't he doing
in-flight refuel of the SR-71
that's huge.
for
That's
years.
huge right there. That's huge. That's like the only next step up is like flying Air Force One or something.
Bro, show your respects.
Show your respect. Address all your piloting questions to him. Forget about RC, who flies these little bitty airplanes that I could teach you how to fly and land in about 20 minutes.
In that sense,
Multi-jet
RC
engines.
I'm
RC
hoping so.
actually.
I would love to.
Sorry, I got disconnected. RC, you
You broke up my seat.
should think it's flat. We all, I think, broke up. Something happened. But RC, according to the planes you fly, you should think the Earth is flat.
No, I guess so. But Rakia, I wanted to see a video of you landing one of these airplanes, since someone can do it in 20 minutes. You got a video of that, Rakia?
I'll do you one better.
Oh yeah.
I'll do you one better.
Go ahead.
Just come on down here, right?
Yeah.
And you can hop in the back seat. We have a 4-seater.
Cool.
I'll take off and land. We'll do some touch and goes. We'll
Okay.
fly point to point, and you can
That's what she
explain to
said.
me and my brother that we're flying over a sphere.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right? Yeah.
What kind of
Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Well, I'll treat you to some beignets and crawfish.
All right.
And we'll go
I'll bring
flying.
the beer. I'll bring the
Yep.
beers, Rakia.
There you
I'll
go.
bring the beers.
Anytime, buddy.
Wait. Why is he going to be in the
Hold up.
back seat?
Hold up,
Why-
Rakia. Here's my question. Rakia, here's my question. What kind of airplane do you guys actually have?
A Tiger.
A Grumman. That's nice. Now you know you're not going to fit my fat ass and your fat ass in a Grumman.
Yeah. Well, we won't have no luggage, that's for sure. And my brother's 6'4", about 230. So
Yeah,
we'll probably be
we're
overweight.
not all for going in a Grumman.
We'd have to
Chicken.
reduce. We'd have to reduce the fuel load.
Chicken nugget gang.
for it.
Guys, I think it's time for my supper.
But RC, don't you agree that we should ask the person who's flown multi-jet engine aircraft over long distances for the Air Force? Shouldn't we direct these navigational questions and Great Circle route questions to Peyton?
Yeah, he already conceded that if you're flying a Cessna,
then
you
should
would
listen to
think
me.
the Earth is flat, right?
And then you should listen to me. And you should listen to me when I respond, but that part doesn't seem to happen.
Yeah, I don't mind who you ask, Rakia. If somebody's given a correct answer, I don't give a shit if it's Paige, me, Nash the Shill. As long as people are talking sense, then that's fine.
No, I haven't heard anything technical pilot-wise from Peyton NASA Shill ever. All I heard is you don't understand how to pilot, you don't understand how to navigate, you don't understand how to do aviation. That's all I've ever heard of him.
Talking technical to you is a waste of time, Rocky.
There you go. See, I told you that's what he does. Does that sound like a pilot to you?
Nope, doesn't sound like a pilot to me at all.
Well, it is, because talking to you guys, you've been given all of the technical
Why
stuff.
are you here, dude?
Okay,
That's
NASA
a good
Shill. If
question,
you're a
Paige.
pilot, NASA
Hold on, Job. Hold on.
bees
Yeah, that's a good question, Paige. Then why are you here on a daily basis?
Because you guys amuse
This is
me.
what takes you.
Amuses
but
me.
This is.
Wait,
this
let
is
me
not
read his
amusing.
script.
You're not.
I got his script written down right here. He's here for entertainment and to laugh out loud at us. That's a pilot.
If you're here for
No, wait. Peyton NASA Shield's not here for that. I'm here for that. He never does that shit.
No, I'm here for that because it's funny. Do people
No,
still think
you're
there is a
definitely
spot?
not here for that.
I don't hear you
You
laughing.
got way into the
No,
argument.
it's sort of an inward grin. It's sort of a. It's
Yeah,
sort of an
I've never
amusement,
heard you
like,
laughing,
Like going to the freak show and seeing.
Like one of those things like
We'll never get
you
to this.
feel like you're not right, but you really need to tell yourself you're right. So you
Yeah, shrink me. Go ahead.
one of those inside thumbs up grins. Yeah, I'm still right. Yeah.
Yeah, shrink me.
That kind of fun.
What
That's
happened
what
to officer and gentleman, right? I thought Air Force pilots were officers and gentlemen.
Yeah,
What
I
happened
met
to
many
that?
of them.
You
Haven't
lose
met
that
many of
too?
them.
If you're here
Oh,
for
I've
fun,
met
Peyton
plenty.
NASA Shield,
And none of them act like you. None of them.
Okay.
Not a
if you're
single
here
one.
for fun, if you're here for fun, why do you never sound like you're having fun here?
Yeah, make jokes, man. You take it so serious for somebody having fun. I feel like I have more fun than you.
Exactly.
Up to you.
More fun here. I'm laughing more than he is.
I know.
I'm not here for the fun.
Exactly. I'm
Yet
not
I'm
even
laughing. Fuck.
It's good to hear Paige and women laughing as opposed to hearing men that are being laughed at.
NASA Shill. If you're a pilot, explain how bees can fly.
Those little things on their back, they flap. Yeah, that's how bees fly.
Yeah, but they're not aerodynamic.
All these, NASA. Come on.
Hey,
Well, I'll tell
NASA
you one
Shill,
thing, Shill.
I would-
You're making me laugh. So
I
I
would
would
ask
say
you
you're
the
here for
procedure.
entertainment.
What's the procedure to take off in an airplane on, let's say, runway 2 East, taxi, just you choose a taxiway.
Rakia, you got to do better than that. 2 East
RC, come on, man. Do you see what I'm doing here? You think
No.
he knows that?
That's why he jumped in.
Thanks,
Rita.
RC. Thanks for white knighting for him. So let's just call the tower right now. Hey, NASA Shill, run it down for us, buddy. You're fixing a taxi and go to a runway and take off. Call that tower. What would you do?
Let's hear what you would say. Yeah, good call, Rocky. Good call.
Here it goes. Here it goes.
No,
Why is RC doing it? Why is RC?
No, hold on. Columbus Tower, I'm in the taxi. No, hold up.
RC.
Well
I
done.
muted him. I'm sorry, RC, but we really want Paid NASA Shill to do this. And you feel free to Google it, Paid NASA Shill, because you're not going to find it there, buddy.
We deserve this answer.
You flew for Pan Am. Just give us your initial. You know, you probably flew out of a certain region, so give us that call into the tower when you were flying for Pan Am.
Talk to us like you're talking to the tower, Paige.
I'm not going to do a check ride for you guys.
I'm the tower.
Entertain us. Entertain us.
I'm not here to.
NASA.
I'm not here to entertain you. You're here to
Laugh at us after you do it and how much we don't know. Just go ahead.
I'm not here to entertain you. I'm not your monkey.
Let me get you started. Hey, tower, this is Pan Am, blah, blah, blah. You would give your tail number there.
By the way. It was Clipper, by the way.
Right. So carry on.
Oh, no. I'm not here to entertain you.
Come on, man. We're entertaining you, so give us something.
Not your monkey.
Come on,
Oh, nobody's calling you a
tower
monkey.
to air. Tower to NASA Shill. Come on, NASA Shill.
Come on, NASA Shill.
Tower
You still haven't answered. You still haven't answered me how bees can fly.
Fire and did a little dance around it. Like, are you never embarrassed by the things you do, NASA? Honestly, are you never ashamed? Do you feel
No.
shame?
No.
You really should, sweetheart. It's not a bad
I don't feel shame. No, I don't feel
Not a
shame. I
bad
don't feel
thing
shame
to feel ashamed.
trying to
Sometimes
educate
should.
you about stuff.
If you do the wrong
Yeah.
thing and you keep saying things that are wrong and you treat
Actually, I've said nothing wrong today.
Wait. That's a problem. You don't
You just
feel
talked
shame?
over a lady there, so that's wrong.
You
in my
don't feel
book.
shame? Ever?
No, talking to you guys? No.
It's a,
I teach my son that it's good. My sons know it's good to feel ashamed if you've done the wrong thing, and you
I haven't done the wrong thing.
shouldn't hide it. You should come out and say,
Why don't you shrink me some more,
I feel
Paige?
so ashamed of myself for doing.
Are you as good a shrink as you are an airplane pilot?
No, I'm just a good mother.
Okay. I'm not going to say anything.
What I was going to say, Rakia, is that you always say Columbus Tower, I'm finna taxi.
Can't say anything.
And then they come back and say, get your ass out there. And then you say, all right. That's proper nomenclature.
Who tell you what?
Nomenclature.
You know what? Norman who?
You talking to the tower or what?
All right, bro. I'll be heading down by the oak tree here in a little bit as soon as I get this engine cranked.
He said, all right, let's say that you're finna taxi. What do you say to the tower? You say, hey, tower, I'm finna taxi.
I'm finna taxi on down by that oak tree. Yeah, most of our airports that we go out of don't even have a tower. What is that called, what is that called, Paid NASA Shill? When there's no tower. Yeah, RC,
He's
what's
not,
that
he's
called?
not your
It's real
monkey.
technical.
He's not your
It's called
monkey.
a non-towered airport.
Wait,
It's
stop.
It's a real technical name called a non-towered airport.
Yeah, there you go.
I was going to say no tower airport.
He was
Or-
googling like crazy. What do you call
90
a no tower?
But 90. So since you're learning all the nomenclature, it's a class golf is what you want.
There you go. See how easy that is, Paid NASA Shill?
Wow, that
See,
was
like,
pretty
bro,
embarrassing.
I'm going to know all these terms
So-
soon. Then what are you going to do, bro? What's going to
Yeah,
happen?
and
when I know all
I'm
these terms and
definitely
I'm a pilot?
directing my questions to RC when it comes to.
No. Direct them to Paid NASA Shill. This dude flew multi-engine jets for the Air Force, man. Are you kidding me? You know how
Maybe
how much skill that
theoretically.
takes?
Maybe theoretically.
Do you know how many tests you have to pass to to get your wings for the Air Force?
Bro, in-flight refuels. Nobody, they don't just let anyone do that.
Just to be a jet pilot, just to get your wings to be a jet pilot for the Air Force. You got to be top cream of the crop, son, and pass some major tests.
Rakia, I was just going to ask RC Micey, because you sort of diminished his flying capabilities to some degree. I'm not saying it's true now, probably a bit of jest. But if you passed your Cessna license the night before, do you think you'd be able to handle a big 747 and fly it into planes?
No way. You wouldn't even know how to start it.
with such accurate precision that you'd bring down the buildings into their own footprint as a 9/11.
Oh yeah, there's no way that happened.
That's RC Micey.
Just ask RC. RC, could you hop in the cockpit of a multi-engine jet like they flew on 9/11 and fly it on a certain path at that speed?
Fly it in the middle of the air for sure. Start the thing up, wouldn't know half the. It'd take me probably 20 minutes to figure out what the hell the buttons that on my checklist.
No, I'm talking about fly it like they did. Corkscrew, fly it into a building, hit the side of a building like that.
I mean, that's not too hard. It's point and go.
Can we first prove that there was an airplane on 9/11?
I guess we're switching topics now.
That there wasn't, I should say.
Well, why would they lie? I mean,
yeah, why would anybody lie? Well, you never know.
That featured the first plane.
If
or
you're
no
going to
plane
test
argument.
technology,
Would you believe we're still in the midst of the plane or no plane argument today with flat Earth? Right? Isn't that funny? Maybe the two things are connected.
You got to question everything, man.
I think it was a test of their latest tech.
Could have been.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody that ever asked that question, why would they lie? And your parents told you that Santa was real, or acted like Santa. Just go ask them. Hey, parent, why did you lie to me about Santa? And then you'll get your answer for why people lie.
Bro, you ever see that there was this movie about like a world where nobody lies, and then there's this one guy who like figures out like lying, and so like everybody believes him because there's no such thing as a lie, right? So it's kind of crazy.
My mum never told us Santa Claus.
How's that movie called?
From them.
Hang on, I'll look it up.
It's The Art of Lying. That's Ricky.
Page are really low, Ben. But yeah, that's good. I heard the gist of it. Your parents didn't tell you. I apologize to my kids for lying to them personally.
Did you mean your apology, Dave, or were you lying?
Paige, you're not coming through, man.
NASA's he's still lying to his kids.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better. I'm a little hard on NASA because he makes a lot of outrageous claims, or a lot of claims, and he doesn't back them up. So, he would be hard on me. He's hard on me when I do that. So I'm just hard back. But he's okay overall. People embellish, or he could actually have done all that. Who knows? But people do seem to embellish online. I've done it. So, nothing wrong with that. It's just some people carry it a little too far, I believe. But we should direct our questions to him. If he is the most qualified, we should want to get it from him.
Look at the evidence, though, to believe in Santa. All their parents had to do was have a couple of presents under a tree once a year. And, so that's that's their standard of evidence. If somebody can show them anything, doesn't matter, I saw it on the telly. It's got to be true. I saw it on the telly.
If you ask, if you ask why lie, there's this one scene in the movie. I didn't see the whole thing. I just remember the scene. He runs up to this girl. He goes, "The world is going to blow up unless we have sex," right? And you're going, "Why would people lie?" Bam, right there. This as simple as just to get laid, right? Like you think there's, you really need to ask why people lie. People lie for any number of reasons, including money, power, and sex.
You wouldn't believe things I've heard. My goodness.
Let me say to right the hand there. The invention of lying? I thought it was The Art of Lying. It's by Ricky Gervais. This is pertinent, right, to flat Earth and beyond. Ricky Gervais was propelled to sort of superstardom. His Office original, which originated in the UK, he went over to America, so it became a worldwide star. But I say he's just promoted like the rest. But the one thing he's a staunch ball earther. Everything to do with science. His whole tour, he's comedy tour is based around evolution and just pushing everything to do with science. So I say one is connected to the other. And if there's any top ball earthers out or flat earthers out there, he's the guy you should be attacking. And I've said all of this before. It's too long to go into, but he is the poster boy. He's the poster child now of all things science, and that's for sure. And you know how he sold it as well via the comedy. You know, people associate with comedians. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little ironic that
sorry
the
to.
Bowler also has a movie where it's the art of lying.
You kind of roboted there, but sorry to backtrack a little bit, but to Rakia's comment to directing questions to NASA show. I mean, I feel better directing them to RC because he actually answers the questions. He is, to my, like, in my opinion, more truthful and more helpful. When I ask a question, he tries to actually answer it. So as a pilot, I would actually, all jokes aside, would direct my questions to RC. Definitely.
Yeah, I think he was being sarcastic, you know.
Yeah. I was just, being straightforward, I guess.
Fair enough.
Well, the bowlers are divided into a few distinct and separate groups. In a similar vein to RC, Micey, I would say Biodual is there and Kosho as well. They're the three that jump to mind.
Aren't the flat earthers also divided? I mean, that's fine. People have their own opinions, their own personalities. That's fine to be divided, not hold the same exact.
Let me ask you something about. Let me ask you something about who you would direct questions to. Let's say you had a question about chemistry, right? How something is fracked down or whatever, elements, something, a serious question you need to know. Let's say it's life-saving. Who would you ask in here for that?
Well, with any question that I would ask the expert, right? Someone who's done this over and over, who's an expert at it, basically.
Maybe
whether
someone.
it be certified or whatever, just someone who does this for, let's say, a living, or
I got you.
who does this,
Or
yeah.
would you say someone that has a master's degree in chemistry would be qualified to answer a question about chemistry?
Sure.
Please direct all chemistry questions to paid NASA shill. He has a master's degree in chemistry.
That fucker is a genius. He's a great actor as well, pretending he's so stupid. He fucking convinced me ultimately, but he's a genius behind it all. He's so good at so many things.
I think he created NASA.
Oh, come on, people.
I find frequently that any topic that's brought up, there's suddenly, 10, 20 people in the room that are experts on this topic. It's amazing.
Let me ask you a question, Egypt. If someone asked you, if you had to know, for example, distance between two points on Earth from their geographical positions, who would you ask here?
Here specifically in this room, you mean?
Well, first I would ask a question of how much are you going to be over or under by, and that would tell me if they knew what they were talking about or not.
Well, yeah, actually, I'm past that question of establishing the distance from A to B. It's rather the question of how are you establishing it, and is it a straight line? Is it a curved? What is it? And how are you establishing? That would be my question. That's my usual question, actually.
The surface distance. If I would walk from A to B.
Well,
you have
there, right
coordinates.
there, by making that statement, the surface distance.
Right.
You
would find out who believes that the Earth's surface is moving or not, and then you'd eliminate half the people who say the Earth's surface is moving, and then you'd measure everything in a straight line. Of course.
So let me ask you, Bacon. Let me ask you, Bacon.
That's why
what's the over? Go ahead, Paige.
Sorry, yeah, I just want to make this point. That's why they don't measure the surface of Earth. They measure the surface of water, because if you just walk from one point to another, you're going to walk over hills, down valleys, blah, 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 and the measurement isn't going to be a straight line distance. That's why they measure water, because you're going to be just walking a horizontal plane.
Good.
It depends on how you're measuring it.
Correct. Let me ask you this, Bacon. What would be let's say I wanted to find the geographical distance from New York to, I don't know, Paris. What would be your error margin on that, of the plus or minus?
I think would be around the measurement, the calculations that I would use would give me, I think, less than 1% margin of error.
Oh, you're just going to calculate it and not actually measure it?
That's what the question. I said, if someone is asking you to calculate the distance between 2 points, what would you do? Who would you ask for?
No,
to
to
do it if
measure
you
it.
don't know how to do
To measure it.
it? To measure, how I
We're
measure
going to
it.
measure it. Yeah. Would you calculate? You need to measure it. You need to
So
calculate a
if you're
distance.
asking how I measure it, I don't know how I measure it.
Well,
Yeah,
that
and
was your
Paige,
question,
Paige,
Bacon. I mean,
Paige, that's
you-
actually a problem, Paige, because even when you go over water, you're constantly getting pushed left, right, up, down by the waves. You're never going in that straight line. Not even in the air.
The averaging function.
Not even in the air, Paige. With planes aren't doing it. Planes are constantly getting pushed up, down, left, right because of the wind.
And and Jeremy, if you are following the compass from America to Paris in a practical way, trying to measure the distance, you would automatically go in a curved path because you're following the compass. That will change the straight line distance.
Exactly. That's on a flat Earth. It is a curved
Sorry,
distance.
you're not moving. You're measuring by looking from one spot to the next. So you're not going to be affected by waves or anything because you're just looking from, like, over a lake. You just look from one side to the other.
And so you can do it optically. Hold on a second. But we're not seeing in straight lines though. What's up?
But I mean, traveling long distances is never done optically, correct?
Yeah, but even if
I
you were
mean,
going to try to
someone
measure
brought
it,
up
even if you were going to try to measure it optically, we're not seeing in straight lines. The line's curving according to the globers.
You're not
And
fucking seeing Paris from America as well, so let's rule that out to begin with.
They do have the calculations for refraction, don't they?
And they never take the measurements for it. They can calculate it. They're all using different calculations. You should see Ruhifs. I absolutely clowned him in here one night. Made him look absolutely silly. So they can. This is another thing they can calculate, but they never actually measure.
We have measurements of how much the pressure differs depending on the altitude.
Let's see a real.
All of that.
Yeah,
all of that gives you an index of refraction. So yeah, it is measured.
That's cool. Let's see it. That's cool. Let's see one of these real life refraction measurements over distance.
Talking about the measurement of the index of
Just go grab one. You said you do it, right?
Man. Jeremy's waiting
go grab
for us
one.
for ages. Show him, bud.
Again, Bacon, I think you conceded earlier that it's not a measurement, it's a calculation.
Yes.
I said that my question was, how would you calculate? That's all I said. Then you started asking me how I would measure it. So that's a different question.
Your question was regarding not calculation, but if I was going to ask a question about a distance from A to B, you didn't mention calculation there or measurement. But
I think I
what
said
we made clear is the point of contention would be the measurement rather than the because calculation. I mean, again, that's
I can calculate how much invisible unicorns poop every day.
it's a conceptual thing. You can calculate anything.
Your calculations.
But
how do you calculate that, Jeremy? Explain me.
Because there's a calculation there.
What does your calculation show, Jeremy? Do you feed the unicorns often? What do you feed them with?
I have a very precise amount of food they eat, and I know exactly how much they poop every day. Yes, I've calculated it. I've calculated it.
Well, fair enough. And is their health good in general? I mean,
it's all calculated. Yep, it's all calculated, bro. We got all the figures. So really, what you're going to want is measurements. Now, if I came to you and said I can calculate how much invisible unicorns poop, you'd probably want an actual measurement of that, right? Like, where's the poop? Well, let's see the weight.
You can measure using radio waves, for example. You get the time delay, which takes for electromagnetic wave to get from one point to the other.
Yeah, which is light, right?
Right.
It's no necessarily. There are other radio waves that aren't light.
But light is one.
Are
So yeah.
are
These
these electromagnetic waves traveling in a straight line?
Oh.
Yes.
No. Oh yes.
No.
There's no.
They're waves. They're wiggly lines in themselves, like when they draw them. So they must be
roughly
moving. They can't be, they're moving up and down. Isn't that why they have the frequency they have? Because of the way they move. Well, that's what I.
But are there straight wiggly lines, Paige? That's the question.
Real position. It's just representation of the oscillation on the field.
Yep.
Actually, up and down. It's how the field is oscillating.
Yeah. So movement of some kind, whether it be like
it's an oscillation of the field.
So motion of some kind.
Okay.
Before we have to ask Jeremy the question, right? So before they, I think Charles Lindbergh was the first to fly nonstop from the coast of America to the coast of Ireland. So we got to ask how they measured the distance beforehand. When Lindbergh was taken off, how far did he, or how long did he expect to travel for? And then we got to look at the results because he obviously made it, or according to the story. But what was the deviation between expected arrival time and actual time, and what problems I don't know the research myself, but what problems he possibly encountered in the meantime? That would be a good indication, because there would be a transition. If you think about how they'd measure distances by boat, it's by the knots, right? So you drop a line of rope and you count the knots, and the knots are a fixed sort of distance between one another. So they would have to clarify that in some way, I guess.
Hey, listen. They dropping knots will tell you how fast your speed is. Okay, and you can tell how long you've been traveling at that speed. So you would get a distance of how far you've traveled, right? You with me so far? So there's one distance. There's another distance, which is the distance from point A to B. The distance from point A to B and the distance you've traveled will never, ever be the same.
I agree, because one is traveling, well, if you travel in a straight line, which is the direct route over a flat plane, you'll get a certain distance. But if you travel via the compass, you will get a curvilinear route automatically, even over a flat plane, and that will extend the distance. So they can never the two can never meet. I agree with you there.
Hey Jeremy, you recognize that even though we have things like you're never going to go exactly from point A to exactly point B, and even in an airplane, you're going to have to make at least like 2 or 3 turns on departure, right? Or even on arrival. So, but you do recognize that. Yeah, you're good. You do recognize that like those distances are going to be extremely close to what the actual distance is, right? Like within 2 or 3%.
Okay, as you're traveling, going up, and even in a plane, you're going. The wind's pushing you left and right and up and down. Correct? This is just yes or no, because I want to continue and I don't want to be interrupted by monologues. Okay, yes. So there's more than just those 2 or 3 turns. You made it seem just 2 or 3 little corrections or turns. No, you're constantly getting pushed up, down, left, right throughout your whole trip. Boom.
No, you can crab it's called crabbing into the wind, so that you stay on a straight path. So it's essentially my nose is pointed at like a heading of 360, but I'm actually heading on a track of 350 because I have a 10 knot wind, right?
What if that heading is curved?
So you're not. I mean, that's where you want to go with it.
Yeah,
well,
because
that's exactly. But Jeremy, that's exactly how we navigate.
Yeah,
I was actually just doing that today, Jeremy. I went from here from Indianapolis up to Kokomo, Indiana, and all I had to do was, I had a very strong westerly wind going from south to north, and it was, about 15 knots, and I was in a Cessna 150, so it's a very light airplane, and so I was crabbing about 20 degrees to stay on my track. But I never had to adjust. Once I had my crab down, Jeremy, once I had my crab down, I didn't have to adjust.
Okay, my question to you, RC, a heading, is that a straight line?
Is a heading a straight line?
On the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, maybe repeating the question answers it for you.
No. Hey, I'm just trying to be honest and like thinking about how is it. So lines of longitude, yes, those are straight. On the surface of the Earth.
According to a globe, right?
Yeah, according to a globe.
Are they straight according to a flat Earth?
I don't know. I've never seen a model or a
Then why do you reject if you don't know, but you say it only works on a globe? That heading, i.e., your point from A to B, which is assumed to be a straight line according to a globe, you say it doesn't work. It only works.
No, they call them great circles.
But then, yeah, great circles, right? They only work on a globe.
That's fair.
But now you just admitted. Hold on, you just admitted that you don't know if on a flat Earth it's straight or not. So your statement is kind of void, correct?
No, Egypt. Here's why it's not. It's
It's just called bias.
So no, Egypt. Here's why it's not.
It's
because those points on the points that I do know the distances from, without even looking at headings, I know that they're not coplanar. So I can already rule out the fact that the Earth is a plane.
How do you know they're not coplanar?
Yeah, hold on. You said without looking at headings. How do you think these distances from A to B were established? You say you don't look at headings because these distances are already established.
Yeah.
You don't look at them. But how do you think they were established in the first place?
They were established through surveying and traveling those distances. I mean, here on the continental United States,
surveying over the ocean. What method?
Yeah, there's plenty of INSAR data in the Atlantic Ocean. INSAR data, yeah. INSAR is a modern way of surveying that you're not using something like you're actually using radar to be able to survey both the depth of the ocean, but also the topography of the entire surface of the Earth.
It sounds like a complicated method that you might
it's
not want
relatively
to get
easy
into.
It's relatively easy to understand. The point is that we know all distances between all points on an INSAR survey.
Just a quick question on going then, okay? RC Majesty, over a flat plane, so forget about anyone else's model, just your own thinking on the spot here. Over a flat plane where everything ultimately revolves around compass due north, right? So if you were to take a straight line route and follow the compass, no matter what distance you are from the north center, would you end up taking a great circular route around the north if you just followed it at a fixed easterly heading? Yes or no? Just your intuition, what does that tell you?
On a magnetic compass?
Yes.
Would I stay? Is your question? Would I stay fixed distance from north?
Yes, and do a great circular route around the Earth to arrive back to your close enough to your initial starting point.
No, but the reason is because of that is the magnetic deviation is not perfectly circular.
Right, but I said close enough. But close enough, you'll end up back forming a full circle. Close enough.
Sure, yeah. If you want to do like very gross approximations, yes.
Yeah. Right, that'll do. Cheers.
Can I ask, when you say they're not coplanar, how much difference are you getting? Because you do realise sea level is different. It's an average of all the different places. So if you're taking a measurement somewhere and then a measurement, in another place, and you've got a different level, then yeah, but they're still going to be plane parallel.
No, they're not. And I'm getting a difference.
That's
difference of so Paige, to answer your question, I'm getting a difference over about 5,000 nautical miles. I'm getting a difference of about 20%.
That all?
Yeah,
that's huge. 20%?
Yeah, 20%.
Upside down. Like you've got sea levels that are completely opposite to the other side, not 20%.
No, what I'm telling you is that I would have to make the length of the other distances 20% longer in order to make them coplanar points.
Why?
Because if you use the distances given as shortest distances, then they are definitely not coplanar. You would have to lengthen the other distances.
Why and how?
Why and how what?
Oh, fuck me.
No, I'm not trying to be obtuse, Paige. I actually want to know why and how what. What do you mean?
If you've just got a measurement, a distance, the distance from one place to the next, you've measured it as a straight line, as a shortest distance, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, then that's the distance.
Yep.
And if one level is just a little bit, little bit up or down from the other one, well, that's what we would expect because sea level is an average.
Sure.
So,
that's not where the problem lies. The problem lies if I have 4 other points besides that one, and then I measure the distance between each of those points and the other 4 points. You cannot. They show you those distances are not coplanar.
Got one distance. I'll see.
Sorry, you're cutting out, Paige.
To make it to say it's not. What are you comparing it to? To say it's not right?
I'm just comparing the points to each other. Nothing else.
And you've just got all the one measurement of all of them and how they connect.
Yeah.
And all you've got are straight lines between all of them.
Yep. And those lines cannot be on a flat surface and remain connected together.
Even if they were curved on a flat surface?
If you curve them, yeah, you can make them fit.
No, you create plane parallels.
No, you can't, Paige. If you can show me how to do it, then show me.
Paige, you're kind of cutting out.
Yeah, Paige, the only person who has tried to offer an explanation is actually Egypt, and he just said it. He's like, well, if I curve these lines, I can make it fit. And I was like, well, you know what, Egypt? Fair enough. You're right. But isn't that suspicious to you?
About them being not coplanar, RC. Right?
I heard you, Paige. Egypt, do you want to explain your point? Maybe Paige will listen to you.
Well, it's actually kind of the point she's addressing because we're talking about a plane rather than a globe, right? But yeah, the point I'm trying to make, these curved lines can lie on a flat plane and still connect and have these same exact distances unless you interject to that. Because I'm only visualizing it. I haven't actually done this in any way. I know you have in your kind of model. You've plotted at least 5 points with their known distances on a globe, and you made them connect. I know you did that, but for me, it was just a thought process, and for me, just comparing, let's say, a traditional globe, a conceptualization and mapping of the Earth, as opposed to, let's say, yet another globe projection, but the AE map. I mean, traveling east is something that's making a circle on a plane and not a straight line, and that's why I was asking you about headings. Are they straight lines or are they curved? Because let's say on a AE map, that would be a curved line on a plane, and that's kind of where my argument is coming from. But maybe it doesn't work. I haven't tried it, but let's say your 5 points connect with curved lines on a flat plane.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't
that suspicious to you?
Suspicious is not the word I would use. No, it's not suspicious. It's actually more trying, like, I'm using all the available evidence to come to a truthful conclusion, not a suspicious one.
Sure.
The suspicious thing is to say that it only works on a globe. That's what
I didn't say it only works on a globe. In fact,
that you actually did. That was your claim.
No, my claim was that these points cannot fit on a flat surface.
That was his answer.
I will attest that I've heard RC Marcy on many occasions say this only works on a globe. This would not work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's one of
I
his
actually don't say those words, Rob, like you're just lying about that.
No, I
'Cause
I
I keep
will.
an
Okay,
hey Rob, I keep an
okay,
open
that's
mind.
fine. That's fine.
I
That's fine.
keep an open mind about it. But what I will say is that
Meister,
there's
you have
no
said
way
it
that
so
these
many
statements.
times.
That's
You have
fine,
said it
guys.
so
I
many
mean,
times.
even if he did, I mean, he's correcting it right now. So go ahead, RC.
Yeah. What I am saying about these distances is that they are for sure not coplanar, right? If you map all of the distances out,
Fine.
they map out to a globe.
No, they don't.
How do you take distances, right? Like, let's say I gave you 10 miles, 37 miles, 42 miles, and 66 miles. How does that map into a ball? It's just distances.
Yeah, because if you define that there are points and it is distances to other points that are known, if you get 5 of them, 4 of them you can like finagle around to usually make them work in some type of trapezoid. But what you can't do is say with a 5th point, because that kind of locks the distances into the other things.
So you're telling
Not
me,
really.
okay, wait, hold on. So you're telling me I go to Google Maps, right? I go to my neighborhood. I zoom out to where I can see like, 15 block area, and I put my house, another house, and I put 5 points, right? You're saying they don't line up on that flat plane that is that map?
If you're doing 15 blocks and let's say that's just
Okay, let's say 15
1.5.
square miles. How about this? 15 square miles on that same flat map. I put 5 points and I connect them all. That's not a plane?
It'd be really hard to distinguish it from a plane. But if
I'll give you
Okay, so
right ahead.
okay.
Right
So
ahead.
what you're saying is that 5 points will map out to a plane on a map that is
in a
scaled to the Earth.
really small area.
Yeah,
Yeah,
try doing that
okay. What about
over, try doing
hold
that
on.
over 750 miles with 5 points.
Okay, hang on. Wait. I was still talking.
And you'll find there is a problem.
Look how this. Yeah, full decision. He's a waste of time. I can talk. So
Right ahead.
okay. So
Let me tell you the trick.
Dare you, sir?
All right.
Do not insult
All right,
me.
go
I've not
ahead.
said anything
okay,
bad
I'm
to
giving
you.
my
I've been
opinion.
perfectly
That's
polite.
my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't need to. I'm not.
Let's all relax.
So,
Let's all take a deep breath and just relax.
So
I want to say something.
hang on. He's okay. So when he was like, "It's not possible," right? He was like, "You cannot." Right? Remember, we all just heard him say that.
That's not
5
what I
points.
said.
Wait, come on, dude.
You're lying
You
about
said-
something
hang-
again. That's the
oh,
problem right now.
man, they're just here. Okay, so the entire thing, he was like, 5 points make a ball. They will not be planar. That's what he said. Now,
No,
if you
I didn't
got a
say it
problem,
made a
if you got
ball.
a problem, wait till
That's
I'm
not what I
done, and then you
said.
could. But wait till I'm done, dude.
Hey, let him
'Cause
lie
I
about
could
you
just-
first.
Bro, look at Druss. Just
If you guys let him get this over with,
bro.
hold on. If you guys let him get this over with, he would have been over by now, and he could have addressed the fact if he's lying or not. So,
Well, because this is what they do, bro. So I'm just going to say what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to leave so they can't even address it, right? So F you both. So he was like, and please don't interrupt me while I'm talking. He was like, you cannot take 5 points and put them on a plane. You could do 4 and finagle, but when you put that 5th point, it doesn't work, right? On a plane. And then I was like, well, Google Maps, a plane, right? If I took that plane of maps, which scales perfectly to the area around it, and put 5 points and connected them, they would be on a plane. And he was like, well, yeah, but. So his entire garbage statement, because he's a garbage person, is summarized in that. Now, fuck both of you.
All right, great. So that's not what I said. What I said that if you take 15 square miles, it's really hard to distinguish from a plane.
Yeah, or you said it was impossible. You put that 5th point on.
No, that's not what I said.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me just address this really quick because he kind of conceded to my point, but then he's double speaking in an obvious way because he said it can work on a flat Earth. I don't know how.
That's not what Egypt. I expect a lot more from you. You never heard me say those words. What I said was a 15
not these
square mile.
words.
Hey, all
That's
right.
what you
Since you
implied.
interrupted me, I'll go ahead and start finishing since
Go
you were
ahead.
also spewing insanity.
Go ahead.
Okay, what I said was that a 15 square mile area on a globe as big as we have is really hard to distinguish it from planar. You need some really fine instrumentation to do that. It is a lot easier to see it once it's over larger areas, like the area of the United States. It's much easier to see that, hey, these 5 points do not map out to be coplanar.
That's fine, and that's the point. Now, move along. Make your point.
I've been
Yeah,
waiting.
Hold on, hold on,
can't.
silent.
You can't use. My point is that you can't use a 15 square block area and start making claims about it without some
but
really,
that wasn't
really.
my.
Hold on. Without some really, really specific instrumentation.
Okay, but that wasn't my point, right? RC, which you kind of alluded to was kind of a valid point, right? My point initially in this conversation, you said the only person who actually has an argument is Egypt. These were your words.
Yeah, because you
So
said
which
that
argument
if
is
I
that?
curve the line. Yeah, you're right. You said if I make these curved lines, then I can make it work.
Exactly. So
Great.
was that in relation to a
Which is
certain distance?
the exact claim of the globe.
Yeah, but rather on a plane. That's the whole point, because you went on to say coplanar, right? They don't work on a coplanar sense of things. These 5 points can't be coplanar, yet you validated my point, which
No,
is
I said that
doublespeak.
these 5 points can't be coplanar with shortest distances between the points. You said,
Okay,
the
with
line.
shortest distance. Yeah, with shortest distance.
And that was my whole point.
And my whole point is, how do you establish the shortest distance? And that's where the lie is, or the point of contention is.
Straight line on the ground.
What you're assuming.
line.
Exactly. What are you establishing a straight line with?
With flight paths.
Go ahead, Miss RC.
Yeah, with flight paths, because they're the closest thing we have to shortest distance that all of us can participate in.
I know
and see every day.
Here we are, right back to the point I was trying to get at him with when you took it off in
Hold
the
on,
weeds.
hold on, Jeremy. With the flight path, I'm flying a plane. How do I know my flight path from A to B is a straight one? That's my question and my point of contention. You're saying because
of your
we
ground
fly
track.
from A to B, then it has to be the shortest path.
Because
But
of your
yet my
ground
question is, because of ground track?
Yeah.
Elaborate, please.
Yeah. So we always measure our distances, right? And like how our timings and everything else based on our ground speed, which is based on our ground track. Where am I exactly over the surface of the earth?
But that ground track cannot tell if you're zigzagging, right?
Equal elevation the whole
Yes,
way.
the ground track.
When Bio was making the claim, right, of being able to make a straight line from Miami to LA, and he was challenged to provide a ground track, it wasn't straight.
And I can provide that for you. I can do it live here if you'd like.
Let's see it.
Sure, no problem. Give me a second. I'm gonna straight. Hey, just so you know, I'm not gonna be able to talk. I can listen to you, but because I'm gonna be live streaming from my phone, I'm not gonna be able to respond. Okay.
It's fine. It sounds like you're around your kids or
I'm sitting here with them.
What? You were at the park or what? It
No,
sounds
we were
like
at
you're
the
back
park. We were at the
indoors.
park earlier. Now we're just hanging out.
Yeah.
I was going to respond to what Right the Hand was saying about the 5 points thing, and you guys were kind of arguing about, because I've heard RC Micey, and I know what RC Micey's claim was about that, and so I think that when Right the Hand was talking about doing it in his neighborhood, I think there's a more general rule that would probably it would work in any occasion, and it's that if you have any number of points, like let's use 5 or greater, if you have 5 points and you connect every one of those points to every other point, there's only, so you have all the distances between each of those 2 points recorded. There's only ever going to be one possible shape in 3 dimensions, even if you do it on a plane. The shape in 3 dimensions, it's only ever going to be possible in one configuration.
That's wrong. And then there's a trick to that, Coach, and you know it, right?
Yeah, what's the trick to that?
Well, it's like let me give you an
assuming
example.
straight lines?
Hold on, bro. All right, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, is that assuming straight lines from each point? Which
Yeah, well, depending on what
obviously,
surface you're on. So if
well, that's not the
no,
point.
no,
The point of
in three, no, I'm sorry. Hold on, yeah, in 3D space, yeah, it would be straight lines between them.
well, let's
That's the
say
trick right there.
whoa, exactly. That's the whole point. Let's say on the plane, right? They're not straight. It still works, doesn't it, Kosho?
Yeah, but why would you use lines that weren't straight on a plane?
Oh,
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an
I'm saying,
example.
I don't know. I don't know why that would be included when that's. If you're not
But
sure
let's
about the
say,
shortest distance
let's
and
say,
people are
well, okay,
purposely driving
exactly,
too
okay,
long,
Airplanes.
yeah,
Let me
yeah.
give you an example. Airplanes
we're not
may
including
take a
those.
longer route, Kosho. Airplanes may take a longer route if the currents up there help them to save some gas and stuff like that. We do it
Yeah,
on the
sure. I
trucking
wouldn't
all the
use. I'm
time.
not using flight
So,
routes. I'm just
so you
saying
may
that
take.
you have. Yeah, I'm not using flight routes. So
No, I
So
was
you may
gonna
take
more.
longer distances, right?
I was just gonna stick to one of the more traditional methods, like a heading, right? A heading is assumed
Hey, did
on
you
a
see what
globe
I did?
yeah,
to be a straight
okay.
line, but
Yeah, but
You
you
what if
never
use.
came
on a
on
You don't
the.
plane
have to use.
that heading
You don't have to use.
that
Yeah, go
heading
ahead.
is a curved line?
Egypt, did you see what I did on the live stream?
You never
Oh,
show
let's
live
see.
stream, my Steve.
I did. I was
I
live
was
streaming
waiting.
the whole time.
Really? I did wait for it.
All right, let me try again.
I didn't see. No.
Yeah.
All
Look,
right, but
I'm
again, I'm not
watching.
talking
You
about.
see it now?
Oh,
You see it?
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about flight paths at all. I'm talking about distances that you're already. You know, it could be like I live in Texas. It could be 5 cities in Texas. Wouldn't matter.
So wait,
It could be
Hey.
5 dots in your room on a piece of paper.
Kosho, what if you have
Same.
a square, a perfect square with a dot in the middle of the square? That's 5 points, and there's multiple different routes you can take.
There's no possible way to connect all those points. Each one of those points will be 5 points. They'll have 4 connections. With all the other
Did
points.
you see it?
There's no.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
hold
Archie,
you
my
to
turn.
that. I'm gonna hold you to that statement, Kosho, because
Go ahead.
because that's the kind of point I'm making. What if
Let me.
these on a planar surface are curved lines?
If you guys look at my live stream now,
May I
I'm
give you
going
an
to do 5
example,
points.
Kosho? May I give you an example, Kosho? Let's say you have 5 friends, right? And they are all 1 block away from you. Every single one of them.
You
But
guys see?
the path to each of them, right, is different. So
Yeah. I'm not
when you
talking
do
about
the
paths
line
or routes that we
from your
don't know.
house to each of them, that's a very important step that you gotta take into account when you're gonna say this place is it took me half hour to get here and it took me 1 hour to get here, and you're gonna assume that the second one is in a longer distance when maybe the path is taking you to swing like curves, hills and everything, and it's gonna take
Fantastic.
point to point is actually the same distance.
All right. See, I'm an adult, so maybe there's some distances that some other people don't know, but there's
You're-
certainly a lot of distances that I do
Kosho,
know,
no-
and they could be distances in your own town, or distances in your town and the town next to yours. Doesn't matter as long as there's 5 points. Like I said, it could be in your house. I'm just telling you this rule is a general rule. It's not going to be broken, and we're talking about, of course, straight lines. So there's no reason to say curved lines. But if you
yeah,
can't be
let's
confident
say
about
in your
some long
house.
distance, yeah, go ahead.
Let's take that example in your house. Now, from A to B, you have A, B, C, D, E, F distances, right? From A to B, what are you using as a measuring tool to establish that it's a straight line?
Are you guys
rule-
looking at the live stream here?
It doesn't matter. It's go ahead, RC. They're not
Are you guys looking? Just look at the live stream here. I won't be able to talk during it, but it's showing exactly what Kosho is talking about.
Well, I have a question from first point that you showed, right? When you first leave, we see the line. You're going pretty much almost due east, and then by the time you get to your destination, you're really heading more like southeast.
No, that's the map, man. That's my whole point. I don't see.
Holy shit, Meisty.
I don't know why nobody's getting my point.
Oh man.
I don't think I really understand Koto's point.
There's a flat plane right there. Zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom in. Flat fucking plane, flat map. What are you guys on about? And then yeah, you zoom out and it turns into a globe. Wrap.
But silent,
Oh my
that's
god.
not the point. That's not the point.
Hey, Kosho, what? Could you repeat the?
What is your point then? What is your point?
I'll wait, Branch.
Well, Meisty can't.
What is
talk
your
on his
point?
live stream.
Amen. Can you tell us what is your point?
Are you talking to me, or are you still talking to RC Micey?
One is
No. I'm talking to.
let me tell you the point from the globe side is these 5 distances connect in straight line paths, i.e., shortest distances from all points. From these 5 points, from any 2 points on these 5 points would be the shortest distance straight line paths, and the only way they connect is that on a curved or globe surface. That is their point, the globe side point.
But it's not
Correct?
true.
Yeah.
It is true.
It is not.
No,
Didn't you just
it
see
is
the
true.
live stream? He zoom in,
Yeah.
he goes into a flat plane, he zooms
It's
out,
not a
turns
flat
into a
plane.
sphere.
It's not a flat plane when I zoom in.
It's a globe. It's a globe. Maybe when you get close, it looks like more of a straight line, but it's actually curved in essence.
Almost
from point
exactly.
A-
Let me ask you a question.
I'm agreeing
Let's
with
say
you,
you grab.
Silent, but
No, hold on. Let me ask you. You grab a sheet of paper, right? Plain sheet of paper, right? Then you put it against a sphere, right? And then you draw those 5 points, right? And then you take the sheet of paper and you put it on a table again. Are those points not gonna be connected anymore?
well, the point is that it's not just one sheet of paper. It's let's say like if you have 5 points, you have 5 sheets of paper. That's the point.
In one sheet of paper, you're missing the point. You can turn that map. You can turn it flat, a sphere. You can make it embrace whatever shape you want.
Yes, correct, and I agree with
And
that.
those points are
And
gonna
that's my point.
are not gonna move.
I mean, see, the point is from the globe side is the curve that is existent in the path is following the surface of the alleged globe. Now, I'm saying, what if that curve is not following the surface? You're going straight on the surface, but the curve is according to, let's say, something like a heading, where you're curving left or right on that surface. That also works.
So are
And
you
we
guys?
You don't
connect
even.
these
You don't
5
need to do
points
that.
Are you guys trying to find the
in the same
shortest
way.
distance?
I mean, I'm not
I
trying
don't
to
think.
find the shortest distance.
I don't think you
They,
need to do
they,
that. I just think that they play with the lines when they're involving that how you say when they involve that map in a sphere.
what I'm
It's
doing
just plain.
is just assuming or conceding just the base point where these are actual distances taken over and over, let's say from one airport to the other, right? And I think this was RC's point. These are distances traveled every day over and over and over and over and over. So in a way, I'm conceding that, right? These
All
distances
right.
are taken by planes over and over on a daily basis. That's fine. I can't disagree with that point. These points
I
are.
disagree with that.
I mean, people fly from New York.
Yeah,
to
but there's
LA.
currents up there which push the airplane faster than they claim to be going, or slower.
Well,
why do you think the
yeah.
same trip from the same trip sometimes takes more hours than when you're going back, or less hours?
Well, that's fine. I'm just simply talking about how to map them with a sort of direction and distance between 2 points, which is kind of the same point you're arguing. But
I mean,
I'm feeding into the
you guys are trying to
baseline
say
of
that a curve is faster than a straight line. What the fuck are you? I just do not understand
not
what the hell you're saying.
necessarily. What I'm saying is that it's assumed to be, right? Because it's an assumption rather than an actual proved to be measured distance according to a baseline. I mean, the
A curve is
baseline
always going to be
for
a
their
curve.
claim,
A
yeah, for
curve
their
is always going to be
claim, the
longer than a
baseline
square.
is a globe. So it is in the globe sense the shortest distance, and
No.
that's their baseline.
The shortest
Yes,
distance is consider data lines, right?
no.
The fastest way to
Listen to what.
connect 2 points
Just
on
let me
Earth
just finish my point.
is through the
Let
core
me
of the
just.
Earth, not the core, but through the mantle.
Well, that's not how you travel with a plane, and that's what RC is talking about. He's talking about distances between airports, basically. So from A to B, or from New York to LA, the shortest distance with a plane and its navigating equipment is X, right? The contention here is, for me, when I argue this point, is I'm saying it's not necessarily the shortest distance. It's the shortest distance, assuming a globe, because you have certain methods of traveling these distances, and they already conceded that this is only applicable to distances above a certain threshold, right? Like if I'm doing this in my living room, this won't apply in any shape, way, or form. It has to be over a long distance. So it has to be in relation to the earth as a whole, and so on. So it's about the method of establishing these really long distances where you would have all these other factors you guys have brought up, wind and so many
Not
factors.
even, not really though. You're missing the whole point. It's just playing with the map. That's all it is. I mean, you can say that that distance is 4,000 miles, and you can draw a small line, right? It's just playing with the map. That's all it is.
Well,
No,
it is
those lines in the map don't mean absolutely nothing, right?
on the map, they don't, right? But the plane actually did travel a certain distance, and the plane itself has methods of establishing.
Again, that's where you're having the problem. I think that you're conceding to know what the distance is, right? Because if we take it on the roads, the distance that you put, let's say from Los Angeles to New York, right? They may say, well, it's 3,000 something miles, right? But if you put it on a straight line, it's not gonna be that distance, right? It is 3,000 miles because you're going on hills, you're going on curves, you're not going on a straight line. So from point to point, that's not the actual distance from point to point.
Well,
If it were a
that goes
straight
back
lane.
to the
Now,
margin of
now,
error, right?
exactly. Now, if you take an airplane, right? How do you know? Yeah, they tell you it's going 500 miles per hour, right? How do you know that you're not taking currents which are going to push you to 600 miles an hour? And these things, that there's no. So.
Well, my point is when you're a pilot and there's a wind pushing you, you're actually correcting for it. At least I'm not a pilot. I've never flown a plane, but like my feeble understanding is that if there's a wind pushing me east, I'm heading north. I'm gonna correct for it, and I'm able to actually tell the distance that I'm correcting for.
No,
Congratulations.
I don't think I don't think you understand the currents though.
You explained
No,
the
I do.
difference
I do.
between ballistic and powered flight.
Well,
Congratulations.
I understand on a basic level. I mean, this was just mentioned earlier by NASA show, the ballistic versus. I'm guessing
Who cares?
ballistic versus non-ballistic is like a powered flight, right? Rather than
Yes.
a kind of bullet trajectory that's just following
Inertia.
kind of air resistance, gravity, whatever. Right?
Exactly.
Is this the difference? Am I
Correct
right?
him undo.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I do have an understanding. So yeah, but that's not what I'm actually talking about. And that's not what I'm highlighting.
I have no idea.
I thought I thought RC kind of understood my kind of argument because he brought up his argument several times, and I've thrown in my 2 cents, and he kind of got it. Is he still in here? He's not even in here. But yeah.
Quick question to you, Egypt. Does it make sense in the method that he's only considering distance?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that distance is assumed to be the shortest one because you're assuming a globe. But it's
No.
an assumption rather than an
You're
actual.
you're so close.
Go ahead.
It's not the shortest route.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear Kosho's 5-point definition of this because I think that would actually help anyone who's
Yeah,
not.
so yeah, I was about to say exactly that actually, just because this method. First of all, this method only works if you're confident on the distances. If you're not confident on the distances, then this method doesn't work. So there's no need to talk about it. But if you're confident on the distances between whatever 5 points it is, or 4 points even, that it is, but we'll use 5. If you connect 5 points in 3D space, okay, there's only ever going to make one configuration where all those locations have whatever relationship they have with each other. So if it's 5 locations, whatever location you're at, your distance to all the 4 other locations, and then their distances to all the other locations, there's only one configuration in 3D space that shape can ever make. So you can,
And it cannot be
say,
coplanar.
especially on a plane. Well, especially on a plane. On a plane, it's because it's going to be flat. You don't even have to make them go
Yeah,
up or down or anything like that.
even no, not up and down, but left or right. Simply,
No, but that's
they're
what I'm saying.
curved lines.
You can make mirror image type of
Wait,
configurations.
let
stuff like
Kosho
that, right?
answer my question because he's assuming the only way the curve works is that if it's up and down, right? Like a vertical in a vertical sense rather than a horizontal curve, that of left or right. Does that work, Kosho, or it doesn't?
I'm saying in 3D space. So if first of all,
Well,
if
you're
you're doing this
you're
test,
comparing it.
first
You're
of all,
comparing it to planar.
no, you don't know what I'm comparing it to yet. I gotta finish the sentence first.
No,
Because first of all,
we
this
are.
test is first of all, this test that I'm saying, you wouldn't do it, plotting them and then seeing what the distance is, what shape it actually makes. You would be testing it on a plane to see if all these points are, first of all, coplanar, and that they at least match. They fit into a configuration where they're all able to be connected
As straight lines?
with the distance you were given.
As straight
we give you
lines?
using straight lines. Yeah, using straight lines.
Well,
said
that's
you would
that's my point. They're not straight. What if they're not straight?
Then you don't do this method. If you're not confident about the distances that you're using, you can't use this method.
No, you're
But
confident
this
about the
method,
distance. No, listen to what I'm saying, Kosho. did you even understand my agreement?
Yeah, I understood what you
'Cause
said. I don't know why you keep saying. When I say confident of the distance, I mean confident of the shortest path distance,
No,
not confident
that's an
of a
assumption.
distance that happened.
Being the shortest
That,
path is an assumption according to a certain map or a
that's my
certain
point.
surface that you're following.
That's
Correct?
my point, man. I'm saying if you do not trust the distances,
Your point that
you
it's
do
an
not do
assumption?
this. I'm telling you that if you're under the impression that the distance that you're using is only an assumption, then you would not do this method because you're not going to get any information from it. That's what I'm saying. So
Well,
this method is only valuable if the distances that you're using, you can be confident that it's within a range
so
that
let
is.
me phrase this in a straight like question so you can answer it. Let's say these distances are not the shortest distances, because what I'm saying is you're assuming they are, correct? You're just assuming. You haven't actually showed your working of how this is definitely the shortest distance. You're just claiming it, and you're saying according to the globe, this is the shortest distance. Now I'm saying, according to a flat Earth, this is not the shortest distance, but it is the confirmed distance between these points. Let's say in your example, the 5 points. These are confirmed distances, but they're not necessarily the shortest ones. But they are distances which are confirmed between these 5 points. And they
Understand that.
still work on a plane.
I
Correct.
understand what you were saying. I never said the things that you said, so I'm not assuming anything. I'm only ever going to use distances that I feel confident in. The same way I'm saying that you would only use this method if you're confident in the distances. If you were to have distances that are not straight line paths, and they are just confirmed paths, but not necessarily the shortest path, then those paths are completely useless, and they're of no use in any and to find anything out, because those paths there's an infinite there's an infinite amount of paths that exist that would equal those paths. You know what I mean? Like if that's the shortest path, it could be any length path. So it's not really a useful piece of data. You need to
Well,
have
it
to use
goes
this
back
method. You
to
have to make sure that
the
the shortest
methods
distance.
of travel, right? Let's for example, this is one of the things I brought up and what RC brought up. Heading. What is a heading? Isn't that one of the methods you use for travel on, like, let's say
Pilots for sure.
when taking long distances on the earth?
Yeah, I'm sure
Heading
pilot.
is an important factor, correct?
Sure, for pilot, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So on a globe, a heading is a straight line, correct?
Well, it would be a what do you call
A
it?
great
Great circle.
circle route. Correct. That's what I mean. So you do concede. It's a great circle,
Yeah.
or you're
So
keeping heading. That's
I can clarify
in a
what you
sense.
say.
Is,
What you're trying to say is that if you're on a flat Earth map and you're flying following a latitude line, say you're going east, you're going to have to be continuously banking your airplane like in increments to follow that latitude line. You could never just say, here's my heading, I'm going east, because you would follow a straight line.
going east, I'll be going left.
Without
Banking left.
banking.
If I'm going, if I'm going west, I'm doing the opposite. I'm going right.
Yeah, well,
It's the same way on a globe. You couldn't do that on a globe either. You can't just travel around a latitude and expect to go in a straight line. But yeah, you're right. Pilots do set a heading, and they do call it
Unless you're in
heading.
the equator, right?
Yeah, except for on the
you just
equator.
conceded.
Okay.
I haven't conceded anything. You keep on saying I'm making concessions. I haven't conceded. But yeah, this works this way on a whatever. It doesn't matter
Well,
though
you said
because
following a latitude line.
yeah,
Did
the
you
latitude line on
follow a
either
great
model
circle route?
is not a straight
So
line.
the latitude line vector, that's kind of irrelevant in this conversation. I think the only dispute we need to find out is whether or not the plane is dipping its nose to go around a curve.
Or find out if we even talk about planes, because I haven't brought a plane up. He's
Do you
asking
notice
about
when
planes. All I said was you have to know the shortest path. If you are using flight paths to find the shortest path, that's fine. That's not really important though, because I'm just telling you about the method that uses the shortest distance paths, to make these determinations. It doesn't matter what method you use to find the shortest distance path. I never said use a plane, but
what it would be the difference between being a globe and a plane?
you know what? Is it being a globe and a plane?
Yeah, what it would be the difference? Like, how
What do
do
you
we
mean?
perceive the difference on these
I don't
5
understand
points?
what you're asking. No, these
Because the
5 points, yeah,
plane.
exactly. Well, these 5 points, when you're connecting them with the distances that are known between all the relationships
Fair
between them,
enough.
it's not going to make. It's either not going to be on the same plane, or it's one of the points is not going to be able, or just like the GIF shows,
Not
like the
straight.
lines.
So
The lines aren't going to be able to
either
match.
not on the same
Yeah,
plane or
the GIF,
on the same plane
the GIF,
and not straight.
the GIF is just
And not the
stupid, right? The
shortest.
GIF you can play with the lines.
Where is the GIF?
Oh, the
I
GIF's
don't
the
know,
GIF's pretty good. Let me post it.
some GIF. If you, like I said, you grab a sheet of paper, you put it on top of a sphere, you draw those 5 points, and then you make it flat. Why are you saying that wouldn't work? I don't get it.
It would change the distance, the relative distance.
No, it
between
wouldn't.
them. It would.
You're drawing on the paper. The paper you just put it on the table.
Yeah,
The
but
drawing is still there. The lines are straight. The distance are the same.
What's the
work like that,
original?
so that's what
Where
we're
did you
saying.
originate? Where did you originate drew it?
Well, I can originally draw it on a flat plane and then draw the fucking map to fit those 5 points.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that though. We're talking about 5 points.
That's
on
what it
Earth.
is.
I know.
But
No,
that's
it's
what
not.
it
No,
is,
it's not.
Social.
No,
It
Silent
is.
Zero. It's 5 points
Man.
on Earth, and then drawing it on paper to see if it matches a flat plane on paper. But you're using
Yes,
5
you draw.
points on Earth and the distance
Let me
between
give
them.
an example. Let me give an example. Silent. If I have 4 points that all have the same distance between each other, so there are between 4 points there are 6 possible distances. If they're all the same, they can't be on a flat surface, right? Or can they?
They can.
How?
Yes, they
Because
can.
okay, let me explain you why they can't. If I add 1 point, right, and then I say, well, the next point is like 5 centimeters from this first one. There's a circle with a radius of 5 centimeters, in which the second point can be.
Whoa! Let me stop you there. Why you drawing a circle already?
I didn't draw a circle. Did you? What did I just say?
Why are you inserting a circle? You said there's a
Can you
circle.
repeat what I said? I don't think you heard what I said.
Oh, then you repeat it. Then I mishear you.
Right. There is a circle of 5 centimeters radius in which
You
the
just
second
said it.
point
What
can
the
be.
Am I crazy? Am I taking crazy pills right now?
I haven't finished the sentence when you started screaming. So what do you think my point was?
Wait.
You were talking about a
Guys,
circle,
you-
and then you just
Yes!
rejected
What
the
is the
idea that
circle?
you
You
made a
just said that
circle.
you're not talking about a
What
circle.
What does the circle mean?
Listen,
What does the circle
he's
mean?
giving you an example. He's giving you an example of points, and he's just telling you the configuration of these points so that you can picture it. He's saying that these are where the points are. They're in a
That's
circle,
fine,
but it's
but
12 distances.
Why do we have a circle?
He rejected Silent's
you-
point. That
If you,
why are you making a circle? And you said you're not making a circle.
I'm not
to go-
making a
To then
circle.
just
I'm
go on
saying-
and say
And then you're
and then
Oh
you're
my
saying you're making a circle. Bacon.
no, I
Yeah.
didn't say I made a circle.
You said
What
what
was my
if
sentence?
we had
Can
a
you say
Oh
circle?
my
what my
god,
sentence
I'm
was?
out of this fucking conversation, bro. Holy shit.
Of course, you can't even listen. That's why.
No, we heard it. You said what if you make a circle?
No, I didn't say what if you make a circle. I didn't say it. Please go to YouTube and see what I said.
I'm paraphrasing, man. I'm not gonna fucking quote you on what you
Try
said.
it one more
But
time.
you
more
said
yeah, you're
circle.
paraphrasing you
Let
wrong.
me okay, let me quote you. You said circle.
Yeah, what was the rest of the sentence?
I don't care. You said circle, and
With
then
the-
you
with
went
the
on to
radius-
say you didn't.
Hold
I
on,
didn't
you
mention
say-
Don't
circle.
care. That's
Hold
the
on,
problem.
guys.
No,
He said-
you
he
said you
said-
didn't
you
mention
said-
a circle.
I didn't
Yeah,
say I
you
didn't
said-
mention a circle.
What?
No, that's what you said. That's
No.
what you said.
Just try.
Man,
That was
just,
your-
there's no point
misquoting me.
arguing about it.
Stop
Just try saying
misquoting
it
me.
again. Just try saying it again.
Right. There's a circle of possible places in which the second point might be.
So there's a
Right?
circle.
Why
Of
are you
possible
drawing a
places, I
circle?
didn't draw it. Because those are the places in which the second point can be, right?
Why it has to be in a circle?
Because I'm telling the distance, I only know the distance between the second point and the first one, right? So there's...
What
there's
distance? The circle distance or the straight line path distance?
the straight line distance. Okay,
okay.
Let's do it slower.
No.
Let's do it slower.
Yeah, let's do that because there's a lot of confusion happening right now.
I
You're
know.
talking about circle distance. Yeah,
No.
You're mentioning the straight line distance.
No,
as a
I'm not
baseline.
talking about circle distance. Yeah, there's
No, no.
still a lot of confusion. Let me try to clarify.
Please, bacon. Just let me stop you right there. Don't say you're not talking about circle distances when the first thing that comes out of your mouth is let's assume a circle.
I didn't say let's
assume
assume a circle.
He knows
Your
where Disney
guys are
World is. And
completely
he knows
lost
the
from what I'm
cost of
saying.
Disney World.
What
He knows
I just heard. What? I
Go
heard
ahead,
Disney
Bacon.
World. All right.
No, 'cause I'm trying to give a specific because that's you're talking about a specific place. He knows where one location is, and he knows the distance he is from that location. The circle he's
All right.
making is the circle.
It's a straight
yeah,
line.
It's the possible
No,
places
no
that second
circle in
point
that.
could be.
No,
Yeah,
no
that-
circle in that.
this is how it works, man.
Let's go
No,
slower.
no, don't tell me how it works, man. Don't
Just
tell me how
fuck
it
you,
works,
Coach.
man.
Oh my
You guys
god.
are
That's,
actually wrong.
it's
so
funny
we're
because
trying
that's
to-
very. Okay, an example is like the sextant. For example, you have the distance from you and the
stick to
GP
the
of the line.
No.
That forms a circle of that.
No.
Yes,
Circle of
that's
equal altitude.
No.
exactly.
Or the
So
LOP.
that's the circle
What's
in
that
which
got
you
to do
can
with the
be.
argument?
It's the same thing. It's the circle in which you can be.
Oh,
And I'm
so again,
talking about.
so you're assuming A to B is a straight line. My whole point. What's your argument then? You don't have
My
an
argument
argument. You're
is-
just restating the same bullshit, which you were not able to substantiate as being A to B, shortest distance. Your assumed thing, right?
Egypt.
Yeah.
You're assuming it.
You have no
not
idea.
actually
Let me say
showing
this,
how
Bacon.
Egypt.
it is
Bacon.
I'm pretty
the
sure
shortest.
Egypt.
Listen.
Egypt. Wait. I'm pretty sure Egypt agrees with me, and you're not understanding my point. You're thinking I'm saying something totally different than I'm saying.
Listen,
soon as-
Bacon.
My
Listen.
whole point is that
Why do you have bring a circle with radius? Forget about that shit. We're talking about 5 points between them with the same distances. Why are you so obsessed with inserting a circle?
to
Why
show
you guys
to
just try
prove to
listening to
you
him?
that they can't be coplanar.
Oh, they can if you don't insert a circle, right?
Why don't you guys just look at Kosho's GIF and just tell us why that doesn't make sense to you?
Because
That's what
that's playing with the lines. That line I can make it as long as I want when I'm unbending that line. That's
What
retarded.
he's saying is,
That's the answer. You ask for a question, give you the answer. There you go.
That's
Why
why
so wild,
Kosho's saying you gotta trust the distances. If you're not gonna trust
I-
the distances, this whole thing doesn't
All right.
work, right?
Well,
let me
okay.
just step
We're
back a
kind
little
of
bit.
branching off. Like we have three different opinions here. We've got mine. We've got silence. We've got at least the Globers. I'm not gonna label it as Koshos or Bacons, but yeah, because you guys
What-
are agreeing.
what I want to demonstrate-
Let me just make my point clear. What you're assuming to be A to B, the shortest distance, I'm saying is a curved line. And in that way, our arguments are literally the same, correct?
Asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Bacon.
Oh,
What if
actually,
these on a planar surface? Because you actually made the statement it doesn't work on a planar surface. But what if these distances A to B to C to whatever
Egypt.
are curved on a plane?
Egypt. I was talking specifically about the three-dimensional straight line between points, and if you have four of them, they have the same distance in between all of them. They cannot be coplanar. I'm not trying to make
As
a
straight
globe.
lines or as
I'm
curved
not
lines?
trying to straight lines. I'm not talking.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to.
Well, but that's my point.
I'm not
Bacon,
arguing.
Bacon,
Yeah,
Bacon.
but I'm arguing about something else. I'm not arguing about your
I'll
point.
stay out of it. That's fine.
Right. My whole point was
Sorry.
if I know. Right. My whole point was if I know the distance between 4 points are all the same, it doesn't matter which pair I get, they can't be coplanars. And Silent disagrees with that. And I think that's easily demonstrable. And no one should deny that because that's like easily mathematically proven.
The problem with that, it's not an argument for a globe.
I know. But we can actually, it's an example that given distances between points, you can distinguish between how the surface can look like.
Well, I just thought I was getting into the nitty gritty, trying to establish how it actually can work on a planar surface, because that was like the original claim from at least RC, and he had kind of conceded to my point, but we keep brushing over it. But
So what is
whatever.
your point then as to why it can work on a flat?
My point is that same curve, which allegedly follows the surface of a globe, is just following the surface of a flat Earth, but rather the curve is not a vertical one; it's a horizontal curve.
So what you're saying is when they actually measured those distances, they actually measured them as a curved line instead of a straight line.
Correct, because the methods they use is things like headings, like using a compass, which on a flat Earth, on a long distance, and that's what we're talking about. Like on a really short distance, it wouldn't matter.
What if
on a long?
What if the distances we were using were 5 cell phone towers, and we were actually
Is that a
counting the
point?
distance?
Is that an actual question? I mean, we're talking about like, can you give me a distance? Is it 1,000 miles?
You can use the cell phone towers to
Is
figure
it-
out the distance between them, because you can tell how long one signal takes to get from one cell phone tower to the other.
It's
How
how,
do you
this how
do that?
cops used to locate people.
Is that the using the speed of light? What are you using? What method?
Yeah,
are
speed
you
of light. It's using radio waves.
Well, that's a totally different argument. We're talking
Unless
about
you're going to
navigation.
reject that as well.
No, I'm not going to reject that. I mean, this is a whole line of different questioning, and
Branch is-
it's a different.
He's just
How are we gonna reject something that hasn't been presented though?
Branch is just trying to present something, a different method. Like I said, I didn't bring up planes. I just brought up 5 distances that you're confident on.
Well, they are.
Branch is giving a method. He's giving a method for having these distances that you can.
Hold on a second. Got you, Go Show. Hold on exactly. Well, present it, Branch.
I'm just saying that his
Oh,
argument
it's
was,
just saying.
Hold
Oh.
on, dude. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm just saying that when he said that maybe the distances were actually measured on a curve instead of a direct line of sight, I was saying that we can fix that by using the distances that we know between cell phone towers that have been measured through radio waves to figure out the distance. And those definitely are not done accidentally on a curve. Those are line of sight, direct straight lines of distance.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Yeah. Go find the data your fucking self. Because I sure as
Oh,
hell
no!
know what's
Oh, so you
out there.
want me now to find it?
No. The data is out there, and I'm just saying that. Look, that data is backed up by the data we're using, right? So
you presented it like an idea, right,
Branch?
Branch?
You're making all
Branch.
these noises.
Branch.
You're basically
Branch.
making noises after I say
Branch.
something
Branch.
to try to
Branch.
make out like what I'm saying is wrong.
So no,
Hey, silent
nobody said
Zero,
this.
man. Stop acting like the old Branch, okay?
Don't. Who said that? Well, do I know you, bro? Why are you talking to me like this?
Doesn't matter. Let's just stick
Oh.
to the argument.
So, Branch, you presented an idea. So you're saying right now that it was just an idea. You're not presenting
No,
it
it's not
as,
an idea.
as it-
What I'm saying is the distances that we're saying have actually been proven to be identical to the distances that we use between cell phone
How?
towers. And basically,
Present it.
Kosho just said is cops use that shit all the time too, to figure out
Present
where
it.
someone is when they geolocate because of a cell phone signal.
Also,
present it,
based on a
Branch.
globe.
I'm asking you to.
Yes, did.
Yeah, Branch.
By
I'm
begging
asking
the
you
question?
to present it.
What the fuck do you mean present it?
Yeah, bring the evidence. How do you test
I
that
just
those
said-
towers were at that
listen,
distance?
Look. in the
Or you just gonna
context of
say
this
things?
conversation, in the context of this conversation, right? Asking me to go get data, which will take half an hour to go get, come back and present it to continue this conversation is ridiculous. Kind of
No,
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 it's
bullshit is
no,
not
this?
ridiculous.
no.
That's how
You
it
can put
works.
Can I?
If
yourself.
Right,
you're
does
gonna
You can
make an
put your.
argument,
Hold on.
can
Hold on.
everybody
He's
if you're
just
gonna
shut the
make a
addressing me.
fuck up
claim in
for half
here,
an hour while I
Right.
go
You've
get
had
the, while I
1,000
go get the
years to
data?
present it.
He's
Do you
addressing me,
want
right?
to put a pause on this whole
Right.
conversation while I go
No,
get the
we don't
data?
need. You can
All
go
right then.
mute yourself. Listen, you can mute
No, I ain't
yourself.
gonna mute myself.
Go.
I'm part of this conversation.
Go
But
look.
because you
It's,
Go
want the
look.
data doesn't mean I'm
I
gonna stop
feel
talking to go get it.
I'll wait for you to finish.
this
You
is a
done?
very good. This is a very good
All right.
idea.
Yeah.
Would you
Go
guys
get the
concede?
data.
Oh, wait. If we get the distance between
I
cell
ain't
phone towers,
conceding shit, Bacon. I ain't conceding shit.
All
Present
right.
your argument, and
Well,
then
Bacon.
we can talk
I'm
about
not
it.
asking you to concede
Don't
anything
do.
right now.
Hold on. Hold on. Let
Well,
me
don't be
answer
hypothetical.
Stop
exactly. I'm a truck
interrupting me.
driver.
Let me
Oh,
make a point.
oh my God.
Let me finish speaking before you start answering, man. Okay, so if we go and get distances between cell phone towers, right? And it turns out they can't be coplanar, would you concede it?
I already said no. So
What
I
what
don't
what
know
what
what your
distance
point is.
supposedly you're gonna bring those distance between the towers? Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm a truck driver. I don't know how long those cell towers give you a signal for.
There is a reason why we're asking for the evidence, and the evidence is to study how you establish these distances and so on, and whether they're straight, whether they're the shortest distance, and so on. So I'm not conceding shit. If anything, are you gonna concede when I point out your flawed method? That would be my
Okay, what would be
reverse
the
question to yours.
sure? But what would be the
Would
flaw
you?
in this one? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, present.
How many
present.
years I have to say?
So
present it then. Bring it.
Present.
Present what?
Okay.
Well, you
shut up.
say that if we
Put
were
yourself on
methods?
mute, Bacon. Bacon, put yourself on mute. If you're asking
Yeah,
what
Bacon.
to present, then you don't know what we're talking about. So just pop
It's
yourself
the method,
on
right?
mute.
Is there okay?
Pop yourself on
You're
mute.
you're asking for
Branch. You know what we're
you're
talking
asking
about. What were
you're
we
asking
asking
for
to present?
the method, right? Is that what you're asking?
No.
No.
The whole evidence of how you connected the
Right,
distance
all
between
right.
the
So
towers.
if I present that, would you concede? That's what I'm asking. You said you're not conceding shit. Why not?
Well, how am I gonna tell you if I consider or not before I see the evidence? What are you talking about, bro? Is that how you going through your life?
No, but I already told you what would be the evidence.
No, but
Well, get it. Then I'll say if I
All
see
I'm
it, if I
saying,
consider
all
or
I'm
not.
saying, all I'm asking is if I get the data between the towers and it turns out they can't be coplanar, would you agree that they are not in the flat sharing the flat?
If they can't,
surface?
according to the evidence, but present your evidence.
Yeah, until I see the
Yeah,
evidence.
I'm asking if that would. I'm not asking you to
Oh my
concede.
God.
I'm asking you if you would concede. If I
Bacon,
would.
what's that, Bacon? Maybe if you ask it this way, Silent, what data do you want presented in order for you to actually concede this notion you're on?
I do not know what data are you talking about. You brought the idea in. I'm asking for the data from that idea so that I can judge what the hell are you talking about.
Yeah.
At this point, don't interrupt me. At this point, I don't even know what the hell are you talking about for me to judge.
Well, if you don't know what the hell we're talking about, why did you jump in and ask for data?
What? You're talking about something I'm asking. Oh, dude, man.
I think we should try to recompose.
No,
here.
no.
Things are just derailing.
Let's think about just a simple sense of burden of proof, right? Who's making the claim?
I was making a question. I'm sure your claim you're talking.
What's your question? Go ahead and pose
The
your
question
question.
is, if we got the distance between tower phones and it turns out they can't be coplanar, if you
that's
would consider that
beyond
they
the
aren't
claim.
coplanar.
What's the original claim then?
I
Even if
don't know
it's not yours, the one you're referring to in your question.
Just to get everybody up. Branch was just giving a suggestion for another method, to have distances that are confirmed. That's not really a claim or anything. I don't even know how this turned into this. It was a pretty good idea. I've already posted several websites that allow you to do this with your your own cell phone immediately. So I don't know what the commotion is, but Branch wasn't trying to prove or disprove anything. He was
That's
just
why I
offering
asked
up
him,
an
is
idea.
this just an idea?
Yeah, but you would know that if you were part of the conversation, which you were, which is why it's confusing that no one knows what's going on. Because I mean, Branch was only giving a suggestion.
Yeah, how does he's presenting an idea without data, and they're just asking for data whether or not to talk about an idea. If it's just a complete made up thing, or is there some actual
We're just
data
asking
behind it?
if you
That's the point.
agree that's a good idea.
But I posted the websites that allow you to. We all could do it right now.
Should we just do it? And then you can pull up a stream
Anybody
and-
can do it. Even the people who don't believe it, who are really the people who should be jumping on it. But anybody can do it. And Branch is right. This will the cops use this just like Bacon was saying about having one location. We'll call that the tower, and the distance from it, we'll call that wherever you are. Because you don't know where you are, we'll call it a radius that's going to be created around that tower with that distance is now where your possible locations are. And that's all Bacon was trying to say before too. You guys are getting triggered at like every little thing.
Well, that's how to reach a deadlock. I mean, you guys are saying because we know the Earth is a globe, then what I'm presenting has to
Exactly.
be
They're
true.
talking
And
about
what I'm
GPS
saying,
right now.
I know the Earth is a flat Earth, not a globe. So what I'm saying is true. So that's exactly how to reach a deadlock. What you're
Okay,
asking
so
for is not really
this is
relevant.
what's happening right now. Nobody is saying that. We're not using satellites. And we're talking about it doesn't matter if you're on a globe or a flat plane. No one's saying it's a globe, so we're going to use this method. This method works on a plane. It works on anything.
And I already asked the question that would actually get you thinking how it can from A to B or 5 positions can be coplanar, yet not straight lines, but you're rejecting that. You're saying they have to be straight lines, which is assuming a globe.
No,
Whether you
listen.
like it or not.
We're no longer talking about that.
You have to listen to understand this because I thought it was clear before. I didn't say you have to be on a globe. To have these you have to have straight lines to be on a globe. Whatever I said was to use this method, to use this test to figure out whether you're on a plane or flat Earth. You actually have to have straight, short paths. That's all I said.
Well, that's
If
a
you don't have
flawed
shorter,
method.
if you don't have those, then you just don't worry about it. And because you didn't have them, we didn't have to keep bringing up, okay, well, these longer paths. And then Branch came in with a good idea, showing us how we could get straight, short paths. This method with these cell phone towers actually will give you the shortest straight path. So now we can't talk about it again. But
But do airplanes use cell phone towers? Because that's what we were talking about. We were talking about at least airport distances. These were kind of the point in contention. Now you're bringing up cell phone towers. Do airplanes use cell phone towers, Kosha?
why is that relevant, man?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a relevant question because
Exactly.
we're no longer.
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. Irrelevant.
So you
No,
want
I
to
know,
make
and that's
an
what I'm saying.
irrelevant
That's
point?
irrelevant.
Why?
Why are we even talking about airplanes still? Airplanes were only
Because
to
that
tell
was
us
the
shortest.
initial. We're talking about long distances, not
Exactly.
ones you can establish with your cell phone. We're talking
Yeah,
about
any distance.
because
Any distance
already
works.
we got Globers conceding that these distances that we would establish with let's say a cell phone tower would be too short of a distance to actually make a differentiation between a globe or a planar surface. So why are we going back to that when we've already conceded that these distances are irrelevant? So irrelevant point again.
I think you use cell phone towers to, that they're far away enough to work. As long as
What's the range on a cell phone tower?
Yeah, I was gonna ask him that. Yeah, what do you think is the range for a cell phone tower?
The range, all communicating from section to section, is not going to be much. But if you're making 5 or 6, and there's going to be one
Are
tower
you going to answer
communicating with
the
another
question?
tower, communicating with another tower and another tower, it could be
Mhm.
You know,
And then you're gonna put them in a ball, right?
no, they don't have to. No, what are you talking about? Why you're not?
Yeah, I
The
mean,
point is not to force them onto a ball. It's to see if they're
But you-
if the distance between them makes sense on a plane.
The measured distance, not the calculated
Oh
one.
my
We already
God.
made this clear. We're
That
going
is the
back
measured
like
distance.
five steps.
We're talking
at a
about the measured
time.
distance. That's the
Something that
measured.
was dropped. Sorry,
so
something
why
that
are you
was
talking
dropped
about?
in there.
Oh, you're talking about like three cell phone towers away when we're talking about A to B.
Yeah, sorry,
I.e.,
can I interrupt,
one
please?
point. Go ahead.
Yeah, something that was dropped in there which nobody actually picked up on, which I just did, was somebody said that airplanes with their routes are always the shortest distance. That is not correct, because they've got when they go over a big body of water, they've got parameters which they've got to fly in, which means they've got to fly within 2 hours of a land mass because of their emergency procedures and everything like that. So therefore, they don't go in straight lines over big bodies of water.
Are
They don't
you
follow
a
straight
pilot?
lines.
You
They
might
don't
have
follow the
you might have
shortest
misheard
distance.
us.
Sorry, say again.
Are
You
you
might
a
have misheard
pilot?
us.
Oh, that's for commercial planes, right?
Yeah, well, big bodies of water, yes. Commercial planes will only go. Little piddly planes won't go over little bodies, big bodies of water, will they? Like the Atlantic or the Pacific or anything like that. So therefore, it's not the shortest distance. It's not a straight line.
Sometimes.
I know, but that's what we
when
were saying. That's what was said. We were saying we were looking for the shortest distance between 2 points, and before people were talking about airplanes, and then we realized, or they realized, that the airplanes aren't going to give us the answer. At least not for their sake. That's why we're using a
Yeah, but
different
somebody
method.
dropped in the conversation that airplanes fly in a straight line, and they don't. They don't fly in the shortest distance.
I think you're possibly misheard with all the people talking
No,
at
I didn't
once.
mishear. I did
As
not
we were
No
recapping.
mishearing. That is correct. That's
I did
actually
not
You're talking about
RC's claim.
You're talking about the last
That
3
was
minutes.
no. We're talking
I've been
about
listening
the
to you.
original
I'm asking
claim
20 minutes,
of
yeah.
this argument. Kosho,
I
actually,
know. I'm
you're the one
asking
who
him if he was
ended up.
talking. I'm just trying to see if he was
Listen to
talking
what
about the
I'm
last
saying.
3 minutes or earlier.
That's fine.
I've been
The
listening
last
for
3
20,
minutes.
for 15 minutes, so therefore I did hear that statement said. So
Okay,
I
yeah,
just
if it
wanted
was
to
said earlier,
clarify
then
that
yeah,
it's not.
that's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make that point because, it might be lost in the weeds. Okay, I'll butt out now.
I just wasn't clear if you were talking about something you just heard a couple minutes ago because, like I said, I
We're
think
past that.
what was opposite.
Kosho. Yeah, but yeah, you have a point, a rebuttal to what he said.
No, dude,
Or-
I'm done.
Okay. So, at least according to me, again, it's more of a assumption or a claim that these distances are the shortest ones according to a certain method, rather than an actual measured distance with a baseline that you can actually
So you have a.
validate
Sorry, go ahead.
or negate according to a certain baseline. Go ahead. Sorry, Kool-Aid.
No, you're good. All you would need to do to prove these distances wrong is one time show a shorter than straight line distance measurement. Just once.
How though? How though? When
Right.
these are the methods we use for traveling.
Do you mean to show you?
They're
Do
the
you
only
mean to
good
show you
travel
when the?
methods.
Hold on, I have an answer exactly for this. Do you mean you want me to show you a trip that it goes from the same point to the same point and it takes different times?
No.
A shorter time.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a shorter time.
Not time necessarily, because time can
Well,
be dictated by speed.
Well,
whatever.
that's how you are accounting for the distance, right? By the time that it takes on
Well,
the
it
speed that it's
depends
going.
exactly. It depends on the method, and that's my whole point. The method
So-
of establishing the
So,
shortest.
Pay NASA, how do you come with the distance again?
It's
Bro-
Kool-Aid, not
Brother, I'm
NASA.
Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. Yeah, sorry.
You're good. I'm sorry, what was the question?
How do you come up with the distance?
It's a distance that no distance can be shorter than.
Yeah. How do you come up with that distance?
He's referring to either speed time, right? How do you?
Yeah, how do
No.
you end up with that distance? Yeah, what process do you use to come up with that distance?
Is it a calculation using the speed and the
Measurement.
time, or is it a
Okay, let him answer though. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, either one would work. If you do a calculation with your speed over your time, or you do an actual measurement in the distance, one of them showing that our distances are inaccurate and that it is actually a shorter or longer distance between
Yeah,
any two
Silent
points.
is concerned with the measurement. So, what's the method of measurement?
It's multi-pronged. There's not one method. There's about 3 or 4 that have been collaborate and
Take us through them.
So take us through one or two. Speed and time, right? Let's say that, right? The airplane is going a certain amount of miles per hour. It takes this many hours. We calculate that is around 2,000 miles, right?
Can I?
Well, he already said it's not calculation; it's a measurement. So
Can I?
let him-
Yeah, I know.
Can I
Let him,
change?
let
it
him
to-
answer.
Can I change it to boats because I feel more comfortable talking about boats than airplanes?
Well, no, because remember, boats go in zigzags, and we don't know the actual distance travel. So
no,
yeah.
no, wrong.
No,
we do know
yes,
the
yes.
actual
We
distance
argue about
traveled.
this. Remember, I told
Yes,
you I didn't want to
and you
hear
were
your.
wrong.
I don't understand.
No,
we
you're
argue
still
this
wrong about that.
today, Kool-Aid. We argue. I explicitly express your points back to you so that you understand that I understand your argument. Okay, and I told you next time you bring this shit, I'm just gonna attack you with this.
No,
This is
go
what
ahead.
I'm doing right now, right?
for
You're claiming to have knowledge of distance, right, on boats. When today we argue that you cannot tell because the boat zigzags, so you use an average.
No. Once again,
Holy
that is
shit.
not correct. It wasn't correct when we talked
This
about
is
it
why
earlier.
you cannot argue
and
with these
it's
people,
still
man.
not correct. It's not an average. It is an instantaneous result.
Well, real fast, maybe we can. I mean, I'm not doubting the boat. This distances, whatever. But maybe we can compare the boat distances with airplane distances. Like same trip, but one over air, one over water, and we can see how quote unquote inaccurate it is, right? And maybe we could shut up Silent Zero. All right, maybe we can.
Can't do that, Arma. Let me explain you why. Right? So if the boat is going 20 miles, I'm gonna use miles because I don't know the nautical language. So let's say going 20 miles per hour, it takes 10 miles. 10 hours. So it went 200, right?
Yeah.
So, but then he says, well, since the boat is going left to right, we gotta
Hold
take
on.
an average speed.
No.
5 miles per hour
No.
because the
No.
distance that we know is between point A and point B is actually 50 miles, right?
Hold
But it
on,
took you
Silent.
10 hours.
Silent.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because you're making a straw man in my position, and you're
fine.
incorrect.
Go ahead, Kool-Aid. Make her.
We talked about the VMG speed and the VMG line being the actual one that matters, and the boat speed not mattering. So if we talk
Explain
about
what
the
that
VMG,
is. Listen, guys, explain what that is, Kool-Aid. Listen to what he's about to say, okay?
Okay, calm down, Silent. Go ahead, Kool-Aid. VMG.
I get triggered, bro.
Hold on, give me just a second. I'm sorry, guys.
The reason that
Silent, I'm kind of
they're-
agreeing with you, but the reason I concede the next point is I'm assuming that VMG is something like a heading, right? It's that
medium
method that
moves
I'm putting into
VM
contention. The method of establishing your heading, that so-called straight line. Go ahead, Kool-Aid. I'm sorry to
I
stop, but
apologize, Jeff.
you asked for.
The VMG line is the hypothetical straight line if sailboats could sail in a straight line, but they can't, so they sail a longer course that is always longer than the VMG line.
Okay,
The
is that an
VMG
acronym?
Yes, it stands for velocity
Stands for?
made good.
Velocity made good. Okay, so what is that established upon? Is that a heading?
No.
Then what?
The boat goes in zigzag, bro.
How
Okay.
is that VMG established?
So
How
let's
is that,
just
how
say
is that determined? I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, how do you? Yeah.
Yeah, so just for fundamentals, okay? And this is not how it works in reality, but this is just kind of breaking it down simple
Bring
level,
it to
right?
reality, Kool-Aid. Bring it to reality.
Okay. So let's say you're on an ocean, you're on a lake, whatever, and you want to go directly north. But the wind
So
is
heading.
coming. No, hold on. The gate you need to make it through is directly to north. But the wind is coming out of the north.
I mean, we understand that, Kool-Aid. That was the point Silent was making. So what's your baseline? That's the question. Stop
It's
bouncing around the
VMG
question.
is
Just
calculated.
answer the question.
You
Is it a
gotta let him
heading?
finish what he's saying,
What's
otherwise
your
there's no way to.
Calculated
No.
value.
Kosho, don't white knight. We get the point.
I'm not white
he's
knighting.
trying to
I'm
make.
trying to listen to him too.
Because
that's fine because
Right the
because
hand
we
just
get what he's
posted
trying
it.
to say.
Except I would disagree with the fact that many sailors are not familiar with this concept. This is a basic fucking concept in sailing is the VMG line. But
Yeah.
that's a great.
How is it established?
Yeah, so it is. There you go.
Please
My girlfriend
establish your
just said it
target.
really well. Let me
Target.
repeat her
Target.
because you can hear her. It's like driving through the mountain. You can't drive straight up the hill, so you zigzag back and forth.
We
to
know.
get there.
We get the
We know.
concept. How
That's
is
it.
the
Give you that.
VMG established?
Goddamn,
Is
look
it
at
a
Kitty.
calculation?
It's an average.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
is a
presupposed
baseline.
distance. Again, see,
Baseline.
he just repeat what I said. I told you guys, it's a presupposed distance, and then since the boat is going a certain distance, a certain speed, they will calculate that that they were zigzagging that much, right? That's all it is.
The VMG is as the crows flies, not as you actually travel. Does that make more sense?
We all know that.
No.
We're asking. We're
No, it
asking
doesn't make
you.
sense because we're asking for the baseline. What's establishing the VMG?
What's establishing the VMG?
Yeah. Who is it
A
that's
straight
sitting
line.
there being like, oh yeah, this is our VMG? Who determines that number? That calculate. It's a cal.
So-
Not so much
Okay,
who, but
hold
the method.
Yeah.
Of
How?
establishing.
That's
Yeah. So if I'm going around the downwind mark, my VMG is directly from the buoy I went around to the upwind buoy on the same side.
According to what heading?
So exactly. Let me see if I can explain this.
Just. I just gave him a clue. So according to what heading?
No,
Okay, so not heading.
no, it's
then
not
what?
your heading because you
Then
cannot
what?
sail a VMG. It is impossible to
what?
sail a VMG.
I have the
Not
answer.
heading.
Let me help you, Kool-Aid.
Not heading.
So this is how it
what is
works.
it?
Cool. Exactly. This is how it works. You grab a known distance on the globe of Earth, right? You have an average speed. Then you see how much time you did, right? That's gonna give you your what is called Kool-Aid?
VMG.
VMG.
Velocity made good.
So you know pretty much what speed you're going, right? But you're gonna take longer because of course you're zigzagging. So
Right.
that's gonna give you your based on the known distance, pre-known distance of the globe. That's what is gonna give you the BMG.
Sorry, my girlfriend's
Get it
now
now?
arguing the same point in the background. I apologize. Yes.
You guys get it now or no? Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I get your point. So I got it from the start.
So
I'm
it's
just
it's
trying
a
to get
pre.
him to concede to it and actually speak the words and say the baseline upon which he's establishing that distance. That's what
Is
I'm
the
getting at.
presupposed distance between the point they're departing to the point where they're gonna arrive.
And all you need to do to prove it wrong,
No.
the only thing you need to do is show a measured distance smaller than it.
Well, how are you gonna
No,
know
no.
if you can say, hold on, let me answer to that. How are you gonna do that if you can move the goalpost at any time, saying that you zigzag more this time, so therefore it took you, even
can't,
you
right?
were going faster, it took you a longer time, or you can zigzag less, right? So you can move
No,
your goalpost to
no,
fit whatever, and
no.
that
Hold on,
distance will never move.
hold on.
Yes, yes, yes.
The angle of wind deflection that a sailboat can go upwind never changes for the entire design of the boat. For the Imoca 60, which is the boat that we most often question when we're talking about these, it is about 17.5 degrees.
You're still
Now,
not.
this has
You're
nothing
still.
to.
Yeah, you're still not. You're missing the point completely, entirely.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with Earth curve, man, and the movement of the. It has everything to do with the movement of the medium the boat's going in.
Oh, so hold on. You want to talk about that one? That is measured via the total weather stations as well as the buoys that are put off and set through all the oceans of the world.
Really?
Well,
That calculates
sir.
how many times you go up in a wave of 10 meters, 5 meters, whatever, and then down and up and down, sideways.
Your mic is
Really?
really good silent. I'm sorry. Say that one more time. You blew out my ears.
Let me take my mic away.
No, you're good now. I
you're-
turned you down on my end. Go ahead.
So you're saying that you can calculate how many times you go up in a wave that measures, I don't know, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, whatever, up and down, like little hills, and then left to right. You can account for all that?
So let me tell you about the Imoca 60s. The Imoca 60s are a foiling sailboat, which means they actually fly above the surface of the water and not in it. So thereby minimizing the amount of vertical travel they would have to do.
Hold on. I thought you
What?
say those ones didn't Hold on. I thought you say those ones didn't compete on this tournament. That was a huge no today when you were
Who?
saying that
When?
journalism today.
Oh,
When you
no,
say
no, no.
journalism,
Right. You're okay.
I
I'm
ask
sorry.
you what is the difference between those two boats, and you say one sails above the water with that little thing that has on the bottom, and I say,
Right.
oh, okay, so I understand. So now you're telling me that they sail
So-
above the water all the time?
I was talking about the modern sailboats. You are talking about the sailboats from a generation
little
ago.
bastard.
The last time they did this. Like I said earlier in our conversation, the 11th Hour Racing, the German national racing team, just purchased a brand new Imoca 60 specifically designed for a compete in the Antarctic yacht race. I personally am expecting them to smash the record by at least 3 days.
Got you. But here's the but. Before, I mean, on the current tournaments, they don't use this, right?
No, they do.
Then why the fuck are you bringing it in?
No, they in the current tournaments they very much do. If we look at the last around the world race, which would be the Vendée, they actually had two different categories, a foiling and a non-foiling category. In the foiling category, the Imoca 60s were far and above the best performing design.
So thank you, Kule. Somebody take over. I'm getting.
I don't know, man. I feel there's a $1 billion question that
What's
we're
that?
not necessarily getting close to. We keep like getting close, but then veering off. There's this
Who
fine line.
verified the step by step?
Yeah.
Go
what's
ahead. Drive to the question you want to know about sailboats. I will answer as honestly as I can.
Yeah. How is it that the velocity made good is determined? Like what the units? Like what is is there a calculate? Is there a formula to determine this?
Mhm.
And if so, what is that formula?
The formula for that is the shortest possible route.
No,
Given
what is,
they can,
that's not a
given they
formula.
can, hold
You're
on,
saying,
hold
can
on.
you post the formula?
That's
So
an assumption, Kool-Aid.
it changes.
Kool-Aid.
Hold
It's
on,
an
hold on.
assumption,
Pause.
not a formula.
I'll come right
Changes.
back to my assumption. Let me address the formula. The formula itself is literally shortest distance, whatever that is.
That's not
And
a formula.
An assumption.
So okay, I got you. Okay. So what is the formula to determine the shortest distance?
That is a very good question, and that is going to be the answer to that is going to be the Haversine formula.
Okay, can you post
Haversine.
that? Can we see that?
Oh God. Kosho, are you still
Haversine?
around? Do you have the Haversine formula as a GIF?
I'm assuming you're referring to Kosho's
Oh,
GIF.
I
Does anybody have it?
I didn't know
The
this
one with the
formula
globe?
was.
The one
Sorry?
with the globe, Kool-Aid? Is
No,
that
the
one you're...
Haversine formula.
Well, you're asking for a GIF. What does the GIF show? The formula or a
Yeah.
depiction of a globe?
I think he might have meant me.
Wait, this GIF?
Hosted.
No, it's literally just the Haversine formula.
Okay.
I've seen Kosho post a GIF of it. Maybe he's not here.
Oh, wait, what GIF? Sorry.
There you go. The GIF that shows the Haversine formula and the
Oh.
calculation behind it.
Did I post a GIF like that? I mean, I know what it is. I was talking about it earlier, but I don't know if I posted one.
You
There
have
it
in
is
the
right there. The
past.
Haversine formula,
There you
finding
go.
the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere. Do you not see how you're assuming that you're on a sphere to begin with?
It only doesn't matter if
Oh,
you're
you asked
assuming
how
that
it's
it's
calculated.
correct
That's
answer.
how it's calculated.
Yeah. We know
just-
the sphere, so we can calculate it as such.
Well, the best you can
Don't-
say is that our calculations are giving wrong values if you're calculating like that.
Calculations don't give
Yeah,
wrong values. Calculations give right values because they are calculations. 2 plus 2 will always equal 4.
Right, but
What
no,
I'm
two-
saying,
two-
that's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
I'm
no, no,
saying.
wait, hold on,
That's
hold
not what I'm
on,
saying.
hold on. To what? To what? Did someone count 2 oranges and 2 apples? Do you have 4 fruit?
Exactly.
Right, so who counted? Who counted? No,
That's
hold on.
not what I'm
Counted
saying.
the radius value? Who
I'm not
determined
saying
the R
that.
value? That's what we need to know. If
I'm
you're
not
going to
saying.
assume that it's a sphere and that all the calculations are correct, who validated? Who counted the fruit? Right? Who counted the 2 apples and the 2 oranges? Who counted the radius value?
If we don't live on a ball and you use that formula to
That's not
determine.
answering my question. That's not answering the question I
Oh, was it
specifically
a
asked.
question for me? What was the question?
Are you
Yes.
kidding?
It
You're
was
not
a
even
question for
listening.
anyone.
He's
Yeah, I
asking
wasn't
you who
listening because you
formulated it.
interrupted me in the middle of,
No,
of a point.
because you're not answering the question.
We are very
No, but
specific questions you're running away from. That's why
what
we're
question?
holding them to
He's
you.
answering the question in a pretty profound way. He's exactly
No,
right.
Profound.
If you
Oh my
calculate something
God.
and it
Please
takes
hit
you
us.
where you're
Hit us
going,
with, everyone, be quiet. Hit us with this profound knowledge, please.
go ahead, Bacon.
All right. So, if we don't live on a ball and we get 2 coordinates and we calculate what the distance should be using that formula, that shouldn't be the right value for the distance. I'm not saying that the calculations are not going to result what the calculations say they are going to result. They will.
Wrong.
But if
Wrong.
they're, what's wrong?
What you just said is wrong, and you're not even answering the question.
I wasn't trying to answer the question. I was trying to say what I was going to say before he
Then
started
shut up.
making a question.
No.
I don't
He
even
made
know
a
what the question is. I said it.
No. Exactly.
We don't care about
then you're
exactly.
mute.
We're asking something about the whatever the fuck formula was.
Yeah, I know, but that's the point. That's his point.
Ocho,
If
go ahead.
you
You're
said
gonna
the
answer it?
calculations are correct, right? You guys said it. If the calculations are correct and it takes you to the right location, giving you the right distance, that means that everything is correct. Everything that you're using, all the variables you use are right
Backwards
there.
engineering a formula is not making something correct. Just because you figured it out and then worked out the numbers to make it work doesn't prove anything.
That's not how this far. That's not how you get this
Okay.
formula.
Let me give you an example. Bacon has 2 apples Egypt has 2 apples. 2 plus 2 is 4. Bacon, do
Yeah,
you
but
have
who
2
the
apples?
Jesus?
Bacon,
You have to
do you have 2 apples
verify
on
that
you?
someone had apples. We can easily
Exactly.
verify someone holding apples. We
Well,
cannot
yeah,
easily
I'm
verify the
asking
radius of
Bacon.
Earth.
I'm asking Bacon.
But you're
Bacon,
missing
do you
the
have
point.
2 apples on you?
Wait a second. I will check. Burbeck.
Waiting.
Okay, I see what you're doing.
He has to go check because he's
To verify it.
What, his pockets? His pockets. He's checking his pockets.
No, but this is exactly the point. Someone had
Sorry,
to go and verify the
I'm
apple.
back.
On you.
Wait. Your guys not gonna believe it, but there's exactly 2 apples here.
Okay,
You're
very
wrong.
good. Someone
You're a liar.
verified that.
I'm gonna send you a picture.
Okay, that's
If you
fine.
want.
I don't have
But
2
I
apples
could-
on me
I could
because
take a
I'm part of the
picture.
equation because I said 2 apples
Yeah,
on Bacon
I completely
and
agree
2
with you.
apples. So my 2 apples don't exist, but yet the calculation perfectly fits. 2 plus 2
I'm completely agree with you.
4.
Well, my point was that if we
You're
if
wrong,
we-
Bacon.
what's my point?
You literally just he just walked you down it, right? You said you verified you have 2 apples. He said, yeah, 2 apples, 2 plus 2. Yep, but he doesn't have 2 apples.
I agree.
Even though the math works, the reality shows that he doesn't have 2 apples, bro.
I agree. That's not against my
so
point.
can you
That's not
verify
contrary to
the
my point.
radius value? Well, that's what we're asking for. Verifying the radius value first. Who checked that to make sure that all your math is going to be working in reality?
Who checked the radius? Is that what you're asking now?
So if you calculate the
I
distance,
don't think you guys
did you
got my
travel
point
that
because what you just said doesn't counter it. I completely agree with what you guys just said.
He just my analogy was reference to the assumption that you make in your calculation. Let's say a radius. He was
But it
right on
worked.
point. I just showed you that I don't have 2 apples. Yet the
Exactly.
math
So
works.
you're showing
So
that the
he's
result.
telling you, yeah, the result will mathematically will always be the same. 2 plus 2 will never be
agree.
5.
Let me
It will
make the
always be
point.
4. But
Let
do
me
you
make the
actually
point.
have 2 to make the 2 plus 2?
I already conceded that. Let me make the point again because
But
you
you
didn't
didn't.
understand. What I'm saying is, if you assume that we both have 2 apples and we calculate that the sum of the apples are true, are 4. If you don't have 2 apples, which is part of the assumption of the calculation, then the outcome of the calculation is going to be also wrong because there aren't 4 apples.
No,
That's
because
exactly
on
what I was
paper-
saying.
On paper, it just says 2 apples and 2 apples equals 4 apples.
I agree.
None of that actually represents reality.
That's my point.
So therefore,
Oh, no,
we'd like
that's not your point,
verification
Bacon.
of the
Bacon.
radius value. Yeah, that's
Bacon, that's not your point. That's our point.
No, that's how you understood our point. My point.
No. We brought it up. We brought up the apples, not you.
But you brought up the apples by answering what I said about the formula, which is the exact same
Not
point.
your point. Not your
What
point.
was my point?
Our
What do you
point.
think was my point? What do you think was my point?
You just changed it based on what we're talking about. It's really weird.
What was my point?
Like you literally talk.
What did I said?
You don't have a. You're not answering the
We're
question.
referring to our point that we just made.
I said if we use the formula and we don't live in the globe, that's going to give you a wrong answer.
No. If you use the formula 2 apples plus 2 apples equals 4 apples, then that's always
May I
going to
say
work on
something
paper.
right ahead?
I'm not saying that.
They're missing, but you guys are missing one little step. Before you were able to do calculation, you had to corroborate that you needed 2 objects plus another 2 objects had to count 4 every time. Then you can say 2 plus 2 is equal 4. You didn't go and say 2 plus 2 equals 4 and then observe it, right? No.
I agree.
First,
I'm not saying.
Yeah. All right. So what we're asking from you before the formula from the radius is who corroborate that assertion, who measure it, so to come up with a calculation.
Oh, the calculation didn't come from a measure. It came from the model.
Thank you. Welcome to
Thank
Flat
you.
Earth, bro.
Exactly. Argument over. Bacon.
No, the
No,
formula
no,
of the formula
It's
that you
over.
use to calculate distance
just
between
conceded.
points.
You literally just conceded.
You think I
said
did
that,
because you can't
that number
understand.
comes from the model. It comes from the model, you said.
You're
The
just showing you're
heliocentric
incapable of
model.
understanding the points. You don't even know what I conceded.
At this point, we should be quiet and let him, you know.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Let him dig his grave. Yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when the way you calculate distance between points on a sphere is given by the formula, right?
Oh, you're in a sphere already.
Yeah,
No,
why
I'm not
are we
talking about
assuming
those.
a
I'm not
sphere?
talking about spheres. I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm talking about
You literally
spheres.
just said, no, you just said sphere.
Yeah, why are we
Exactly, I'm talking about spheres.
So when we're
Because I'm
talking
making a
about the
point.
Earth,
That's not what
when we're talking about the Earth, why are you talking about spheres?
Because I want to make a point.
You don't have
You
a
want
point.
to assume a
We'll
sphere.
bring a square. Bring a square.
Yeah, you can't get the point. You're just trying to
No,
fit what you think I
don't
believe.
know. No. You're the one who's fitting something, i.e., a globe,
I'm
into
not
the
saying
argument.
I'm not
when
saying
we're
that's
saying
equivalent
it
to
has
the Earth.
nothing.
Then what are you doing here?
That's what we're talking about. So what are
Yeah,
you
I'm
doing
going to give
exactly?
you a way to tell it apart.
The context of
If
the
we let me
Tell
get
what
there,
apart? Tell what apart?
whether or not this is also the model of the Earth.
Model? We're not
You
talking
just
about
said
models.
you just said that the radius value comes from the
I'm
model
not
of
saying
the
that.
Earth.
I'm not even talking about the Earth anymore.
Well, then what are you doing
Circular
here?
reasoning.
Can
Circular
we-
reasoning. That's what you're doing right now.
We let him carry on.
What you're about to do. What you're about to do. But carry on.
I've got a question. I've got a question.
Yeah, that's the problem. You think you know what I'm about to do, and you never let me get there because I'm not getting to
no
what you think I'm
problem.
getting to. You're being
There's no
incapable of understanding because what I'm saying is
No.
very similar to what you expect me to say.
Probably I
Incapable
have a
is not
better
a word.
understanding because I already know where you're going with this. That's why I ask you, where are you
Yeah, you
going?
think-
Why are you bringing up a circle?
That's the
Why
problem.
not a
You
square?
think you know
Why
what
not a
I'm going
triangle?
to.
Because you know what? You're right. I apologize. Go ahead.
No problem.
Silent, actually, you're not wrong because you're addressing what he actually brings
Yeah,
up.
exactly. Let
So,
him.
not what he doesn't
Exactly
say.
are you addressing? What point
Let
are you
him
addressing?
talk so that I can go.
The only points you've been attacked on, Bacon, are the ones you brought up. Nothing
Which
more,
are?
nothing less.
Which
They've
point?
already been addressed,
That you're
and
assuming-
You think I
had.
did. Well, I'm
think-
trying to point out you did, and you're not letting me speak. That's all that's happening right now.
Okay, speak.
Right. If when you calculate the distance between points on the sphere, there's a formula that gives you that, right?
You just
Can you
did
agree
it
with that
again.
sentence?
I'm sorry,
No,
but you
no,
just
say
said
it again.
you're calculating points
Let
on a
him,
sphere.
guys.
Yeah, but
Let
I'm
it
just,
go
I-
because
why-
he said I didn't know what he was gonna do. I just want to prove him that I knew what he was gonna do. That's why I want him to go.
It's easy to say that. Whatever I say, you're going to say you knew it.
So okay,
Well,
so
I've
why
been
are you
arguing.
talking about a sphere? You literally your first sentence started with a sphere. We're going to calculate something on a sphere.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the
Okay.
Earth. I'm talking about spheres.
So, but why?
That's the problem. You're not letting me get to the point. You want to know what my point is before I get there.
Why would you talk
So
about,
you just,
why
if you're,
would you talking about a sphere in a conversation about the shape of the Earth being a sphere or not have any? What are you? Seriously?
Yeah, if you want to know why, just let me go on. You know why
Oh,
when I
good.
get there.
Okay, I can't wait. Let's go. Go.
Right. So I'll ask it again. Is that formula?
Don't ask.
The
Don't ask.
Don't ask.
You're not asking
get
us
off
anything.
with it.
Go.
Guys, wait a minute.
Make a point.
What is
Make an
this?
argument.
24/7? Let the man finish his statement. Gee.
Well, don't ask us a question.
Shut
You're
the fuck
answering
up.
a question.
Oh, you don't have to use those kind of words, man. All right. So, okay. So the answer, can I keep going as the answer is yes, because that's just the geometrical statement.
No, don't ask questions. Make a statement or an argument.
Well, that's a
It's pretty
premise.
clear.
If you don't agree with the
Yes.
premise, what's the point of?
Sure,
Okay.
we don't agree.
Say what
Forget
you're
your.
going to say. You started out by saying if you're going to calculate, use the formula to calculate this on a sphere. Go.
All right. So if you use that formula to try to get distance between points on Earth, and the Earth is not a sphere, you're going to get wrong results.
Jesus, bro, these people are. I'll mute
I
myself.
know you don't understand this, Silence. Since you don't understand that 4 points are equally distant can be coplanar.
It's recorded how stupid you are,
The
bro.
first premise is not related to the Earth.
Will you
You
please
said
let him
when you-
finish? He's already dug his
when you-
grave.
he
Now
said-
he's going to
when
throw
you-
the dirt over on himself.
He said he had 4 apples, right? When you made the
Oh,
equation,
just let him finish. Come on. He's already dug his own grave.
I did.
He's close to coffin on his.
Yeah, right the hand. Let him finish. Yeah, that's a good point. Let him finish. Right the hand.
I did finish. I did finish.
You haven't
So,
finished.
so how many apples
Carry on,
does he
please.
have left now?
Let me
I want to know more
address
about
this
these
point.
apples.
Let me address this point. So he's saying he started with the premise of to make the equation, you need first the apples, right? 2 apples and 2 apples is 4. Then from that, you can get your equation. Now, when we went to the ball, we were like, where is your 4 apples? He didn't have 4 apples. He has a distance, right? And then he starts going into models. So
I'm not claiming to have 4 apples.
what that is, so okay, so all you have really is you have the distance, and then you don't have that's it really. So
No, I'm just saying that for that formula to give consistent results between distances, we have to be on the sphere.
Your formula.
No,
we've all heard it. We know exactly what he's done. He's dug his own grave. Just let him carry on.
Now
and
prove
build a
me
grave
wrong.
over the top of him. Just let him finish.
Now prove me
Carry
wrong.
on. He's already buried himself deep.
He made
so
no, but
no
he's
point in
filling his
carrying
own grave.
on.
It's funny you guys keep saying that, and I have no answer to what I just said.
Well, your point is this. This
The
is your
whole
point.
answer to what I said is that I'm wrong.
Okay, because here's your point. This is why it doesn't work. You don't have anything. Okay, so when with your formula, right, to have a formula that is of any use, right, you need the empirical thing it's representing. Okay, you don't have the empirical thing you're representing, which would be a ball Earth. You have a distance. Now, your formula is not anything real. It's just a formula is fitted to reality. In reality, you have the distance. Okay, now if you want to make a formula, which is just imagination, you're just imagining numbers, right? So
I didn't claim the formula.
You'll make it fit your beliefs, right? So
I didn't make that claim. I didn't make that claim.
Hold on. Your claim was this formula works, therefore Earth is the ball. That's what you said. You said the only way. Hey, did you not?
No, I never said it works. I never said it works.
Hang on, you're clipping. Don't clip me. Did you not say the only way this formula works and gives accurate results on Earth is if Earth is a sphere? Did you not say that?
Yeah, that I said. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking for the yes or no. Okay, so there you.
And it worked.
Hang on. So you don't have Earth as a ball. Hang on. You fit this formula, right? You just jam this mental imagination thing and to a distance in real life. So you don't have Earth as a ball. You've made up a formula.
And
Hang on. It doesn't work. It's imagination. You can't show me the 4 apples. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not claiming to have demonstration of 4 apples.
Okay, so
Let him finish.
You are. When you say when you say this formula only works if Earth is a ball, the Earth is a ball is the end result of and that equals your 4 apples, right? You just get to the end result.
No. Wait. Let me just clarify. I said if A then B. You're asking me to prove B or to prove A. I'm not saying that I have those. I have proof that either A or B are true. I just made the claim that if A then B. That's all I said, and then you started attacking me.
I'm attacking the argument.
Yeah, but in this case, hold on. Let me answer to that, guys. Let me answer to that because if you say if A then B, we can dismiss it because your A is actually a non-thing, right? You haven't shown A to be true, so therefore B cannot exist.
What? That's not.
Yeah, your statement of A has to be true. No. Listen, bro. You're claiming your statement of if A. First, you gotta demonstrate that A is possible. It's something real. It's something that exists. Otherwise, you cannot say if invisible unicorns or something that doesn't exist, therefore B. You cannot do that.
No, I don't have to demonstrate A to say if A.
Holy shit!
No,
No,
oh my God, no, bro. So you're saying if A then B, and you're presenting B, assuming A is correct.
No, I wasn't
without
presenting
ever
B.
proving A.
No, I didn't assume. My whole claim was if A then B. I didn't claim A. I didn't claim B. I just claimed if A then B. And you started asking me as if I
Yeah, so
claimed
we'd
them.
like
I
proof of
didn't.
A. So just give us proof
Bacon,
of A then.
then you're not talking about anything. You're not addressing anything if you're talking about A and B being irrelevant to the subject.
Well, when they
Yeah,
presented
he
that
doesn't-
formula, I said that if the formula
Who's they? You
well, the
you're the
people
one
who were
who
no,
it's your
I didn't mention.
formula.
I didn't even know the formula before they said the name.
Exactly.
I used a different
No
one.
one did. You're the one who brought it up.
No,
it's your claim.
it wasn't
man.
me. Who did brought the
We're
formula
flat
up.
earthers. We're flat
What are you
earthers.
guys trying to, what are you guys trying to prove out of Bacon anyway? What are you guys
Isn't
trying
the
to
FA? Isn't the
Are you saying you
FA?
didn't bring up the
You guys are trying to do that to
Haverson,
Bacon.
whatever?
Go ahead,
formula?
Branch. Branch wants to say something. He hasn't
I'm
talked
next.
right
I'm
ahead.
next.
Come on, let him
I'm not
next,
sure
talk.
what you
Go ahead,
guys are
Branch.
trying to. All I'm
Yo,
hearing is people
guys,
attacking
everyone
Bacon
needs to
left and
slow
right.
down for a second. Branch, everyone's got to slow down for a second. We're like right on top of each other. Relax. Everyone's gonna get to talk.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. So kind of on the lines of what Jeremy's saying, I don't get what you guys are trying to get out of Bacon. He said something that he thinks is true, and now you guys are just throwing all types of bullshit at him, none of which is actually related to each other.
Yeah. So
Right.
So this if A then B thing, that could be fallacious. No, like if A, if I am full, then B, I ate, I don't know, a pizza, right? But you could be full without
Other way
having eaten the
around.
pizza. You
If
could be full by
A-
eating a cheeseburger.
Sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
Affirming the consequent. As a
Sure.
logical fallacy.
You might attack the deduction of B from A, which is different
no,
than
that's
asking for
let me answer. Bacon. That's why you need to prove that A is something tangible, that's something true. So if Jeremy's gonna say, if A, I eat a lot of hamburgers, if he demonstrates or shows that that's a true statement, then he can consequently say B, therefore I eat or a lot of burgers or I'm full of burgers. But the A statement has to be true. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Otherwise, he's just making the question.
Yeah, if you just have B, that doesn't mean A happened. I could have ate a cheeseburger. I could have ate a pizza.
Exactly.
I could have drank a lot of milkshake.
That makes complete sense if I was arguing for B, which I wasn't.
But you are.
So you're not arguing for A.
That's
so you're
the
not
problem.
arguing for
I'm
guys,
not.
guys,
What I'm
you're
arguing
not arguing
for.
Hello?
What
Yo,
I'm-
can you guys hear other people talking? So
Yeah,
you're
that's
not
what I'm
arguing
quiet,
for A or...
Jeremy.
We got to slow down a little bit, guys. All right, go ahead. Whoever wanted to talk, go ahead.
What I was arguing for was for if A then B. I wasn't arguing for A. I wasn't arguing for B. I was arguing for that if A is true, then B must.
Haverson, whatever that Haverson, whatever formula. Is that A or B? Which is that?
It's the deduction.
He's saying that what he was arguing was a relationship
Which one?
between A
Which
and
one
B.
is the Haverson?
He
A or
wasn't
B?
arguing
Jeremy,
A or B. He was
hold on,
discussing a
Jeremy.
relationship between them.
Jeremy, hold on. Let me
Exactly.
talk to Jeremy right now, real quick. So this is what happened, Jeremy. I don't know if you heard, but he made a statement, right? If A, which is if I have this distance, I can. What was your exact words? I don't want to misrepresent.
A would be that we can use the formula to get consistent distances, and B would be the Earth is spherical.
So if formula gives correct results, then the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, correct
If the formula
distances,
gives correct
not results, distances.
See, I
No,
tried to
I
shut
said-
this distance
I
thing
said-
down earlier, but Egypt wanted to take it to some weirdo place, so I just let it go. You're still arguing
this
distances?
is exactly the same thing, Jeremy.
I tried to shut this down hours ago, and you guys want to take it into Never Land.
Well, it's slightly a different way of doing it, though. It's a completely different formula altogether.
No. Hold on. You were talking that you got the radius out of the distance of the formula for the distance. That's what we were talking about, right? Right, the hand. We were talking about the radius. I'm coming through. I don't think so.
No,
You're
I heard
coming
you.
in just fine. I think everyone's just
Yeah.
arguing a
No.
different.
Here's what's happening. He brought up this the Haverson. I can't remember what it's called formula, and that formula, like
I
many
do.
other formulas, assume a sphere, right? And that's the problem. That's what we're trying to point out to you, is that just because a formula assumes a sphere does not mean the Earth is actually a sphere. What you're talking
Which I
about,
agree.
if A, then B, that's a textbook affirming the consequent if you haven't proved A or B. Like,
I agree.
yeah.
But I wasn't saying that formula gives you correct distances on Earth. I'm saying that
We had him. But then how did you bring it up then? If not for the sailing people
God,
to
look,
get.
wait. You all have never. I'm on your side, but you don't let Bacon ever finish. Nobody
Seriously,
does.
guys, you guys do need to slow the fuck down, for real. Bacon, go ahead, Bacon.
all right. When they showed that equation, he said they used that equation to calculate like the m. What's that
Average or the mean makes good. Velocity makes good.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
BMC or some
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
like that.
VMG.
I said that if that formula
Right.
gives you correct distances, not correct values or correct results, correct distances, then the Earth is a globe. That's all I said. And then you started trying to
Right, and then
prove me
okay,
wrong.
and then the reason, right, because what I said
That's a
was
wrong assumption.
I asked for
It
the
wasn't an
formula,
assumption.
and the formula. Yes, it is, because in the formula it utilizes a sphere. It uses spherical
VMG.
math,
Okay,
right?
let's
Does
ask
it use
Bacon.
spherical
we need to
I
clarify
wasn't
something.
talking
Is
about
VMG? Hold on.
Yes, you were. That's what we
Oh
got
my
into this in the
god.
first place.
I'm
Well,
talking,
that's
but I'm
fine.
not talking about it. Look,
No,
you're
guys,
changing the argument, Bacon.
Bacon
A
isn't
lot of
me.
times.
I'm
That's fine.
Kool-Aid. I'm
That's
the guy
fine.
who talks
Kool-Aid.
about
Kool-Aid.
VMG, not
Yeah,
Bacon.
I know.
Exactly.
But
And then I opened the parenthesis and said, if that formula gives you correct distances, then the Earth is a globe. And then you started to refute me by not addressing what I
Well,
said.
of course, no, but of course it's going to give you a globe because you already assumed it's a sphere. So obviously, because you're using math that already utilizes a sphere. How do you not see that?
Exactly. That's what we've been trying to tell you. That's what we've been trying to tell you, Bacon. If that formula already has a sphere in it, what result do you expect to give you of that of a square, a
If we
triangle?
don't live on a
Like a
sphere,
pyramid?
if we don't live on a sphere, it should give long ones. That's
Oh
my
my!
point.
Yes. If you calculate a distance and then you travel that distance, you're confirming your calculations.
I don't understand why you guys aren't understanding Bacon.
Confirming.
Basically, what he's trying to say is, look,
Confirming with consequence.
what he's trying to say is,
Not
if we know for
confirming.
sure these 2 points have the shortest distance of x, and then this formula
For what?
also shows that the shortest distance should be exactly x,
Yeah,
and
if it's
this
wrong,
formula works multiple places around the
Who's
globe,
ever went that shortest
and
distance?
this formula is based on a radius, then it shows that the Earth must be a globe. What the fuck is wrong with that?
So yeah, but
Yeah.
you don't know which person out of
No.
these boats, these little trips, have went the shortest distance, and you can't. The verification is what we need that someone's went that shortest distance.
That's why I'm not claiming it's a globe.
Hold on, let me tell you the problem branch. Here's the problem branch. The problem is that you're not traveling and then saying I traveled this much distance. The problem is that you're starting with the preconception of a distance that you're gonna travel already on a fucking globe.
Right,
Okay,
so we
that is
actually
the problem.
are
So
back.
don't be saying. Hold on. Don't be saying that we travel and we know how much we travel. No, you are saying that you travel on a preconcept.
Yeah, again, this came back when you started asking Drink Kool-Aid questions of how we would measure the distance between 2 points, right? And we went back to traveling and shit. If we go back to, what we actually originally discussed between Bacon, myself, and Kosho, was that probably the best way to measure this distance will be between cell phone towers. This whole talking about boats and not being able to figure it out is a separate conversation you guys were having with Drink the Kool-Aid.
We went through it.
Kool-Aid's always got a 40,000 mile distance in his pocket too, and that's one of the reasons also that he talks about like a 40,000 mile distance is supposedly extra or missing or some shit. When they go zigzag through the water instead of going in a straight line ever anywhere.
That's what I said. That's what I said. If they go faster, and it takes the same time, they just can say that it was the BMG, right? It took more of that. That's all they doing. Increasing the zigzag and the waves and everything.
Did I get disconnected, or did everyone just stop talking all of a sudden?
No, everyone
It
just
got
stopped.
nice and peaceful for a
All
second.
right. So when I was about to go down this distance thing with him earlier, and you shut me down, Egypt, and took it on some crazy route, remember that? This is where you ended up at. No, you don't remember that.
Remember.
Yeah, pretty much, Jeremy. After
I don't
this
go
shit,
crazy,
it
man.
went on to talking about boats and shit again for some reason.
I'm on some point, but yeah, maybe it sounds
boats
crazy.
going in zigzags, and then I tuned out.
Well, actually, yeah, my point was not the zigzag. Was the actual establishment of whether that line from A to B is the shortest one.
Your point, exactly. Your point was this: that they travel like in a sphere, and yours was that you're traveling like going east around the plate. That's where. That's
Yeah.
why they have the same distance.
And
That was your point.
Yeah, it was more of a question. How would you tell the difference according to these set variables?
It is valid.
I think
though.
we answered it pretty well, though, right? Just use the distances we're already getting for cell phone towers.
Well, you didn't bring anything, so let's stop talking about cell phone towers.
Well, cell phone towers is another method in and of itself, because we were talking about a different method of establishing A to B. Now, to bring in a different method to the equation is just
A cell phone tower would never give you a curve
kind of
reading.
red herring.
A cell phone tower can never give you a curve reading.
And isn't that exactly what you want?
But is
I
that
mean,
the method?
I'm just saying a
is that
straight
the
point.
method?
It's not
Let's say
a straight
we were
point
talking
from
about
A to B
planes.
is never a curve, right?
Right.
I mean, that's all
So
I'm
using
saying.
a cell phone, using the distance between two cell phone towers, like you said, it won't give you a curved reading, which is why it's probably the best way to do it, right?
Yeah, is it attainable with let's say traveling on an airplane? Do they use cell phone towers, airplanes?
No.
Okay, so irrelevant.
ADSB does use ground base. New ADSB here in the United States does use ground base, not cell phone towers, but essentially the same thing.
But also, what does this have to do with measuring 2 points on Earth?
ADSB gives you down to 1.5 meters of accuracy of any given.
Okay, that's fantastic. But what does whether or not this method work on an airplane or not have to do with measuring 2 points on Earth?
Because on Earth it's really difficult to measure the distance between them. Branch.
So I mean, who cares about airplanes? We're giving you a way of measuring this on the ground because you don't want to do it on an airplane.
I just told you on the because on the ground is more difficult than on a freaking airplane.
It's not that difficult. It's not that difficult.
Branch. If I'm measuring, let's say inside my room, would that differ from me measuring from here, from let's say New York to LA? Is that the same method and same result and achieving the same accuracy? Inside your room.
Inside your room and
the answer is
between
no.
here and New York, it depends on what you're using to do the measurement with. If you're using the same apparatus, then you're it all depends on your apparatus.
There you go. Depending on what you're measuring. Wait.
No, I said apparatus.
Yeah, depending on what you're measuring with.
Okay, with. I didn't.
If these guys could prove distances between A and B, not the distance traveled, The distance between A and B. I mean, this whole thing could be over with.
Yeah, but the problem is, Jeremy,
That's the
right? It
point
was
of
posted
contention.
in the chat, like who was it? Kosho posted 3 or 4 links or websites where you can go and actually do this. I can't be fucked to go do it. If anybody other global wants to go do it, they can. If any flurfer wants to go do it, a flat earther, they can go do it.
So Jeremy, somebody said, well, all you have to do is show the distance is different, right? And I said, well, there's flights which go from the same place, and then when they travel the opposite way, the duration is less. Sometimes it's more.
It's got nothing to do. Again,
Yeah,
that's why this method of measuring distance ain't a good one, is it? How long it takes to fly from A to B is not a good way to measure how far A and B is.
What do you suggest, Branch?
What do you suggest?
Use how long it takes for a signal to go from one cell phone tower to another.
And are those going in a straight line? The cell phone
Yeah,
signals?
they by the nature of signals, they are going in a straight line.
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, they are.
Branch. Think logical about this. What you just said. What if one is in a hill and then the other one is on a dip? I mean, it may be a straight line between them, but then you have a third tower, which is on another hill. Now you have a variable which is going down and up.
This ridiculous conversation, right? Using cell phone towers is a way to basically you got cell phone tower on this side, cell phone tower on this side. Figuring out how long it takes for one signal to go from this cell phone tower to another one is a good way to measure its distance.
Right, and what's the cell phone tower spitting out? Well, what's a cell phone tower spitting out?
It depends on what G you're on, bro. You got your 3Gs, your 4Gs, your 5Gs.
Pick one.
Yeah, they're all spitting out photons.
And are those subject to refraction?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, though. We're talking about how long it takes from one photon to go from one tower to another tower.
Yeah.
Actually,
no. Hold on.
Jeremy's right.
Refraction ain't gonna mess with it.
We're not talking about how long it takes. There's two different distances when you're talking about this. One of the distances is the distance from point A to B. That's what we're trying to figure out. The other distance is how far the thing traveled that you're measuring it with.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
you understand?
No, we're only looking at distance of point A to B. I'm not sure what the second one is you're talking about.
The second one is the distance the thing has traveled that's measuring it.
Okay.
So if that thing's not moving in a straight line, it's not the same distance.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you know that we have like every freaking inch of the continental United States. Like we know all distances between all points on the continental United States,
right.
and that shit's.
How'd you get it? How'd you get them?
INSAR data.
But what was the method used to measure it? Is it photons? Is it an airplane?
Radar.
Yeah, it's just radar.
Which is photons.
Radar. So
which is photons.
So you have the distance the photon traveled.
No, you have you know every single piece, or between every single point, you know the distance between each of those points.
You measured it
topographically in the United States.
Okay, which was measured with photons?
Yeah, you bounce a radar signal essentially off of the surface.
Okay, so you have the distance the photons traveled. You don't have the distance from A to B. That's not the same, remember?
We do have the different distance from A to B.
So you're telling me that you're telling me photons aren't subject to refraction?
Jeremy, those frequencies is much lower, isn't it? Like,
guys, real quick, Jeremy was asking me this question, man. Can I finish just the topic we were discussing? So, Jeremy, you just asked me, right, the photon and refraction and whether or not it's going to, you were talking about A and B and all that crap. So, A and B, the distance the particle traveled and the actual distance, right? The difference between them is your level of error between your measurement device, right?
Okay, in order to have a
I'm just saying, but so we can say the distance between A and B based on the how far that thing traveled from A to B, right, is correct within this error margin.
Okay, how do you know what the error margin is?
Not much.
How do you know what the error? Hold on a second. Get the fuck out of here, Cat. How do you know what the error margin is if you've never actually done it before?
Well, because you can use the same apparatus on distances you've actually measured. Let's say with a tape measure.
How'd you measure those distances?
With a tape measure. Any other way you want to.
With a tape measure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other was the end.
But with increased distance, wouldn't your margin of error increases?
Right, but that would
No,
only
not
that would
not
only
on.
make this that would only make what you're talking about more in your favor, right? What I'm saying is even with that level of error, the distances that we'll get, right, still would not work on a flat Earth, which is what the original conversation was.
Well, no, and actually on INSAR, it's down to 56 millimeters of accuracy.
Over what distance?
56 millimeters.
Over what distance?
Okay, there's no way. There's no way they know that because they've never done the actual straight line to it.
And that's the greatest
hold
amount
on
of
a second,
accuracy,
guys.
but over what distance?
It's over. So it measures 56 millimeters at a time, and it did that for the entire continental United States, topographically.
Oh, what's the furthest that you measured?
It does it in sweeps, and let me look up the exact sweep amount that it does at a time. Give me a second.
And what is this?
INSAR data. I just posted it.
It's like a radar.
Oh yeah, it's the airplane, right? That is taking
Well, they use about 8 different
like
methods.
geographical thing, right?
Yeah, so you can use their airplanes. They've used helicopters. They use different satellites to
Hey,
verify all of it.
Pick one.
Airplane passes.
Okay, so it's going in the airplane, and you're shooting out all these photons all over the place, and then they're bouncing off something, and you're getting them back.
Yeah, you send out a radar signal, you get it back.
Okay, so in between the time you send it out and you get it back, you've moved a little bit, right?
Of course.
Sure, yeah.
All right, so there's that, and then you also have the refraction thing where now you have no measurements of the refraction that it passed through.
Why would, again, Jeremy, you gotta explain when you say why refraction is gonna affect this reading, you gotta explain why you think it's gonna affect it.
Because the photon's measuring how the distance that it traveled.
Okay,
it's
so
not
a photon
the distance that it traveled. Hold on, Branch. I'm explaining it. The distance that the photon travels, if it's not in a straight line, is different than the straight line distance. That's why refraction.
Okay, so
hey, I fucking love refraction. I love that they use refraction.
Now you do.
Okay, so you're talking about that tiny little bit of bend that refraction is causing.
Oh,
maybe
tiny.
it's a tiny bit.
Hold on.
Maybe it's a tiny bit.
Man, I'm talking to Jeremy. Can whoever the hell that was shut the fuck up?
Hold on. Okay, maybe it's a tiny bit. Maybe it's a lot of bit. You don't know because you have no measurements of the refraction in between.
Okay, hold on though. You do have a measurement. I mean, you know that photon went from point A to point B, otherwise it wouldn't be measured, right?
Sure, I'll give you that.
Okay, so what you're saying is the medium it traveled through may have had an impact on the speed of the photon.
Yes.
Of course.
Right.
It definitely did. Not may have, definitely did.
Okay, well, we can account for that, again, with the amount of error
we
say this method of measurement has.
You put the photon out.
Hold on.
You're trying to figure out the error.
It's going to be fucking tiny.
Yeah, you're getting...
You're missing
go ahead, Denmark. You got this.
The rate of photon is going to matter too. The amps that you push it out fucking continue.
You're robot, Denmark.
The rate you push it out through the generator.
You're all laggy, bro. So try again. Go ahead, try again. Try again. You might have sounded okay then.
The rate you push it out through the antenna. How many watts? How many amps? The power that you're using to force out the signal.
What about it?
Yeah,
that's going to give you.
Why is that relevant?
That's going to give you a variation.
That changes the number of photons.
That's going to give you a variation of the amount that it. That's what's going to control how fast it comes back.
No, that doesn't change the speed of a photon. It only changes the number of photons.
What? Yeah, you can't have photons at different speeds. That's not
Jeremy, you got him on the ropes. Dimok, Jeremy
I got
had
Denmark on the rope.
You guys
No,
do this to me every fucking time, Silent.
Branch.
This ain't nothing new.
I was
Every day this
quiet, bro.
happens to me.
I was quiet because you were
I
you
know.
were on the right path. I don't know why D-Mac interrupted, but
I don't.
man.
Silent. They do this to me. This happened 3
I know,
times
but
today
Jeremy,
already.
you should have just shut him down and carried on, bro. Because this has fucked up the conversation me and you were having.
I just want to show people. You guys do this to me every time. I got him. I got him in the corner. I had
Jeremy,
Paymaster still earlier, dead to rights.
The problem
and
is,
Egypt,
right?
and somebody else took over. I don't remember who it was, but it's ridiculous.
Jeremy, the problem is you do this all the time, and these people, they don't get it. They just keep talking over you. They even say thank you when you do this, like you're actually giving them way to talk. They don't see the sarcasm behind what you're saying. When you say
Shut up, Branch. You're about to get knocked down. So I hold on the ropes, okay?
Okay. All right, go ahead, Jeremy. Knock me out, bro.
I mean, where were we? I don't.
We're talking about
you were on the slowing.
The error.
On the slowing, yeah. The slowing down of the atom. The slowing down.
All right, it's not an atom. It's a photon.
Yeah, so you got a photon that's traveling in this curvy path. God knows how curvy it is because you have no refraction measurements, and you're talking about an error that you don't know what the error is because you have no measurements of it.
All right, so one way to put in perspective how little this affects shit, right? Let's say you call someone and you call them on a rainy day or you call them on an extremely clear day. The delay you're talking about, right, is the delay that's caused because of the weather on when you hear someone's voice back to you on your cell phone when you give someone a call. Right? It's literally nothing.
May I answer to that, Jeremy? Real quick? On point? Let's say it's 2 seconds each time, Branch. How about over a period of 2,000 miles? How many times that shit is gonna be happening?
Hold on. Again. This is only one time, right? We're only talking about the one photon going from Tower A to Tower B. That's it, right? So I'm not sure where your question even fits in, bro.
I think RC said it was 56 meters or millimeters at a time.
56. I actually just showed it. 56 millimeters. And here's how they do it with INSAR to avoid that is that they always do 2 sweeps of it, one from one angle, one from another, so that they can actually cancel out any type of either errors that you get from something like refraction, right? Or like
really quick though, before we get these 2 things mixed up, I just want to say he's talking about something completely different to what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I know. I'm just saying that this is why you can have verification methods to get around it. That's the whole point. That's why you do things like double signaling packaging.
Okay, this is on the plane? Or did we switch from the plane now? We're on to something else.
I'm saying
again, we're just talking about 2 points, man.
Okay, are they doing this from the plane?
Or globe. We're talking about 2 points.
Are they doing the airplane? Are they doing this on the airplane, RC, or did we switch off? Now we're off the airplane.
That's why I wanted to clarify that when he talks, he's talking about something completely different to what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about 2 towers on Earth, on the ground. He's talking about a device that can be used anywhere. That's mobile.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what RC's talking about because they said a plane, a helicopter, a satellite. They picked airplane, so now I'm wondering if this is still the airplane.
When he started talking, it changed from me and you talking about 2 points on Earth to what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm going to wait till Branch is done, and then we'll talk, Jeremy.
All
right. So I think me and Jeremy are kind of done, right? Basically, what Jeremy, the last thing I said was the delay that you're going to get between this photon from one tower to another tower is the difference that you're going to get on a rainy day to a sunny day from how fast you hear a reply on your cell phone when you're talking to someone.
Okay, and how much would that matter in distance if you were trying to measure
my
distance?
My point is, it's so small that you can't even tell, can you?
And how would that affect?
I don't think that's a good point because, for example, we can tell apart like 50 milliseconds, and in 50 milliseconds, the light travels. Sorry?
This isn't light though. What I'm talking about is when you have a cell phone conversation with someone on a sunny day, or on a rainy day, right? That signal that's bringing that cell phone communication to you, those photons that are taking the cell phone communication are being impacted by the rain and whatever. So it's going to be a difference of refraction, right? That's causing these things to, may change the amount of time it takes for those
All
signals
right.
to get back and forth to you so that you can have a conversation.
Bacon was about to debunk you. Go ahead, Bacon.
What I was gonna say is that if there was, for example, as the difference was as little as 50 milliseconds, in terms of speed of light, that's a very long distance. So even though you can't tell
No, I
apart,
said
it doesn't
I
mean
didn't say milliseconds.
That's exactly what I just asked. How much
It's
distance does that,
millimeters.
how
no.
much
I was
distance
talking
would that
about
matter? Go
that,
ahead,
that's not what
Bacon.
I'm saying, RC. I was referring to the time delay when you're in a phone call between a sunny day and a rainy day. If you can't spot the difference, it doesn't mean it's zero.
Also,
It could be
go ahead.
it
My
could,
bad.
it could be as long as like 50 milliseconds or maybe 100 milliseconds. It's very hard to tell those amounts of times apart.
And how far does light travel in
and
that? How far does
A
light travel
lot.
during that time?
Yeah, a lot.
Bacon. A lot.
Yeah,
Far,
a
right?
lot.
Yeah.
Bacon. I
You're
wasn't.
trying to measure distance with this being off.
But I don't think
milliseconds.
what I would disagree is that I don't think that difference in time gets to 50 milliseconds. So what I'm just arguing is that saying that you can't tell them apart doesn't mean they're small enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to give an example, Bacon, of how small this distance is in a way that can be perceived by them, right? Not necessarily
Right.
the fact. I mean, I get what you're
Okay,
saying.
okay.
You're basically your brain ain't gonna have enough time to decipher between the two signals anyway, right? And I understand there's other ways of saying what I'm saying is incorrect, and I get that. But I was just trying to say that the effect of refraction on photons, when you're talking about going from a point A to point B, is
huge if you're trying to measure distance with it.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy, what you're trying to do here, and I get it, right? You're trying to basically just disprove this method of measuring distance in any way whatsoever that you can, right? And we can end this conversation with me just saying that, yeah, I understand that, hey, refraction would play a tiny part in the measurement, but that is covered in when we say that distance measured is accurate within X distance.
I don't think it can't get to like a significant amount of time because the difference would be like if you picture the path of light is going to get curvy, right? And that's the difference of distance you're going to get. And if you divide that by the speed of light, then you're going to have the difference in time, which is going to be way smaller, right?
Right, but I mean, we could say that the measurements we're getting are accurate, and I'm just throwing out a number that's way more than it actually is, right? But we could say, let's say they're accurate within 100 meters, right? Which is a huge distance. Okay? Even, I know it's not
Which is what we're trying to
meters,
measure distance.
I know it's not 100. I know it's way smaller than that. Refraction's gonna have a way smaller impact. But let's just assume that we're gonna give 100 meters of leeway. That's still, even with that leeway, right? What we're originally talking about for why we need to measure these distances to prove whether or not we live on a globe, even with that amount of leeway, it still proves that we live on a globe.
No. Let me tell you why. Because you're trying to get long distances. Now you're not gonna do this over a mile, let's say, branch,
Okay,
right?
but I'm saying that whatever distance
whole
we
point.
gave, I gave 100 meters, which is huge.
No.
That's gonna be enough. That's gonna be enough. If we're measuring between New York and California, that would still be way more than enough to cover the amount of distance.
I'll give you 10 meters wrong each 100 meters, let's say, from point to point. And if you're gonna be accumulating that, it's gonna become a long distance. And at that point, I mean,
the percentage is going to be the same, right?
The distance, I'll give you, listen, the distances over land are probably, can you do this in America with your 5 points? Or whatever?
Very easily. I live streamed it earlier.
Over just America, using this 56 millimeter measuring technique.
yeah, ask him to do it again, and you will see how the map becomes plain. So it's ridiculous, Jeremy.
It's called NSAR, NSAAR.
INSAR.
INSAR. I will have to
just read on it.
All right.
I mean, one of the best things that has been used for lately is mapping the ocean floor, but it gets also really, really great. It's a non-surveying way of getting distances because it gives you exact topographies. Like I said, down to the 56 millimeter. In fact, it's so accurate. The problem has been like finding errors in things because even like a small rock slide on the side of a mountain will like throw up errors for them because say like, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what I had beforehand for this exact location. And it'll be like, oh yeah, it's just because there was a rock slide and there are some rocks that like were like slid down a mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what you presented.
Yeah, but
Oh,
it doesn't say, it doesn't make it a sphere, Micey.
No,
Just
what
so
it
that
what it means is that
Are you
it's
in the bathroom,
incredibly accurate.
Egypt?
How did you
What it
know?
means is that it's
We heard the tub or the shower a minute ago.
Sound like it.
No, I
it
heard the
means-
shower. I heard the water running a second ago.
Oh, it was from him. I didn't know it was from him.
All I'm saying with that is that it's just incredibly accurate.
And they measured the whole all of America like this.
Yeah.
Every 56 millimeters.
56 millimeters.
That's the error margin, or is that the distance that they went from A to B measuring?
From the A to B measurement is about 56 millimeters.
So
And then
each
how did
measurement.
they know they were? Oh, go ahead, Silent.
No. I'm sorry. I apologize. Go.
How did they know they kept their straight line?
What do you
That's
mean?
all they were
kept-
measuring.
All it's doing is it's not trying to get straight lines. All it's doing is saying from this point to this point, how far?
Yeah,
And
but
three
I
axes.
could
From this point to
okay,
that part, how far? What?
I get it. My neighbor's house is 100 meters away from me. Let's say.
Uh-huh.
I can measure straight line distances and make it look like it's 105 meters.
No,
if I'm not keeping my straight line.
It will be actually shorter, not longer. That distance.
I'm going to measure a shorter distance than it is. Come on, Egypt.
If it's a straight line, well, a straight line will always be shorter than a curved one.
No, what it's doing simply is saying it essentially creates a three-dimensional image, okay, of everything that it like the radar touches, right? It just
According
says
to GPS.
No, it's not according to anything. It's simply according to three axes that it's using. X, Y, and Z. Where is it?
Okay,
In
talk
fact,
us through NSAR. Wait. Talk us through NSAR.
Yeah. So so you can use GPS to like overlay it if you want to, and there are methodologies that do that. But all NSAR is
Not if I want to.
Okay. So all NSAR is I send out a radio signal, okay, or it's a radar signal, and I get a bounce back from it. But the bandwidth of that radio signal allows me, and the reader allows it to get a really hyper fine return on exactly the distance in 3 dimensions from when I sent it out to when I got it back. So it essentially gives me 3-dimensional. Can I?
Do you know about LiDAR? LiDAR?
This is Jeremy. This is actually good for our cause because that shit maps a flat plane.
It doesn't map a flat plane at all.
It does.
I was just trying to contrast that method to something like LiDAR.
I don't know a whole bunch about LiDAR. Somebody who knows more about LiDAR, LiDAR, it has a very similar methodology as I understand. INSAR uses, I think, different bandwidths and also just like a finer image resolution. I know you get more. I know you get better resolution on INSAR than you do with LiDAR.
Well, LiDAR depends on GPS. You can't just use you have to use a coordinate system to put these points at. It depends on GPS. And I'm assuming NSAR does the same.
Not if you're getting the distance between the points.
Yeah,
and
that.
Even if you're getting it.
What I think the point is that if you get a bunch of points and you get the distance between like one point and the closest like 3 or 4 other points, that can give you a geometry that can't be mapped on any surface. If you have that many information about the distance between the points. So you can, from those distances, get the geometry of how those points can be spread in three-dimensional space. They might or might not form a plane.
But might or might not is not.
Yeah, that depends on. What I'm saying is, depending on their distance, they might only form a plane or might only form something different than a plane.
But I mean, even the more like really cogent point here is the fact that like on the continental United States, we know the distances between points, right? And we know not only the crow fly distances, but we know the land distances.
All right.
And those coincide with what we also know about the topography. So
RC, you got to. Hold on a
and
second.
so,
Do you have a?
and so the point here is like you can't take 5 points of like 1,000, 2,000 nautical miles here on the United States. You can't take those 5 points and lay them out on a planar surface. They're not coplanar points.
Or do you have like a diagram or meme or GIF
Yeah,
or
I'll
something?
post it, Jeremy. I'll post it right now. Hold up.
Not the one from
Yeah.
Africa to South America to New York to Paris, right? Not that one.
Sure. I live streamed earlier.
Is this the
Let me
one
do it
you've already
again.
seen?
Well, I already claimed to give an example which they work on a coplanar.
Jeremy.
Sense.
What's up?
I would
Correct,
like
RC.
to.
I zoned out. What happened?
Why is this a problem? I heard the other day that you said this is a problem with the 5 points. I don't get it.
No, I retracted that. That's not a point. The 4 points wasn't a problem. If they have 5 though, you actually talked me out of the 4 points. I thought they were good with the 4 points until I talked to you. And I went and looked into it and come to find out that you can actually make it work with the 4 points. You know that when they post of South America to Africa, that could actually work on either one.
Yeah, it could because you could reorient either of the 4s to make them a trapezoid, but with a 5th point, you can't reorient them.
Let me just say this, Micey. Even the 5, the 10, whatever, how many points, you draw a map on a piece of paper. You draw your 5 points. There you go. Then if you're gonna, let's say you draw a map on a Micey, right? Pay attention.
I'm
you draw a
listening
map
to you.
on the paper. All right.
I'm going to scream
Thank you.
while I'm listening.
Okay.
No, can you just post a GIF or a meme or a picture of it or something?
It's gonna be. I'm driving.
Yeah, I can't watch it either. Right, I can't watch it either right now. Just RC, just post like a GIF or a meme or a.
So you grab. Let's say you draw a map, and you have your 6 points right on the map. Then let's say you cut some little pieces of cord, right? Those cords are gonna match on the flat plane. Now, if you try to bring those cords to a sphere, maybe they're not gonna fit, right? Now, if you do it on a sphere first, right, they're not gonna fit on a flat plane. But the distance that you're putting on the maps is irrelevant. That's just an interpretation of the person who is drawing the map.
It's just a dot to dot. It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter what the map. Because the problem is that you wanna draw the line on a sphere and then bring it to a flat plane. But why it has to be on a sphere? Just draw your map on a flat plane. Hold on, let me finish. Draw your line on a flat plane. You just said that is the same distance. You write the number right there, and voila. What are they gonna say? Well, isn't valid here? Fuck off.
I can help a little bit. Can I just add, what coordinate system are you using?
There's no appeal to any coordinate system here. It's just
Euclidean
distances
geometry, right?
between known points.
Yeah, it's Euclidean geometry, right? You're using X, Y, and Z points, right?
No, I'm not using any. But like, there's no coordinate system involved. The freaking is one singular challenge.
For these 5 points, like you got these 5 locations, right?
Yes.
Well, how do you know where those 5 locations are?
We just say that All we are saying about the locations.
How do
is
you
that we
know?
Can you?
Yeah,
let
how do you
me
know where they are?
respond? My gosh.
Yeah.
Let him
Let me
finish.
I know
let me
it
finish my
hurts, doesn't
sentence.
it?
Rob,
Hurts,
just
doesn't it? Okay, I'm
let our speaker-
listening.
All right.
Rob, the only thing that we are referencing with these points is the distances between the other points. You can orient them however you want. There's no appeal to a coordinate system.
Yeah. Again, listen.
That is
If I
correct,
say
and I feel
again,
we're going in
I know,
circles, guys.
but
It's
these 5
it's
points are supposed to only work on his globe, right?
No,
the
it's
if
just
I
that
the
On
same
a
thing. Hold on,
globe.
guys. Hold on. Let me just finish, and I'll be
Okay,
quiet for
sorry.
a little while. Yeah. The
I'll
same
jump back
thing I
out.
can say about the flat plane, Maisty. I can do my 5 lines on a flat plane, and they won't fit the globe, right? So the problem here is that you're saying that your model is more valid than the flat one.
no.
For what reason? I don't know.
No, all
Right?
I'm
Because you're
simply saying something. I'm saying something incredibly straightforward. Is that these distances, shortest distances between points, cannot be coplanar. There's no geometric way that you can make these straight lines between these distances be coplanar.
Based
you want to
on
bet
what?
that I can?
But
Do you want to bet I can draw the United States map, right, and fit those 5 points and fit the 5 lines?
He was
No.
already
It's
pulled
not.
up
It's
on
not
this
about
Not
before.
with
I mean,
not
okay,
with
so
not with these distances. You can't.
Well, what do you mean not with those distances? I'm just gonna put the distances on the map. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Each map.
But
do
the
you
proportions
The
in
map is
between
just
them.
an Hold on. The map is just an interpretation, bro. What are you talking about, Maisty? It's
You
an
have to put the
interpretation. It's not
correct.
real life.
Silence.
You draw. Man.
Are you gonna let me
Whatever,
respond?
whatever.
It's because you can't put the correct proportions on those distances.
what distances?
The
What
distances between the
what
5 points.
proportion? You
What
want
are
your
the 5
proportion?
points?
So you need to take the 5 points and say,
What 5
here are the
points?
any 5 points you want. I gave you these 5 right here in the thing that I just posted because
All right,
Jeremy
I'm
said
gonna
he
look
wanted
right now.
5
I'm gonna
points on
look
the
right
continental
now.
United States.
Yes, thank you for that.
honestly, I
All
feel like there's a disconnect between RC and let's say the flat Earth
Wait.
side. No one's getting his
Right, I
point.
asked him for. He said it's not referencing a coordinate system, but he
It's not.
plainly is.
Yeah, you can draw this on a piece of paper if you want.
yeah, so basically, if
That's his
you
point.
take the distances that RC's given you, and you draw scaled lines. So basically, you use 1 centimeter for every I don't know, X amount of real distance that he gives you, right? Now you use that and you try to draw those points that he gave you.
The lines will
On a
overlap.
flat piece of paper, you will not be able to get those 5 points to in any orientation where all the distances actually work out.
Correct. But that's not in any way, shape, or form proof of a globe because
Right.
You will.
But
Hold
then
on.
if you then actually put those 5 points on a globe, you can make it work.
correct.
I was gonna say. Here's the problem.
How do you know where? Yeah, but how do you know where each position is on
just
the
need-
globe?
Right,
You
but
need
he
a
doesn't-
coordinate
no.
system.
Let's.
Oh.
Can I
My
actually
God.
respond to this in a really straightforward way? Rob, if I just imagine that I have 4 strings
imagine.
attached to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I can only go as far as the shortest string, right?
no.
Why?
Depends.
Because if I
depends
have
on-
if I
on
have
what
4
you use
strings,
to
if I have
establish
4
that.
strings wrapped around my waist, I will only be able to, and they're all tied to a pole. I will only be able to move as far as the shortest string. Correct?
That's if you do, but that's
Okay.
not what happens with an airplane.
Egypt, would you be quiet for a second, man? Stop interrupting me all the time. So, Rob, because I only will be able to go as far as the shortest string, those other strings are going to have a lot of excess on them, right? They have a lot of slack.
Sure.
Okay? So we can't say, okay, if I have all of these 5 points, and I know that at least one of them is one of these shortest distances, those other ones are going to have a ton of slack on them, right? Meaning that the distance that I measured from this point to that point either is not the shortest distance or wait a minute, it was not planar. It can't be on a flat plane. It's going to have to, the distance that I actually measured was not over a coplanar surface. It was on a non-coplanar surface.
This is strange. This is strange.
Let me respond. Because in this analogy, I don't understand how you measured any of the other points when you can only go as far as the shortest one.
Because we actually did go from like LA to Miami, then Miami to Chicago, then Chicago to Kansas City, right? And we measured from all of those 5 points the distance to the other 4. And so you can orient them however you want, but the reality is that the shorter ones are going to dictate, wait a minute, how far can these longer ones actually go before, wait a minute, these can't be shortest distance on a coplanar surface.
I want to say something.
Why don't we do it in the
Wrap it
UK?
up.
Because that's actually been
Let me say
surveyed.
this. Those lines, Maisty, those freaking lines that people draw either on a globe or on a flat plane are subject to interpretation. You can make the line and say that this is how much distance it is on a flat or in a globe. That's just subject to interpretation. I don't see why you guys
Wait.
But
it makes no
why don't we do it in
sense.
the UK?
The whole
the
first
UK
part of
have
this
been
conversation
surveyed.
was figuring out whether or not we agree upon these distances, and I thought we all did.
Yes.
Well, obviously, with this kind of this line of conversation, we don't. But
Branson,
I
we'll
was
have to
willing.
back away.
I was willing to concede that we do. But
So,
I had my different.
Jeremy, where was you at on this?
Think of it like this.
Because I'm wondering, one sec, Silent, I'm wondering if it's better if the people that do agree with the distances explain the Silent Zero on the flat Earth side.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm agreeing, for argument's sake, that these are known distances. My point of contention is that they are the shortest distances. Because of
Jeremy,
the methods involved of establishing the distance.
Let me give you the
That's my
example
point
to
of
you, Jeremy. Maybe you'll get it though. All right, Jeremy, pay attention to this. You have the globe, right? Then you have your 5 points mark in the globe, like those toys that they sell, right? Now you have a flat sheet of paper, right? You put it on top of it. You mark the 5 points on the sheet on the paper, and then you draw the lines. There you go.
It's silent.
The same fucking distances, on a flat plane. Now,
not the scale.
Silent. You can't.
Whoa! This is. He just said it. He just said it. The scale is based on interpretation, buddy.
No, Silent. You can't.
Are you telling me
around a globe?
He meant proportionally.
Proportionally is subject to interpretation, buddy.
Guys, hold on. He was asking Jeremy, right? And the one person that hasn't replied is Jeremy.
The drawing is subject to interpretation. The scale, if they would do it on scale, that would be a different argument, right? So I don't know what the hell are you guys talking about with this shit so important to you guys. It's just a miss.
So Silent. You're telling me if you had 5 points on a globe, and you put you lay the paper over the globe, you mark the points, you make sure the paper doesn't shift at all. You think the distances will all be the same?
Well, you're gonna put the paper on the piece on the flat surface, and there's gonna be the drawing is not gonna disappear, the lines are not gonna disappear, the points are not gonna disappear.
But the distance will change proportionally.
The distance on the piece of paper, you can draw a line and say that is 1 million miles.
I'm talking about the distance.
It doesn't mean nothing on the paper.
I'm talking about the distance in the paper. The real distance.
I really think, guys, can we let Jeremy handle this one?
Say you got your paper in the globe, right? You take the 5th point that's in the middle. You make that your center point. You put the dot there. Then you curve the paper over the globe. Mark another point. Curve the paper over the globe. Mark another point, and all those lines would be scaled.
No.
You think?
I mean, what do you mean a scale to what?
To
The globe
what the
is not
what
a
the
scale.
number to scale to what the numbers to
No,
scale to
Jeremy,
what the
the
numbers
globe is not a scale, right?
to scale with the numbers that they actually have for the distances.
But
That scale.
Jeremy, this is the trick. There is not a scale. It's
There's
just
a
a
scale. No, there's definitely a
representation.
scale. There's definitely a scale. You
Wow,
have to
well,
have
that's where you're having a problem.
no. When you have a map, when you have a map, I don't know what's funny right now. When you have a map, it comes
Yes,
with
a map, yes.
it comes with a legend, I think it's called, or something. I don't know. There's something for it, but
Yeah,
it'll
the
say
maps
this
are
many.
flat.
It'll say this many inches. Relax, Silent. I'm on your side. It'll say this many inches or centimeters or millimeters equals this much distance in reality. That's the scale.
Yes, and they're always flat. When they
Okay, do you
have that,
understand the scale thing now? Do you understand?
yeah,
the
but
scale
it's only Jeremy, but it's only a flat. You're talking about a toy, the globe. That's not on a
Why are
scale.
you trying to argue with me right now?
No, because
I'm
you're
just-
saying it's on a scale. It's not. Okay, hold on. Are you listening to me? The globe toy is not on a scale. Any map that you buy, like a piece of paper that is flat, yes, it may be on scale. You understand that those two things are not the same, right?
Oh well. The scale distances on the globe and the scale distances on the flat map.
Jeremy, oh my God, the globe is not on a scale. Holy
Why
shit!
not?
Because it's not. Find me one
I
toy
have never
globe that
seen.
says it is on a scale.
In Silence
You
defense,
convinced
I've
me.
never seen in Silence defense, I've never seen is that thing called a legend?
It's
What's
the
the thing
scale of the
called?
map. It's a map scale.
No, what's the thing called with the distances? There's a name for
Yeah,
it,
it's
isn't
a
it called
legend. It's a legend.
the legend?
Is it a key or a legend? One of the two.
So I've never seen a globe with a legend on it.
I have.
They are
No,
toys.
you have.
They're not to
Let's
scale.
see one. Let's see a globe with a legend on it.
Yeah, I'll try to find
Yeah.
one.
I don't
Yeah,
think that. I've never seen one.
Well,
They legit.
I mean, it makes sense that.
Yeah.
I
Go
mean, people usually you can't use a ruler on a globe, right? So it's not that much of a use. But yeah, there might be. Let me check.
You could still use a piece of string or something.
Yeah, I agree.
It would be of use.
Yeah, but less often than.
And according what?
Like less
I'm
often.
just saying.
Usually,
I'm just saying. Like if it's the scale, there's going to be a legend somewhere, so we know the scale. Right?
Mm-hmm. Let me.
Yeah.
I
Found
posted.
one
I
here.
posted one.
Oh, you found one already? Damn, that was quick, bro. Get the fuck out of here, Branch. Oh, look at that. Did you just
What is the
Photoshop that?
Anyway, so
Branch, did
Silent.
you Photoshop that?
No.
I can't even read it, bro.
I'll find you the link if you want.
That could say anything, though. I literally can't. I can see the word legend.
I don't. Still, Jeremy. Still, I don't think the scale is relevant.
But no, there's a scale. They're saying this scale is the reason why it can't work on a flatter. And I'm trying to think in my mind if they're right or not with the 5 points now, because they had me on the 4 points, but
Jeremy,
they had this 5th point, and
Jeremy, you could
Hold on. If you believe that this is the scale, then it has to be based on a radius, and you know the radius. They got no radius, Jeremy.
but-
So I don't know why you are having a hard time just throwing this shit to the garbage.
Let me.
This
Let me
scale.
make the.
Hold on a second. This scale is to do with the distances between 2 points.
Yeah. Now, Jeremy, what you could do is think about it with the whole string thing.
That's what the scale is. Hold on, silent. That's what the scale is. The scale, it's saying how many kilometers equals how many millimeters or some shit.
Yeah, it's
That's all
how
the scale
bigger.
does.
How bigger this is in real life? Yeah.
Yeah, but you think the globe is based on the scale?
Well, I'm saying if the legend matches what is actually happening,
you can. So you don't think they
and
can?
the distances are correct. I don't know if you can do that on a flat surface or not.
Could
That's what I'm
they?
trying to
Could
work out in
they?
my head.
Got you. All right.
Right,
So I
well,
understand.
well,
So could
really
they?
quick,
Could they
guys,
grab
guys,
a
really quick.
flat? Could they grab a flat
Silent.
map and wrap it around a ball?
Silent.
Honestly, I'm supposed to be doing crypto shit right now. I was trying to focus on, and you guys got me all sucked in with this, and now my shit's not getting done.
I can
All
I
right?
can give an example that I think it would be clear. that you can't, which is the tetrahedron example, right? If you have 4 points that are all equidistant.
Well, I'm hesitant to jump on board with this because before they used to post one with South America, Africa, New York, and Paris, and they said this was it, and now you're saying this is it. I'm going to think twice before I just jump right on board with
Jeremy.
Well,
Jeremy,
hold on, guys.
did
Can I
you
bring
hear
this one thing
my
up? Seriously,
argument?
I got one thing, dude, and that's it, right?
How
I'll be letting
this
everyone
can
fucking over
work?
talk for a second. But Jeremy, you was talking about how you need the scales and stuff to basically tell Silent about the whole putting the piece of paper and drawing those dots on the paper and then flattening it out, right? So one thing you could do is you also use strings, right? So you got those 5 points. You take a string from each one, you cut it at the right distance. Then you can do the whole paper thing that that Silent Zero wanted to do. And in theory, if what he's saying is right, all of the strings should also match up once he lays it out flat. And the fact of the matter is, the strings won't.
They won't, and I'm gonna tell you why. You little tricky bastards, and that's what I've been telling you, Jeremy. They want to do it. They want to. They want to do it. They want to do it. They want to do it on the globe first, right? That's why I ask you, why not do it on a flat first? Because it's not gonna fit their globe. So how they're getting you on this one is they're setting their example on the globe first, and they're telling you, well, if it doesn't fit on a flat, well, our model is correct. But then if you turn the tables on them and say, well, I'm gonna do it on a flat, it's not gonna fit on a globe.
Right, but
the thing is, what I'm saying? The thing is, hold on. The thing is, I understand what you're saying. They're using the globe first. If we just use the flat first, however, they have distances, right? So if you have if you have both of the maps to scale, you have to know how many centimeters equals a mile or whatever the fuck you're using for your scale.
But do you
Jeremy, let me ask you a
I think I would agree with
and one of
Simon.
them's not. I'm pretty sure. And I could be wrong because I was wrong on a 4.1. And you switched my mind on that, Silent. But I'm pretty sure it won't work on a flat and a.
Let me ask you a question. You don't think there's a flat square map of the United States to scale? I'll recommend you go to a truck stop, buy one of those. They're expensive. Okay, they're like $50. You have the entire map of the United States on a scale, on a flat plane. Do the 5 points on that. There's your scale. I don't see why you're having a problem with this. It's really simple.
But notice what happens to the lines with the shortest distances, Silent.
You're gonna draw it on a
key point, guys, and
what happens with the lines, RC?
I don't know why no one's getting my point.
They curve.
Shortest distance. Yeah, shortest distance is the key point here.
Shortest distance on any of those maps on a flat surface is a curve.
And that's my point of contention. It's not the shortest distance.
How can a straight line between
How are you establishing
two straight points be curved?
Because it's
the curve. The curve is a projection.
How can it be curved?
Because the curve is a projection.
You're telling me if I draw a straight line between 2 points on a piece of paper, that line's curved?
No, what he's saying is, if you,
that's all not saying that.
What he's saying, Jeremy,
I'm saying that.
Jeremy, what he's saying is, what he's saying, Jeremy, is if you try to draw a line of the same length that the distance that he gave you is on a flat map, you would have to curve the line in order for that line to fit.
The trick.
That's
again the trick. You see, again, first on a globe. Yeah. Why first on the globe? Why not on a flat one?
This was not first on the globe. This was the distance RC measured, right? Try to make that fit on the truck stop map that you talked about.
No.
And it won't fit.
The question is, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Correct?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is try to draw a line.
Because he's got a different distance
between the
doesn't
2
mean
points.
you have to put your distance on it.
What?
Wycliffe, do you use, or Warden, do you use ForeFlight?
See, shut up.
This is where I started my question. Is a great circle route a straight line? See, RC himself couldn't give me a straight answer.
I did. I told you.
At the time, paid NASA said it was straight. RC kind of struggled with it. He's like,
I didn't struggle with anything.
You did.
No, not at all. I said the shortest distance on the surface of a sphere.
So the shortest distance between two straight lines is what RC says, so we've got to bend it. Is that what you're saying?
On the surface of a globe, which is not a straight line. That's not a straight line, is it?
Oh my gosh. Why didn't you let me finish my sentence? The
You
shortest
were supposed to
distance
finish
on
your
the
sentence,
surface
weren't
of
you,
the,
Archie?
the shortest distance on the surface of a sphere is a great circle route.
The shortest distance on a sphere is a
oh my
chord.
gosh. The shortest distance on a planar surface is a straight line.
Exactly. And that wasn't my question. My question was the great circle route on a sphere, is that a straight line? That's my question.
Not
RC,
by not
you're
a
struggling
they are not
again.
a coplanar. There's not a coplanar straight line.
Answer my question, RC. You're
I just
struggling.
said it's not a coplanar straight line. Open your ears and shut your mouth every once in a while.
I didn't ask you coplanar or not. I said a straight line on a great circle route on a sphere, is that a straight line?
They are not coplanar straight lines. No.
Because
See,
RC's
he
always
struggles.
always
He's
praised
struggling. A
I'm
yes
not
or no
struggling with
question
anything. I'm giving you
cannot.
a really specific answer.
No, I asked you a yes
Let
or
me
no
just.
question. Why
Let
can't
me
you answer
just.
with a yes or no? If it's
RC.
Because your
a
question.
straight
Oh, hold
answer
up, Bacon.
question.
Wait, give it a second. Because Egypt, your
The
question
shortest
isn't
distance
because
on
Egypt. We're talking about
listen
two
to my
different
question again.
geometries.
No, I was
Yes.
talking about one geometry,
No,
that of a
we're not.
sphere.
You don't
Listen,
assume a plane.
I am.
You can't assume a plane.
I'm not talking about a plane. I'm talking about
All right,
a
then
sphere.
specify the difference between a
I
shortest
did.
distance
Listen to my
on
question.
the surface
Listen,
of a sphere or a coplanar surface. Which one?
I said a surface of a sphere. I never
Okay, on
mentioned
the
a
surface of a
coplanar
sphere.
surface.
Then the surface of a sphere is a great circle route. I already told you that.
That's not my question. You're
Okay.
struggling.
I'm not struggling at all. I'm giving you a
You
very
are.
specific answer.
I think I might be able to clarify it. Because
No. Bacon, please. I'm
why don't
asking
you let me
RC.
try? Yeah,
Because
I know.
I'm asking RC.
I know. But
So I'm just demonstrating his struggle with the question.
I'm not
I
struggling with
repeated
anything.
at least 5
You
times, if not
you
more.
just refuse to accept the answer and keep asking the same
No,
freaking
my
question.
question is a yes or no question. You
You
never
don't get to
answered yes
decide how
or
I
no.
answer a question, Egypt. So shove it up your ass.
I don't actually. Yeah, you're right.
You don't get to decide how I answer a question.
I don't. But I phrased the question with a simple
I
yes
know,
or
and
no
you
answer.
phrase the question and you're going to get your answer. So take your answer, or you can like waller in the fact that you like can't deal with the answer.
Egypt, you know that like there is Euclidean geometry. Like we can treat a sphere in a three-dimensional Euclidean geometry, right?
Yep.
But we can also use spherical geometry, and spherical geometry is 2D. It only has two.
Wrong. It's imaginary. Abstract.
So is Euclidean.
Euclidean,
Okay, let me.
It works in reality.
No, it's also imaginary. It applies to reality.
Mm-hmm.
So is spherical. Okay, but in spherical geometry, the inside of the sphere and the outside of the sphere don't exist. You can't have a coordinate that point to
Is
them.
this going to the surface is 2D? Is that where you're going?
Are we
In Euclidean,
That's where they're going.
in Euclidean geometry, it's not.
This is
In
not
spherical
on
geometry, it is.
Bacon. That's not on the point of what he's asking. He's trying to use. Hold up. He's trying to
I said,
use
is that where
planar
you're going?
geometry
I didn't
terms.
say he was going there. I said, is that where he's going?
He's trying to
That was
use
a question.
planar geometry terms on a spherical surface, which that's not what we do.
But you can't. For if he's asking if it's a straight line, in spherical geometry it is. In Euclidean geometry it isn't. So that's why it makes sense for ARMC to add the word coplanar there to distinguish between what geometry we're talking about, because you didn't add the geometry in the question. So the question can be ambiguous. So it makes sense to add something
Not really,
to make
because even if I don't add the geometry, it's never a straight line. Because
Well,
in
here's the
essence,
point.
you're saying spherical. That's not straight, is it?
No, in spherical geometry.
Guys, we're going on the semantics now, man. It's like
It's not semantics, guys.
Just gonna say that
straight line. What a straight line is from
in
A to
spherical
B.
geometry it is.
On the sphere or the surface of a sphere from A to B, it's not a straight line.
In spherical geometry it is.
No,
Yes. No, it's not.
Spherical geometry
hold on,
isn't.
Bacon. You're conflating even two terms right now. In terms of a sphere, we don't call those things shortest distances straight lines. We call them great circle routes. Okay, they're called great circle paths. The reason that we call them differences because straight line is used specifically in geometry to talk about coplanar points. So the reason I'm telling you, Egypt, that if you don't like my answer, you can shove it, is because
No, we actually agree.
be quiet for a second. Because if you don't like the specificity, then that's what you're scared of. Is the specificity.
No,
if
but
you're right,
that's quite the opposite because I'm agreeing with your. We're agreeing here, but you're not able to actually voice it. I'm saying it's not. You can't outright say it's not. You're saying,
Say it's
well,
what?
according to whatever the fuck.
Not what?
You're not being straight.
No, I'm agreeing to Egypt.
Is it a straight line?
If
in that
RC,
sense, RC, in any sense, is it a straight line from A to B, the shortest distance?
If it's straight line, it's how you define to be. Then I think you could just said no. Then.
Yeah, exactly. That great circle route.
But there's a question on the table. Is a straight line the shortest line between A and B? The shortest route?
On a coplanar surface.
No, the question was, is a straight line, or is the shortest distance between A and B a straight line?
Only on
That's
a
the question on the table.
In Euclidean geometry, yes.
It is.
Which is not a straight line.
In Euclidean geometry, it is.
Yeah, but Bacon, even Euclidean geometry is ambiguous, right?
Why?
The idea, that's why we have to respond with the specificity of on a coplanar surface. Yes,
no, there's
because
no
you think you live on a globe. Yes, carry on.
How can the shortest line between 2 points not be a straight line in Euclidean geometry?
Because you can go through the core.
I'll tell you what. You can go through the ball. You can go through the ball.
Exactly. That's Euclidean
Bacon,
geometry.
but this is why I keep trying to tell
that's
you.
why not.
Stop with the Euclidean stuff. That is a Bev argument, right? But and it's specific. You have if you want to work.
You're telling us how we should think then.
Geometric definitions.
Get rid of your logic and get with the program, bro. Get with the program.
No, what I'm trying to say is that we need specificity.
Yeah. Teach him.
Yeah, but I think under Euclidean geometry, there's no need for extra specificity because when you're talking,
obviously, Bacon, like read the room here, man. There's obvious need for specificity right now.
Right, Bacon. If you way overcomplicate this, nobody's gonna understand shit. You gotta speak in simple terms, man.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm loving this.
Actually, that was my point. Saying there's no need to add like the coplanar to the answer. I could just say no.
But obviously, then people turn things like coplanar and not coplanar into, well, now we're making assertions about the shape of the Earth. That's why, again, with this argument about distances, I have one very specific ask that I have not been able to fulfill, and I haven't seen any flat earther fulfill. Show me these distances as shortest distances on a coplanar surface. Nobody can show me that.
I can. I will do it on a map, a flat map.
Silent.
I voiced
love
it.
to see
RC,
it, bro.
maybe not.
Just give me
not not shown it in a drawing kind of sense, but I voiced it. I told you how it can be done.
No, you said with curved lines. That's not with
curved lines that don't follow the surface.
As Wardenclyffe already told us.
Can you give these distances that you used? Can you put them in the
exactly?
But RC, see, when I say that about the curve, you pull the whole. Don't you find that suspicious kind of thing, where that curve only follows the surface of the Earth? When I already made it clear in my argument that the curve is not following the surface of the Earth, rather following the surface of a planar. And just moving right to left, i.e. not being the shortest distance on a coplanar surface. Correct?
Bro, it's amazing to me how can you guys not see they're they're putting you on a false dichotomy. He's giving you the positions on a ball.
Yes, and
Of
I've
course,
answered
they're
that.
not gonna fit on a
Silent.
flat plane.
I just want to hear RC's rebuttal to my claim right there.
Those aren't shortest distances. Curves are not shortest
Yeah,
distance on
I
complete
already said that. I said not
Yeah.
being the
So-
shortest distance. Your
Yep,
claim
good
is
job.
that they are.
They are.
Yeah, and the whole point of contention is how do you establish that they are actually the shortest distances? Not you. All you're doing that is saying they are the shortest distances according to a globe.
Because we know also the distances between those points and the other 5 points, and those other 5 points and
Which
the
can
other point
all-
of contention.
Which can also work on a plane.
No.
But that curve would not follow the surface of the Earth. In the
So they're
sense
not.
that
So they're not going to be shortest distances anymore. See, you just
Yeah, they're not going to be
walked yourself
exactly.
back into. Wait a minute.
Not
I
me
can actually
walking
tell that
myself.
these aren't shortest distances.
Well, that's my whole point. How do you establish that they
so
are
that's a
the
new
shortest
claim.
distance?
Now you have a new claim. You think that
No,
they're
I'm actually attacking your claim of them being the shortest distances. When
Oh.
I'm saying they can be not the shortest, but the best way we can navigate these distances.
Nice new claim.
Actually, that was my claim all along. Maybe
Or
that's
maybe
when it's clicking with
exactly.
you.
Yeah, I was I think
But
that,
Or
that was my
maybe
original
they're
claim
just
from the beginning.
maybe they're just doing it on a ball to begin with.
That's fine, Silent. That
No,
exactly. That's
you're
my point.
missing
No,
the
no, no.
fuck.
That's my point. That's my point.
You're
is
missing
that
the
there
point.
is-
There's no curving
not.
lines or anything. They're just doing it on a ball and expecting you to fit it on a flat. Why not the other way around? Why you keep going on this, bro? Ask him why not do it on a flat plane first. Ask him.
Because
I
the method
didn't.
of
There's nothing
establishing
about.
it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
That's the whole point. That's why
Correct.
your contention here, Silent. That's why your contention here, Silent, is completely mute. We're not appealing to anything other than the distances between 5 points.
Yes,
Nothing.
correct.
On a globe,
Correct.
right? On a fucking globe.
Nope, not
Well,
on anything.
I think what he's saying is
all right.
Silent.
Why
Silent.
are you cutting the strings? Why are you cutting the strings on around the globe, Maisty, and not on a
cutting,
flat?
I'm not cutting them around the
Silent.
globe or
Why
anything.
are? Wow. Well,
connecting
you're
it.
mentioning you're
Silent.
connecting the lines. Hold on. You're connecting the lines on a globe. Why are you doing
No,
that?
I'm not.
No, he's not.
Yes, you are.
He's connecting.
I never
he's
did.
connecting them. But the only way to connect them is that if they curve. Now, his
Exactly.
point is
You
the
don't
only
get it,
way
bro.
they curve. The only way they curve is that of the surface of a globe. My claim is they also curve on a flat plane, making them not being the shortest distance.
It's impossible to do that much.
No, it's not.
It will be ridiculous.
It's exactly as much as possible as their claim.
All
Just
right.
as much as it's following
I mean,
the surface of the Earth, it's
Well, then
following
you
a
have to.
heading.
It's on you to demonstrate that that's what they're doing. Then, to be honest.
Well, I just did.
No, you said it. Demonstrate it, please.
Do I have to draw it out? Is that what you mean?
Well, demonstrate it, yes.
Okay, I'll definitely do that.
No,
Not
demonstrate
right
it.
now.
Practically,
Not
yes.
right now. Yeah.
Are the
I
distances?
can't.
Hold on. Are the distances in contention over America?
I'm assuming they're not in my argument. I'm saying what
Well,
they're saying is completely correct. My only point of contention with them is these distances are the shortest distances. That's their claim. I'm saying it's not the shortest distance.
Okay, let's
Of
do it over
course
the
not.
UK because that's actually been. Oh shit! What do you call it?
They got the grid survey in the UK. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been surveyed. Yeah, so let's do it over the UK then instead of the US.
Could you do this over the? Could you do this over the UK, RC? Is RC smaller?
UK is way
Yeah,
smaller, right?
yeah, you could, but
It
it's
doesn't
a
matter
lot
whether it's
smaller.
smaller or not because the
Oh, it
principle
It
is
does.
exactly the same.
Of course it
a
does.
lot. Yeah, of course it does because it gets a. If you right now with the U.S., we're actually only using like what,
Oh, whoa,
like less
whoa! Back
than
the truck
4 or
up!
5
Back the
4%
truck
of
up!
the code, maybe.
Come on! Back the truck
Why
up!
do you keep
Let's
just?
do it over the UK.
Oh my gosh!
No,
The
not oh
reason
my
is
gosh.
UK
Let's
is
do
too
it over the
tiny.
UK.
why do you keep just interrupting me? Let me
You
finish the
interrupt
sentence,
everybody
and
else,
I'm going to go
RC,
on
don't you?
Hold
because
on,
the
let
U.S. is a
one of
hell
you
of a.
go
Let's
ahead,
do this
RC.
over the UK, please.
Because the UK is a lot smaller and it's a lot more difficult to try to
No, it's
actually
not.
ask
It's the
yourself the
same
question.
principle.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my
Because
god.
you know you can't do it. Let's do it over the UK. Come on.
Just keep talking, Warden Cliff. It's fine. I'll just go on mute.
You just keep on talking.
I'll help you, Mighty, because I got tired of the flat earths not understanding where the trick is. What makes you think? What makes you think that it's not gonna work?
Let's try it. Let's see if it
Yeah,
works.
what makes you think it's
Silent.
not gonna work?
I just told you it
Because
works
the
on a flat
UK
Earth.
has been surveyed, so
No,
therefore
I don't get why you're disagreeing with me.
we're going to do it.
No,
Over the
because
UK.
you're trying to bend the line. The lines you don't need to do that. You don't need to do any tricks. Again,
I'm not doing any
they're
tricks.
they're
I'm
putting
just
you.
giving an alternative to their argument.
Brother.
That's
They're putting you on no.
if
You don't need to
someone
do
says,
that.
wait, if someone says all swans are black, all I have to show is one white swan or the other way
Yeah.
around, whatever.
You don't need to do that.
I'm just
All you have to
but
do.
that's what I'm doing to their argument. I'm
But they're
destroying
putting you
their
on a
argument
false.
by just. It's fine, even if I'm presenting a false that doesn't have to do with reality, a false representation of reality. I'm still within the confounds of their argument and showing a way where their argument falls short. It doesn't have to be actually real and comporting with reality. I'm just destroying the argument. That's all I'm doing, and it's valid. I don't get why you're brushing or just ignoring it
Because
it's a valid destruction of their argument.
It's frustrating to me because you don't need to do that. You need to caught them where their problem is, right, and call it out, which is they're putting you on a hold on. They're putting you on a false position where you have to measure lines on a globe already. Okay. Ask them to do it on a flat plane and then to fit it on a globe, and you will see how they don't fit. That's where the problem is, and it's frustrating to me that none of the flat earthers understand this. I don't see how you don't see it. This GIF has been going around for a really long time, and it's baffling to me.
Silent. So
what up?
This is the first time I've seen RC's GIF.
I think your argument and Egypt's argument aren't different arguments.
They're totally different.
What you're saying is the correct one might be the one you get from measuring on the plane first, not on the sphere, right? That might be the correct one.
It's just an interpretation, bro. Lines like lines on a piece of paper, on a ball or whatever you want to draw a line. It's just an interpretation, right?
Okay,
now if it's on scale, hold on. Now if it's on scale on the globe, right? I can grab a map that is flat, that is on scale. I'll put my 5 strings to the 5 points. Voila. There's no problem there.
And they're not going to fit.
They're not gonna fit on a globe. But see, we go back. Who are you to say that your model is the one that we should use as a standard? First, you gotta demonstrate your radius and so many other things before you can claim victory over the globe.
Yeah, we can't get the distance from the globe to claim the distances, right?
No, you can't. But I mean, you can claim that if you want.
That's your point, right? We can't.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can do that.
Yeah,
we've been arguing about this for 6 years, bro. So
Egypt's point is basically the same. You see that the distance we are getting aren't the distances, the correct distances that they They could
No,
very
AJ point is that the what you guys call the shortest distance on the globe, you just may be going like you know, like let's say the airplane takes off and you hold a string from the airplane to the North Pole, and then you go around like like in a plate, and that's gonna give you that extra distance, like the distance that you need to fit
exactly.
those strings.
Which
Yeah.
means
So which is different argument than mine.
no, but his argument would mean that that distance isn't the distance between A and B, right?
Listen, the string is meaningless, Bacon. The string, you can actually make a 2-meter string and call it 5 inches on the map or whatever. It's gonna represent 5 inches. That string actually is based on interpretation. That's all it is. You cannot say, well, this string is this distance exactly. You cannot do that. Unless we're gonna do it to scale, then unless you're gonna do it to scale, then sure, you can do it on scale on a globe. But then I'm gonna grab a flat plane to scale, a flat map to scale, and I'm gonna give you the same lines. Get it? Man.
Like I said, let's do it in the UK because everything's been measured.
UK is small.
Sure.
UK's what?
Small.
But you can scale it up though.
Yeah, it's still proportionally small.
Well, if you guys claim to be as
so
accurate,
because the UK will actually prove you wrong, you don't want to do it.
if they claim
Is that what you're
if they
saying?
claim to be as accurate as they are, then
Yeah.
you should be able to go 50 miles square with the level of accuracy you guys are talking about.
What accuracy exactly are you referring to?
The accuracy RC was talking about, where it's within 56 millimeters or some shit.
Yeah, but there's a maximum distance, right, from that.
No, every
no,
point
the
on
whole
the UK
point.
is
The whole point with that, Jeremy, is
about
that
2 inches where it should be.
it gets really hard to, if you want to do a very simple way of showing that this doesn't fit on a flat plane, it gets really easy to just like cut strings at these lengths and try to put them on a table. You'll start to see why it's ridiculous to say.
Okay, let's go to global,
and
shall
with
we?
something as small as the UK, it's really hard to like measure by the half centimeter, right? When it comes to doing a demonstration of this.
Oh, so 400 miles is insignificant then, is it?
It's really hard to model that type of curvature over even a 400 by 400 mile.
Who says we're going about
section.
curvature? We're going about straight lines, aren't we?
Yeah, but if you're comparing how they would differ from a spherical geometry in a plane.
Who says we're looking for a sphere? Who says we're looking for a flat Earth? I thought we were just looking for straight lines.
Yeah, but we're just looking for straight lines for a reason. We want to tell the geometry of the surface. So you have to be able to tell them apart. And we can do that within a margin of error. If the margin of error is bigger than what we're expecting to measure, then the data is useless.
Oh, so 400 miles, then you can't tell whether it's curved or straight.
I don't know.
Well, it's not as good as 1,000, not as good as 3,000.
It's just a lot easier.
Where can you actually measure the curve starting from then?
You can measure it at those distances. There's not a problem with that, Wardenclyffe. You just need to get the amount of accuracy down so that you have both the tools and then the modeling tools to be able to see it.
So
okay, you guys claim that the level
survey, so is that not good enough then?
What I said is it's fine if you have the accuracy to be able to do that, then fine.
So surveyors, are they accurate or not accurate then?
Yeah, they're accurate.
So therefore you be able to tell whether it's curved or straight.
Yeah, do you want to do the math to figure that out? Do you know how to do the math to figure that out?
Why do you need maths when you've got surveyors that have already done it?
Yeah, and those surveyors will tell you definitely curved from the north to the south.
Have you found up and asked them then? Have you phoned them up and asked them?
Is that really what
don't
you think that you need to do? Is phone them up and ask them, Wardenclyffe?
Well, you said they could tell me. So have they told you?
Oh my gosh!
You don't need to. Oh my gosh!
Go back to sleep, Wardenclyffe.
Yeah.
No.
Go
you
back
said,
to school.
You said
Third
they could
grade,
tell
bro.
me. You said they could tell me. So therefore, have you phoned them up and asked them if they could?
I said the
told you.
measurements. The measurements can tell you.
No, you said that they could.
Sorry if I was being unclear, Wardenclyffe. If you
Yes,
look
you
at the
were unclear.
measurements and you do
You
the
were
math,
unclear, RC.
you
Yes,
can
you
see.
were unclear.
You can see that it's not on. They're not coplanar points.
How can I see that then?
By attempting to map them out as coplanar points given the distances.
What equation do I use for the mathematics?
Sphere 1.
Sure. Why don't you start out with 5 triangles, given the side that all share a given side. How's that?
Actually, with the way you
180
triangulate,
degrees triangles.
the way you triangulate in 3D space is you add a sphere for the points, and where they intersect is where the next point is. The spheres are all possible positions that are at a certain distance from the point.
Mm-hmm.
And as you have more information, more points, you have more spheres, and the only possible position for the new points.
And you know how you do that if they're coplanar points? All you have to do is draw a circle. Just get your compass out and show me where all those points intersect, given the distances.
A flat circle, right?
Yep. Go ahead, try it. Tell me what you find.
A flat circle, right, Meisty?
Yep. Go ahead, try it. Tell me what you find. Go ahead, Wardenclyffe. No equations needed. Get your compass out.
What do you want him to do? A compass, and then we'll do what?
Yep. Take any of those 5 points. Try to draw an arc or a circle around those those points with each of those 5 distances, and try to see where those intersect. You'll say, like, wait a minute, these circles don't intersect at 5 points. They intersect at 25 points. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means that they're definitely not coplanar points.
Well, unfortunately, I can't do that with the UK.
You can't get a compass out and take distances between known cities?
No, I can't do 5 triangles.
On a flat plane?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like a difficulty for you there, Wardenclyffe.
Yeah, I know. It's a shame, isn't it?
But seriously, Silent, hell, you can even do it in Mexico.
Say again?
You can even do it in Mexico. Take Guadalajara, Monterrey. Let's do Cancun, and then do Chiapas, just the San Cristobal down there.
Yeah. And what do you want me to do?
Try to see if you can get all of those distances to meet up on an arc.
Well, I think those distances
Whoa,
are coming from a globe.
hold on. Why do they have to meet on an arc?
Because
do you want it to fit? You want to fit it on a sphere already?
No, I want you to show me that they're coplanar.
Well, why do they have to be coplanar?
Because if the Earth's flat, they're coplanar.
Maybe I don't understand that word precisely. Can you
coplanar?
Coplanar
they're all
means,
in the same plane.
Yeah, that means that they're all in the same plane. So if you have a plane, right?
But
like a piece of paper.
So altitude wouldn't give you a little bit of difference.
If you're talking about, what the 3,000 miles it is from Monterrey to Chiapas, or let's say from like Tijuana to Chiapas, then
I don't know the altitude.
Yeah, the altitude is going to be. I mean, Tijuana is at 0. San Cristobal, I would say, is probably at 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, maybe. Over the course of 3,000 miles, I mean, it's not really much of a difference, is it now, man? It's less than 0.001%.
Gotcha. And they have so I gotta grab the distances and then what?
Grab the distances, then draw 5 circles
The
from each one of those points.
known distances of airplane or what?
Yeah, just known shortest distances between those points.
How
But
do
he
I
thinks
get those?
he thinks those distances
How do
come
I get
from the
those?
globe model. They're
Yeah,
not
how
real
do I
distances.
get those shortest distances?
You can use skyvector.com. You can use Google if you'd like to.
Which are based on what?
They're based on the actual distances.
So you want me to grab a distance? Do you think the shortest distance from Cancun to Tijuana, it's what Google Maps tell you?
Yeah.
Do you know how many curves is in that road over that distance?
I didn't say the road. I said the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yeah, well, the shortest distance between 3 different or 4 different points are gonna be different, right?
Good job.
Because if I measure, let me tell you why.
I know.
If I measure,
I agree with you.
Why? Why they're gonna be different?
Because if you have 5 points and you get between 4 other points,
wrong.
All those points are going to be equidistant.
Wrong. Let me tell you why. Because
sure, tell me why.
Yeah, because if I ask Google what is the distance from Tijuana to let's say Cancun, I don't know the exact distance, probably 1,000 something miles, right, or less, whatever.
You think I
that
get what
distance?
You think that I mean
distance?
the
Hold
road
on.
distance. That's not what I mean.
Well, that's Google Maps. That's the distance that is
I
gonna
didn't
give
say
you.
Google Map. I told you.
You was on about me
You can
talking
just
over
use.
people.
You can just use Google.
again.
You can just use Google Earth, and then you can
Which
get
is
the
based on what? How did they get those distances?
because
The
they know the
shortest
actual
one.
distances
How did they get those distances?
by traveling those distances.
Holy shit.
I mean, if you look at Google Earth, they literally took a picture of every damn point between those 2 distances.
But you're not talking about road distances, right?
No, I'm not
You're
talking
not
about
talking
road distance. No.
Yeah, you're talking about airplane distances, right?
I'm talking. What we say is shortest distance.
Yeah, how you get that? Holy shit,
by
Steve.
traveling it. It's not hard.
Okay.
Traveling, which what means? What means?
You're triggering Sal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting fucking triggered. I don't know how many times I gotta ask the same fucking question.
Well, and I've answered you 8 different ways, and you haven't liked any of them.
Okay,
no,
so
I asked.
by what means? Hold on. By what means do Google Earth get their distances?
They take a picture. They take a picture of every point.
Okay, so what are they traveling in?
What do you mean? What are they traveling
What
in?
vehicle are they traveling?
You
What
said
mode
by
of
traveling,
transport
you
are they
said.
using?
Oh, they take a satellite picture.
So that's all they use is
Fuck you,
satellites.
Mikey. Fuck you.
Is that all they use is satellites?
I think they also use balloons. They use quite a few different things.
Balloons and what's the other things then?
Satellites
They
mostly.
use those.
So they
what do you
use
call
satellites
those-
and balloons. Is that what
What do
you're
you call
saying,
those
RC?
flying horses? Stegasus.
Hold on.
Yes,
No,
they
no,
also.
please stop. Please
Daiso's
stop.
correct. They also use
RC.
flying chariots. Thanks, Daiso. Appreciate it.
Sorry, please, RC. Right. So what mode of transport do they use to get all these distances, please?
They use
Spaghetti
satellites.
monsters.
Can everybody please stop interrupting? I have to ask you a
He
question.
said traveling,
Please
right, brother?
hold
He
on.
said traveling first. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, keep going.
Please, I asked RC a question. Can please everybody let RC answer? Come on,
Yeah.
please. Right, okay. So RC, do I have to repeat the question or do you understand it?
Yeah. How do they get the distance between 2 points? Right.
Yeah. So what vehicles, mode of transport are they using to get all these distances, please?
They don't use a vehicle. They use a satellite. They take the pictures of all points between those 2 points, and then from there they can get the distance.
So
right, but you said balloons earlier as well, didn't you?
I think they've used balloons on them before. Yes.
Right. So they don't use automobiles.
If you want to do the street view, but we're not talking about street view distances.
I was on about distances. I wasn't about global or international thing. I was on about distances.
Are you confused in thinking that we are talking about road distances right now?
I was on about distances.
You said they traveled.
Yeah,
You said
travel.
they
Yeah,
travel. No, you said
Yeah.
that.
You said they travel, Maisty.
Oh yeah, in an airplane.
They use
They're straight line
satellites.
distances.
They use balloons.
Not satellites.
So they use so they use satellites. They use balloons. They use motor vehicles.
Yeah, for
Correct.
street views, but we're not talking about street distances.
You know, the only precise
We was
distance
on about
is.
Google.
Let me just say this, please. You know, the only precise distance that we have between 2 points in a map, it's that of the roads, right, Maisty? And the problem with that is there are so many hills, curves, so we cannot do this thing that you're asking to do. And when we're talking about planes, we fall into the same problem that before, right?
There's
We
no
go another
problem.
5 hours.
They've
We've
also
been
taken,
arguing for 3 hours about this.
you're also like falling into this idea that it's not like we haven't taken pictures, literal pictures of every point between all points on the face of the earth.
And then wrap it around a ball, right?
Nobody said anything about wrapping it around a ball. We've just literally taken a picture.
What does that prove?
Until we get onto the ground and we actually survey it, and then we get the measurements.
And that's why Jeremy said, do you have any measurements of U.S. distances? And that's why I gave them to him.
You now have measurements because the UK is being measured, and it's like you said, you've been up in an
Thanks,
airplane.
Gordon Cliff.
People,
We all
so
knew
therefore,
that.
Sorry, say again.
I said, thanks, we all knew that.
Great. I'm glad you're patronising because it's like you've got approximations going around in aircraft and everything like that of the US. Because you haven't got measurements, you've got approximations.
Oh, no, we definitely have measurements here in the U.S.
How did you measure it?
In SAR?
It's approximations.
No, they're a hell of a lot more accurate than surveyors are.
Really?
Yeah. Like, surveyors are down to, the 2-3 inches. These are down to about 56 millimeters. We already went over that when you were not here.
Oh, isn't that almost the same as 2 or 3 inches?
I mean, that's when you're doing really good with surveying. And I'd actually say look up what the error rate is for like UK surveying.
Sorry, I missed that because I was laughing so much. What did you say?
I said, why don't you look up the error rate for UK surveying?
The error rate?
Error rate.
Oh, error rate.
Yeah, what's the percentage error?
It's 2 inches to any point. So that's
Oh,
every
cool.
single point can be 2 inches out throughout the whole of the UK. It doesn't mean the whole of the UK can be 50, 60 miles out. It's that one point could be 2 inches out from that point.
Cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Yeah, that's about the accuracy we have with INSAR here in the United States. So thanks for playing.
Yeah, good call.
So why did you say that we haven't mapped out the US?
You haven't surveyed it, have you?
Yeah, INSAR.
We just said we use a method with the same accuracy.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be a survey if it has the same accuracy?
That's what you say.
Well, you said it's not surveying, but if it's the same accuracy, why does it have to be surveying?
Where's your starting point from? Where's your starting point from?
What do you mean?
Well, you've got a starting point. If you're going to survey something, you've got to have a starting point.
No, does it matter? Which one was the first one? Does the order matter?
I'm sorry, I can't really understand your accent. What did you say?
I'm asking if the order matters. Like
the order matters.
Why?
Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Well, the starting point's always a starting point. You can't start in the middle. You've always got to start from the start, haven't you?
Okay.
So
Not
where's
sure
the
if you're
start-
making a point there.
No, I was just asking where your starting point was from.
My starting point?
No, the surveying starting point.
Which surveying starting point?
From the USA.
Well, we didn't say it was surveyed.
You did. You said it was surveyed from aircraft.
What was the claim, RC? What's the method used in the US, you said?
INSAR.
Okay, so
Is that a surveying method?
So my terminology is different to yours. I apologise for that.
No problem.
So,
I mean,
if I say
wasn't bringing that
surveyed,
up. I was just trying to remember what RC said.
yeah. So if I say surveyed and there's a different terminology over there and they did a different method, then I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing. What I'm saying is that's my terminology. Your terminology is different. But we do mean the same thing, don't we?
Yeah, we know distances in the United States.
Yeah. I'm not saying somebody's gone out with a stick and everything like that, but you've used your method and the UK use their method. So I'll just say surveying. You use the correct terminology, which is
yes.
Right. So therefore, do we agree with that? So where was the starting point then, please?
In INSAR, you don't use a starting point. You're just using radar to measure both the topography and distances between all points, down to 56 millimeters in the United States.
Right. Okay. So are they? So they're using aircraft and
these aircraft satellites.
Okay. So these are over different days. So they've got different temperatures, weather conditions, and everything like that.
Yeah, they started in 1998 and they keep doing it. So once they stop, they start again.
Okay.
And they've gone over. I think each point in the U.S. has been measured about 8 times at this point.
That's cool.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
Oh, that's good.
It's so accurate that they've been using it lately to actually track tectonic plate movement. So doing things like helping look at crumple zones for seismic activity and stuff like that, because it tracks. The state of California actually bought a freaking satellite to keep doing theirs to monitor the San Andreas fault movement. It's so accurate.
So you say California's put their own satellite. So, but throughout the whole of the country,
yes.
Is it a government thing, or is it just to do with states?
So the U.S. Geological Survey has done the whole entire United States, but there are quite a few private companies and individual states who will do their own. Texas, for example, has their own INSAR satellite system because they are monitoring for oil offshore and in Texas. They use it for a lot of different stuff. It's so accurate.
These aren't got your questions because I don't know the answers to them. So I'm not trying to catch you out or anything.
I'm just going off of stuff that I read and I've had tangential experience with.
Yeah.
The Texas one I just knew because I've had family members who've worked on oil rigs, and they actually are the ones who told me about INSAR. They're like, oh yeah, there's a lot of ocean floor mapping you can use with INSAR, and we use that a lot for drilling.
Oil rigs, that's a dangerous game, that is.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So do you know what aircrafts they use to do these? Well, probably varies from state to state. It depends on their finances.
Yeah, I think there's quite a bit of variation. I know they use C-130s for quite a bit of it in Nevada, for example. That they were doing some same thing like plate tectonic, and in Utah they were doing some plate tectonic movement because they were tracking the Wasatch fault line, trying to see, hey, was there significant movement over the past couple of years? And they were actually using National Guard C-130s and running them up and down the Wasatch Front.
Yeah, I know where California is. Where's Utah? Can you post a picture of that, please? Because I haven't got a clue. Because geography is not my strongest point.
It's 2 states to the east of California.
Right, so you got California, Nevada.
Like a 10-hour.
Is that going south or going north?
I said 2 hours east of California.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 2 states. My apologies.
Oh, what did I say? Oh, yeah, I said 2 states east of California is what I meant.
Oh, sorry. I think we're confusing each other, aren't we? Right, 2 hours, 2 states. So you got California. Is that going southwards or because
east?
East, right.
So it goes California, Nevada, Utah, and then that's right in the middle, the United States. And then in the south, it goes California, Arizona, New Mexico, and then in the north, it's Oregon and Washington, and then Idaho, and then it gets into the Dakota, like Wyoming, Montana, then Dakotas.
So you got 2 tectonic plates, not very far from each other, then, really.
I mean, there's 3 rows of them essentially. There's the Andreas Fault, a couple of smaller ones in Nevada, then the Wasatch Fault lines.
Somebody's posted me something here, and it's that's not the tectonic plates, is it?
No, but those are the states.
Yeah.
There's some. There's another method we can get distances, faraway distances that don't rely in traveling that we didn't mention before, which is the sextant.
I don't think we should go into that really tonight, do you?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's true though.
Yeah, I mean we know unless you reject the almanac, but then you would have to reject how we navigated, which I think was you guys' point.
It's not my point.
Okay, not yours specifically.
I'm not a flat earther, mate. So it's not my point.
Okay, I'm not saying that, but well, anyway.
I know nothing about the sextant, so I'm not even going to go there.
Yeah, it's just basically using the stars to figure out how far away shit is.
You use an almanac in the time, and the almanac is actually a spherical mapping of the sky.
So you say, I don't know anything about it, I haven't looked into it, I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay.
Couldn't you even use shadows and shit like that to figure out distances?
Sorry, you was very quiet there. Can you say that again, please?
I was saying, couldn't you also use shadows? Basically,
Shadows?
use sun and shadows and all that stuff to figure out distances. The angles of a shadow and the height of a shadow will be determined by where it is, and you can use that to triangulate your distance and shit like that. But then
no, I think that comes from the globe assumption, doesn't it? I mean, I think it does, because actually I think the whole almanac comes from the globe assumption. It's a model on a globe.
That's right.
Yeah, so I mean, to reject that, you have to forget about arguing for the sextant.
But if it's modeled on the globe and it works, does that mean anything?
Well, there's always that personal dome ad hoc, in which basically the sky is simulating what you should expect to see on a globe.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with that?
Well, isn't that what we see?
That's a irrefutable ad hoc explanation. I can't claim it to be false.
Wait. You turn around 360 degrees, don't you see the sky coming down in every point, simulating a dome?
You think
Why
the
isn't
sky is
it ad
rotating?
hoc?
You think the sky is rotating above a dome?
And based on your perspective, of course, it's gonna rotate around you. Have
Right.
you
Can
ever
some
seen the move? Have you ever seen the moon move with you as you're moving?
Yeah, it's
Hey, are
yeah,
you
yeah.
telling me? Are you telling me that the moon is moving with you? No, it's just perspective. It's an impression.
Can something
way up.
rotate in clockwise and counterclockwise at the same time?
Yes.
Well, how so?
Were you standing on a flat plane? You got some lights. If you look into the center, you're in the middle of the room, right? Looking up. You look into the center of the room. You're gonna see them rotated, turn 180 degrees. You're gonna see them rotated to the opposite side. It's based on your perspective
Oh,
of things.
what's going to change the rotation?
You're looking on a different direction.
Then if
You're
you
looking
look straight
south.
down,
I don't think I'm picturing what you're saying.
You know, there's these lights that they sell by Christmas where you can put them and rotate, right? Have you ever seen those?
Like the
They
laser
rotate.
ones? The laser thingies.
Yeah. Have you seen them?
pew pew.
Bacon.
Don't know what you're referring to actually. Sorry.
Like you know, in kids' rooms where they have like the laser projector and project stars up on the ceiling.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right. So they got these lights, right? They cover the entire room.
Mhm.
Now let's say you put it on the center of the room on the floor, right? Shooting up. So you are you're not in the center of the room. You're like let's say away from the center of the room. You're looking up to the center of the room. That we call that the north side. You're looking north. Okay, to the north. You're gonna see the lights up rotating one way. Then you turn around without doing anything to the lights. You turn around 180 degrees and you're gonna see them rotate on the opposite direction. The lights did not rotate. The lights did not rotate on opposite direction. It's just you looking at two different ways. That's all it is.
Sure, but there's a single point in which they are rotating around, right? How could there be 2 points in which they rotate
North
around?
Pole. Well,
Yeah, but there's also a south celestial pole, right?
Here we go. Here we go. 6 years. Bring me the fucking evidence of this South Pole. Go ahead, man.
Well, I'm in the south. I can see it.
Yeah,
Well,
the South Pole. Yeah, we've
No,
been
I'm
asking
talking
for
about
that shit for.
I'm talking about the
Yeah,
star.
I know what you're talking. Yeah, the South Pole star. Yes, the center
No, not a south
point
pole
on the.
star.
What are you talking about then?
Yeah, there's a spot in which the stars circle around. Which
I
is the
just
different.
explained it to you.
Yeah,
which
that
is-
would
That's what
be
I
an
just explained to
indication.
you.
That would be an indication for a spherical surface, but you still got to establish it's spherical.
Well, you agree that it's an indication of a spherical surface, right?
Not me.
Well,
Not
from
me.
the
I don't know about
heliocentric
him.
paradigm, and if you assume that these are like tangible objects in the sky with a certain distance and so on, sure, but without making assumptions at the sky.
sure.
And you know,
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah, if there's a person dome that produces the exact same observation that we expect to see in a heliocentrical model, that could be true. But I don't know how a sextant could work like that. No, yeah, you would, yeah.
You didn't understood my explanation, huh, Bacon?
No, I wouldn't mention the south. Not about the south. The
No,
celestial
my
south.
explanation. Yeah, you didn't understand my explanation. I was trying to explain the south. That's how you see the different rotation.
But
But in your example, there is no second point of rotation. There's just the first
Right.
one, which I can't see anymore
Again,
because I'm
again,
looking
you
away.
mentioned again. See, you just listen. This is where I get frustrated, and I don't know why you guys do this or do it intentionally, or what is the point? You just mentioned 1 second ago, and you did it before. a point of rotation, right? Then I ask you, well, that's what we've been asking for 6 years. A proof of a center of rotation on the south, which they bring this
Oh, I can get a
ugly ass
camera.
fucking video.
Hey, silent. What if someone did this, right? They look.
Oh, they shown it. They shown some video. It's
Right, but I want to hear your thought on this, right? Say if you're facing north, right? You start off on the North Pole, and you see which way the stars are rotating. You keep facing north, and every day you move backwards in the same exact direction. Keep facing north, and every day you keep looking, and you make a note of which way the stars are rotating, right? Are you trying to say then, if you keep going backwards, by the time you, let's say, get to Australia, and you're still facing the same way, why would the stars now be rotating in a different direction?
They should, right? They wouldn't. In your example like that, walking backwards, looking at north, they shouldn't rotate in a different direction.
Yeah,
now, it's a great point. Who the fuck has done this?
Yeah, no, I was wondering what you thought about it. Okay, so I see.
Oh, yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah,
but you could know. Hold on.
so
Say you start in Australia and you look north, then you walk towards north. The reverse of what you just did, right? The stars are going to be going, and you're looking up towards the north. It's going to be going in one direction, and once you pass the north, and you're now going south, it's going to be rotating in a different direction.
Depends on where you're looking. Are you looking to the south?
No, you're still south. You're still facing the same orientation you were when you were going from Australia.
Oh yeah,
Once you pass the North Pole, it's going to start looking different.
Yeah, but you're starting, let's say, 10 meters away from the actual pole, and then you're going backwards.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's never going to change because you're always starting from going directly under the pole back out. You never cross. Once you cross under the pole, and now you're still oriented the same way.
I think the important thing is that Silent Zero.
You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Silent Zero agrees that if you did that, you kept looking north.
No. He was saying in your example, it wouldn't change. What I'm saying is I'm modifying your example to make it change.
Okay, so you're saying it will change.
Right, if you start at Australia and head north.
No, we started from let's say
right,
Greenland.
I'm reversing it. I'm just reversing what you did because I want you to go further.
Okay, so
you can't go further than
you're
Australia.
looking north. You're looking north.
You actually see this. This is demonstrable. What you're saying, it's actually demonstrable. Yeah, because you see a rotation. You see a point of rotation on the North Pole. So you can actually, if you're looking up and you go past the North Pole, you're gonna see it rotate in the different way.
Right. I mean, but Fuzzy Ewok, I want to see how Silent Zero agreed that if you keep going, if you keep walking backwards, it won't change. I'm not saying that your example says it should change.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, imagine you're in the center of your room, right, and the ceiling is literally rotating, right? If you're in the middle of the room, that's where you started and went backwards. What I'm saying is that start at the edge of the room and walk towards the middle of the room, then walk to the other side. What you see on the ceiling is going to be different directions. You know what I'm saying?
You're walking past the North Pole.
You got to walk past the axle. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're looking to the north, the rotation is counterclockwise. If you're looking to the south, it's clockwise.
Right.
He still doesn't get it. Branch Kid, do you mind explaining him? I give up.
Who doesn't get it?
Explain what?
Who doesn't get
well,
what?
the fucking room. It's the third time
we
it's
all
been
agree,
explained.
We all agree with everyone.
And
everyone
no.
agrees.
Bacon is going back to the fucking. You see it on the north, you see it clockwise, and the south counterclockwise. He disregards the explanation why you can see that on a flat plane. I don't know what to do.
I'm agreeing with you.
Branch,
I'm agreeing with you, man.
Go ahead.
I don't know why you're triggered.
Yeah, I mean,
why you bringing it up again?
What we talked about was the fact that you think, not I think, you think that if you're always facing north and you keep walking backwards, the direction of the stars will never change direction. I'm not saying that's right.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, what
In a flat plane.
What Fuzzy Ewok is saying is he agrees with that, but let's say if you start walking in the other direction and you walk past the North Pole, they will change at the point that you pass the North Pole. And
But yeah, you're gonna see the center of rotation. Of course, you're
Okay.
gonna see it
So-
rotate in a different
right.
way.
Yeah, as soon as you pass.
But if you think about it, now you're facing south once you pass the North Pole.
Which is what I just
Which you're
said.
gonna see it. Which
but
you're gonna
Silent
see it
Zero-
rotating the opposite way.
Silent. I think what
Which is exactly the last thing I said.
Orientation didn't change. Your orientation, the way you started out, stayed exactly the same.
No, you're looking up, bro. Once you pass the North
Yeah.
Pole, if you're facing
But-
the North Pole, and once you pass it, now your back is facing the
Right.
North Pole, and
You
you're
didn't
looking
change.
at the south.
Yeah, exactly. You just went forward. You didn't.
Yeah,
change
the lights are
orientation.
good. You're gonna see the lights rotating in the opposite way.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We all agree to that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Is that
But
your
Silent,
example
do
is
you-
different than what I just said. It's the same thing, but you only took it halfway. You started halfway and went backwards. Therefore, it would never change. You've got to pass the point at which the axle or the.
That's just an assumption, though.
Well, no.
Right? I'm just assuming that would happen in what I'm talking about.
Okay. Can we?
So
like-
Bacon. Here's a question for you, right, Bacon? So, let's say you're about let's say you're about 1,000 miles above the equator, right? And you
To the
focus
north?
on the star, right? And it's rotating a certain way at night. Then you move down, still facing the same way, but you move down 1,000 miles or whatever I said earlier, and you're on the equator.
Where am I?
Okay, you're 1,000 miles above the equator.
To the north, you mean, right?
Yeah, north of the equator, right? And you focus on one star, and you know which way it's rotating, right?
Yeah.
Then you get to the equator, at that point the star's rotating in the same direction, right?
No, depends on where you're looking. Like
Why would it change?
oh, the same star? Yeah,
Yeah,
that
the
same
same
star is all. Yeah.
Right. Now you go 1,000 miles underneath that point, right? And let's assume that you picked a star that you can see from there too. It's still rotating the same way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's kind of what Silent Zero was saying.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. What I disagree with Silent Zero is that there is a celestial south, because I can see it.
I'm sorry, you cannot see it.
Okay, if I live stream it, would you believe me?
Sure,
Why do you
go.
I think that what the reason why that made sense was because we've fixed our views on one star, right?
Oh, Bacon. Let me just clarify what we've been asking. A rotation of the south center of rotation at 90 degrees.
Why does it have to be 90 degrees?
So
that's what we want. Don't worry about it.
you got to think of the entire.
Oh.
You got to think
So,
of basically you got to think of space as having hemispheres too, right? You got northern hemisphere stars and southern hemisphere stars. And when you talk about difference of rotation, you're talking about those stars. Depending on which star you focus on, you will have different results.
So, Silent, are you wanting an image of the South Celestial Pole from the South
Video.
Pole?
At 90
Silent.
degrees.
Silent. We don't need 90 degrees.
Yeah, you're probably gonna post the video. It's been posted so many times.
You think? No, don't know what you're talking about. Wouldn't post anything.
No, the
just
other
listen.
guy. The other guy. I can hear it on his tone.
Okay.
Go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah. If the center of the rotation of the sky is the North Pole, then if there is how could there be a South Pole rotation? For example, I'm in South America. Someone in Australia also sees a point of center of rotation. How can that be?
I don't know. I don't know what the sky is doing.
Okay, so the sky could be doing whatever. It could be.
I don't know what the sky.
Right.
Just gonna be honest with that answer.
That's why I said you have to appeal for a personal dome at that point.
No, I gonna appeal to evidence of this, what you're claiming, right?
No,
so that I can jump on your
you
boat.
can't. The sky can't. The thing is you're seeing in the sky. They can't have defined position in space. That wouldn't work on a flat Earth. So they cannot be objects that have a position in space.
So, so that couldn't work on a flat plane.
Yeah, what
Not
flat
if the
model-
objects in the sky have defined positions.
What flat Earth model are you using? To say
But I don't
that-
know. He's saying it couldn't work on a flat plane. So
Yeah, which flat Earth model are you utilizing? Because I don't know of any flat Earth
One in
models.
which the surface is flat and the objects have defined position in the sky. Those are mutually exclusive. I mean,
what do you mean by
they both-
defined positions? Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Sure. For example, a rainbow doesn't have a defined position. If you move, it moves.
Yeah.
It moves with you, right? But
Yes.
if it's an object, then the object
Like-
has a
like-
defined position.
Like the moon does, right? You move, it moves.
No, the moon can have a. I mean, we know how rainbows work. We're not assuming we know what a moon is.
Go
right?
go outside, take your bicycle, start pedaling, look at the moon, and then look how it's following you.
That's because it's a long way off.
Yeah, that is compatible with an object that has a defined position, but it's very far.
Guys, do
A
you guys-
rainbow isn't
Oh.
because a rainbow
do you
has a
guys-
very close source.
Did you guys understand what I said? I think you guys are overlooking this, but you guys understood what I said when it depends on which star you're looking at, right? Because it does make a difference which star you're looking at.
Yeah, of course.
Why?
When you talk
Difference
about
for
which direction the stars rotate, if you're trying to decipher this, it all depends on which star you're looking at.
Yeah, if it's
So-
southern south.
I was Bacon. I was being funny with the moon, but go ahead. So what star are you talking about in the south, or what?
All right, so when you're on the equator, right, and you're looking up at the sky, they're actually rotating in both. Say if you're looking directly upwards, now the stars are actually rotating in different directions, right?
Not
The ones on
really.
the left, the ones on your left are going to be rotating in the opposite direction to the ones on the right.
Yeah, when you're at the equator, said.
We
One's going to go
understand that.
clockwise, the other one's going to go anti-clockwise.
Yeah, like if you're in the middle of your room if you're like 75% into the room and you look directly up to something that's spinning above you, it's going to look like they're going in a different direction.
Oh no! If you have something at that point, if you have like a dome on top of your head, even you can. But it's hard to explain what I'm gonna mean, but I'm gonna try.
But
If you look at the corner, hold on. If you look at the corner, right, of the wall where the roof and the wall like make the corner, if there's lights moving around that, you're gonna see some lights going one way and the other lights going the other way, and you're looking straight at that position.
Yeah, but they're always rotating in one thing. It's either clockwise or counterclockwise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You will have three. See, there it is. You will have three different centers of rotation on the south side, or looking away from the center, right? Which is what you guys can demonstrate. And that's why I'm asking the one in the 90 degrees to observe this. center of rotation on the South Pole?
I don't think anyone.
The whole thing is observer perspective.
The whole thing is what?
It's based on the perspective of the observer. The whole
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Okay.
That's all it is.
It's just rotating what it's doing, and our observations from it from different places are going to change based on our position and observation. Right.
What?
Yeah. It's all based on the perspective of the viewer, though. That's all it is. And you guys, well, unfortunately, trying to build models based on that misunderstanding of things. But I mean,
Okay. How about
it
this?
is what it is.
Silent. What about this? Right. Let's go back to the room example and the stars shining upwards. Now you lay down on your back, right? And you look at the stars on your back, and they're moving clockwise, right? You keep looking up on your back, right? As you move down towards the center of the room, the stars are still moving clockwise. As you get to the center of the room, it's still moving clockwise. As you pass the center, it's still moving clockwise. And as you get to the other side of the room, it's still moving clockwise.
No, they're not.
Are
They're
you
not
moving your
anymore.
perspective? Yeah, are you moving your physical body or where you're looking your physical eyes?
So let's say you draw a line from your door to the opposite wall. You're laying on your back.
I understood your example.
You're laying on
I
your
understand
back,
your. Mm-hmm. All right.
and you're
go.
just moving towards the opposite side of the room. You're not changing any other direction,
Yes.
but you're looking
So-
upwards.
Yes. Think about like this, right? Those lights are moving clockwise. Think about like this. So you're laying on the room. You're looking up, and you're gonna see the lights move clockwise. So you're gonna move them. See them move from left to right. Okay, left to right. Now
the upper or the
you get
lower part, or left to right.
no. At this point, remember you're on a flat plane. There's no bottom part. Okay, to be on your example, you wouldn't be outside in space to see the lights above, on the below and up. So the example here is of a flat plane. So you have your back laying on the earth, right? And you're looking at the lights. The lights are rotating clockwise, right? You're gonna see them move from your left to your right. Now, somebody starts dragging you past the North Pole, right? You're not able to see the lights behind you, like the ones back. Now you're gonna see the lights go from the right to the left. And the rotation of those lights have not changed.
Nope.
Is your position the one that
Nope.
changed?
Listen, look. You start off at the door, right? And let's say things are moving clockwise. The lights are all moving clockwise, right? So
I'm looking up, right?
Yeah, you're looking up. If you put your hand and you point at one star and you follow it, right? Your finger is gonna go away from your body and down to your side, right? It's not
Yeah,
gonna
but at
cross
this
your body.
point, at this
So
point,
that's-
you're. Hold on, Branch. Come on. At this point, you're saying that I can follow the stars all the rotation.
Yeah, think about
Come
your
on.
room. You definitely can, right? If
Ah,
your head's on one side of the room, how you see the?
Can I try
You
this?
could definitely see all the stars. Think about the room example. We're not even talking about the Earth. We're just talking about a small room, right? Why can't you see the stars on the other side of the light?
Well, in your room, you're gonna be able to
What
see
kind
it.
of seriously, bro? Yes, you can. Like, look, do it right now. Lay on your
Yes,
back.
you can.
Lay on your back.
Here.
You can
Because your
definitely
room
see.
is
the-
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying yes, you can see the entire
Okay,
rotation.
Now,
Yeah.
if you
But
move
that's not
back-
analogous. That's not analogous to the real world. So I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Why isn't it analogous to the real world?
Please, Branch.
Because you're
check
not
this
able
out. Right? You know a car roundabout, right? In traffic. Roundabout. Yes.
Mm, yes.
Okay. Say we're standing looking at the car. Okay, we're looking at the cars we're standing outside of the roundabout, and the cars are going. Let's say they're going from left to right. Yes. You with me?
Yes.
Okay, left to
I
right.
am.
Cars are all going left to right. Now we step inside of that circle, and we're still looking in the same direction. Cars are no longer
Now,
going left to right; they're going right to left.
exactly.
Does that make sense?
It makes to me. I mean, that's what you will
Yeah,
see.
no, yeah,
There's
that's
no way
exactly what you
around
would
it.
see. The traffic is still going in the exact same direction, but my perspective changed from outside the traffic circle to going inside the traffic circle. Yes, Branch?
Huh?
Do you hear what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, dude. I was totally distracted.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. A traffic circle. You know what a roundabout is, yes? Cars going left to right in a circle.
Yeah.
You're standing outside of it, and they're all going left to right. That's what the traffic is doing.
Yeah.
If I now step inside of the circle and keep my head facing the exact same way, the cars are no longer going left to right. They're going right to left. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
but I think the difference that we're talking about, because you're doing the same thing where you're standing up and you're walking and your sight is facing north and continue facing north or facing the center of the circle if you want.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and
what I was
the
talking
direction of
about.
traffic, they never changed. It's going left. It's going in its circle. The only thing that changed is my orientation based on how I'm looking at that traffic pattern. Yeah.
Yeah, so think about it this way, right? If you're a bird, right, and you see the traffic moving, and you fly towards the center of the circle, looking down, it doesn't change, right? The cars keep moving in one direction.
Because your perspective of a bird, you can see the entire traffic circle. You're missing the
Again,
point.
Branch. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. What is your point of contention here, Branch?
I mean, yes, the further away from the circle, the more you can see the entirety of it moving in whatever direction it's doing. The point here is that the sky is very big and we are very small.
Yeah, I think the point is to eventually equate this to why we see stars rotate in different directions on different hemispheres.
I just told you it's based on where your position is underneath those rotating, call it the traffic. If people are standing inside the traffic circle looking out in the same direction that I am outside the circle, the cars are going to look like they're doing different things.
What I don't understand is why we're using this new traffic circle example when the whole room and stars above us was perfectly well.
Well, it's the same.
So it's the same. It's the same concept.
The point is that you're using a room. A room is rather small. A traffic circle is a little bit bigger.
Oh, we can be in a hall. Let's be in a hall. Let's stick with one example.
The ceiling is rotating.
It would prevent confusion.
Okay,
Let's use the room. Let's use the room. I like the room.
The entire room. Okay, how about the entire room is rotating?
Let's use the room. Let's make this even better. Why don't we use?
Hold on. Why don't we use the 3D programmer, right? Because I mean, clearly words aren't going to do us any justice. All right.
No. Hold on.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about your 3D program.
Why not?
We should use the sky.
Because you're. Bro,
what I'm trying to say is this. I think.
What's wrong with the 3D program?
You guys got to think about it this way, right?
Branch, let me answer him. You are the one that we show you how things disappear bottom up in the 3D model, right? And you still
it disappeared because
fixed.
of pixels. It was literally low because the detail was smaller than a pixel.
What do you think is your fucking view doing when that object goes far away, where you can capture more light on top than in the bottom?
No, that's not. That's still in the same thing. We literally have.
All right, whatever. Yeah. Whatever.
It's not because if I zoomed
keep going,
into
Branch. Yeah. Branch, keep going.
Look, I'm gonna screen share, right? I don't care if you guys join or not.
Dude, seriously, man, you can screen share what you want, but wait your turn in the conversation. Don't just butt in and freaking.
Sorry, my bad, Branch.
Yeah.
He's trying to help.
Oh, my bad.
No, he's not. He's obfuscating, and he's not correct. So.
No, but
hold on. Who's obfuscating?
Let's stick to the idea, right?
I'm not having it right now. Right after silence shit. All right.
Right. Assume this. We're in a big ass room, right? Enormous fucking room, and you draw a line from the door to the window, right? And the window happens to be just on the direct opposite side of the room. So you're going straight through the center of the room, and at the center you've got one of those projection crappies, so you can see stars, right? When you're at the door, laying on your back, looking up, right? The stars are moving. If you put your right hand up and swing it down to your right leg, that's the direction the stars are moving, right?
But just out of for context,
Now,
what is your field of view?
you keep doing
Is
that.
it very wide, or
You
is
point
it?
that
No, no,
star
I'm just
and
saying.
you rotate your hand that way, right? And you rotate your hand that way. As you move down the room, the stars are still moving that direction, and as you continue past the center of the room, they're still moving in the same direction.
No,
and
they won't.
As you get to the window, they're still moving in the same direction. Your
No,
hand,
they won't.
Yeah,
no, they won't.
yes, they will.
Exactly.
Your hand won't change. Your hand will still always point to up and move down towards
man.
the right leg.
You really don't get it.
Why don't you try it?
Guys, hold on. I mean,
Well, no,
I know.
you agreed with the traffic circle, correct?
Guys.
Why is this different?
Wait, guys. I know I'm jumping in.
No. Yeah, you are, and we're
Okay.
talking about something else, right? How did it not make sense with the traffic circle, but it doesn't make sense with this big room? Because you can be in and out of the room.
No,
All right.
You're just going from one side of the room to the other.
Okay, all right, so
laying on
check
your
it out.
back.
The only
Guys,
way the
let's
direction,
relax. There's
only
there's
way-
a 3D model right now on. If you guys want to jump in, check it out. What do you want us to? Are you gonna go ahead? Explain us what are you
I'm not
gonna
explaining anything. I just have a physical example because you guys are pretty
Oh
much-
yeah. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Make the camera now. Make the camera walk past the center point. Looking at the same way. No. Don't turn it. Don't turn it, buddy. There
Okay.
you go. So you see,
It's still moving the same.
it's left
still,
to right.
Hold on.
It's still counterclockwise.
Can you
Left to
change
right.
your view? Can you change your view to looking upwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always
now you
counterclockwise.
see
Still
everything's moving
rotating the same
anti-clockwise,
way.
right?
The only way to make it
Everything's
rotate
moving
the other way
Oh
anti-clockwise.
my
go
God,
through it.
people.
Hold on.
That's why.
I love this.
You're
I love
not.
this. This is perfect. This is perfect, dude.
Yeah, but you're not understanding what we're saying. See, this is the
No, silent. You don't. You need a. Okay, listen. You don't. Do you know what counterclockwise is? Clockwise and counterclockwise.
left to right.
No, no. It's
You're in
not
the
as simple
center,
as
moron.
No, it's not as simple as left to right. All right. You can't just say left to right. That's not clockwise or counterclockwise.
No.
In this view,
Listen.
it would be left to right. If you
Hey, guys,
pan
I've
up,
got to
then
step
it would
away
be
just for a
you'd
second,
have to
dude.
like
No.
explain some more.
Please,
No,
please
yeah.
Does the
don't end
traffic
this.
circle go
Don't end this.
left-
When I get back, I really want to just show you
All
guys
right.
one thing on this.
Which
Pay
direction does
attention
the
to what
traffic
I'm gonna
circle
tell
go?
you, guys. I need to guide him so that he understands what I'm saying. Right. Move your camera out. Go back.
Okay, hold on a second. Jeez, move it. My bad. That's the ground.
Go back.
It's not the best model, but yeah.
Right there in the center. Put the camera in the center between the two rotating circles.
Like that?
Yeah. No, the camera in the middle between those two.
Like that?
Like walk more,
Oh,
a
you
little
mean
more.
walk? Okay, my bad. Walk into it. Okay.
All right there, a little more back. No, less.
Unfortunately, this isn't the best model, but you know.
That's all right.
It's a little warpy, unfortunately, because of the.
What's your
Right
point?
there.
Silent,
Up. Look up. Right there. Let's leave it there. Okay.
It's a little warpy.
You see the lights? You see going clockwise?
It's counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. Yes, counterclockwise. Now, without moving, right? They're going from right to left. Without moving, just turn 180 degrees.
You're going right to left at the top.
Yeah, right to left on
At
the
the
top.
bottom,
So
they're going left to
180.
right.
180, right there. They're going from where now? From left to right.
Because we're only
You
seeing.
see?
That's not. Yeah, but it's still counterclockwise, though. You don't understand that. It's still
Oh
counterclockwise.
my God, they don't.
No, you don't understand
See,
what counterclockwise and clockwise
Bro,
is.
I just explained it to you. 3D model. What I mean, why you
exactly.
see the different rotations just by turning
Okay,
180
listen.
degrees. Fuck you if you
Clockwise or
don't get it.
counterclockwise?
I don't
No,
care anymore.
but we're not arguing that. We're arguing counterclockwise and
That's
clockwise.
my argument. That's my argument. That's my argument. That's my argument.
Yes,
The
well,
stars are making a full circle. They are not making a half circle, as your argument implies.
Yeah, no. Well, now you're gonna use the fucking 20 points as an argument. I'm just
No,
arguing
you
the
can
principle.
take star
I demonstrate
trail
the principle.
photos and see that they're making
I don't
a
want to talk to
circle on each hemisphere.
Silent. I don't even know what you're arguing, man.
No.
He's trying to argue that in the half circles, one of them goes from left to right.
Okay,
and
there you go. My bad. Yeah,
the other goes from right to left. But that's not what the sky is doing. You can take star trail photos and see the full circle in each hemisphere.
That's my
In
point.
your little model, you
Silent,
don't
dude.
see as much of the sky as you do in real
Silent.
life.
Silent and Andy walk. Hey guys, both
You
you
see
guys.
why I don't argue with these people? You see why I
Hold
don't
up,
argue
hold up.
with
Branch
these
has been trying to get in for a while. Go ahead, Branch.
Okay, so Silent Ewok. Sorry, I had to step away. But if we go back to the example of looking up, and we use this
Oh my
computer
God.
program to do it, right? From basically the room looking up situation, right? Doesn't it show that things will still always be clockwise, right?
No,
Regardless of where in the room you are.
No.
Do you guys
The
at least
traffic-
agree with that?
No. Traffic circle is going in.
Okay,
Is it going clockwise or counterclockwise in a traffic circle?
Armor, can you show that dude like
Yeah,
right before I
yeah.
left?
Yeah,
it was
my bad.
looking up.
Listen. The
traffic
traffic
circle
circle doesn't.
You got to be on your back looking up, right? You can't be looking at it that way.
No,
You gotta,
is a traffic circle going counterclockwise or clockwise?
it doesn't matter. Just as long as you're on your back looking up.
No. Listen to the question. Is it going counterclockwise or clockwise?
I mean, either way, what I'm trying to say is it doesn't change direction.
No, that's my point. That's our point. The observer is what changes. And the traffic circle's going the traffic circle. That's what it's doing. My perspective is what
Can we
changes
stop talking about
direction.
traffic circle, please?
No,
Simply
but
because
you're
what I said
missing
was
the
I
entire
want to talk
point.
about the room example, and you're talking about traffic circle again.
Our whole point, Branch, is
All
that
about
you changing your perspective can make something change rotation. It doesn't mean that the
doesn't.
freaking
It doesn't.
lights
No,
actually
no,
change.
listen.
It doesn't. It
Listen, the
doesn't.
only thing I'm trying to show you, the only thing I'm
I
trying to
just
show you
showed it.
right now,
See,
You didn't
we're not
show
talking
shit,
about shape of
Silent.
the earth. We're
You
not
didn't
talking
show
about shape of
shit.
the earth. Hold on, guys.
I just show you how something can rotate a different way in your perspective.
Can I just get this out, motherfucker?
What do you want, Branch?
All right. What I was telling you about when you move your fucking head from the door to the window and it doesn't change directions, you said it does.
That will change
Now
your
we
fucking
have-
perspective,
listen,
doesn't
man,
it?
This is
stop.
why. This is
Listen.
why
Hold up.
specifically. No, hold on, guys. This is why I
Listen,
specifically
man,
asked
look,
you.
Hold up,
now
Branch
we
was in the
have-
middle of a
now we
statement,
have-
guys.
now we have
Okay,
a
hold up,
program.
guys, one
I
at a
know what
time.
he's saying.
All right, so
I know
Branch
what he's
first.
saying. No,
Fuzzy, relax. First Branch, all right. Then Silent responds. Then Fuzzy, your turn.
I already know the response.
Hold on.
I don't know what he's gonna say. So go ahead,
I
Branch.
do.
Silent.
That's
What
why
I'm
I
saying is,
asked
if you're on your
specifically
back,
earlier.
if you're on your back and you move from the door to the window, and the conversation we're having, you were saying that, all of a sudden, things will start going in a different direction, right?
Which
And what
is-
I'm saying is they won't. And now we have a program to show this. If you're laying on your back, Armor, can you do that? You're laying on your back and looking.
Guys, no.
Yeah,
this is-
kinda.
how-
Unfortunately, it's not the
how
best,
can you
but-
change your field of view? How much do you see?
Gio,
that is what
Gio,
I'm asking.
You understand my point, right? Gio, you understand my point, right?
Gio's not
Let
here.
me change that to 4.
Oh, you percentage. You understand
Yeah.
my point, right? All right, I need you to help me with this shit, bro.
I understand
because
what you're saying, but I don't think it really adds. You're basically saying if you turn, then it looks like it's going the other direction.
yeah, if you put a lot more circles rotating, right? The problem right now is because they have 2 freaking circles, and they're gonna based on that you can see the entire circles rotating. But what if you move far away from the center of point and you turn 180? Then you're just gonna see a different rotation. That's
Why
it.
are you turning
would never.
180?
You
He's
will
saying
never
you turn
listen to
like
this
if you're
guy.
facing north versus facing south, and yeah, you would see them in a different direction, but at the same
Yeah.
time, they are rotating over that pole.
They're still rotating the same way.
I don't.
No, that's not in
No
contention.
matter how far you get away, they're still gonna turn the same fucking direction.
We know that.
Yes.
It's your
Oh my
perspective
God.
that changes
so
what you're seeing. Your
These
field
people,
of
bro.
view.
There's people on nothing.
Your
Silent.
argument only makes sense if the star trails are a half circle on each hemisphere, and that's not what it is. It's
Another
two
one.
different full circles. As I
again
posted
missing-
in the chat.
Yeah, Silent. I'm kind of confused as to what you're
individually.
contending. Are you saying that the southern
Making a shit
stars
model.
are going in the opposite like
You should learn
rotation?
some shortcuts.
No,
Like
I'm not
north is-
saying they go on the opposite rotation. No, they
Okay,
rotate
then
the same way.
you're all agreeing.
No, they say they go on the rotating the different way.
No, they say they rotate in the same direction, but it looks different when you're looking north at the at the north stars versus looking south at south stars. They just look different.
Yeah. So the difference here is that to me, I'm in a flat plane. My perspective is changing because I'm looking south instead of north. For them, they're on the other side of the ball, right? Looking at this rotation. That's the difference.
No, I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
no.
actually, well,
it's still gonna
you will
rotate
have
in the
this
same
effect if you're
like,
in
direction clockwise versus anti-clockwise.
If you're in the northern hemisphere, you'll see them rotating from left to right, going counterclockwise or clockwise,
Wait,
whatever.
what's up? Who's saying what? I know I fucked up. My shit is old, bros.
Go.
And
to
then
the-
if you turn, you'll see them going right to left, also in
gotta
the northern
turn
hemisphere, in that same direction.
Hold on, these
clockwise
stars
or
are all fucked up.
counterclockwise. But you see the same thing in
Guys,
the southern
can
hemisphere
try to make a
because
point
it's
not to overtalk
different
people when they're
full
talking.
circle.
Jace, can you repeat your last sentence there?
Just never mind, man.
These stars are fucked up.
Arm. Look at your
Well-
DM. Look at your DM.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
My point was you'll see the left to right and then right to left rotations in both hemispheres, but the counterclockwise or clockwise direction that it's rotating in each hemisphere is different because they are two different full circles,
Individual.
not one half circle per
I disagree with
hemisphere.
that point. The counterclockwise versus clockwise rotation, in terms of each pole, is the same. They're not different.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I agree with that or not, but I don't know. Fuck it.
They're always going east to west.
Yep.
I don't want to use any directions. I mean, I think that the only thing I really wanted to point out right here is that if you're looking up at these
Told ya.
stars, if you're looking up at these
Hold on a
stars
second,
and you
Branch.
go past
Branch, hold on one
the
second.
center
Somebody's
point of the
hot.
rotation,
My bad.
it will
Hold on one
still
second.
rotate the same direction.
Branch, hold on 1 second. Somebody's hot micing or something.
Yeah, well, it wasn't disturbing me, so does it really matter?
It's fine.
Alright.
Go ahead. Could you repeat what you said?
My bad.
Branch?
All right. I mean, the only point I was trying to make was if you're looking up at the stars and you go past the point of rotation, they will still be moving in the same direction, clockwise or anti-clockwise, based on you moving past that center. It doesn't make a difference if you move past the center or not, basically.
I agree with that.
Right. Now, if you keep moving away, and there's more and more stars, all moving in the same direction, and you keep moving away, they should always keep moving in that same direction. Right? And you're always looking up still. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happens on Earth, though, isn't that. If you do this on Earth, and you keep moving away, at some point, when you're looking up...
Nobody has done it, Brent.
Hold on, let me finish.
Nobody has done it, so
Let me fucking finish, though. All right, at some point, when you keep looking up and moving in the same direction, the stars would start... you'd basically start seeing stars spin the other way.
No, you wouldn't. Why would you do that?
You would definitely see that.
Only if you could look infinitely, but...
Whoa! Okay, let
That's not the case.
let me give you...
Like at the equator, you see the stars going in a straight path.
No, you don't. Let me show you what you see on the equator.
Okay.
I posted a second ago.
Yeah,
At the equator, you don't see stars going straight?
Yes, they are going straight at the equator.
Yes, it has to deal with your field of view. If
Right,
you're
you
looking
do
directly up,
see the
they're going to
stars
look
going
straight. If
straight.
you look a different direction, they're going to be curving. And if you look at a different direction, they're going to be curving a different direction.
Well,
It
what we're
depends
talking
on
about is just
you,
laying on your
your
back, though,
position,
right?
and your field of view. That's all it depends on.
What's up with your obsession with people laying on their backs?
Well,
I like to be on top, man.
in the equator, what is happening is that the circle, it's way too big for you to be able to capture. The path is looking like a straight line for you, but probably it's going and it is.
Okay, if you look at what I posted, right, on the equator, you actually see the stars going in different directions.
No, you don't, man. What'd you post?
Right, because your field of view is capturing both sides. It's like you're standing in the middle of the roundabout of cars.
What's capturing this?
Wide angle.
Wide angle.
It looks like a wide angle at the equator.
You can't call wide angle on this because that
I don't know if
fucking
this
matter.
is
We're talking
legit.
about direction.
No, Jesus. This is like you standing.
It is a wide angle.
I find it funny how you guys are talking about wide angle, but my point is this, right? It doesn't matter what type of angle camera you have because we're talking about direction, not the fucking...
Okay, so Branch, in terms of direction, which direction are the stars on the left going? From top to bottom, or from bottom to top?
The point is,
on the right.
The point is they're going in opposite directions.
No, they're not.
One's going
They're both
clockwise,
going from the
one's going
top
anti-clockwise.
to the bottom.
Listen, man, look, the one on the left, right, is obviously going anti-clockwise, and the one on the right is going clockwise.
No, unless you actually have. An
That's
actual
fair,
time
but they're going in the same direction. They're both going top to bottom.
Yes, that's fair.
What's your
Can't
point?
tell.
We're talking about difference of rotation, though. We're not talking
Yeah, but you
about...
said different directions.
Okay.
So that's what threw me.
Yeah, so I was talking about rotations are different.
Fair enough. And I'll give you that.
I'm not sure if it doesn't really help me though to persuade you because we usually get each other quite often. I think the fact of the matter is I don't think I persuaded anyone else.
I mean, if anyone is disagreeing, they're wrong because this is what happens with the stars.
Yep.
Honestly, the stars, like the southern stars, how they would work on a flat Earth is probably one of the strongest, like, evidences for the globe. It's the one, if I was a glober, I would always mention it. Like, sure, you could have stars that are going in separate rotations on a flat kind of flat Earth, over a flat Earth, but then how do those southern stars that are rotating, like, how do they cover the ground?
I've
that
actually never used it.
a flat Earth would entail. It's
never
very hard.
used it. I've never once used the rotation shit to prove the globe or not. I mean, personally, the way I see it, right, is that if we've got fucking pictures from space,
No, come on.
not all of this other bullshit is pointless.
Come on, man. You can't trust the pictures in space, but
I'm just saying that's my personal view on it.
yeah, but you don't have like an independent frame of reference for those. They're not independently verifiable, so you're just trusting these,
exactly, and that's what
maybe
I think,
colluding organizations.
What flat Earth actually is saying whether or not we live in a false world created by the elites.
No,
that's what flat Earth is about.
Well, first off, we do, regardless if you're a flat earther or not, we do live in a world created by the elites that is false. A lot of the news is fake as fuck. There's no question about that.
Heard that.
Yeah, but if you're a flat earther, then everything is fake. Like, literally everything. I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
They're lying about everything except the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, you cannot be a flat earther
Yeah, right.
until you first agree on the fact that everything's a fucking lie.
He got you there though.
Oh
Wait, what did you
man.
say? I didn't.
He said what they're lying about everything except the Earth,
Except what?
except the shape of the Earth.
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Right. Exactly. He doubled
No, they're
down.
not.
That's great.
They're not. They're not. What I'm talking
yeah,
about
what
when
are they
I
telling the
say
truth
lies
about?
and shit, I believe that we as humans are too fucking stupid to hear the truth about certain shit. So they have to tell us shit in a certain way.
Don't put me in that boat, buddy.
Branch,
I don't know. We might have to put you in that.
Look at the
Ah,
timeline.
shut up. You're the dumbest one here.
I am not. I would put you dumbest. Honestly, you're the dumbest.
Dude,
Sure,
we're
whatever.
pretty stupid, man. Look.
You are the dumbest.
Just look at
Seriously,
people.
man.
Just look at
I know
people.
you.
Look at
it
people.
with
No,
your-
hold on. I'm gonna tell you why they're the dumbest, right? No, you're the dumbest.
See
because
it with your
you don't-
fucking eyes and you don't
know.
believe it.
No, you don't know the difference between clockwise and counterclockwise. So
Nah, bro. People are more stupid than that. Yeah. A pandemic hits. A pandemic hits.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah, you
arguing.
don't understand,
He's
right?
arguing the point and
Come
not
on, man.
knowing
What
what they are.
pandemic? Let's forget about
He's
that.
arguing the point and not knowing what they are. So clearly, all right.
And yet you're still arguing, idiot.
Branch, you see the picture?
When did I ever make a mistake in my argument?
Right now, I show you with your own fucking eyes. You just turn around 180 degrees. You're gonna see it. Instead of coming from right, let me finish. Let me finish. Instead of going from right to left, it goes left to right. That's it. You see, it's going the same rotation, but from your point of view, you're gonna see a different rotation, which is what you see on the south, looking at the south.
Right,
That's
but
not a
why
different
would you have ever
rotation.
changed- No,
That's
but-
why I'm saying you're an idiot. It's
How
not
do
a
I
different
say it?
rotation.
How do
It's
I
not a
say it? How do I say it then?
Well, I guess you could say that's the thing. It's not even a different motion either, though. It's not a different direction.
Tell me, how do
because
I say it? Because English is not my first language. Teach me. How do I say it?
I mean, you really don't even have a point. But I guess if you were to say it, yeah, just you got stars moving left to right. But that's always happening on the bottom of. That's always happening on the bottom. That's always happening on the bottom of the circle.
Branch, do you see the picture above the one that you just posted last? I don't know if you posted that as well. It's more of a circle. Either one of the two circles, right?
What?
You see what you posted, right? And then there's two pictures above that, right? You see them?
Yeah, I see him.
If your field of view only covered half of the screen, and then you looked up in a different direction, and then looked at the top of the screen. You looked at the bottom of the screen, the stars are going in one direction. If you look at the top of the screen, they're going in a different direction. Correct?
Wait, see the two pictures that I see though.
Yeah, if your field of view only covered half,
They
of the screen,
both look like the stars.
from where
I mean,
Polaris,
you can't
from
decide.
Polaris down or from Polaris up. If that was your field of view only, and you didn't have a wider field of view, and you only had a more narrow field of view, right? And you looked above Polaris, the stars are going to be going in one direction. And if you looked below Polaris, the stars are going to be going in a different direction. Correct? According to your observation, according to your
You're asking me to
observation.
do something though that's not physically possible, right?
Yeah, you can. I could zoom the camera. I could zoom in to just. I can just zoom into just the top portion of that with a different lens and not using wide field of view.
I mean, yeah. All right, let's see where you're going with this. What's up?
I already asked you the question.
Yeah,
If
I
would've
really
zoomed
can't
in,
visualize
and
it because that's
my
not how
field of-
vision works.
Cut the. Well, yeah, it would if you zoomed in on a different lens, and you didn't have as wide a field of view. Like if this was a bird looking
Okay, I see
down
what you're
at
saying.
a traffic pattern,
so-
if you were to just get closer, so that all you could see is above Polaris or below Polaris, you would perceive the stars to be going in different directions, even though they're not. They're just going in a circle, right? You would think that they're going
No,
left to
they'll
right
still
or
be
right to
going
left.
from your point of view. They're still going either anti-clockwise or clockwise.
Right. But your point of view only includes half of this image.
It doesn't matter which side you're
zoomed
looking
in,
at.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter which side you're looking at, right? It's still going to go from. It's still going to be either anti-clockwise or clockwise.
Right. Only based on your perception.
Right.
Of
What you're doing.
doing in one direction, but you are looking at it in only
It's like looking at three blind men looking at an elephant, right? If three people are looking at two people looking at, one person's looking at the top of the screen above Polaris, and then someone else is looking below Polaris, they're going to tell you that the stars are going in different directions, correct?
Okay, so you're basically saying that if you took a small chunk of what we're seeing on the left of the center, it's moving upwards, and if we took a small chunk of the stuff we're looking on the right side, is going to be moving downwards.
Right. It depends on your field of view, on what you can see or observe.
Okay, but at that point, you're also, in order to get that field of view, right? And you said you have to do that by zooming in, right? You're also zooming in. On one side, you're zooming in to the left. On one side, you're zooming in to the right. You're basically holding the camera in different directions.
Well, that's the point. Is that
right? So
the stars don't change.
That's
only
not the
your
point,
perception
because
of
look,
them changes.
when you see it moving downwards and your camera, right, is from your looking up point, the camera is to your left. That's still clockwise. And on the other side, it's still clockwise. What I'm saying is, regardless of what you're doing, from your frame of reference or where your camera is pointing, it's always going to be clockwise.
No, okay.
Yes, it is.
Well, if I'm in the traffic circle, right? If I'm standing outside the traffic circle, it's going to be going clockwise, and then if I go inside the traffic circle, it's going to go counterclockwise.
No,
your perspective is the one. Look. In reality, it's still going the same direction, but from your perspective, you're gonna see it go the opposite direction. It's like if I say your left hand is my right hand, or how it is. If we're looking
both at a 6 or a 9, if we're standing at each other, I'm looking at a 6, you're looking at a 9.
Exactly. It's a matter of perspective.
No, hold on. What you're forgetting, though, right, is that the part.
I mean, what you're looking at.
I understand. You guys are looking at it so left or right, up or down, but think about it as clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Don't try to teach me, right? I'm not trying to teach you. I'm just explaining my perspective. Don't say no, right? Like disregarding. Yeah. Sure, I understand that you don't accept it, right? Because you're a Glover. I understand that, right?
I get it, bro.
For my point of view, that's our explanation. That's it, bro.
Yeah, I mean
mine. Sorry, mine.
Okay, what I'm saying is that when you make these discussions about crap, you can't say whether it's moving up or down. You got to say, based on where you're looking at this shit at, is it moving clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Based on how you position it.
Okay,
see, you're gonna take this into account also.
Why don't we do this? Yeah, let's have You see, I don't really like this whole fucking roundabout conversation, but let's use the roundabout one because Fuzzy likes it. But Fuzzy, why don't you do it? Don't talk about left to right, right to left, nothing like that. Just talk about clockwise and anti-clockwise.
Oh, absolutely. Okay.
Let's see where this is breaking down.
Absolutely. Right. Okay. Is the traffic pattern going clockwise or counterclockwise? Like actually, are we in America or are we in England? You know what I mean?
We don't have a lot of roundabouts in America though.
Yeah, there's plenty.
There's a few.
But you're still.
So it's counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Just make it counterclockwise. That's how it is.
Okay. Right. So. Yeah.
Wait, can we do clockwise? Because that's how I always envision roundabouts working.
No, now you're trolling, Branch. If
no, for real, because I grew up in England.
All right.
I grew up in England, bro, and that's the way I always vision.
All right, don't be trolling right now because.
Yeah, this is fine. So I'm standing outside, like away from the traffic. I'm watching all the traffic going, let's say, right to left, counterclockwise. Standing outside the circle. Right. I'm like away from the traffic, so I'm like 100 feet away, watching the cars go from right to left. Yes, you You hear me? You get it?
I hear you, bro. I'm not following.
Okay. I don't understand. Like you're standing, like there's a gas station next to the roundabout, and I'm looking at the roundabout, and all the cars are driving counterclockwise, right? To
Okay,
left.
so you're going.
I'm sorry.
From...
I'm sorry. Clockwise, right to left. Yeah.
Okay, whichever direction, right? Whichever direction.
Well, right.
You're
I'm just
moving
looking
from the gas station towards the center of the roundabout, right?
Yeah, and now I cross the line of traffic, and now I'm inside, and the cars are driving, circling around me. Yeah.
Okay.
They'd be moving left to right then.
No, they're still moving in the same direction, right?
No.
Clockwise.
Same rotation, other direction.
Exactly.
Like the observation would be left to right from the center of the roundabout.
They're always going to go clockwise. The only way that would change is if you go from above the roundabout to below roundabout. And
No. From outside to inside. No. If I'm like in a gas station well away from the roundabout, all I can see is car. I can't see the other side of the roundabout. It's a big roundabout. All I can see is cars going from right to left. Right?
Yeah, and then when you're at the center, they're going left to right, but
Now they're
still
going left to
same
right, 'cause
rotation.
I can see the other side of the roundabout, and the rotation stays exactly the same. But to my perspective, the cars are going now from left to right.
No, they're not. Hold on, though. Why is your perspective changed? Listen, look.
That nobody's challenging that percentage.
Listen, Fuzzy, well, think about it this way: the bottom of the circle of cars, right?
What do you mean bottom? Sorry, what do you mean bottom?
Gas station, when you was at the gas station, the bottom of the circle of cars were going from your right foot to your left foot, right?
Yeah.
As you kept going forwards towards the center, they were still going. The bottom circle of cars were still going.
Right, but those cars are behind me.
As you
Right, I can't
passed,
see
as you
those
passed
cars.
the center, and went towards them, they were still going from your left foot to your right foot, weren't they? They didn't change direction.
Once I pass the cars going from my right foot to my left foot, once I pass those cars and I'm now in the center, I no longer see the cars behind me. I can't see those cars. All I can see now is the other side of the traffic circle where the cars are now going
Right,
from
well,
my left to my right foot.
You can't confuse this shit, bro. Like
This
if
is
you're
not
looking at
confusing.
the start, if you're looking at the
Confusing
cars at the bottom of the circle, right?
Yeah.
You gotta keep looking at the fucking cars. You can't look at
You're
the
right,
cars.
brother. Percentage. Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah.
Listen. So nobody is challenging the rotation, right? We see the same rotation going on the same direction. The problem is, the question is, why do we observe a different, right, movement of the stars? That's why the argument is, why we see a different movement. Well, it can be explained by the perspective in which you're looking at them. If you're facing north, you're gonna see the direction going one way. If you're facing south, you're gonna see the direction going the opposite way. Even when the stars haven't changed rotation, they're still going the same direction. East to west, is it? I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So it can only actually happen if they're rotating on the same direction.
I don't know about that.
It's the clockwise and counterclockwise nature of the rotation that changes per hemisphere.
There.
Our perception of it.
Your perception
you're looking
will
at
see the stars in the north going.
It's just you're looking at
no where you're from.
No,
Your
it's just you're
perception in
looking.
the south will see the stars going clockwise, no matter where you're looking from.
They are rotating the same direction. You're just looking at south, and the rotation will appear to be counterclockwise.
Hope you heard it, guys. Apparently, it can go counter. You could...
All right, man. Have fun with it.
Well, whatever. I'm no insults.
Yeah, this is perspective.
No, hold on, man. I wanna help you understand this though.
You want to help who? Wait, you don't think I understand your model? No, it's the opposite. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. I do completely understand your freaking model.
Look, Jace obviously doesn't understand this shit. Jace, why didn't you understand this, bro?
I don't understand it.
Yeah, it sounds to me like you got no clue about what you're talking about. Clockwise, anti-clockwise. What the fuck is all this shit?
Yeah, I know. I'm clueless.
It did kind of sound like you were just like blundering your way through when you were saying it in your monotone explanation like this. It's like you were kind of figuring out in your head as you were saying it.
Nature of the rotation. You're not gonna change your location in the northern hemisphere and all of a sudden see the stars rotating clockwise.
Could you imagine how fucking cool it
Let
would
me
be
ask
if
you
it was-
something. If you're looking at north, right, and the sun goes from east to west, right? If you're looking north, you will see the sun moving from your right hand to your left hand. If you turn 180 degrees, now you're looking south, you're going to see the movement of the sun going from your left hand to your right hand. The sun did not change. Shut the fuck up.
Let him finish.
The sun did not change its movement. It's you. And based on your perspective, right? That's all you did. You see it moving in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
That's it.
But no one's disputing that.
That's holy shit. No, I gotta stop coming this fucking chat.
Hey, can you imagine a world where that didn't happen?
You guys are not fundamentally understanding.
imagine
No, Silent, I'm with you. I'm with you on your explanation right there. But the issue is when you get to the actual, like when you keep on following the stars and they have their own rotation. So if there was only the one rotation of the north, then yeah, absolutely. You know, it's completely explained by your perspective, the change in direction. But the fact that they go around like a central pole, a southern pole, it fucks that up. You have to, alter the paradigm a little bit. And
no, if it's too big enough,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so if it's too big, this place is big enough, right? At one point, you're not gonna be able to see the center point of observation, and based off your perspective, you're gonna see the stars start coming from the bottom, circling, and setting up at the bottom, creating the appearance of a circle on the going the opposite direction. It's just perspective. That's all it is. The problem is this 3D model that he has with two lines of stars is not really gonna do anything to show this.
You hear that, Arma? That's the gauntlet.
There's more stars. There's more stars, so I don't know what he's talking about.
You got to model it better, man.
I did. Look at more stars. That's right.
It still looks bad.
Get dunked on. No, I'm joking. No, but there's more stars. Silent, check it out.
I don't care to check it out, bro.
Oh
you're fine.
Listen, Silent, you know what the issue is?
Not rotating in the same direction.
Never mind.
The east to west, right?
What is the issue, Arma?
What?
What is the issue? You say you know the issue is?
I was gonna say the issue is you're trying to explain this visual concept and you're not providing any pictures. I don't know why people try to explain visual concepts. Just draw it out.
Because you're the one supposed to be like drawing it out. You're the one that's providing the pictures.
Yeah,
We're
I know.
like the words. You turn our words into visualizations.
Oh, okay. That's what I.
So your challenge, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to illustrate how the stars would work on like if there were two poles, a northern and southern pole, on a flat Earth.
I can't have it. It's not going to work on a flat plane.
It's
can you like push yourself?
Percentage. That's why my requirement for me personally, I've been asking, and a lot of people has been asking for the South Pole at 90 degrees center of rotation. One time they brought a video, then somebody analyzed it, and it turned out to have so many problems with the video. And that's the only
for the south or the north.
That's the
So
only
it's like-
one, right?
Let me ask you this:
So-
is it like if two people are facing each other and you both told them to hold up their right hand, it would look like the same hand except for, or I'm sorry, if they told like if they're both, there's a wall on one side and both people are standing in front of each other and the wall is on one side of them, and you said hold up the hand that's on the side of the wall, and both people did that, they would say, okay, that's the same hand. But then when you turn around and you're facing the same way, those are opposite hands. Those are left hand and right hand. It's the same kind of concept.
It's like the round.
So hold up, let me just get that straight, Sugar Cookie. So you put your left hand in, and then you put your left hand out, and you put your right hand in.
Shake it all, bro.
You know, what's even funnier, dude, is when he says, "Let's figure this out, Sugar Cookie," and he's not talking to a girl.
Right. It's like if you're in the inside of a roundabout, the traffic is always going to go from one direction to the other direction. If you stand outside of it, it will always go the other direction.
The issue is we don't just have one roundabout. We have two roundabouts.
Yeah.
Ah,
And the
I don't know
problem-
about
that percentage. See, that's a problem.
Then how do you
Other issue-
explain the rotation in the south? What like
And
what's
the other
happening
issue,
there?
and the other issue is, okay, my
Yeah.
record is on. Anyway, my other issue is that this roundabout is like in the future where the cars are flying above us. Okay.
No, it's not an issue. Just go get your pizza
No.
bucket.
So which rotation percentage? Can you post me a video so that I can see it?
The whole problem
Yeah, man, I
is
can show you the exact same thing that we have in the north. Neither of them are videos from 90 degrees. It's suspect that we don't have a video where where Polaris is 90 degrees up, or whatever would be in the south, the Sigma Octantis or whatever is the closest would be 90 degrees up. Neither of them exist, so it's kind of suspect. But we have the same kind of visualizations for the north and the south. These stars going around a central point.
Yeah, the problem is, like, to me, on a flat Earth with the sky rotating, centered at the North Pole, looking south, the stars should move across the horizon in a lateral fashion. There should not be a point of rotation in the south on a flat
That
Earth.
assumes we know the distances and what the sky is and does, which we don't. It could be a gear where one is going one way, one is going the other way, thousands of miles below what we're calling Antarctica. We can't get to.
And left lane, are you talking about if there's the one central, like the northern pole, or both northern and southern?
No, if it was just the northern pole, center of rotation, then looking south, we should see the stars moving across the horizon in a lateral.
They just keep on going straighter and straighter. That's if
Yeah.
perspective isn't having anything to do with it. There's the theory of your own personal sky dome, and that which is farther kind of curving outwards, basically.
Well, percentage that your personal dome is pretty much perspective, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Exactly.
Well, yeah. Then why you say it has nothing to do with perspective?
No, I said that's if you're not
you did say
including
that,
perspective, because there is this theory of perspective, the personal sky dome or what have you, wherein the things farthest away from you, in your field of view, basically go in outwards angles or curves, I should say. Just like
And
you
with
see
the altitude of those things, I mean, we can pretty much probably see a rotation of it.
No, see, that's the thing. When you get closer, though, you do see it going around a focal point. So if we never observed that as you went south, then, I think that theory would have a leg to stand on. But the fact that in the south they have on video, these star trails of them going around a central pole, just like we do in the north, it throws a wrench in the works.
Yeah, to me, I've always been, like you say, percentage. That should be their attack, right? Because to me that will actually prove, or at least demonstrate, put me in a doubt. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, me too. It's like the one thing that I can't really explain yet with
And
I
that
mean, we don't know how those stars work, but it just doesn't make sense for me.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
don't
would
claim to
say
know how the sky works. That's the problem.
that's assuming that we know that. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all I was just saying. We don't know how the sky works.
Yeah, I'm with you, but at the same time, you have people in different, like, you know, parts of the world that are seeing these stars going around central point, and if the Earth continues to expand from the central north on flat Earth, right, it continues to go outward, as it were. Maybe even if the land masses in terms of, you know, the distance between them is fucked up and shit, and we don't have a clear map, we can say without a doubt that it'll continue, you know, these concentric circles continue getting bigger as you go from north to south, you know. And if we can't explain how we have this like focal point in terms of the stars, the southern pole of stars of rotation in the south, it's hard to kind of, you know, match it with our conception of the Earth, the layout of the Earth.
Which is
now I have a question. Why can there not be more than like 2 or 3 center of rotations for the stars?
Exactly. It could be like a bunch of gears up there. I'm just saying. Yeah.
Well, why is that impossible?
2 or 3 central rotations of stars?
Yeah, like 1 in the center and 3 outsides. Let's say like gears or some shit like that. Why is that impossible?
We just don't observe that.
We observed 3 different ones, right? Claiming to be 1 in the south.
No, we observe 1 in the north and 1 in the south.
No. Pay attention. I think they can observe 1 from Australia, 1 from Brazil, and 1 from I don't know where.
Yeah,
right?
but they're the same stars. They're like literally the same stars that they see. Not at the exact same time.
Are they?
Yeah. They're not at the same
How do
exact
we know
time.
they're the same?
Because like they look the same, and the same constellations. They're made up of the same stars. So either there's some sort of like effect where, you know, the stars are somehow
a reflection.
Yeah, they're somehow like being what's the word? Yeah, I guess you could say reflected or what have you.
Mirrored or
to
something.
different, yeah, like mirrored to different places or something like that, or you know, but then it's very hard to explain. I don't have an explanation for it yet. That's why I hold it as one of the like strongest, like, you know, arguments, exactly. It's a good word for it. Strongest arguments for the globe or the
globe.
But that means that the globe people know how it works. Then that means that they think they know how the sky works, which they don't. We all know that.
I mean, without even saying what the lights are, it's just kind of matching it to the north, right?
Honestly, percentage, I think we need more flat earthers doing this kind of test, going to these places. If I would have money, I probably would be doing this shit. I think we're broke as fuck. Maybe Jeremy will become millionaire one day.
With all his crypto shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
But don't get it twisted. If any glober says that they could see this, like, you know, from 2 or 3 continents at the same time, that's bullshit.
So it only happens 1 at a time because the night, right?
Yeah, like the whole, they all could be the sky is rotating around. When it's night, they see that part of the sky. I mean, obviously, if they were that theoretically, shouldn't they all see it at the exact same time?
No, because they don't all have night at the same time.
Well, so
how come they don't have night at the same time?
Yeah,
because of the sun's rotation.
Yeah, but if they're able to, if they're all south, looking south. Well, obviously not because of night all the time, but since it's not night all the time, they can't see the stars all at the same time, and whatever's rotating above.
Exactly. The argument is that the stars are in the sky, you know, for all of them at the same time, right? The different kind of like, you know, constellations that make up that southern sky.
Yeah, it's just that it's not dark enough to see them.
Exactly.
Right. So theoretically, they should see them all at the same time if it was night at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, if they could somehow limit the effects of daylight, where it's day. Then yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice for the astronauts to have the stars when they are up there so that we can analyze that shit?
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if the astronauts, all were on the same page in terms of whether they even saw stars or not?
I know.
The zodiacal lights?
I remember one day they also brought a video of the ISS showing stars and claiming that proved the globe, and freaking video was all, pretty bad edited.
It's kind of funny how the people who don't understand this argument all kind of dipped out, except Arma.
What?
No, it's all the people talking about this, trying to understand it, all dipped out.
I mean, I was eating food. That's the reason why I'm still here.
No, I know.
I wouldn't say that because, left lane's still here and stuff like that.
Well,
the people you were disagreeing with, some of them dipped out.
No, yeah, the main people that were so adamant against this are all now just gone without any.
Who wants to go on a Arctic expedition with me?
Where?
I'll do it.
To the North Pole.
Who's funding it? I'll go.
To the North Pole?
Yeah.
How much do I need?
I don't know. Well, we'll look into it.
I'll have to ask my wife if she let me.
I was just gonna say I have to ask my wife.
We could fly into Iqaluit or something, Nunavut, one of the northernmost kind of accessible places in Canada, and then make our way out from there. We'll obviously flesh it out beforehand.
To what purpose it will be? To try to get to the more
Polaris
center?
at 90 degrees, yeah.
Holy shit, percentage. Imagine if they have military down there and shit. Oh my god. That would be scary.
Mind you, we don't need to actually go on foot or anything. Like, if we could charter a chopper or something like that, and then go out at night.
Yeah. I got my weights and the scales. Now I'm just gonna wait for Bio to make the predictions.
Why do you need to wait for Bio? Why not just check them yourself?
I want them to do the prediction percentage. Right? They claim they can predict this shit. So
That's right. I'm saying you could check the weight, the measure, the weights themselves at the different locations or what have you.
Oh, I will do that, but I'm not showing my results till they predict it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And then, well, right now I'm gonna have that, the scales in the way, and then I'm gonna build a vacuum because I want to do it also in a vacuum chamber with the pressure to control the most variables I can.
Yeah, that's
the only one
the hard part. So good luck with that part.
Yeah, the one I cannot do control is gonna be the magnetic field. So that's a tough one.
You can limit it a little bit by basically wrapping everything in a copper foil, basically.
Copper foil?
Yeah.
Aye.
You wrap the individual weights, the entire scale, in copper foil, except just for like the part that needs to be pressed, like different pieces of foil. So, and then you initially calibrate it when the foil's all on there, and then you don't calibrate it afterwards. But basically, everything that's maybe even like the internals of the vacuum chamber itself, if it's possible.
I was thinking, how when you buy an electronic product, like a motherboard or a graphics card, they come like in a paper that is anti-static or something like that. Maybe use that. I don't know if it helps.
Maybe definitely not as much as you would having foil. Like the reflective effects would be way better with that. Especially copper, because copper acts as a diamagnetic at the same time.
You're a Glover percentage?
No.
You are electric, right?
I'm not, but I'm open to it. I don't know enough about it, to be honest, to be like on Grimm's level.
So you're in the same position as Glenn, like you're open to whatever.
As who?
Glenn. Glenn. You know him, right?
No, I don't know who Glenn is.
You know Glenn? Really?
Glenn. I have no clue who you're talking about.
Glenn, I think it's Glenn, I think, or yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Gleam.
Oh, Glean. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know what Glean. I know he's like basically a flat earther, right? But I don't know more than that.
Oh, he's like he's not on either side.
What does he kind of go with?
I think he's more on the flat earth side. The other day he expressed that he gets tired with the Glovers, that there's things, let's say like Einstein says something, right, and they deny it, or Neil deGrasse Tyson and they deny it, and things like that.
Yeah.
He gets tired of that. That's why he cannot jump on the Glover side, because they're so dishonest.
Well, here's my thing. Here's my philosophy. I'm like huge on direct realism, right? I'm a realist, and I believe that my observations, my experiences are, my perception is reality, right? That's empirical evidence, that's unfiltered by any means, right? So it's 100% reliable for me. It's certainty right now. Like the fact that I'm talking into my device to speak to you guys, and the sound of my voice right now, it's a certainty for me. All of the stuff that I'm observing with my senses, my senses are certainties.
It's
right?
your life every day, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's how I'm still alive. So, for me, certainty cannot be removed by doubt. Right? I'm not feeling emotion right now. I'm certain of that. When I'm at the shore, I'm certain I observe a flat horizon. Okay? So, and certainty cannot be removed by doubt. And in order for me to say that this certainty that I'm observing is actually an optical illusion, or some other sort of illusion that's fooling my senses, I need actual evidence. I need certainty to remove that initial certainty. And I only have, from the globe model, I only have doubts. I have allegations that it's not actually motionless. It just feels motionless, and in reality it's spinning at whatever, but there isn't any definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt to make that claim a fact, that claim a certainty. So it's just like innocent until proven guilty. Right now I'm still on innocent because that's what I have evidence for. I have like empirical evidence that has not been trumped. But as soon as they provide me, and or that I discover evidence beyond reasonable doubt, right? That's definitive. Like it can't be explained by another alternate kind of thing, an alternate explanation. Then that certainty that I have, that I know to be true with my empirical senses, will be removed, and this new one, will take place, and I'll be a glober if that's the case. But and I've listed like specific things that could be done, that should have been done, as far as I'm concerned, to basically be that definitive evidence. Like one of the many acclaimed spacecraft that have left Earth, just one of them, if they had a camera on the horizon as they were going out, and that horizon turned into the globe, then we'd be good, right? But we don't have that. We don't have that transition. Or another one would be dead reckoning, like going trans Antarctica or whatever, circumnavigating Antarctica, where you basically go from north of Antarctica and, basically going south from South Africa or South America or something, and then you're going over Antarctica and you maintain straight, you just dead reckon it. You know this by just the different reference points on, the ground, the different kind of like little mountains and stuff in Antarctica. You just keep your path completely centered from that. So these things, the proportions of the angles are always equal from left to right, and you're just dead reckoning it, going straight through. You're not relying on any bearing or what have you. You're just going straight through visually and dead reckoning it, and then you end up on, the other side of the world, But that's never been done either.
Yes.
And in this day and age, it's almost 2022. It needs to be very credible evidence. So for that, it would need to be uncut footage, uncut video.
Of course, yes.
That hasn't happened. So until then, I'm like, certainty cannot be removed by doubt. I'm still certain of all my empirical stuff. I'm still certain I don't feel like I'm moving, and that's my truth.
I will answer as a glober. Who do you think you are for these people to do anything for you? You're not that important.
That's fine. And
right?
Until then, I just won't. my mind won't be changed. Because I understand that I have a higher threshold for evidence, for definitive evidence, than a lot of other people, because I have a skeptic nature. I'm a critical.
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, I know. Yeah, most flat. Well, probably a lot of flat earthers are. Some flat earthers just like, they jump into it just because it's like, the new fad, or they want to be contrarians or something like that. But, yeah, I'm definitely like a critical thinker, and I analyze things, and I don't believe easily. I'm not gullible, and that's why I still haven't been convinced of the lack of good evidence that they should have. They definitely should have this stuff. If everything is, why haven't we went back to the moon in 70 years if we went 7 times or six times in like 4 years? It doesn't make sense. And that was like 70 years ago. It just like, it doesn't add up, right? So there's more to it. And that kind of throws flags on the play for their claim. But I won't discount their position outright because of that. Because it might be possible. It is possible that, what they're saying is correct. It hasn't been conveyed to me substantially yet.
Yes. What evidence from the flat earth side lives up to that degree of scrutiny that convinced you?
Water. I mentioned this, so in terms of, the Earth being observably motionless and the horizon being observably flat, that's the truest empirical evidence. It's truism. No. We don't feel motion, just like the sky is blue, just like water is wet. The Earth feels motionless.
Water isn't wet, but that's beside the point. You can laugh, it's true.
If you say so.
The horizons are curved, they don't rise to eye level, navigation works. It seems like
I've
you're
only
applying...
ever seen like with my eyes, and I consider my eyes the gold standard in seeing straight lines in the distance.
Silly.
Because you're not introducing. No, it's not silly because you're not introducing
That is.
more. Let me finish. You're not introducing more barrel distortion. You're not introducing more lenses that cause barrel distortion. So your naked eye, for me, in terms of a straight horizontal line in the distance, it's the gold standard.
Yeah, in my way of thinking, that's the least accurate we could be. I mean, what's the degree? What's the degree of, or what's the margin of error for eyeballing something?
For a straight line in the distance, you could hold up like a meter stick to it, but it's going to be that line. That's why you have rectilinear lenses and stuff. The whole point of it is to make it true to life, meaning it's going to reduce the distortion as much as possible, meaning it's trying to match your eyes. So your eyes are the gold standard that we're trying to attain with all these rectilinear lenses, that some of them are like $50,000.
You didn't answer my question. You danced around it. What is the margin of error of the Mark 1 eyeball?
What's Mark 1?
Sorry. Bad joke. Human eyeball.
Okay.
It's one of those military jokes that you would understand if you were actually a service member.
Okay, you better watch it right now. Because I was, and
right in the Taliban.
It's a hugely bad look to accuse someone of stolen valor when you were in the military yourself. It's like, you know, worse than if you weren't.
Yeah, but the Mark 1 human eyeball is a standard joke around every military force I've ever been around it, to include allied countries that I served alongside. I heard the same joke in Japanese and in German.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Do you have evidence of this?
Evidence that I served in those places? Yeah.
No, evidence that a Japanese person has made that joke. Or a German person has made that joke. Go ahead, scour the internet.
I don't have a video of them saying it. It's something that's said all the time in the military, especially in the scouting forces.
Sure.
How did you PID them with the Mark 1 eyeball?
This is the only joke in the entirety of humanity
whatever,
that transcends every language, right?
Whatever percent, it doesn't matter. Try to get back to the original.
It does matter. Like, you don't have to introduce weak ad homs for no reason.
What is the margin of error on the human eye?
What do you mean margin of error?
If you're not trying to trick it on purpose, I would say pretty much none.
Really?
It doesn't make sense to have a margin of error without discussing the context. So if we're talking about a horizon, which is something it's a non-physical thing that you're looking at, it's optical, spanning over a large distance, you have to describe what you mean by margin of error. You have to describe whether you're talking about, like in terms of degrees or what your measurement is. You can't just say margin of error with the eyeball. It's a very ambiguous, nonsensical question.
What's the margin of error for a horizon that barely bends?
What?
At what point can you detect the curvature with
what
no
curvature?
tool? With the curvature of a line that may or may not be straight. At what point would your eye, and just your eye, be able to detect that curvature? And
there is no curvature in straight lines in the horizon because they're straight lines.
Okay. Right. I understand that's your point of view. Now let's just say.
No, literally, even if it wasn't just the horizon itself, if you had a horizontal beam in the distance, it wouldn't curve with your eye.
Calm your tits. Let me ask you, this is the question I'm asking you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Out at 3 miles away from you, 10 miles away from you, whatever, I have a building. On that building, I paint a line. What degree of accuracy could you tell me if I painted a straight line or a curved line?
100%.
Really?
Yes.
If I put 0.001 degree in there, you would be able to tell with your eyeball at 10 miles.
If it was visible, 100%.
If it was visible, 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 100%. 1
If it was visible and long enough.
So
it spanned like my field of view. Yes, I'd be able
now
to
it has. So now it has to be
Hey guys,
bigger.
sorry to interrupt real quick. I'm just gonna move you all into live stream 2. You can actually just continue talking. I'm gonna try this bot, so just bear with me for a second.
No worries, man.
So now it has to be bigger. It has to be all these things. So
It'll be in a minute actually, because it looks like I don't have the
Kool-Aid. We were talking about the horizon.
Right. It's almost like
why would you limit it? The horizon goes from our field, like when we're at the shore, it goes from one side of our field of view to the other. So why would you limit it to the width of a building, which you didn't even specify?
I'm sorry, that vacuum cleaner is really freaking distracting, dude.
It's not a vacuum cleaner. It's a circular saw.
Fair enough, whatever it is. Yeah, we were talking about whether or not the human eyeball can detect a slight curvature at a long distance. And what the margin of error for a slight curvature at a long distance is. And you can't even.
So again, it would depend on how long of a distance we're like. We're not talking about just it being far away from you. All right, we're talking about the horizon. So wherever that horizon is away from you, it's going to be from one side of the field of view to the other. So you don't have to limit it to a very narrow or very short building.
Cool. At that, what is the margin of error? How much curve could there be?
100%. If the thing is long enough, it's 100%. If it's from one side of the field of view to the other, it's 100%.
Your margin of error is 100%.
No, the reliability is 100%.
The reliability. Okay, what's your margin of error?
0.
You don't really believe that.
I absolutely believe that.
Without taking refraction and all that shit.
There's no barrel distortion with our eyes.
That's absolutely crazy that you think you could detect something so minute at such a long distance.
Okay, Kool-Aid. What you're doing right now, whether you realize it or not, you're making an inherent claim, an implied claim that there is barrel distortion with our eyes. With our eyes alone.
Nope, never did that.
That's what you're doing, because we're saying a straight line in the distance will always be straight with your eyes alone. They're the gold standard. And you're saying that they'll curve a little bit.
You're straw manning %. What I claimed was that the human eyeball is not sensitive enough to detect a slightly curved line at the horizon.
Okay, so now
you said it is, and that your margin of error is 0.
Absolutely.
That's a big number. That's an important number in mathematics, especially when you say the margin of error is 0.
Absolutely.
So I would like you to go ahead and substantiate that for me. That
every straight line that we have in the distance is straight. That's how we observe it. With another lens, when you introduce another lens, does it introduce curvature? Okay. Now, if you can find me a curved line, that's spanning our horizon, a curved physical thing that we know is curved.
You mean curved other than the horizon?
The horizon isn't curved. That's why it's horizon.
Except it is.
That's why we have the word horizontal coming from horizon.
Actually, that's not where the word comes from. Look up
yes,
the
it is
etymology.
actually.
Nope, look up the etymology.
You need to look up the etymology.
No.
You definitely do. Horizontal means pertaining to.
Definitely do.
The AL suffix means pertaining to horizon. Horizontal, pertaining to the horizon. Horizontal, we know, is the word for a straight line. So it's pertaining to the horizon, because the horizon is a straight line.
%, please substantiate your positive claim that you have 0 margin of error with your eyes, please.
The fact
How would you like that to be substantiated?
I would like you to set up a test where you have 2 sticks. No, here. You guys want to give a ridiculous test? Here's mine. Set up 2 sticks. Go 3 miles away from those sticks. I'm not even going to make you go to the horizon. Just go 3 miles away from those sticks. 12 inches. Sticking 12 inches out of the ground. One of them completely plumb, and one of them 1 degree off plumb. And tell me which one's which from 3 miles.
Are you retarded, Kool-Aid?
Yep.
At 3 miles,
you're the one. Hold on.
Are you retarded? For real?
Hold on. Did you not say your margin of error with your eyeball was
Yeah,
zero?
I did. But apparently
So
you haven't
you
been
would be
listening
able to,
because
you
you
would
just
be
said,
able.
hold up.
No.
You said 1 degree off plumb.
Right.
Didn't we say the horizon, horizontal,
Which one?
straight
And then
line
the next,
in the distance, a horizontal straight line in the distance? Why are you
the
trying to
next,
convert it
the
somehow to
next part,
plumb now?
the next part that you and Silent both jumped on me because you knew if I got out would absolutely wreck you was show me which one of those two is not plumb.
Again, we are not
You would
talking about plumb whatsoever.
You would not be able to do it. Your eyes are
What kind
not
of
that
plumb
good.
line is going from
Hold
one
on,
side of your field of view to the other? Tell me that.
Not even that percentage. He's asking you a 12-inch stick at 3 miles.
Yep. If your margin of error is 0, you should be able to do it.
He's absolutely retarded.
Your margin of error is 0.
I'm sorry. I was very clear.
I've never
I was
done
very clear. I said a long line from one end of the field of view to the other, a horizontal straight
I doubt
line.
you could do it across your room.
A horizontal straight line in the distance. Why do you keep on trying to change the parameters?
Because you couldn't do it across your room, let alone at
Is
the
your
horizon.
room like a straight line far in the distance?
You wouldn't be able to do it at any distance.
I'm sorry.
The human
Is your
eye
room
is
4
not good
miles
enough.
long?
The human eye is not that good, dude.
How long is your room, Kool-Aid?
Irrelevant.
Do you live in a hallway? That's like,
Actually, I do live in a hallway. What?
super long? A hallway, to
No.
freaking Neverland?
No. But here's the point. You would not be able to tell. The human eye is not that sensitive.
Bro, you're arguing against all optics right now.
You have made the physical claim that the margin of error on the human eyeball is 0.
Yes, for a straight horizontal line in the distance, spanning your field of view, yes, it's 0.
That's just asinine.
That's not
done
asinine.
A lot of tests.
It's a very specific claim.
I have done a lot of tests.
All of optics in terms of all of our lenses that try to limit barrel distortion.
One of the two of us is a published scientist.
Yes, that's me.
I have really. Who are you published by?
Don't worry about it.
Cool. I'll link you my article. You link me yours.
No, I'm not trying to dox myself, but I promise you I'm a published scientist. So what's your point?
Cool. Yeah, I'm in Nature, bitch.
Okay.
So
I'm in a journal of blank.
And right, but your margin of error is 0.
Yes,
that is ridiculous.
A margin of error for 0 for a straight line spanning the horizon from one field of view to the other, straight horizontal line in the distance.
If that
very clear parameters that you keep on trying to wiggle around, you try to leave one out conveniently.
If that line curved 0.00000001, you would be able to tell with just your eyeball.
Yes, if it spanned from all.
Who did that? Oh, even the bot got moved. There are 2 bots here. Live streaming.
Yeah, Gio said that he was going to move everybody.
Yeah, it just when it happened, it scared me a
He
little.
forgot not to move the bot.
It's not so much that, dude. I really just don't like it when somebody's spending a lot of money on shit they can do for free. Or for just.
That's the trade-off. The expense is the trade-off in technical.
There's no trade-off, though.
In ease of use. So there's a trade-off.
All right, give me a sec now. I'm gonna piss. I'll be back.
He is drinking again. I knew it.
I don't think I've talked to you much, Riggs.
I don't talk.
I've seen you around. Stuff like that. You have lately, I think, at least here on this server.
A little bit. I mostly just monitor things, make sure it's running okay.
Oh, okay. Are you a mod here then?
No.
Are you a mod on your name Riggs looks familiar, sounds familiar. I haven't been on Discord for very long, but I've been kind of in the community, I guess you could say, but not participating until just recently. I got into it just by listening to Nathan's show for a long time. So that's all I really know, and kind of gravitated towards Bev's server for whatever reason, and that's about it.
Well, Nathan Oakley, man, is just big feels bad for me, I think.
Who does?
Nathan Oakley?
Yeah. Well, I wasn't talking about him specifically, but I mean, I just meant the show that he has. Oh, sorry about that.
Well, I don't know. I guess I just don't watch. I don't watch any content anymore. But I'm glad you made your way around here.
Yeah, right on.
Actually, my interests have kind of changed away from flat Earth. But I do like to stick around to make sure that things are working well and going smoothly, progress being made, ideas being shared, etc.
Just kind of keep it in touch with the conversation kind of thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just keep my pulse on it,
Mm-hmm.
It is a foundational situation. Can't really ignore it, It's as grand as they come.
Foundational in what way? Kind of like just your view on things in general?
Well, I think it's really healthy, and it's purifying, and it's very important that people understand that even if they don't come to a conclusion about the Earth, that they at least know that it's not the one that they gave you.
Yeah.
I think that's very important. And I think it's also important for that psychology to purify the other parts of their life where maybe they're just saying,